The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the past. It is May the 8th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1660 AD, the English Parliament proclaims Charles II King of England and invites him to return. In 1835, first installment of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales published by C.A. Risil in Copenhagen, Denmark. In 1895, China cedes Taiwan to Japan under Treaty of Shimonoseki. In 1902, Mount Pelee on the French overseas island of Martinique erupts, wiping out the city of St. Pierre, killing 30,000 and leaving only 2 survivors. In 1945, V-Day, World War II ends in Europe after Germany signs an unconditional surrender. In 1980, World Health Organization announces smallpox has been eradicated. In 2007, a new Northern Ireland executive is formed with Ian Paisley, Democratic Unionist Party, as First Minister, and Martin McGuinness as Deputy First Minister. In 1958, classic Hammer horror film Dracula, starring Christopher Lee as the eponymous vampire alongside Peter Cushing as Professor Van Helsing, and directed by Terence Fisher, is released. Well worth seeing. By the way, in 1979, The Cure released their debut album, Free Imaginary Boys. In 1984, the Soviet Union announces it will not participate in the Los Angeles Summer Olympics in retaliation for the American boycott of the 1980 Moscow Summer Olympics. They actually did more damage to McDonald's in America with that boycott. Look up why. Born on this day, Edward Gibbon, Phyllis Wheatley, Harry Truman, Marancini Anowitz, John C. Bogle, Peter Benchley, Roberto Rosanelli, Ricky Nelson, David Attenborough, Keiji Inafune, Jody May, Robert Johnson, Gary Glitter, Enrique Iglesias, Bill Collier, Omar Comporsi. Dying on this day, Kamahala I, John Stuart Mill, Gaston Flaubert, Paul Gulwin, Marcindia Anowitz, and Elmer Rice. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, calling all cars. Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program transcribed and dedicated to the prevention of crime. Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast number 198. Regarding a holdup at 5th and Market Street at 8:30 a.m. this date. No description of holdup man available. The only money which can be identified is a $100 bill. That is all. Gordon. Law enforcement authorities are often criticized for the long lapse of time which follows the commission of a crime and the arrest of the criminal. In many cases, this is due to the inability of the victims to furnish the officers with a description of the criminal. It is surprising how few people can give an accurate description of their friends, let alone a description of a person whom they meet momentarily under conditions of stress. It is only the persistent efforts of the police under trying circumstances which result in the punishment of the malefactors. In the case we're about to hear, the police arrested the criminal in 18 days after the commission of the crime. Under the circumstances, a record arrest. And now the play, Tobaccoville Road. A cafe near the harbor district of Long Beach, a group of men from the fleet are enjoying their first meal ashore. At a table near a window that looks out across the water, a man and a woman sit talking.
Do you have to go tomorrow?
Yes, I've got to, Howling. I've been trying to get him to send me to the base hospital for 3 months now. Ship's doctor says it's the only place for
Oh, I wish you didn't have to go.
It won't be long. Pretty soon I'll be as well as I ever was. Then we'll do the things we've always...
Oh, I wish they could do something about that cough, darling. It seems to tear you up so.
No, I'll be all right. You wait and see. Oh, say, I forgot to give you this. I got it for you in Honolulu.
What is it?
Look, you unscrew this little gadget here. Like this. There you are.
It's a marble.
No, it's a piece of agate I picked up on a little coral island down close to Tahiti. The natives believe that it's a magic stone. Anyone who wears one always has good luck.
Do you believe in it?
Well, I don't know. I've had that a long time. I had it when I met you. When I found that necklace in Honolulu, I put it in there and brought it home to you.
Don't talk, darling. It upsets you so.
No, don't you worry about me. It'll work out. Oh, and before I forget it, here's the money for your trip back home.
Don't you think I should stay with you?
Well, you can't very well stay at the hospital with me, honey. It wouldn't help any for you to be down here.
I wish you could see the baby again before you go.
So do I. I guess I won't be able to. You take good care of me.
You know I will.
If anything happens to me, there's enough insurance.
Oh, don't talk that way, Fred. Nothing's going to happen to you. You'll get well, and in 3 months you'll be out of the Navy, and we'll get that little place you've always wanted, and we'll settle down, and you could get a job, and everything will be swell.
Wish I could feel that sure about things.
Oh, you will. You wait till you get up to San Francisco and get all settled, and you'll be all right in no time at all.
Hello, Colleen. Gee, I haven't seen you in the coon's age. How you been?
Well, Margaret, it's good to see you again. Why, it's like old times. You're looking all right.
Oh, I am all right. Oh, may I present a friend of mine, Marcel James? Miss Colleen.
Mrs.
Huh?
Mrs. Bannow. This is my husband.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Ralph's an old friend of mine. You've heard me speak of Ralph Holmes.
Oh, sure. I feel like I know you already.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, the marriage?
Yeah.
Oh, 4 years at least, hasn't it, Fred?
4 years and 3 months.
I see you're in the service.
Yeah, I'm a musician on the Utah.
Good, though. I used to be at Norfolk.
Well, that's where I met my wife. She comes from Tobaccoville, North Carolina.
Why, I know lots of people in Tobaccoville.
You do? Well, we'll have to compare notes.
Yeah, Colleen has an uncle in Norfolk.
I'm going back there in a couple of months. Give me his address. I'll look him up.
Well, this seems to be a night of coincidences. I'm leaving next week for a visit leave.
Well, maybe we can get together sometime.
Maybe.
Are you going east too, Mr. Bannow?
Oh, no, I'm staying on the coast.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
During the week that followed, James was almost constantly with Colleen. Then one night as they sat on the beach, watching the water terrace the sand,
But Colleen, why? Why must you keep on with something that you don't believe in yourself?
Fred thinks I love him. It would kill him if he found out I didn't.
Well, what difference do a few months make?
What do you mean?
What's the difference of a few days, one way or another? He'll be gone in a few months anyway.
Oh, Jim, how can you say such things?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Maybe. But that doesn't make things any different. Well, if I met you before I knew Fred, well, perhaps things would be different. But it's too late now.
It's never too late.
Oh, I'm not thinking about myself. I don't matter so much. But I'm all Fred has left to keep him going.
Well, he's got the boy.
You don't think I'd go and leave him, do you?
Why not?
Well, women aren't given to thinking that way, Jim.
Well, maybe I'm nuts. I don't see the point in two people going on without each other when they're as much in love as we are.
I wonder if we are so much in love.
I don't know about you, but I know how I feel.
Are you sure you do?
Of course I do.
I'm not so sure.
All right, look. Let's forget the whole thing. I've been trying to get you to see things my way for a week now, and I haven't gotten anywhere. Maybe I'm no good at this sort of thing anyway. I love you, and that's that. I thought you loved me, and that's that. So let's forget all about it till you're ready to make a definite break.
Will you do that, Jim? Just forget all about it till I can see my way out of things.
It's a deal. And now, let's settle something else. You're going back east, so am I. I have some money due me in San Diego. Let's take the boy and go down there. I'll collect the money, buy a car, and we'll drive east. How about it?
You agree to forget all about the other? At least for a while?
That's right. I'll forget all about it.
It's a deal.
Here's a hotel that Ralph said would be pretty good.
Does Ralph live down here in San Diego?
Yeah, he runs a filling station out of town.
Oh, we'll have to look him up.
Shall we ring the bell?
Might as well.
Seems to be a slack season. Pleasant fellow, isn't he? You have rooms?
Certainly.
Oh, we'd like one...
Two.
2.
Well, make up your mind.
2 rooms with baths.
2 baths, too, huh?
By all means.
Got any baggage?
Much too much.
Well, we ain't got room for that much.
We'll manage. Now, if you'll just let us register.
Go ahead, help yourself.
Shall I register for you too, Colleen?
Ain't you two married?
Why, yes, why?
Oh, Jim.
It's all right.
Hey, what's the idea, young fella?
Never mind. We still want 2 rooms together.
All right, but it's a darn lot of trouble if you ask me.
Nobody asked you. Come on, Colleen.
Jim, why did you have to tell me you're married?
It might save a lot of bother later.
What do you mean?
Nothing in particular. Only some of these small hotel clerks are too nosy. Might complicate matters if he started asking questions.
Here you are.
Jim, you haven't anything to hide. I mean, you're not afraid of anything, are you?
Of course not. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. You've acted so strange lately since we got to town.
Well, nothing's wrong. I never done anything to be afraid about. Well, I gave a hot check down there once, but that's all.
Are you sure that's all?
Positive. I'll prove it to you. Tomorrow, when I collect my money, I'll pick up that hot check and show it to you.
Oh, I believe you all right. I guess I'm just a little tired. I just got worried a little.
Now, you stop worrying. You take a nap while I look up Ralph and get some matter settled. Then we'll go out and pick out that car I'm going to buy.
All right. I'll see you later.
Here's the place Ralph told me about. He said we could get delivery quicker here than anywhere else.
I don't like this kind of a car, though.
Well, I've tried them all, and this is the only agency that can get us a car by tomorrow.
I guess that's that, then. We might as well go in.
Oh, good afternoon. Could I help you?
Yeah, we're looking for a car. A sedan, preferably.
Well, now here's a nice car. This particular model is all we have in stock right now. However, next week I think...
No, we want the car not later than noon tomorrow.
Well, in that case, I'd advise you to take this car. We can service it and have it ready for you the first thing in the morning.
What do you think, darling?
What? Oh, I think it's all right. I would like a 4-door better, but this will be all right.
I think you'll find this very comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine. We want to start back east tomorrow, and we wouldn't want anything to happen.
Well, in that case, I suppose you wish to make some arrangement for taking the car out of the state. The finance company...
No, we'll pay cash when we get the car.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll have all the papers made out tonight before the girl goes home, just in case you come before she gets down in the morning. Now, what name shall I register?
Just register the car in my wife's name, Colleen Woodruff.
All right, Mr. Woodruff.
At 8:30 next morning, the assistant cashier of a branch bank at 5th and Market Street started to unlock the front door of the bank. He felt something pressing into the small of his back.
Just act as though nothing was wrong. Unlock the door and go inside.
Oh, good. It's a new kind of a sticker, huh?
That's right, son. Just act natural and you won't get hurt.
Well, that makes sense. Won't you come in?
After you. And while we're on the subject, don't turn around.
Would you mind not pushing so hard with that gun? Assuming it is a gun.
There's no doubt about it.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Here. Take this knife and cut the cord off that Venetian blind.
Just like a detective story, huh? The bandit ties up cashier.
I resent the term bandit. I'm merely opening an account.
You better open it quick, or Mr. Long will be coming in that door, and it might make him very angry to find you here, keeping me from getting the bank open.
We'll save a piece of cord for Mr. Long. Now, if you'll be so kind as to go back into those little booths back there.
Those are reserved for customers. They clip coupons in them.
I'm sorry, but they'll have to serve our needs. I think number 1 will do for you. Now, if you'll permit me, I'll tie your hands behind you like this. Too tight?
Yeah. Quite all right. Oh, don't mind me.
Now, if you'll be seated, I'll go up in front and wait for Mr. Long. And don't try to get humorous when he comes in. Now, Mr. Long, just keep turned around. Walk straight back to the coupon booth.
Huh? How did you get in here?
I came in with your assistant cashier. He's already resting.
You can't get away with this.
You were, Mr. Long. I have gotten away with it. I'm practically finished. Will you go ahead?
Thanks.
I think it'd be better to put you in booth number 2. I don't want to disturb Mr. By the way, what is your name?
Walrus.
Mr. Walwick's been very nice to me. Now, if I may have your keys, Mr. Long. Thank you. Now, you'd better get Mr. Walwick's keys and come with me. I'll need you to open the vault.
How do you expect to get around the burglar alarm?
I've already taken care of that. We aren't going to open the main vault. I'll just let you take what you have in your cage truck.
That won't be much.
It'll be enough. Okay, here we are. Now, let's get going. Put the money on top and open the other drawers. Now, if you just return to the booth. But don't turn around. All right, gentlemen. I'll be seeing you. And don't try any funny stuff. I'm very nervous when I have a gun in my hand.
Bureau, Sergeant Beatty speaking. Where? When? All right, we'll be right down. Come on, boys. Hold up at Fifth and Market. Get going.
Okay.
All right. What about it?
He just left here less than 5 minutes ago, Sergeant.
Which way did he go?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. He just walked out and left us in the booth back there.
And you didn't even see which way he went.
Well, I was afraid to stick my head out.
Would you expect to take a shot at you?
Well,
Never mind. What did he look like?
Well, I don't know.
What?
Well, he told me not to turn around, and I didn't.
Mr. Walwick, how about you? Did you see him?
Do I look like a fool?
No, we won't go into personalities. Why didn't you see him?
Because he impressed me with the importance of not looking at him.
Pardon me, senor. I think maybe I have some information for you.
All right, spill it. What is it?
I see a man coming from bank just before 9 o'clock. I also see which way he go.
Which way was it?
He took a taxi cab right here at the corner, but first he walked down Market Street.
I get it. Walked around the block. What did he do then?
He get in taxi with package in his hand, wrapped up in newspaper. Then he drive away.
What kind of a cab was it?
Kind of gray color it was, I think. Yes, that was it.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Wes, let's check the cab company. I'm checking up on a cab that's supposed to have hauled a bank robber away from Fifth and Market. Got anybody who made a haul from there?
No direct call. Al Ogle was supposed to be around that neighborhood. Maybe he got a fare there. He just come back. Hey, Al, come here.
What's up, boss? Hiya, Petey.
Say, Al, did you pick up a fare at Fifth and Market about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, how'd you know?
You just held up the bank on that corner.
No. Gee, he must have had the money in that paper package when he got in the cab.
Did he take it with him?
I don't know. I think he left the paper in the cab.
Let's look. Yep, there she is. We'll take this in and see if we can find any prints on it. Where did you take this bird?
To a department store.
Did you leave him there?
No, I took him down to one of the auto agencies.
Come on, get in. We're going down there. This the place?
Yeah.
You wait here.
Good morning. Looking for a new car today?
No, I'm looking for a man who just came here in a cab.
Oh, you must mean Mr. Woodruff. Well, he just drove away a few minutes ago.
Did he buy a car?
Yes, sir. Paid cash, too.
Let's see the money.
Why, sure. Right in the office here. What's wrong?
My hunch is right. This bird just held up a bank.
Oh, it couldn't be Mr. Woodruff. Why, he was in here yesterday and told me he'd be back today and pay cash for the car. He and his wife were going...
I'll bet he did at that. Let's see that money.
Well, here it is.
Uh-huh. I thought so. Two $50 bills and 100 and a lot of 20s. That fits the description of the money taken from the bank. Got this bird's address?
No, but I heard him tell the taxi driver to take a package to the Silver Star Hotel.
You did. Thanks, Mr. Rogers. We'll see you later. Stay in the car, Al. West, let you and I go in and see if this bird's still there.
You bet, son.
Now, what is it? First them people have
check out in a hurry. Now that blasted bell's ringing again.
What's that about somebody checking out?
What's it to you?
We're police officers. Don't get funny. Answer my question.
That man and that woman with the little boy came in here yesterday and checked out all in a hurry just a little while ago.
Yeah? Where'd they go?
How do I know?
What'd this man look like?
He's about as old as I am. Maybe a little bigger. He was dark and slender.
Did you hear him mention anybody else while he was here?
Yeah, I heard him and the woman talking about some guy named Ralph. He runs a filling station somewhere south of town.
You get a lot of information, don't you?
I keep my ears open and my mouth shut.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Well, if this monkey comes back, call us, will you?
Maybe.
Say, Al, do you know anybody working in a filling station who goes by the name of Ralph?
Oh, let's see now. Nope, that's another fella. Hey, there's a mechanic who used to work over close to that hotel who runs a filling station way out of the south side of town. He's Ralph Holmes, I think. Yeah, that's it.
Hold your heads, boys. We're off.
Morning, gents. Something?
Yeah, maybe. We're looking for a fellow about your height and age. Just got in town yesterday with a woman and a little boy. Stopped at the Silver Star. Know who he might be?
Yeah, let's see now. Where'd he come from?
According to the hotel register, they came from Long Beach.
Nope. I don't know who it could be. Only fella I know in Long Beach is Marcel James. And a married woman, a Mrs. Banow.
Is this guy James a slender, dark fellow about 40 years old?
Yeah, that fits him all right. But he wouldn't come down here.
Why not?
Well, he's got a bad check charge against him. Anyway, Mrs. Banner's gone back east to Tobacconville, North Carolina, I think.
Thanks, pal. That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Wes, let's get back to headquarters. Well, Al, that's about all you can do, I guess. We've kept you off the job long enough.
Don't mind me. I love it.
Come on, Wes. Let's check that hot paper report. Ought to be in here if we've got it.
Hey, I remember that check case. He gave a bum check to a hotel man about a year ago. James, that's the monkey. We even got a picture of him. He left it in his room.
You're right. Here's the dope right here. Marcel James. So he's heading east, eh? And she's going to Tobacconville, North Carolina. My, what a nice reception they're going to get.
Arriving at the border of California, Marcel James, by the simple process of leaving his place in the line of cars awaiting inspection, drove through the quarantine lines and on into Arizona. Police teletype and broadcast carried appeals to cities along the routes possible to the bandits.
Tucson, Arizona. Watch for car bearing California license 5Z6359. Occupants of car, man and woman. Man named Marcel James, woman Mrs. Banow. Wanted by San Diego police, robbery and larceny. James is slender, about 40, and dark complexion.
Albuquerque police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Arrest man and woman occupants of car heading east. California license 5Z6359. Man is about 40.
San Diego Police Department, car and occupants you inquired for passed through here. Identification established at state line. Too late to make arrest. And teletyping ahead. Again and again, the discouraging reports come back that the hunted car and its occupants had barely escaped the police. One fact was certain. Mrs. Banow was headed for Tobacconville. And the additional information had been obtained that James had relatives in Norfolk, Virginia. These 2 points thus became the centers of police attention.
Hello, Bill. Seen any suspicious cars today?
Hey, the Norfolk Police Department on the job, eh?
Yeah, we always keep looking for them.
Yeah?
Got a description from the California boys down in San Diego. Looking for a Chevy coach with a man and a woman and a little boy in it. They're on their way to Tobaccoville.
And what's the number?
5Z6359.
And you got the motor number?
Yeah, M4763175.
And, all right, we'll keep a lookout for it.
Now call me up if you hear anything or see it.
Okay. Say, Joe, here's a new license number, what we're to look out for.
Okay, put her on the hook. I'll get it later.
All right. Yes, sir? Something I could do for you?
Yeah, can you tell me where there's a good hotel?
For the three of you?
Yeah, my wife and little boy. The stranger's here. Going on to Tobaccoville tomorrow.
I see. Well, yes. A pretty good little family hotel right across the street there.
Oh, thanks. We'll go over and take a look at it.
All right.
Service the car, will you?
Oh,
I'll be
betcha.
over a little later.
Yes, sir. Hey, what the... 5Z6359. Ooh. Operator, get me the police station quick.
All right, boys. Watch yourselves now.
Who is it? Police officers. Open up.
Not the you coppers.
Come on, Pat. Let's break it in. Oh, no, you don't, James. Drop that gun and I'll let you have it. All right, James. You're under arrest for bank robbery.
In just a moment, you'll hear the summation of our story. It is never the purpose of the police to cause innocent people undue suffering. For this reason, Mrs. Bannow, who was unaware of the criminal activities of her companion, escaped punishment. James, however, was sentenced to the federal penitentiary, and most of the money, as well as the automobile, were recovered. No, crime does not pay.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast number 198. Suspect now in custody. That is all. Gordon.
began with an incredible journey through time.
I am going to be the cause of the destruction of humanity.
Now, the past, the present, and the future are about to collide.
We are defenseless.
And the fate of all mankind depends on one man.
We can't stay, Captain.
We have to. Everything depends on it.
Goodbye, Jean-Luc. I'm going to miss you. But then again, all good things must come to an end.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the Sound of Music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Only one cigarette. Chesterfield gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter. Welcome you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield. Produced and transcribed in San Francisco with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares and Bing's guests, Louis Armstrong, Jack Teagarden, and Miss Teresa Brewer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that this is National Pickle Week.
Well, isn't every week?
No comments, please.
Well, I just wanted
Folks, to commemorate National Pickle Week and to honor this momentous occasion, we now bring you our crooning cucumber, Brian Crosby.
Brian, what's that? You must be fresh from Fisherman's Wharf for that type of introduction. Very salty. Brian Crosby, huh?
Yes, I was reaching a little.
Well, you reached, but you didn't grab much, almost.
Say, there's sure a lot of different varieties of pickles, aren't there?
Oh, there certainly are. The dill pickles, sour pickles, sweet pickles, bread and butter pickles. And then there's the state of the nation, of course.
Oh, I tell you, Bing, people really go for pickles. Well, I know folks who even eat pickles for breakfast.
Well, that's nothing, Ken. See, there were times around our house, well, this is years ago, I had to run downstairs and get them in the middle of the night.
Oh,
Say, they're a wear out there tonight. Well, listen, Ken, I've prepared a great old tune here. It's about Louis Armstrong's hometown. It's a song called Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Oh, that's me. That's for me.
Mr. John Scott Trotter conducts this number with a pickle in one hand and a crab leg in the other. So, John, just so it won't be a total loss, give us the downbeat with the pickle, not with the crab leg. Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, there's a Garden of Eden, what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes softly whisper with tender sighs, stop, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Oh, stop, bet your life you linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens down yonder in New Orleans. Orange blossom, sweet aroma, and the strains of La Paloma seem to put you into a coma while the dancers sway. Again I'll see a Peachorino, maybe you know what I mean, oh. Shakes a mean tambourino while the Dixieland plays. Won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Look out, bet your life you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens way down yonder in old New Orleans.
Catchy, banging boys and girls. That really carried me away.
Really?
Oh, yes. I'm way down yonder in New Orleans.
Well, congratulations. But let's get back to San Francisco and help me sell some Chesterfields there, huh?
Okay, I guess we better. Friends, only one cigarette, Chesterfield, gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in smoking.
Now, 1,539 tobacco growers say Chesterfields are milder, and they show you how to prove it. They say Chesterfield's right combination of the world's best tobaccos smells milder and smokes milder.
And here's what modern science and research says. There's only one cigarette which leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That cigarette is Chesterfield. Now, every smoker wants a milder cigarette. And every smoker after smoking wants no unpleasant aftertaste. Only Chesterfield gives you both. And that's more for your money than any other cigarette can give you.
Prove it yourself for the price of one pack. Yeah, that's all it comes down to, just the price of a pack of Chesterfields. To prove Chesterfield is the best cigarette for you. The lovely senorita says no, and I believe her, but oh, why do her eyes say quizás, quizás, quizás? Spanish moon is brighter tonight. It must know something all right. That's why her eyes say quizás, quizás, quizás. We should go back and dance with the rest of the dancers. And yet I have the feeling that her heart's not in her eyes. The senorita says no, but I'm not willing to go. Not while her eyes say quizás, quizás, quizás.
Siempre que te pregunto que cuándo, dónde y dónde, yo siempre me respondes quizás, quizás, quizás. The lovely senorita says no, says no, says no. But why do her eyes say maybe, maybe so?
We should go back and dance with the rest of the dancers. And yet I have the feeling that her heart's not in her eyes. Senorita says no, but I'm not willing to go. Not while her eyes say quizás, 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 quizás. Could be. Thank you. Gracias, gracias. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of weeks ago, we had a young singer on the show, a gal whose piquant personality and lively style just captivated all hands. We were so confident that you'd like her too that we asked her back. I refer to Miss Teresa Brewer. Well, Teresa, I want to greet you and ask you How you enjoying your stay in San Francisco? You happy
Oh,
here?
yes.
Having a good time?
Oh, definitely.
What about your songs? You planned something for tonight? You got a little thing for us?
Oh, sure. Do you know Oceana Roll?
Do I know Oceana Roll? Why, sir, I know it well. Oceana Roll, that used to be one of my very big numbers. I was a smash with that up in Spokane. I was the featured singer with Dutch Groshoff's orchestra. Derisive laughter in the orchestra. Well, where could a kid like you find an old-time song like Oceana Roll, huh?
I guess I just dug it up.
Dug it up,
Yeah.
huh? Darn clever digging. Let's have it. I'd like to hear this, Teresa.
Billy McCoy was a musical boy on the cruiser Alabama. He was there at that piano like a fish down in the sea. When he rattled off some harmony, every night out on the ocean he would get that ragged notion, got the syncopating notion long and lean. And the one could sleep away out there on the deep when Billy cut loose out at sea. Each fish and worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship starts into dip and does a corkscrew turn. The sea the smoke so blackly from the old smokestack, it's floating right to heaven and it won't come back. Now, here and there you see a stool and a chair, slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. And when the hammock stops swinging and the bells begin to ring, and while he's sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing the Oceana Roll. Playing the Oceana Roll.
Great, Teresa. Say, she's kind of the Sophie Tucker of the Girl Scouts, isn't she? Teenage merman we got here. Big voice for such a... You're a smash, Teresa. Really fine.
Thanks, Ben.
Say, you know, I've got a phonograph record out now called When You and I Were Young, Maggie Blues. I do it as a duet with my brother Gary.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought Gary was your son.
Now, there you go. You tip my mitt. Everybody knows. Would you like to sing a duet on that little thing, Teresa?
Oh, wonderful. Is Gary here?
Nope, just me. This looks like Brushville, Indiana I'm getting here. Well, let's try it anyway, shall we, Teresa?
Okay.
You take Gary's part, and I'll take mine. Nobody else ever does it. I've been requested to sing an old-time song.
If I can sing one, you can.
Yes, but I speak from experience. Something your granddaddy used to sing.
I may join you.
You going to join me?
Yes.
You'll be the most charming companion I've had since I sang with Madame Melba years ago. But I've a little plan, and I'll do the best I can to sing an old song so we all can understand.
You simply take a favorite, then you flavor it with just a note or two of blue harmony. Tell the orchestra to play staccato, and then you jazz a little obligato. Another magazine is a ragged tune. Pay no attention to the music they play, but just rock
long ago.
And the spots start to sway, getting hot.
The green grove is gone from the hill, Maggie, where once the daisies sprung.
Just full of music that you can't refuse.
But I love
you know the
you
way.
the same
Tell the band to
as
play.
of old.
And when you listen, just correct the lips and say you've got those when you and I were young, Maggie Blue. was just an order to a blue harmony. Tell the orchestra to play staccato, and then you jazz a little obligato. Another Maggie tune is a raggy tune. Pay no attention to the music they play, but just rock your blues away. On the spot, down the play gas. Blowing down from the hill, Maggie, where once the day is brown.
But I love
you know the way I tell the band to
as a
play.
whole.
And when you listen, say, Maggie, I got those aggravating, agitating blues I'm hating. So I'm skating, I'm only waiting to lose.
Those ever-loving Maggie. Thank you, Teresa. Gary will be livid when he hears this. Now, if I may be excused a minute, I'd like to welcome back two old pals of mine, the mighty Satchmo and the Big T from Texas, two of the world's top musical men, Louis Armstrong and Jack Teagarden.
Thank you, Papa Ben. Good one there.
Yes, wasn't it?
Nice to see you, Ben.
Well, it's good to see you, too, Jack. You lads ready with your number? Huh?
Well, you don't expect us to sing before we have a cup of coffee, do you, Daddy?
You mean to say you fellas just got up?
Yeah.
Hey, now, you two come here. I don't want to lecture or anything, but radio is a precise, punctual business. You must be prepared. You must be on your toes. You got to be up and at 'em on the qui-vive, alert, ready.
Now, can this be the same Ben Crosby I worked with the Paul Whiteman band?
I'm a big square now, Jack. Turn. Gone. Lost me.
Don't worry about the Ben. Jackson and I will dig up something there.
Well, you two must know some song. You ought to know some tune you can do in your sleep, even.
Well, how about us doing A Song Is Born? That ought to get it, Daddy. Lay it on me, Daddy.
They took the tune and the words from the mockingbird. That's how a song was born. And in the soft evening breeze, whisper to the willow trees. That's how a song was born. And in the rain from the sky, sang the lullaby, and the blues came from the side. From a Zion when two hearts beat in time to the rhythm of the chimes. That's how a song was born. Hey, Louis, tell the ladies and gentlemen there how jazz was born down home.
Okay, Daddy. Now take to beat the jungle beating. They brought it to Basin Street. That's how jazz was born. Someone played away all up and down the scale. That's how jazz was born. They simply played what they liked as long as it would fit. If it just had a beat, that was it. And when the horn made a scream, they took it as a theme.
certainly wonderful, boys. It was really fine. It was great.
Oh, you ought to hear us do that number about midnight.
Midnight? I can't stay up that long. You kidding? I think your early bird version woke the folks up here, Jack.
Yeah, it nearly woke me up, too, Papa Pig.
You really sure?
Say, Ben, I got a kick of the way you and Louie sang Going Fishing a couple of weeks ago on the show.
Oh, you mean it's Nick and Charlie Kenny's tune, huh?
Oh, why don't you and Sat sing it now?
Oh, no, Jack. I think if Louie and I do a song, we ought to do something with some real drive to it. I think we should do Road to Mandalay, or do you Ken John Peel, or I Love Life for Stout-Hearted Men, or something, huh?
Yeah, but I think we better just go fishing, Daddy. I think we can make that.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Jack. You give us a nice trombone into Gone Fishing, then you can settle down to a nice little nap, huh?
Okay. If I'm asleep when you finish, just put my check in my horn.
Yeah. I'll drop it right in the bell, right in the bell. You've gone fishing.
Now, how do you know?
How do I know? There's a sign upon your door.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone fishing.
I'm real gone through that.
You ain't working anymore.
It could be.
There's your hoe out in the sun where you left a row half done. You told me hoeing ain't no fun.
But I can prove it.
You ain't got no ambition. You gone fishing.
Lay it on me. Lay it on me.
By a shady, weighty pool.
In Shangri-La?
Yes, sir.
Really lie.
I'm wishing I just could be that kind of fool.
Shall I twist your arm, Papa?
I'd say no more work for mine.
Welcome to the club.
On my door I'd hang a sign. Gone fishing. Oh, instead of just a wishing.
You know, Papa Bing, I've stopped by your place time or two lately, and you weren't home either.
Well, I'm busy, Louie. I got a lot of big deals cooking. I was probably tied up at the studio when you come
You
by.
weren't tired of your dog. You was just plain old gone fishing.
Well, now, don't blab it around. Keep it shady, will you?
There's a sign upon your door.
They put that up there again, man.
Gone fishing. Ain't working anymore.
Don't have to work. I got a piece of Gary.
Cows need milking in the barn.
I have the twins on that detail. They each
But
take
you
a
just
side.
don't give a
Give
darn.
them 4 bits of cow and hand lotion.
See, your phone is gone, Daddy.
Wonder where it went.
You ain't got no ambition.
You're convincing me.
Gone fishing. Got your house dog by your side. Gone fishing.
Oh,
Look at that. He's the biting at his high.
Now folks won't find us because Mr. Satch and Mr. Cross, we gone fishing. Instead of just a wishing.
About this, Betty, about those, about it, that. Oh, yeah.
Say, Bing,
You think Zazu's as good as Tony Pastor?
As good as Zazu Pitch, yes. Say, Bing, I don't know what's come over me for the past
What's
few
happened,
days.
Ken?
Well, I've been feeling, kind of lightheaded and giddy. It must be spring fever.
Oh, me and Louie, we got it all year long. So don't you worry about it.
Well, it's becoming a real problem.
You just take a good hooker of sulfur and molasses. That'll fix you up in no time.
Well?
Right now, we ought to run through those Chesterfield ABCs for the folks, don't you think?
I can't keep my mind on the job, Bing. And instead of saying that Chesterfields are A, always milder, B, better tasting, and C, cooler smoking, I come out with things like Chesterfields are milder and better tasting than ambrosia, cooler than the morning dew.
Let's hear you do something the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Can you whip
try,
up?
yeah.
Well, you better not. Just on second thought, I don't think it.
Okay, I'll try to get
much.
hold of myself, Bing, and tell the folks how they can prove to themselves that Chesterfields are milder. Just open a pack and get a whiff of that mild Chesterfield aroma. That delicate, fragrant, delightful...
Cut. What Ken means, folks, is tobaccos that smell mild or smoke milder. And when you light a Chesterfield, you'll know you've discovered the mild one.
That's Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Now, that's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
Just keep our ABCs in mind whenever you buy cigarettes, friends, and always...
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Here's a song, I think I recorded this about 20 years ago. They've revived it recently, which is a great break for me. There's one song I don't have to learn. I'm having a little trouble learning them lately. If I told a lie, and if I made you cry, when I said goodbye, I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart, dear, I apologize if I caused you pain. I know I'm to blame. I must have been insane, believe me. From the bottom of my heart, dear, I apologize. I realize I've been unfair to you. Please let me make amends. Don't say that you forgot the love we knew. After all, we were more than friends. If I've made you blue, I've had heartaches too. Now I beg of you, forgive me. From the bottom of my heart, dear, I apologize. I Thank you very much. And that represents our closer for this evening. We've all had a very nice time on this little visit to San Francisco. We carry away fond memories of Veltry's down on California Street. Yum. The Show Club and other gastronomical and cultural points of interest. And I want to tender my thanks now to Teresa Brewer, Jack Teagarden, and Louis Armstrong for assembling here with us this evening.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh, you were real fun, Teresa. Really, you were. You coming in, Louis? You're just going to hang around out there. You're just going to loiter out
But
there.
I didn't want to trample over the lady.
That's
there.
right. You're thinking. You're on your toes.
Well, what I want to know, who's with you next week?
Oh, next week, Louis, our guest will be Miss Helen O'Connell.
Okay.
Remember Helen O'Connell? Used to do those wonderful vocals with Jimmy Dorsey and Bob Everly. She's going to do some new ones with us, I think, maybe an old one or two. And also with us will be Charles Duran and Guy Brion. Those are two lads from Hawaii who really stood them on their heads down at the Mocambo in Hollywood with their vocal display.
Say, that sounds like quite a show, Bing.
Thanks. Say, you awake, Jack?
Yeah, I just woke up to say good night.
Sounds like Tony Wands, don't it? Well, good night, Jack. Good night, folks. See you next week for Chesterfield. I swear that's the best cigarette for you to smoke. Yes, sir.
story told in the 14th edition of Tobacco Land USA is so important that every smoker in the country should read it. To get your copy, just put your name and address on a penny postcard and mail it to Chesterfield, Box 21, New York 8, New York. That's Chesterfield, Box 21, New York 8, New York, for your copy of Tobacco Land USA. The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Miss Helen O'Connell and Charles Durand and Guy Briand.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's only human, I expect, to envy the wealthy, the successful, the newsworthy. Yes, all these advantages are something to be a little jealous of, but only up to a point. Beyond that, a host of problems, very different from ours, and far more disturbing and deadly, haunt the fabulously rich, the superstar, the headline maker. Could you imagine, for example, this happening to you, or your sister, or your daughter?
Go ahead in, Bill.
After you, Senator.
Have a look at this package. I found it waiting with the mail when I got home.
Italy. Postmarked Naples. You want me to open the box?
You're younger and tougher than I am. I don't think it'll make you throw up.
Good. A finger. With a ring on it. Jake's ring.
Jake's finger. We can check the print, but I know it's his.
But this came from Naples. Your daughter Lynn's supposed to be in Rome. Why would... You think Jake is dead?
I don't know. I don't even know if Lynn is still alive.
Our mystery drama, See Naples and Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you buy a mid-sized car, you expect certain things from it, mainly a reasonable combination of comfort and economy. Well, friend, Buick has a mid-size to meet your expectations. The 1975 Century Regal. It's a joy to look at, a joy to ride in, and Buick's new V6 engine makes it a joy to drive, especially past gas stations.
Buick Century Regal, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Pearl Bailey. Today I'm not going to try and entertain you. Instead, I'm going to put before you the distressing story of the needy children of the world. They need your help. The bright side is that you can give them all of this by working with Save the Children Federation. Together you can forge a better world, one in which children can have hope instead of despair. To find out how, you write today to Save the Children Federation, Box 120, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. Please help these children.
How many things can your family do together? Go to a movie? Go to a circus? Go on a picnic? Go on a vacation? Face it, in today's America, family fun is hard to come by. And with busy schedules, just getting the family together is not an easy thing to do. How would you like to have a little family fun every week? How would you like to learn together? How would you like to grow together? And how would you like to help your son get an edge on growing up? Cub Scouting is helping families like yours be a family. It sure helped ours. Today's Cub Scout program is just as much for families as it is for boys. So when your son wants to join a Cub Scout pack, remember to take along the whole family. That's what Cub Scouting is all about. For the Cub Scout pack nearest you, call the Boy Scouts of America. They're in the white pages of your phone book.
Senator Henry Chalmers Winstead, born 1918, of a wealthy and distinguished family, which contained in its history 1 Secretary of the Treasury, 8 congressmen, several judges. Senator Winstead, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and certainly his party's nominee to run for the next president of the United States. A man to be envied? Let's find that out from someone who knows him perhaps best of all, Bill Desmond.
When the senator calls, I jump. He's that kind of man. He never orders, just asks. You never refuse. Not out of fear or ambition, out of respect, admiration. And if you'll accept the word in its proper context, love. That's why I was there, looking with a churning stomach at that grisly present from Naples and listening to the phone ring.
I want you to listen in on this, Bill. Take it in my study. But don't let her know she's being monitored.
Senator, if it's Lynn,
Please, Bill. Everything I have in the world may be at stake.
Okay, sir, I'm with you.
This is Senator Winstead. I want to talk to Miss Beth Chalmers. If there's any question, tell her that her father insists on talking to her.
I hurried into the senator's study and picked up his extension quietly without any telltale click. You learn a lot about that sort of thing these days in Washington. They'd just started to talk.
Lynn?
Yes, Daddy?
There really isn't anything funny about this, Lynn. Why did you refuse to take my call?
Well, I thought you might be some smart aleck reporter that had... What's the phrase of choice today? Cracked my cover. Blown it.
Oh, is that all?
What else? Where are you, Dad?
In Washington.
Was something wrong?
You can tell me that in person. I want you home on the next plane. Lynn, did you hear me?
How could I miss? So did most of Rome. May I ask you why I'm being bullied like a witness before one of your subcommittees?
If it hadn't been for special circumstance, I wouldn't have been soft enough to allow you to go barging around Europe alone and, well, confound it, I really despise the word, incognito.
But it's such a lovely word. It's so romantic. It's my affair.
The word I get from my sources is exactly that. Affair.
Daddy, I'm 25 years old. Isn't that way beyond the time it's anyone else's business?
Vittorio Tedesco is a criminal.
Why?
He's been cited by one of my subcommittees for income tax evasion.
Who isn't these days?
Well, now, that's pretty childish for 25, Lynn.
And you're pretty damn self-righteous. How'd you feel if Vic and I came on home and got married?
You do me a favor. Bring him. The moment he sets foot on U.S. soil, he'll be indicted for income tax evasion, and that's only the beginning.
You don't know Vic, Dad. I think you've been witch hunting too long.
What I'm beginning to feel is that I'm hunting one right now. You get yourself home here alone, or I'll come and get you.
With Congress in session? Aren't you afraid the country would fall apart without you? I'm sorry, Daddy, but you can't make me jump like all the disciples anymore. I'm going to do what you did. I'm going to make my own life.
Don't you hang up on me.
Mom left me independent. You brought me up to be that way. Nobody knows who I am here, and I'm about to get out of your way for good, and I won't surface till you have everything you want. Ciao.
Lynn? Lynn? Damn it. Bill, you still on?
Yes, sir.
You better get in here. What we need is a council of war.
Why didn't you tell her? What about Jake?
She had no idea I sent Jake off to keep an eye on her.
Well, we're not going to sit here and do nothing.
Of course not. There's more to that box than that obscenity I showed you. Here, read this.
I find your daughter irresistible. Also, fortunately, she feels the same way about me. Since I feel I'm a little old for her, I hope we never have to use that lever. Why don't you let me go right over now and take care of that dirty...
That's what I want, Bill. But I couldn't be the one to suggest it.
Maybe we'd be better off just hollering copper.
Finish the note. What evidence, what proof do we have?
Well, the note came with the finger, didn't it?
Oh, no. Completely separately. Read.
I think you might want to reach me after you read this. Any evening between 12 and 1 a.m. Washington time, I will try to reach you at Rose's hideaway. The phone is safe. Marriage, naturally, is not the only option. Unless we can make a bargain. I hope Jake put his finger on that. No signature.
And typed. And no doubt who it's from.
Vittorio Tedesco.
Yes.
What's his price?
Quash the income tax indictment against him, I suppose.
Could you?
I can't, in all honesty.
Are you even considering this proposition?
Jake Muldoon was my sergeant at the invasion of Truk. If it hadn't been for his hand in the way, a Japanese bayonet would have cut my throat. My daughter is all I have left from a family that once had a wife and 2 sons as well. I lost them all to violence. Ellen to cancer. Jim and Grant in 2 wars, Korea and Vietnam. I have no family left but Lynn. And you and Jake. What else can I do?
Push the button. Call in everyone, including the Marines.
Well, it's a consideration. Except they already have Jake.
But not Lynn.
You heard the phone call, Bill. I can't stop Lynn from marrying that gangster if she wants to.
Oh, it would raise such a smell your whole candidacy would go out the window.
I can't quash the indictment against him, nor would I even try. Except for Lynn. Oh, Lord. What am I going to do, Bill?
Stall.
What good can that do?
Give me time to fly to Italy. 48 hours.
Oh, risk my last friend. I don't know. Bring it all out in the open is the right way for me.
No. Not till you take that phone call. The witching hour. Well, let's head for the witch at Rose's hideaway and check out just what Tedesco really expects to get. Senator Winstead, in spite of his prominence and enormous know-how, is a babe in arms when it comes to the dirty work. That's my department. I was halfway to being a lawyer when my folks tangled with a truck. There was only enough insurance to bury them, and I had a kid sister and brother to bring up, so I became a cop. 8 years later, my kid sister and brother were independent, and under the police program, I got my lawyer's degree. While I was getting it, I met Lynn Winstead and her father. It was a case of love at first sight all the way around. What we all should have had was second sight, to see where it was leading us.
Don't be shy, fellas. Just waltz on in. This is a friendly inferno. And just super hell for kicks. The door on the left's my office. Just head for there. I'm Rose, Senator. I was expecting you, not the BF.
This is my administrative assistant, Bill Desmond.
I don't go for gunsels.
Except on your side.
No rods in here.
I have a license for it, Rosebud.
Well, don't let my name at the club fool you, Mac. I wanted to, I could take it away from you.
No need. We're only here for a phone call.
The senator, not you.
Bill is in on all of this. I brought him in.
I don't know, but... Hold it. Just remember, this is my territory. No funny moves. Like otherwise, the morning paper gets a tip. Senator Winstead was frequenting a gay bar.
You'll forget it, Bill.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Put it through. Then switch it on my office phone. A certain party looking to reach you, Senator. Now, the next time this phone rings, he'll be on the line from overseas. You want to tell your bully boy here to join me at the bar for a drink so as you can have some privacy?
Think I'll be safe?
As long as you're under Mother Rosa's wing.
Go with him, Bill. I'll take the call. But I want Bill if I need him. You hear that?
Yes, sir. We'll handle him with TLC.
Tender loving care, sir. It's the nurse's credo.
But it better be the way you're handled.
Hello? A call from Naples? It's your call, Senator. Come on, Desmond.
Who's talking?
I don't have to ask who you are. The voice is enough identification. You really have to ask who I am?
No, but can we stop the games? As you've set it up, there's no way this phone call can be monitored.
That was the idea.
So let's not waste time. Jake, is he all right?
I'd have thought your daughter would be your first concern.
She is. If you've got her. You gave me proof enough you have Jake.
Let's cut your worries. I have them both, Senator. Jake against his will, as you can imagine. Your daughter, that's another story.
What do you want, Tedesco?
I want back to America. My skirt's clean. That income tax evasion judgment reversed. I want to be a free citizen, and you can do it.
And if I can't?
I'll send you your friend Jake piece by piece. I'll marry your daughter and make sure you couldn't be elected dog catcher.
I need time. How do I get in touch with you?
I'll call here tomorrow and the day after, same time. If you're not there 48 hours from now, well, I sent you Jake's finger because I wanted to be sure you understood we weren't playing any games. I'd hate to get into the same sort of thing with your daughter. But I have too much at stake to have any scruples.
You'll have my answer within 48 hours.
If you feel you must wait. But what else can it be?
This wouldn't or couldn't happen to you or me. Ordinary people are not called upon to make extraordinary decisions normally. But how will Senator Henry Chalmers Winstead react? Which of his lives, public or private, is the more important? We'll return shortly with Act Two.
Hi.
Hi, I'm in nuclear research.
Nuclear research?
Uh-huh.
Hey, wow. I took you for a salami.
I beg your pardon?
A salami salesman, I thought for sure. Nuclear research.
Yeah.
And so young. Doesn't that take years and years of college?
Not necessarily. Well, today you can have a college grad's career with only a year or two of technical education. Look, it's all here in this free book, 25 Technical Careers in 2 years or less. It tells you how you can get into programming, chemistry, architecture, community service work, forestry.
Forestry? That would be great for this friend of mine. He loves to play in the woods.
Play in the woods?
Where do you get this free book, 25 Technical Careers?
Just write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202.
Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202?
Yeah, send for it. It tells you how you can have a college grad's career without 4 years of college.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
Sam Spud, private investigator. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you called.
You sound rattled, Angel.
I'm frantic, Sam. I went to buy the carpet for the office, and I got so confused. There are too many kinds. I didn't know what to ask or what to buy.
I'll help you, young lady.
Mercy, who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, when you're choosing carpet, make sure you pick a long-wearing one that'll go with your walls, draperies, and upholstery. Beware of so-called fantastic bargains. And don't buy a carpet that isn't labeled as to fiber content.
Oh, Sam, now I know what to look for and ask before I buy a carpet.
You floor me, Angel.
Just another helpful tip from your Better Business Bureau.
It's been a sleepless night for Bill and the senator, and 7 precious hours are gone before the senator has finally agreed to let Bill fly to Rome. It's a slim chance because Lynn has already checked out of her hotel with no forwarding address. Now, waiting at the airport to catch the first plane out, Bill is joined unexpectedly at the airport.
What are you doing here, Senator?
I threw a little weight around last night and dug up the number Tedesco called from. Naples. Spezia 54368.
Got it.
I should be going myself.
Oh, sure. They'd spot you for sure, and some smart reporter would have a headline like, "Daughters torch lights fire under Senator Winstead by fiddling around in Rome." You can't afford to lose a nomination with publicity like that.
I can't afford to lose a daughter.
You're not going to. And neither am I. I just discovered I'm still carrying my torch. I must really love her when I can even think of forgiving her for falling for a crook like that.
Don't underestimate him. He's a very charming man.
He's a crook.
I talk about his manners, you his morals. The only thing we ever could get him on was tax fraud. Why didn't we grab him in time? A lot of mistakes, Bill. Why didn't you grab Lynn when you could have?
No guts.
My daughter scared you?
Enough. But not all the way. You.
Me?
You're a large legend to live up to, Senator. Anyone in your family lives in a glass cage, which isn't much protection.
How do you expect to locate Lynn?
I'm heading for that Spezia telephone number in Naples. I got some channels of my own.
Watch your step, Bill. He fights dirty.
So do I. I came from the same slums. The flight was a milk run, but Rome was strictly a washout. So I took the Rapido for Naples. A Spezia phone number turned out to be a waterfront joint called Zia Maddalena. Bingo. Right off the bat, Lynn was sitting at a table with Vic. I was headed for them when about 220 pounds of muscle and a tuxedo got in my way.
Buonasera, signore. E benvenuta a Zia Maddalena. I am Guillermo. The signor wishes to sit at the bar.
The signor wishes to join Mr. Tedesco.
You're a friend of his?
No, the ladies.
Ah, but the evening is warm. Tonio, take his coat. Don't try to move, amico. Just a little, what you call it, precaution.
A frisk.
Old American custom.
Guillermo.
You can call me Willie. Let him go, Tonio. He's clean now.
The all-American type. Thanks for making me feel at home. I can find my own way, thanks. Beth Chalmers. Imagine bumping into you.
Bill!
I hope I'm not breaking up anything or something like that.
No, not at all,
Bill,
Senor.
how did you... Oh, excuse me, Vic. This is an old friend of the family, Bill Desmond. Vic Tedesco.
How are you, Mr. Desmond? Do you, expect to be in Naples long, Senor Desmond?
Oh, no, I just came here to pick up a couple of packages. I have to get the first train out.
Oh. Well, we were just going to have a brandy. Will you join us?
Oh, I don't think that...
Matter of fact, I was going to ask Beth to join me in a dance.
Why don't you, Beth?
Oh, you sure you don't mind, Vic?
No, not at all.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I have some business to attend to. Please, enjoy yourselves. But I'll be jealous of every moment you're away, Carissima. I expect to marry La Signorina. So treat her very carefully, huh?
Bill, I want you to get out of here.
Just as soon as you do.
Oh, I'm not leaving. So be a good little bird dog and stick your tail between your legs and run back to Dad and tell him it's no good.
I agree. The whole thing stinks.
I don't want to talk about it.
Then why are you dancing with me?
I was afraid you'd tell Vic who I really am.
He knows, knucklehead. He knows.
No, he doesn't. He thinks... Where are you taking me?
The terrace. Out!
I'm not going.
That's what you think.
Bill, you hurt me just now.
What do you think you're doing to your father?
Dad? He can take care of himself. He's above us all in an ivory tower. And don't talk to me about his career. 25 years, that's all I've ever lived. My father's life, never my own. I've had to fight off charlatans, lounge lizards, fortune hunters, and social climbers. And as for any real man, the very thought of trying to live up to my father has turned them off. You ought to know that. Well, it didn't turn Vic off, because he doesn't know who I am. I'm just the girl he loves. Can't you understand that? For once, I know I'm loved for myself alone.
Oh, Lynn, what do you use for a brain? He doesn't love you. He just wants to use you.
How?
To blackmail your father.
Oh, he'll be ridiculous. He doesn't know who my father is. And Vic doesn't need money. He's got all the money.
It isn't the money he wants.
Then what?
He needs your father's influence. To suppress the evidence against him on an income tax indictment.
What are you trying to do to me, Bill?
I'm just trying to get it through your fat head that if...
I thought you were dancing. Enjoying the view?
Not particularly. Not what I'm looking at, anyway.
Now, that's not very polite. Apparently, Mr. Desmond doesn't care for me. I suppose he's been trying to tell you what a monster I am.
Oh, it doesn't matter what he's been saying, because I don't believe him. You might as well know that once I gave Mr. Desmond the gate, and he seems to be suffering from a bad case of sour grapes.
Oh, well, Beth, I'm sorry. Don't let him spoil our evening, huh?
It's already spoiled. I'd like to go back to my hotel, please.
I'll go along with you and see that you get packed.
I think you have a train to catch, Mr. Desmond. Guillermo, prenda la señora Macassino e cuétala con l'altro, huh?
Si.
Guillermo will take you to the train.
Now, just a minute.
I brought to your coat and the package you checked.
Okay, Willie, don't crowd me. I know when I'm licked. Arrivederci, Beth.
The word for us in Italian or any other language is goodbye. Come on, Vic.
Oh, don't you worry. I won't let you out of my sight again. In Italian, she meant addio, Mr. Desmond.
I always wanted a trench coat like this here.
Yeah. Good all-purpose coat and real handy for covering a gun, huh?
Which is covering you, so let's just play it cool, huh?
And why not, Willie? My girl just stood me up. You and me can go steady now.
A clown, huh?
That's me, Willie. Always good for a laugh. So, which way to the warehouse?
You speak Italian, huh?
I know a magazzina ain't no train.
Down the steps to the end of the terrace. And just take it easy. I wouldn't want a cold turkey.
I like the view better from up on the terrace.
Yeah, real pretty town. I was born in Napoli. You like the place?
My most favorite. What is it they say? See Naples and die.
Like I said, a clown. Now, just slide in easy, under the wheel, and back into the corner. Okay. Now, cross your hands and put them up there above the dashboard. Oh, that's a good boy. And now, you move one finger, and I put a bullet in your gut.
Is that what you did with Jake Muldoon?
No. With him, we just removed the finger. That's a hot one, ain't it?
Funny, Willie. Real funny. I guess the real clown is you.
Bill Desmond. Well, glory be to God. Ain't you the sight for sore eyes?
Jake Muldoon.
Okay, Jake, you got company. Why don't the two of you have a party? See you for breakfast in the morning.
What are you doing here?
We got your message, Jake. How's the hand?
Oh, I can get along without the finger. But I won't be able to wear the ring anymore. It was Sheila's class graduation. God rest her soul.
Don't worry. The senator has the ring.
What about Lynn? Oh, I'm so ashamed of myself the way I was taken.
Right now, I'm more ashamed of Lynn the way she's let herself be taken.
Have you seen her?
I have. Maybe I shook her up a little. How do we get out of this, Jake?
Oh, you mean the room? I don't see no way. We're 4 floors up, and there's only that skylight I can't reach, and the angle is so steep, you'd never be able to climb to the roof.
This window.
You see the crossbars outside?
I can see something else.
What?
There's a pole for the power lines not so far off. If I could get out the skylight, I might be able to jump to it. Yeah, it has foot braces all the way down.
We'll try it. We'll need this table. Me on top, and you on top of me. I may have a bad hand, but I still have a good pair of shoulders.
But I'm not going to leave you behind, Jake.
Since I lost my Sheila 2 years ago, there's only been the senator, you, and his little girl. I'm expendable, Bill, like we used to say in the forces.
Well, this isn't the Army, Jake. At least they had a kind of decency. There's none here. And I'm looking to do more than try to rescue Lynn from her own pig-headedness. I want to nail that oversexed godfather at the same time.
You think I ain't with you on that?
Do you know where Lynn is staying here in Naples?
Well, sure. Digging that out was what got me nabbed.
Okay. Now, if I can just get out of here, I think maybe I could get us all out of this, including the senator, if Lynn will cooperate.
She always walked in your footsteps and worshipped the dust blew out of them.
Not for some time.
Sure. She was only waiting to be asked back. And when you didn't, what would she do but tempt you a little, get your dander up?
Well, maybe you're right. Get up on the table, Jake. Here, I'll help. Brace yourself against the wall.
All right, I am.
Can you close your good hand over the other wrist? Okay, give me a lift up.
You got it.
I'm going up on your shoulders.
All right.
Hang on.
All right.
Let's see.
You got it open?
Yeah. I can get up on the frame and jump for the pole.
How are you getting me up there?
I'm not.
Huh?
You couldn't make the jump, not with that hand. Anyway, I've got to come back tonight and be here in the morning. If my scheme works. Give me the hotel address and the room number.
It's a long jump. Suppose you don't make it.
To coin an old Air Force joke, you'll just have to repeat slowly over me, Our Father who art in heaven.
The classic escape. Will the hero's desperate leap bring him safety, or will he smash to death on the cobblestones 40 feet below? Except that isn't the real question in this story. What has to be saved is the career of a senator who aspires to the highest honor his country can offer. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. Well, find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer, the Budweiser kind, beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Some people think we play ping pong all day. They're wrong. The USO isn't all fun and games. Today, the USO has millions of problems like this one in Germany.
My family's going crazy living in a tiny apartment. Where can we live?
Today's USO has millions of problems like this one in Asia.
I'm hooked on drugs. Where can I get help?
Or this problem in Athens.
Our marriage is breaking up. Can you help us?
Today's USO has little time for ping pong. We've got serious work to do. We've got lots of new problems here and overseas. The problems are big. How big? Well, if someone asks you, who needs the USO? Tell them,
we do! We do!
Over 5 million American military personnel and their families need today's USO. And because we get no government funds, we need all your support. Please give to USO through the United Way or local USO campaign.
It's the old analogy of the snowball or the dominoes, the chain reaction. A man with no integrity uses a lever to force a man of integrity to give in to his demands. When he doesn't, the man with no scruples goes further and further to win what he wants. While Bill Desmond is risking his life to save the senator's future, Lynn, the girl he loves, is finding out what risk her headstrong selfishness has put her in.
Vic, if you really love me, let's pack up right now. Let's go home and get married.
Hey, subito, pigeon. What do we do about your father?
What does that mean?
I don't know. How long do we have to keep up the pretense, huh? Beth? Or shall I say the real name? Lynn Winstead.
So you do know who I am?
Oh, your ex-amour gave it away.
That isn't true. You've known from the beginning, haven't you?
Suppose I have.
So Bill was right. You've just been using me. You think my father can quash the indictment against you.
Like that. And don't go all dewy-eyed on me, Angel. Those things are done every day. A business proposition. Give a little, take a little.
We're done, you mean? I'm growing up fast. I was fool enough to think it was only me you were interested in.
I am. Don't sell it short.
I'm getting my eyes opened, all right. But I'm not kidding myself anymore. I'm not going to marry you, Vic.
So? Well, I'll just have to hold you for ransom.
You really are what Bill said you were. You're a gangster and a crook, and now a blackmailer.
Our names don't faze me, sugar. The means are all I care about, and I got 'em to spare. Your father, the big lily-white crusader with the next nomination in his pocket, and the big job dangled in front of him like a carrot on a stick. Well, I'm the stick, baby. I can jerk away that carrot. If he wouldn't come through for me, I loved the idea of hitting back at him with those headlines. Senator Winstead's daughter, wife of exiled crook. You named me.
You'll never be able to do that now.
Oh, I got a lot of ways to go. I got you sewed up 7 ways from nowheres. Mia amore? I'm not going to outline them all. A couple you don't even know about, but I'm giving you a night to sleep on it. Now, you get in touch with your old man and close his papers on me, or he's going to find out he doesn't have a daughter anymore.
I didn't know about all this then. I was too busy making the jump, which turned out to be easier than finding my way back to Naples and Lynn's hotel. And getting into it unnoticed. It wasn't hard to see that Vic had it well staked out. But 4,000 lira got me in the trash exit, and another odd 2 up the service elevator to the right floor. Not bad for under 10 deflated American bucks.
Who is it?
You alone? Lynn.
Yes. Who is it?
Bill. Let me in before the house dick picks me up for a peeping Tom.
Bill. It is you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Bill. Oh, thank God. Oh, you don't know how glad I am.
Sure, how glad I am. Hey, listen, let's close the door before the house clerk raises the room rents.
Oh, you're just the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Well, you still are the same for me. Maybe you'd better let me in on how you changed your mind so fast. I won't go into the next 15 minutes or hour or whatever it was, except that it brought us both up to date on a lot of things. Nothing new for you on my side, and nothing that really matters from Lynn until the real whopper. We got a million things to do, but I happen to get lucky. I got a friend who's a purser on the Majestic, which sails tomorrow from Naples for Barcelona, Lisbon, and Madrid. He's holding 2 staterooms for us, one for you and one for Jake and me. Now, all I've got to do is get Jake out of that warehouse. I can get by Vic's watchdogs, but we got to figure out also how to smuggle you out.
Bill.
What?
It's no good.
Oh, honey, this is no time to back out. If I can just get us all on board that boat safe and sound, we're all home free.
No, you, me, Jake, even in spite of what they did to him. But not Dad.
Why not?
Oh, Bill, I'm so ashamed of myself. I've been such a... Oh, prime jerk. What a fool.
Okay, but now you've come to your senses.
No, you don't understand. Before I came to my senses, I was in Rome, and Vic was in Naples, and there was some kind of court thing that kept him from going anywhere in Italy but here.
Damn good thing kept him away from you.
No, except that he kept writing me letters, and I...
You wrote him back. Oh, what kind of letters?
That's what I'm ashamed of. I don't know what happened to me, Bill, but I lost a lot more than my heart over here. Some of the things that I said in those letters, I wouldn't want anyone to see again. Not even me.
And he's threatening to release them to every punk magazine and yellow rag in the U.S. if you don't get Papa to come through with clearing him.
My papers for his papers. That's his threat.
Lane, you are a dope. Now what in the name of... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Silence, dope. A genius is at work. You're sure you understand?
Yes.
It's your chance to wipe everything out. Make up for every half-baked thing you've done. Think you can pull it off?
I'd better.
Uh-huh.
Yes, but how can you trust a dope?
Well, because that's what you've got going for you.
Oh.
Vic still has every reason to think you're one.
Thanks.
It's okay. You're my favorite dope. So, you got Tedesco's number, huh?
Yes, it's Spezia 3. No, I'm going to do it all by myself for once.
Now, remember, not till 10 o'clock tomorrow night. I've got to get Jake and me out of the coop and have time to sneak aboard.
Shh. Pronto.
Oh, Vic, it's Lynn.
Oh, hello, Lynn. Keeping pretty late hours, huh?
I just got through calling Dad, and I told him everything.
So what do I expect? A Marine landing to rescue you? The CIA? The local police?
No. He's agreed to what you want. Everything.
Only one way, baby. I want him here. I want a piece of paper from him in his handwriting with witnesses.
You can have it tomorrow.
How?
Well, there's some gossip circulating around Washington about us already. So Dad booked me a passage on the Majestic, sailing from here tomorrow night, in the name of Beth Chalmers.
So, you think I'd let you leave just like that?
No, Dad's flying in, secretly, later today. He's hitching a ride with the MATS. And from the military airport, he'll get down here by helicopter. He'll be in my cabin by 9 p.m. You just bring the letters with you, and he'll make the deal.
What time does the boat sail?
Not till midnight.
Why not my place?
Oh, Vic, he can't take a chance. He's going to be suppressing evidence.
Well, why should I take a chance?
What chance are you taking? We're the ones. Dad and me are caught in the sleeve. We've got to keep this under wraps.
Okay, baby, you got a deal. But just remember, I'm not coming alone. I'll be there with plenty of protection.
Well, I'll leave visitors' passes for you at the gate. It's Pier 12, Cabin 24, A deck. 10 o'clock.
Now make it 4 passes, and I'll be there.
Oh, I've been so scared. How can I thank you?
I'm not coming for you, baby. I'm coming to watch the senator crawl.
He's coming.
You brought it off.
With 3 of his gunmen.
We'll take care of them. And you.
Oh, I don't know, Bill. I feel somehow so dirty.
Well, it's a dirty league, and this linen couldn't be washed in public. Now, I gotta get back to jail before they know I'm on the loose. See you on the boat. Oh, by the way, you have an extra pair of pantyhose you could lend me? If the situation hadn't been so tense, I could have laughed out loud at the expression on Lynn's face. But there wasn't time for anything except what had to be done. I sneaked out of the hotel the same way I got in, carrying with me the pantyhose, 2 oval bars of Lynn's scented soap, and a coil of rope from one of the fire stations. I spotted what looked like one of Vic's men at the back door, hid in the shadows, till he stopped to light a cigarette, turning away into the wind. And I was around the corner and gone, back to the warehouse and my career as a prisoner. Jake!
That's you, Bill?
Look out. There's a rope coming through the skylight.
Okay. Got it.
Pull it tight and hitch it to something solid. I'm coming across and back in. After I got in, from Jake's shoulders, I unhitched the noose and the rope after a couple of flips from where I'd had it around one of the foot bars on the power pole. I hid it carefully under one of the beds. I'd need it later to lower Jake with his bad hand. I'd go out the same way as I had tonight. With the soap bar and the legs of the pantyhose, we had 2 blackjacks. We hid those safely. Now all we had to do was wait out the day and act like model prisoners.
Well, will you look at the 2 dukes sleeping like they was babes? Hey, wake up, you bums.
Buongiorno, Guillermo.
Okay, cut out the humor. I brought you both some grub. And this here's Tonio. He and a friend will bring you your dinner around 6. Then, guess what?
There's a file in the cake you baked.
Like I said, a clown. This time, you ain't beating your gums. Out of the goodness of the boss's heart, you'll all be on your own tomorrow morning. Well, in case I shouldn't see you again, ciao. Come on, Tony.
You may not see me, Willie, but you'll hear from me.
Tonio heard the first bells that night as he brought our food. A bar of soap in the toe of a sock is as effective as it's safe. It worked equally well on the 2 uglies Vic left behind in the dock. Jake told me later. By that time, I was already in Lynn's cabin, waiting behind the door.
Vic. Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't get here.
Wouldn't have missed it. 10 on the nose.
You have the letters?
Right here.
Oh, good. Then come on in. Meet my father.
Got your rod, Willie?
Yeah.
I think we'll just let Willie check things out first, all right? Go ahead. You can trust him to keep his mouth shut.
What? Okay. There ain't nobody else here.
That's what you think.
The double cross. Don't move toward his gun, Desmond. I got one, too. I'd like to ram it right down your lying little throat, sweetheart. All right, now the 3 of us are just going to stroll out real casually. And this time, no surprises. Oh.
Jake! Hi, Miss Winstead. Long time no see.
I don't think I hit Willie quite hard enough, Jake. Would you like to do the honors?
With pleasure. Didn't I tell you, you ugly spalpeen, you'd be hearing from me again?
Oh, Bill. It feels so fresh and clean. I feel as if I'd just broken out of a spider web.
Nothing like a sea breeze to blow away all kinds of cobwebs. I wonder how Vic and Willie are enjoying the voyage.
Are they actually under arrest?
That was the whole plan. Beyond the 3-mile limit, this ship becomes American soil. The grand jury issued the warrant yesterday, and technically the captain can execute that warrant now.
And what about Willie?
Well, he's a stowaway. And he's got a record a mile long. By the time we get home, they'll be rearrested, convicted, and clapped in jail where they belong. Let's forget about them.
But how could you ever forgive me? Or forget?
Well, we made up the story that your father was going to be here when he wasn't. Let's say the letters and all the rest. Never happened either.
I don't deserve to get out of trouble so easily.
Who said you did, lady? You don't know the trouble you're headed for.
Jake, keeping a faithful watchdog's eye on them from behind a ventilator, turns away. A nice-looking couple, he's thinking. Won't the senator be pleased? And what the hell, he says to himself, it was worth it all to have a finger in the pie. I'll be back shortly.
There's a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
A variety of assistance is available to the blind. Rehabilitation and library services can be had in every part of the nation. Cash payments for the needy and training in skills and techniques. You can help. For information, contact your local affiliate of the National Federation of the Blind or write me, Kenneth Jernigan, President, National Federation of the Blind, 218 Randolph Hotel Building, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309.
By the time Lynn and Bill had gone below for a nightcap, Jake had circled around and taken their place at the rail. Putting one arm along it, he could almost feel the wraith of his own Sheila, warm and loving, nestling in it. The Lord taketh away, but the Lord giveth. Lynn and Bill were his children, and the senator was his, well, why not his father? Wasn't that the name they gave the first president? Our cast included Michael Wager, Marion Seldes, Larry Haynes, Dan Acco, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
She was a priestess in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. And she fell in love with me.
Hey, Pop, you know the sun's getting hot out here. Maybe you ought to get inside.
Anyhow, you swallow a few grains, and you go into a deep trance. And when you come to, or wake up, it's hundreds of years later.
Oh, rave on.
Now make plans to break out, Augie. Quickly before they come for you. Go get your gold.
Sure, get the gold. And then where do I hide?
You can hide anywhere. A secluded spot, a cave, a forest, a desert.
Yeah, great. And what do I do for chow?
I'm trying to explain this, Augie. You don't eat. You don't drink. You don't have any wants. You have no needs. You're oblivious to cold, to heat, to rain, to snow. And in several hundred years, you come alive again.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WHCU-FM Ithaca, 97.3.
Mildred Barrick has been the leader of the 60-member Lansing unit of senior citizens for the past 5 years. Once a month, their luncheon meetings weave social ties.
I like people. I like to be with people. I work and enjoy people.
Friday afternoons bring a special treat at the Senior Citizen Center in Ithaca. Mildred Barrick gets a chance to pursue a pastime she had liked since she was a girl.
I'm not much of a round dancer, but I like the square dancing.
There are 11 units of senior citizens in Tompkins County. Total membership reaches 2,400, and there are many activities to enjoy.
Well, I'm quite a clubber. I belong to quite a few organizations. In fact, this week I've had meetings, day meetings and 4 or 5 night meetings. And I am alone, so I like to get out and be with people.
The Senior Citizens Council and Center fill a void in many lives. The United Way campaigners want to keep it that way.
CBS News. After remaining silent on the matter for years, Nelson Rockefeller has admitted that as New York governor, he was aware of a $100,000 payment to the state Republican committee by concessionaires seeking a racetrack license. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Answering questions submitted by CBS News, Rockefeller said he ordered then New York State Republican Committee Chairman Judson Morehouse to return the money. Rockefeller denies there was any wrongdoing involved. The $100,000 was returned on orders from Rockefeller, but the contributors were allowed to keep the racetrack license, and the entire incident remained secret for 6 years. Rockefeller had refused publicly to confirm or deny knowledge of the $100,000 until just recently. Former New York State Republican Committee Chairman Judson Morehouse pleaded the Fifth Amendment when questioned about the payment by a New York grand jury. Morehouse was convicted in an unrelated case and pardoned by Rockefeller in 1970. One matter under study by congressional investigators is a $100,000 loan by Rockefeller to Morehouse 1 year after the racetrack incident. Rockefeller strongly denies any connection between the loan and the $100,000 contribution he ordered returned. A detailed report on Nelson Rockefeller's income taxes today was given to congressional committees considering his vice presidential nomination. The report was prepared by the IRS and the Congressional Joint Committee on Internal Revenue Taxation. More after this.
Time Magazine. What's in it for you this week? Cover story. Rhoda and Mary. Love and laughs.
A happy look at MTM Enterprises and its brightest stars, Valerie Harper and Mary Tyler Moore. Two beautiful clowns who double-handed, says Time, are bringing a new sophistication back to television.
Hurricane Rhoda may be the best thing to happen to Monday night since pro football.
And Mary, whose life was once a string of situations without comedy, now practically owns Saturday night.
Time takes you behind the scenes of a spectacular success to show you why, on television, all that glitters is not old.
Also in Time this week, 3 exclusive interviews.
With Leon Jaworski, Nelson Rockefeller, and Greek Premier Konstantin Karamanlis.
In Economy and Business, the year that the building stopped. A wide-ranging survey of the high cost of housing in America.
And on the first anniversary of the Arab oil embargo, 2 new studies of oil imports that strike a surprising note of long-range optimism.
It's all there this week in Time.
Pick up a copy.
For Time makes everything more interesting.
Including you.
President Ford has come under strong criticism for his remarks in Oklahoma City yesterday, in which he said heavy Democratic gains next month in congressional elections would threaten bipartisan foreign policy and that world peace would be in jeopardy. Criticism came from both Republicans and Democrats. Connecticut Republican Senator Lowell Weicker put it this way.
Let me make this clear insofar as this Republican is concerned. Everybody down there that I've talked to, they might have differing views, but gosh knows they want peace in this world, and I don't think that's a valid issue at all. I think we have a lot we can campaign on, but that type of statement has a familiar ring to me, and I don't like the ring.
Republican Senator Lowell Weicker of Connecticut. Democratic Senator Hubert Humphrey called the president's remarks an unfair and regrettable attack on the Democratic Party.
I recall that in 1970, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Agnew tried to use the same scare tactics to help elect Republicans to Congress, and the American people then registered their disapproval of this campaign technique when they went to the polls. I think they are going to do the same thing again.
Senator Humphrey. White House News Secretary Ron Nessen says Mr. Ford is surprised by the criticism. Nessen said President Ford did not intend to say the Democrats are a party of war. FBI Director Clarence Kelly says today the Bureau of Investigation remains stumped in its search for Patricia Hearst, the newspaper heiress was abducted last February in California. The Boeing Aircraft Company has confirmed that a delegation of Soviet officials are in Seattle to discuss the possible purchase of Boeing 747s, but the company will say little more. Boeing says the talks are consistent with the June Nixon-Brezhnev-Moscow agreements, which call for a continuing orderly expansion of economic and technical cooperation between the two countries. More after this.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer proudly presents
The Eddie Cantor Pat Blue Ribbon Show.
With the incomparable Al Jolson, Michael Redgrave, Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Billy Burke, Sarah Berner, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and here he is, Eddie Cantor.
When a Swiss boy goes calling on a Swiss miss in June, Julie-ooly-dooly-doo, he sings this pretty tune, and he charms her like magic when he yodels this tune. Julie-ooly-dooly-doo, beneath the alpine moon, the echo goes higher, and higher, and soon the hearts are both on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know what to do. Ooly-ooly-dooly-doo, he sings this pretty tune. Ooly-ooly-dooly-doo, he sings this pretty tune. Ooly-ooly-dooly-doo, beneath the alpine moon, the echo goes higher and higher, and soon their hearts are both on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know what to do. Ooly-ooly-dooly-doo, make your dream come true.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 2 weeks, Eddie Cantor will be heard on Tuesday night. All over America, this news was greeted with great excitement. At a radio shop in Brooklyn.
Mister, is it true that Eddie Cantor's going to broadcast Tuesday night?
Yes, ma'am.
How much will you give me for this radio?
At a dentist's office in Chicago.
For this extraction, I'd better give you gas.
Oh, please, not gas, Doctor. It makes me sick.
Then I'll have to use Novocaine.
Oh, that's worse than gas.
Then I'm... Hey, this is Tuesday night. I'll tune in the Eddie Cantor show.
Start pulling, Doc.
But not everybody reacted in this way. At Radio City, New York, we find 2 NBC officials.
I understand they're moving Cantor to Tuesday night.
Yes, in California, he'll be on at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? Isn't that a little early for a crime program?
Cantor's not a crime program.
He gets paid for what he does?
Yes.
That's not a crime.
In a home in Pittsburgh, a mother is talking to her child.
Harold, you eat your spinach. I don't want spinach. I can't stand spinach. I hate spinach. You eat your spinach or I'll make you listen to the Eddie Cantor program. No, I'll eat it, please.
But what of the man himself? The star of the Blue Ribbon Show. How did he feel about it? This morning at breakfast, Eddie said to me...
Harry, what do you think of my time change?
Well, we'll talk about that later after I finish my breakfast.
Gee, that bacon smells good.
Yeah, that's next door. Pull down the window. Harry, have a cinnamon bun.
I already had 2.
You had 3, but take another one.
Thank you, Eddie. Pass the granulated sugar, will you?
Granulated sugar? Harry, you've already put in 8 lumps. And 5 spoons of brown sugar. Well, come on, aren't you going to stir your coffee?
No, I can't stand it sweet.
All right, Mr. Von Zell, you've eaten like a pig. Now, is there anything else you want?
Could I have a bromo seltzer?
Yeah. It's right there on the mantel.
Thank you. Eddie, how do you feel about the time change?
It's good, Harry. They did that just for my sponsor. I used to be on at 10:30 in the East. Now I'll be on at 9.
They did that for your sponsor?
Sure, you see, he goes to bed early, and 10:30 is too late for him.
Oh.
And he's never heard the program, Harry. But now that I'm on at 9, he can hear the program every week. Harry.
Yes, Eddie?
Give me that Bromo Seltzer.
Oh, but Eddie. Gee, what a thrill being on Tuesdays. Do you think we'll have a good show tonight?
Oh, it should be. I've engaged Michael Redgrave, that fine young English actor,
Oh, swell.
and the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson.
Wonderful. You want me to pick them up?
No, that won't be necessary. I sent the car for Redgrave and the wheelchair for Jolson.
You sent the wheelchair?
Uh-huh.
Then how are you going to get here?
Mr. Von Zell, when one works for one, and one depends on one for one's living, one does not make remarks to the effect that one's employer is older than the one who is the oldest one in the world. Does one? Now, how many years older than one's boss would one say Jolson is?
1.
Harry.
Oh, I'm sorry. After all, I have... Oh, telephone.
Hello? Who is it? Who?
How do you do?
Russian, I'm so glad you called.
You'll be sorry.
Now, be sure to be at the studio early. We've changed our time, and it's our first Tuesday program, and I want to have a good show.
Kemper,
Yeah.
why don't you put me on as a one-man band?
You a one-man band?
With my right hand, I'm playing the piano.
Yes.
With my left hand, I'm playing the trombone.
Yes.
And with my right foot, I'm playing the bass drum.
And what are you playing with your left foot?
This little piggy went to market.
Oh, you... Russian, do you know what time it is?
Yes, hanging on the wall is a cuckoo clock.
All right, what does it say?
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Not that... Never mind. Just be at NBC at 6 o'clock. Have you got that?
Oh, but one thing.
What's that?
Where's NBC?
That's ridiculous. Where is NBC? Where is NBC?
At the corner of Sunset and Vine. Any other questions?
Just be there on time, and be sure to pick up the scripts.
Very well. You want the scripts for Thursday night?
Not Thursday night. Don't you know that there are other nights besides Thursday?
Of course. There's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Go on.
There's more.
Of course there's more. There's Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
Go on.
There's more.
Of course there's more days.
There are no more days.
What's Wednesday? Daughter's Day? Payday?
What's payday? What's payday?
Look how he hollers when you mention payday.
Now, Russian, are you sure you will remember the change of time?
Most of course. I have a remarkable memory.
You have?
Yes, a remarkable. You see?
Yeah?
I can remember the things that happened when I was only 3 years old. 3 weeks old, I mean.
3 weeks old?
Yeah, I grew too fast, I
3
think.
weeks old. How can you remember things that happened when you were only 3 weeks old?
I kept a diary.
Russian, a child of 3 weeks cannot write.
I know that.
Then how did you keep a diary?
I dictated it to my nurse.
Oh, get over to the studio. Be sure that you're there. I kept the diary. Harry, I hope the Russian makes it. Now, let's see what's on the table here in the morning's mail.
Well, look, shall I run along, Eddie?
No, wait, now I'll go with... Oh, look, Harry.
What?
Here's a letter from my sponsor.
Oh, really?
He says, Dear Eddie, now that you are on Tuesday instead of Thursday, it will give you 2 extra days to paste the blue ribbon labels on the bottles of beer.
You thought you were going to have 2 free days.
P.S. We'd like Harry Von Zell to help you with the labels. As we think that's where his talent lies.
Oh, fine.
Oh, and what is it? This is a bill from Saks Fifth Avenue. This one from Bullock's. Oh, look. A postcard from Jack Benny. Collect?
What?
And here's a circular.
Circular?
That says they're going to... What's the matter with you? Oh, Harry.
Eddie, what's the matter? You're pale as a ghost.
This is the worst thing.
Well, what is it?
This circular is from the Federated Real Estate Advisory Board. Just listen.
Yeah.
Real estate is at its highest peak, but is due for a tremendous drop. The bottom will fall out of the market in the next few days. If you don't want to be wiped out, sell your property immediately.
Oh, jeepers.
Harry, if I can't sell this house right away, I'll be ruined. All my money's tied. I've got it.
What?
Michael Redgrave will buy it.
Michael Redgrave, he's our guest tonight.
I know. He loves the house. He said so when he was here to rehearse the other day.
Oh, well, what makes you think he'll buy it?
Look, the guy may have a lot of talent, but he's such a big schmo. You know what he wanted to appear on my program?
What?
$5,000.
$5,000? Wow.
Yeah, but I'm not paying him that much. If you want to wind up with a boodle, you've got to use your noodle. I put over a real shrewd deal. He's an English actor, so I arranged to pay him in English money.
Oh.
How much is a pound worth?
$4.
That's where I got him. Instead of giving him $5,000, I'm giving him 4,000 pounds.
Oh.
Mr. Redgrave, sir.
Yes, Jeeves.
Mr. Redgrave, sir, it's about time for you to leave for your appointment with Mr. Cantor.
Quite.
I can't understand it. You've just made Morning Becomes Electra. You've appeared on Broadway in Macbeth. And now you're appearing on Mr. Cantor's program.
Yes, 3 tragedies in a row.
Tell me, sir, I can't quite place this Cantor person. What is he?
A comedian.
Yes, but who would you say is his British equivalent?
C. Aubrey Smith.
What made you decide to appear with such a person as this Cantor?
Well, I considered it from the standpoint of artistic integrity, and then there were considerations of decorum, and then I weighed the possibilities inherent in the challenge to my thespian proclivities.
And what made you finally decide to do it?
I figured a buck is a buck.
By the way, sir, are you still considering buying Mr. Cantor's house?
Yes, I think so.
But what makes you so sure that he'll sell?
Jeeves, when you hear this, it'll knock you right on your Twickenham. This morning, Cantor received a circular from the Federated Real Estate Advisory Board telling him that he'd better sell. Prices are going down.
So how did you know about that circular?
I sent it.
You, sir? Do you think it'll work?
I'm so sure that I'll get Cantor's house. I told my landlord to rent this apartment.
You really think Cantor will fall for this scheme?
He'll fall for anything. He's such a big schmo.
Now, don't forget, Billy, you come over here and make believe you want to buy my house. And whatever Redgrave bids, you bid higher. I'll see you later. Bye.
Eddie, look, what do you hope to accomplish by bringing Billy Burke into this thing?
Harry, if you want to wind up with a boodle, you've got to use your noodles.
Oh.
I'll get Redgrave to bid against Billy Burke for the house, and that way I'll get more dough out of him.
Oh.
It's simple psychology, Harry. If there's something a man wants and he can't get it, he'll pay anything for it. I know. Half the money I ever made is at the Cedars of Lebanon maternity ward.
Oh, I see here. Hey, Eddie, there's Michael Redgrave coming up the walk now.
Yeah, Harry. Let's treat him real English.
Yeah.
Make him feel at home, make him happy, and remember, not a word about the circular.
Okay. By the way, what do you do to make an Englishman happy?
Huh?
I say, what do you do to make an Englishman happy?
Lend them some money. Well, first we'll, Why, Michael, come in, come in.
Hello, Edward.
You know Harry Von Zell?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Redgrave. Polish your monocle? Brush your waistcoat? Knock you on your Twickenham?
No! Never mind, I'll take care of the formalities. Michael, it seems to me it's time for a spot of tea.
Oh, really?
Yes. Cup?
Thank you.
A saucer?
You.
Lemon?
You.
A sugar?
You.
Tea?
No, thank you.
No tea. What do you want with the sugar and the lemon?
I hate tea, but I'm nuts about lemonade.
Michael, isn't there something I can offer you, such as a scone?
No, thank you.
Or crumpet?
No, thank you.
Isn't there anything you'd like?
You wouldn't happen to have a bagel.
A bagel?
Yes, you know, a donut with hardening of the arteries.
Well, now, Mr. Redgrave, speaking of houses...
who's speaking of houses?
You will be in a minute.
Harry, stop it. But now that the subject of houses has been brought up, have you thought about settling down in Hollywood?
Well, yes.
Well, if you do, you won't want to go on renting that little dump of an apartment?
I guess not.
How would you like to buy this house?
I might.
Sure, then you can have a dump of your own.
Harry, stop it. Help. The kind of help you're giving me I could get from the United Nations. Look, now, what about buying my house, Michael? You'd be getting the most beautiful house in Beverly Hills. I've got a gorgeous circular staircase, a lovely circular swimming pool. I've got a circular driveway.
Well, if it's so beautiful, why do you want to sell it?
Well, he's got a circular, too.
Don't bring that up, Harry. Now, Harry, let's show Mr. Redgrave around the house. Michael, would you walk this way?
Thank you.
This is the library.
Uh-huh.
And, of course, this piano goes with the house.
Oh.
Yes, and just listen to this tone, too. That's beautiful. Now, Mr. Redgrave, is there anything special you'd like to hear?
Well,
You like Rachmaninoff's piano concerto?
Rachmaninoff's one of my favorites. Now, go ahead, play it.
Yeah, okay. That's enough of that. Would you like to hear something of Tchaikovsky?
Yes, I'd love it.
Yeah, okay.
No. Harry, that's not Tchaikovsky, that's chopsticks.
Eddie, chopsticks is Tchaikovsky spelled backwards.
Harry, chopsticks isn't even a song.
Oh, that's what you don't know. I've written words to it. Just listen to this. Sit down a minute and enjoy yourself. This is very good. Chopsticks are screwy, they're fine for chop suey, but who's needing chopsticks with blue ribbon? Brewy. You just lift the cap, pry it up underneath, and if you're in a rush, be like me, use your teeth. Blue ribbon brew commands attention. Your thirst is quenching. I might also mention it's great when playing bridge or backgammon. Just serve it with cold cut sardines or smoked salmon. That's a low one there. Oh, blue ribbon beer, it is blended and splendid. Each process is carefully superintended. There's no beer that's aged like this brew of Von Zell's. It's almost as old as the jokes Cantor tells. Blue ribbon beer's not too dark or too light, and fastidious epicures claim it's just right. It's created by brewmasters keen and alert. It's so good that I pour it right on my dessert. The best of beers throughout the ages. The salary I draw comes in beer. That's my wages. We get sad here now. The income tax man always follows me home. Withholds 10%
of the beer.
No, the phone.
Well, Michael, now, what about this house?
Well, I don't know, Edward.
You better make up your mind fast. I've got somebody else interested in buying it.
Oh, who?
Miss Billy Burke.
Hello, Eddie. I drove over as fast as I could.
Well, thanks.
By the way, do you have a short, stubby gardener mowing the lawn in front of your house?
No.
Oh, then it's a fire plug I knocked down.
Billy, I want you to meet Michael Redgrave. Michael, this is Billy Burke.
Oh, I'm so pleased to meet you, Mr. Burke.
No, you're...
Madam, have you seen Morning Becomes Electra?
No, did you lose it?
Miss Burke, Morning Becomes Electra is a moving picture.
Oh, really? What's the name of it?
What's the name of it? Well, that's the most stupid, insane, lame-brained, asinine remark I ever heard.
My, what a long title.
That's not... I'd better take over, Michael. Billy, you see, Morning Becomes Electra is the name of a picture, and Michael Redgrave was one of the stars.
Oh, I saw that picture. Oh, you were wonderful, Mr. Redgrave.
Thanks.
When you went out of your mind, I sympathized with you.
You sympathized with me?
Billy, remember what you came over here for? My house?
Oh, yes. I want to buy it.
That's right. And Mr. Redgrave wants to buy it, too.
Oh, he does. Well, he's such a nice man, he can have it. Goodbye.
Come back here, Billy. Mr. Redgrave has offered me $1,000 for my house. What do you bid?
$5.
You bid $5?
I bid 10.
10? You already bid 1,000.
I bid 2,000.
3,000.
3,000? Why, you'd be getting this house dirt cheap.
Well, why shouldn't he? Dirt is cheap everywhere.
Look, Michael,
Hello, Kemper.
Russian, where are you?
At NBC. They locked me in a room, then they brought in Portia to look at me.
Portia? Why?
They figured if Portia can face me, she can face life.
Oh, come on, Michael, let's get to the studio. Michael, this is NBC. Lovely studio, isn't it? Now, we'll be going on the air in a few minutes, and when the show is over, we'll continue negotiations for the purchase of my house.
Righto, Edward.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Redgrave, sir, it's I, Jeeves.
Yes, Jeeves?
Mr. Redgrave, sir, can we move into Mr. Cantor's house immediately?
Why?
You told the landlord he could have the apartment. Our furniture is out on the street, and it's awful, sir.
Oh, what a mess.
Yes, those Hollywood drivers keep knocking it back into the house again. I hope I haven't upset you, sir.
Upset me? You knocked me right on my Twickenham.
Any trouble, Michael?
I say, Edward, I'm in a spot. My furniture's out on the street.
It's out on the street?
Rather. I simply must have a place to live. Look, old boy, I'll give you $50,000 for your house.
Sold, Michael. It's yours for $50,000.
Oh, boy, now there's a pretty shrewd deal, Eddie.
Yes. If you want to wind up with the boodle, you've got to use your noodle. $50,000. I only paid $10,000 for it, and now I've got to...
telephone.
Hello?
Hello, Eddie. This is Ida.
Oh, I'm glad you called, Ida. I just put over the most sensational deal.
I put over a wonderful deal, too.
What did you do, Ida?
I sold our house.
Sure, but you sold our house.
Yes, for $5,000.
$5,000?
It's lucky we got that because I found a circular here that says tomorrow it'll be worth nothing.
5,000?
6,000.
Quiet, screwball.
Eddie!
Not you, dear. Ida, tell me, who did you sell the house to?
To Harry Von Zell.
Harry, you bought the house for $5,000, and now you're going to sell it to Redgrave for $50,000?
Eddie, if you want to wind up with a booter, you got to use your noodle. Friends, if you are readers of such important magazines as Life, Collier's, and The American, you may have noticed recently a Pabst Blue Ribbon advertisement picturing one of the world's greatest sopranos, Miss Gladys Swarthout, the famous Metropolitan Opera star, along with her gracious husband, Mr. Frank Chapman. The photograph, in full color, shows them in an informal moment of relaxation in their home in Connecticut. On the table before Miss Swarthout are two nicely chilled bottles of Pabst Blue Ribbon and two tall crystal glasses, sparkling with that internationally famous beverage of moderation. The Chapmans, like, well, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Hope, Mr. and Mrs. Gregory Peck, and so many other celebrities who are constantly in the spotlight of public attention, enjoy a quiet, conservative home life. And during their playtime moments, they find Pabst Blue Ribbon a pleasant, friendly companion. Wherever good living is combined with good taste, somehow Pabst Blue Ribbon belongs in that picture. It took 104 years of leadership in the art of brewing and the science of blending to win such worldwide acceptance. And when you taste and compare that real beer flavor, you will understand why millions have settled down to blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33 fine brews blended.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's always a great thrill for me to introduce the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson.
Eddie, I'm really glad to be here. Tomorrow, you and Ida celebrate your 34th wedding anniversary. And just like the audience in the studio tonight applauded, my applause being only of one, really, I'd like to multiply it by the 700-800 people that are in here. You know, Eddie, you and Ida, you both have everything. When I say you have everything, you have each other. A nice family, 5 little girls, a lot of friends. So all I can give you, Eddie, being as you have everything, is just a little present. A little song. We danced on the night we were wed. We vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world was in bloom. There were stars in the skies, except for the few that were there in your eyes. Dear, as I held you close in my arms, angels were singing a hymn to your charms. Two hearts gently beating were murmuring low, my darling, I love you so. The night seemed to fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but relive that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unaltered by
Thank you, Al Jolson, and thank you, Michael Redgrave, for your presence tonight. Next Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, we will have as our guest Ozzie and Harriet, also Lena Horne. Be sure to listen until then. Please remember, I love to spend each Tuesday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's through. Good night, everybody.
Friends, please remember that when you throw rice at a wedding couple, the rice is wasted. Send it instead to Eddie Cantor, care of CARE, San Francisco, to help feed starving babies the world over. This program will be heard again Tuesday at this time and on this same station, and is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois. Written by Jay Summers and Jess Goldstein, produced and directed by Vic Knight, sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Well, Michael, now, what about this house?
Well, I don't know, Edward.
You better make up your mind fast. I've got somebody else.
Don't know, Edward.
You better make up your mind fast. I've got somebody else.
Don't know, Edward.
You better make up your mind fast. I've got somebody else.
Don't know, Edward.
You better make up your mind fast. I've got...
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Cooper household, it's a bright, sunshiny morning. Outside, the birds are singing. And inside, Liz Cooper is singing, too.
Here comes the bride, here comes the bride.
Now, you may think this is an odd song to sing in the morning, but this isn't just any morning. It's the Coopers' 10th wedding anniversary. And just thinking of being married to George for 10 whole years makes Liz feel like singing.
Da, 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 da. Oh, good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper. What are you so happy about?
Don't you know what day this is, Katie?
Yes, it's Friday.
No, it's something much more special than that.
Oh, of course. This is the day they collect the garbage.
Oh, Katie. Today is my wedding anniversary. George has been my favorite husband for 10 years.
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it hasn't been 10 years.
Well, not exactly. It's really been 9 years, 11 months, 29 days, 22 hours, and 45 minutes.
I knew it wasn't 10 years.
Just think, Katie, 10 years ago, I was an eager young bride of 21. And today, I'm an old married woman of 25.
How time flies.
I wonder what George will give me. What is the 10th anniversary, Katie? The 50th is gold and the 25th is silver. Is the 10th diamond or china?
It's tin.
Tin? T-I-N?
That's right, like in C-A-N.
Oh. Well, George probably doesn't know anything about it being tin, so let's not tell him. What he doesn't know won't hurt me.
You'll be lucky if Mr. Cooper remembers it's your anniversary.
Why, Katie, of course he'll remember.
I don't know. Husbands have strange memories. They can't remember the day they were married, but they can tell you Ty Cobb's batting average in 1922.
Well, George is different.
Hey, Liz, where are you?
You watch. The first thing he'll say when I walk into the breakfast room is, "Happy anniversary, darling."
I'll be listening at the door.
Good morning, my wonderful little husband.
Oh, morning, dear. What is it, dear?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, Liz.
Yes, dear?
This coffee is cold.
Well, I'll get some hot for you. George, are you just going to sit there reading the paper? Haven't you something to tell me?
No. Oh, certainly.
I thought so.
Dick Tracy found the jewel.
Get your own coffee.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Haven't you any idea what this day is?
Sure. Oh, my gosh, this is the day I have to send in my car payment.
George, what was Ty Cobb's batting average in 1922?
385.
Oh, Katie was right.
She was. I didn't think she followed baseball.
Oh, and I thought you loved me.
Oh, well, I do, honey. Hey, what's the matter with you? You're sure acting crazy today.
Well, a girl has a right to act crazy on her anniversary.
Anniversary? It is? I mean, of course it is. Oh, I knew it all the time, dear. I was just teasing.
Oh, you were?
Of course.
Well,
how could I forget our 15th anniversary? Now what's the matter?
It's our 10th.
It is. Well, it seemed like... I mean, it doesn't seem like so much wonderful fun could be crowded into 10 measly years.
Oh, really?
Of course. And if you don't believe I remembered our anniversary, look here in this little memo book of mine. There, what does that say?
It says, buy anniversary present for Liz.
See?
Oh, George, you did remember.
How could I forget the luckiest day of my life? Say, what are you supposed to give on the 10th anniversary anyway?
Don't you know?
No.
Well, then I do.
What is it? Lead? Pewter?
No. Diamond wristwatches.
Never heard of that.
Well, you wouldn't want to give me just plain old diamonds. They have to be in something. So it might as well be a wristwatch.
Liz, I don't have the money to buy you a diamond wristwatch.
Well, how about just diamonds?
How about just the wristwatch?
Well, okay.
I'll see if I can find a tin one.
Oh, you knew it all the time.
Honey, I'm afraid we'll have to buy each other inexpensive little gifts. We'll put a limit on it.
All right, George. After all, it's the thought that counts. Shall we say $50?
Shall we say $5?
Well, let's compromise. I'll spend $5 for your present, and you spend $50 for mine.
Sorry, spendthrift. $5 is the limit. Hey, it's getting late. I've got to get down to the bank.
Isn't it funny, George? You work at the bank with all that money around, and yet you can only spend $5 for your...
Liz?
Goodbye, George.
Goodbye, Liz. Happy anniversary.
Happy Annie. Katie?
Here I am.
Well, he remembered, didn't he? He had it written down in his book.
I can't argue with that. I guess he remembered all right.
Now, let's see. I have to buy him a present under the $5 limit. Where can I get $5?
I think something's burning in the kitchen.
Katie, come here.
How much do you need, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I have a little saved. If you'll loan me $4.50, I can make it.
I've only got $2.50.
I'll take it.
But that only makes $3.
Well, it works out. Don't you see? He gives me a $5 present. I give him a $3 tie, and he owes me $2.
Oh?
George, boy, it was mighty good of you to come along and help me choose Iris's birthday present.
Well, I'm glad you asked me, Mr. Atterbury. I have to buy Liz an anniversary present today.
Oh? How long ago was your anniversary?
Today.
Today? How did you remember?
I didn't. I forgot until Liz reminded me this morning. She thinks I remembered, though.
You must be a fast talker, boy.
No, it's simple. I always carry a special memo book. On one page, it says, get Liz's birthday present. The next page says, get Liz's anniversary present. Another one says, get Liz's Valentine present.
That's pretty clever.
Sure. No matter when she jumps on me, I can prove I made a note to do it.
Well, Iris just keeps mum. Every day that I've forgotten, she adds $10 to the cost of the present I have to buy her.
Oh, brother. What are you getting her for her birthday?
A mink coat.
Mink?
Her birthday was last fall.
Oh, but mink.
It was either the mink skin or mine. Say, here's the fur department. Pardon me, miss, could you wait on us?
Well, they asked me to stay here until the regular girl gets here. She's late. I never worked in furs before. If you'd like to wait for her...
No, we're in a hurry.
Well, I'll try. I don't know my way around in furs.
We understand.
I know everything there is to know in nightgowns. That's my department.
I believe you. I'd like to see some mink coats.
Mink?
Yes, mink.
Oh, yes, sir. Let me see. Oh, here's a lovely one here. A full length.
Oh, yes, that's very, very nice. How much is it?
Well, let's see. Oh, here's the tag. It's only $3,000.
That's a lot of money.
Why, I should say that's entirely too much. Let me find you something else.
No, let me see this one, please.
Why, I should say not. $3,000. Why, I wouldn't let you spend that much.
I want to see that.
Let's get something cheaper. How about a nice Hudson seal?
I don't want Hudson seal.
Well, forget about the seal. For that money, you can get a new Hudson.
My wife would look pretty silly wearing a new Hudson. She doesn't have that step-down design. Now, would you mind putting that coat on so we can see how it looks?
Would I mind? There. How do I look?
You look very nice. What do you think, George?
Oh, it's a beautiful coat.
Oh, I've never worn mink before.
Miss, would you stop twirling around, please?
Oh, it feels so natural to be wearing mink. La, 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 la.
Miss.
Oh, I'd love to run barefoot through this. Do you think it looks natural on me?
If it looked any more natural, you'd be a mink.
Oh, I love to run my hands over and hold it close to me.
Look, Mink. I mean, Miss. If you can tear yourself away from that coat, wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
And send it to Mrs. Rudolph Atterbury, 630 South Lucerne.
Yes, sir.
Before you wrap that up, Miss, I'd like to buy a present for my wife, too.
Oh, very well. What did you have in mind?
What do you have for about $5?
How about one of the buttons from this coat?
No, I'm serious. Do you have anything, like a nightgown, maybe?
Well, I have a nice nightgown for about $15.
Well, all right. Size 12.
Oh, I'll bet I know what kind you want. Black, sheer, and lacy.
Yeah. Wrap it as a gift and send it to Mrs. George Cooper, 321 Bundy.
Yes, sir. I'll send both of them this afternoon.
Well, come along, boy. We don't work banker's hours, you know. Oh, that's right, we do.
I can't wait. What do you think George will give me for my anniversary?
I don't know, Mrs. Cooper. What can he get for $5?
Yeah, that's right. All I could find for him was a belt.
Well, that's practical.
Well, if he doesn't spend more than $5 on me, I'll really give him a belt. And it won't say Hickok on it either.
Look, Mrs. Cooper, in front of the house, a delivery truck.
Oh, it's my present. I know it is. See, the driver's getting it from the back of the truck. Oh, that's an interesting-looking package he's bringing in. It looks like it could be a dress or a robe. I'll get it.
Package for Mrs. George Cooper.
Oh, thank you.
What is it?
I don't know. It's wrapped so beautifully I can't bear to open it.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I should wait till George comes home. Yes, I'll wait. Well, I'll just take a teensy peek in one corner.
Good. Some peek.
Katie! Look!
Mr. Cooper didn't buy that for $5.
Oh, it's the most beautiful one I've ever seen. Oh, Katie, I have the most wonderful, loving, sweetest, the most adorable husband in the whole world. And this is just what I wanted for an anniversary present. My first mink coat.
Liz Cooper has just had the biggest surprise of her life. Right now, Mr. Atterbury is letting George off in front of his house.
Good night, Mr. Atterbury. I hope Iris likes the mink coat.
She will. I hope Liz is satisfied with that nightgown.
Oh, she'll love it. I'll bet she's opened it already. Night.
Good night.
Hey, honey, I'm home.
George, darling.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, you wonderful husband.
I love it, but what's it all about, honey?
Oh, my present came this afternoon.
Well, honey, I'm glad you like it.
Like it? I almost lost my mind over it. But, George, all that money.
Oh, well, so I went a little over the limit.
A little over? Oh, George.
You liked it, huh?
I put it on right away.
No.
Yes, I was so eager to show it off, I wore it down to the market.
You wore it to the market? You mean you wore that to the...
Oh, I know it isn't the thing to wear shopping, but I just couldn't resist.
Didn't people stare at you?
They couldn't keep their eyes off me. Oh, George, you should have seen everybody. That cute little cashier wouldn't let me alone till I took it off and let her try it on. It didn't hurt anything, dear. Now, don't worry. I kept my eye on it all the time.
Oh, that's great. I hope you didn't catch cold.
Cold in this weather? As a matter of fact, on the way home, I was so warm I took it off and carried it over my arm.
I'm losing my mind. Didn't a policeman stop you?
No.
Well, didn't anybody notice the crowd that was following you?
Well, why should a crowd follow me just because I was carrying my new mink coat?
Liz, when you walked out... Your new mink coat?
Well, of course. And George is just perfect. The skins are beautifully matched, and the style is just what I would have picked out for myself.
Oh.
George, you look pale. You'd better sit down.
Oh.
Well, you could have waited till I got you a chair. What's the matter, George?
Liz, there's something I've got to explain.
Now, don't worry, darling. I'm not going to scold you for going over the price limit. It's all right. I saved $2 on your present.
Oh, but Liz...
Oh, George, how did you know that all my life I've wanted a mink coat? I've dreamed about them at night, but I never thought I'd own one.
But, Liz...
Are you trying to say something, you dear, sweet, wonderful, generous, thoughtful, marvelous husband, you?
Yes, Happy anniversary, dear.
Happy anniversary to you, too, darling. I'll get it.
No, let me get it, dear. I have a feeling it's for me.
All right, I'll put the coat on and model it.
Hello? Hello, George, boy. Have you given Liz her present yet?
Yes, Mr. Atterbury.
Then you know the store got the packages mixed up, eh, boy?
Yes, sir. Was Iris mad when she got the nightgown?
Boy. Not only is she furious that she didn't get the mink coat, but she's not the black lace nightgown type. She's a long flannel girl.
Well, wait till I tell you what happened here.
Look, I'm calling from the drugstore. Iris locked me out of the house. Now, how soon can you get that coat down here?
Well, I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Atterbury. Liz thinks the coat is her anniversary present.
What?
Oh, you should see the look on her face. I don't have the heart to tell her.
I'd like to see the look on her face when you tell her you're fired if you don't get that coat down here.
Oh, I'll tell her, but can't I have a little time to sort of break it to her gently?
Certainly, George. Take all the time you want.
Oh.
As long as you have it down here in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Oh.
Where are you, dear? Oh, well, how do you like your wife in a mink coat? Pretty, huh?
Oh, no. They didn't send that one, did they?
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, that isn't the one I bought. I wouldn't have you seen in that cheap old thing. Oh, come on, take it off. I'll send it back.
Well, George, you're the luckiest man in the world because I like this one. Think of all the money you'll save.
Yeah.
Let's go someplace. I want to show the coat off. I know. Let's go call on the Atterbury.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, it isn't insured. It isn't safe to wear it out.
Oh, well, then I'll call up and invite them over here.
No. Let's just spend a quiet evening at home, dear.
Oh, I don't want to stay home.
I'll get it.
I wonder how my new hat would look with this coat.
Yes, Mr. Atterbury?
Where are you, boy?
You haven't given me any time. But besides, she won't take the darn thing off.
Well, make her take it off. Turn the heat up. Hit her over the head. Chloroform her. I don't care
wait a minute. That turning the heat up might do it. I'll put it up to 110 degrees. You just wait there. You'll have your coat.
Wait here, nothing. I'm coming to your house.
Now, please.
I'll stand under the dining room window. If you don't hand that coat out to me in 15 minutes, I'll come in and tell Liz the truth.
I'll have it, Mr. Atterbury. I'll turn the heat up right now. Liz, where are you?
Here I am, darling.
What are you doing? And why is every light on in the house?
Oh, I was just going going around seeing if my new coat went with each room. It clashes with the dining room, George.
Well, let me change it for you.
All right. Gray wallpaper would be nice.
Aren't you a little warm, Liz?
No, I'm just comfortable.
Well, I guess it takes a while.
What does?
Nothing. Why don't you go to bed, Liz?
Oh, I couldn't go to bed. The coat would get all crushed.
You don't have to wear it to bed, you know.
I wonder if I could hang myself on a hanger and sleep in my coat all night.
Liz, are you sure you aren't warm? I'm stifling. Phew.
I guess it is a little warm, George. Look at the windows. They're all steamed up.
Yeah, I don't know how you can stand it.
Oh, I'm so happy with my little mink, I can't feel anything. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Astorbilt? Reggie, darling, how are you? Oh, what was that? Sounds like someone throwing pebbles at the window.
Oh, you're hearing things.
No, George, there's someone outside. Oh, they want to steal my coat, and it's not insured.
Don't worry. I'll see who it is.
Wait a minute. Are you insured?
Yes.
Well, go ahead then.
What? Don't worry. Nobody's going to steal anything while I'm in this house. Mr. Atterbury, where are you?
Over here in the bushes. Don't you recognize me? I'm wearing a hibiscus over one ear. Now, give me the coat.
I don't have it yet.
Oh, you idiot. Oh, you idiot. I'm going in and tell her.
No. She thinks there's a prowler out here. Now, I'll get her to give me the coat for safekeeping. You must stay right there.
Hurry up. I've been here so long now, some ivy's growing up my left leg. I'll hurry.
Did you see anyone, George?
Not a soul, dear.
Well, I'm sure there was somebody there.
Liz, if there is someone there, they're after the coat. Now, you'd better let me take it and lock it in the closet until morning.
Well, all right, dear. Here you are. Good night, little mink.
Thank you. Hey, what's that?
Boy, that was fast action.
Huh? Well, what are you talking about?
The police. While you were outside, I called and told them there was a prowler in our garden, and they've got him.
Oh, no.
Don't get excited, George. We're safe now. They're taking him off to jail.
Hello, Mrs. Cooper.
Is George home yet, Katie?
No, he called a few times, so.
Well, I'm glad he isn't here. Katie, I felt awful about George buying me that beautiful coat when I had practically nothing for him, so, well, I made a compromise, and I bought him a wonderful present.
Liz!
Oh, George, I've been waiting for you.
Liz, I have no time to waste. I have to tell you something.
Not until I give you your anniversary present, dear. It's a day late, but I think you'll like it. Here.
Why, Liz, that's the most beautiful watch I've ever seen.
It's platinum, George. And it tells everything. The hour, the minute, the second, the day, the year, and the phases of the moon.
Oh, Liz, honey. Oh, gee, it makes me feel like a heel to tell you this now, but, well, that mink coat doesn't belong to you.
What?
Well, Mr. Atterbury bought it for Iris, and I bought you a black lace nightgown, and the clerk got the packages mixed up. There, I said it.
Oh!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey, but where's the coat?
Oh!
Well, what's the matter?
I haven't got it.
You haven't got it? Well, where is it?
I exchanged it for a mink jacket and bought your watch with a difference.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
one of my all-time favorite shows, The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone, Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Watch out for colds, ladies and gentlemen. They're very prevalent now, and a little cold may be the start of a serious illness. What you want to do at the first sign of a cold is take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are made for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is the relief of colds. They act fast, give you speedy results, and that's what you want when you have a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are known the world over for their efficacy. Trust to reputation when buying a medicine. Do this when you feel a cold coming on, and you'll ask for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, as we make our way through the night to Dr. Watson's hospitable door, we notice a feeling of spring in the air. The buds are swollen on the trees, still black and dripping from the rain. There's the smell of warm, damp earth.
Delicious. Hey, Mr. Manning?
Well, hello, Dr. Watson. I didn't see you in the dark.
Yes, I've been out checking up to see if my magnolias survived the winter.
Any casualties?
No, they all seem to be fairly bursting with buds. There's nothing as delicious as that first faint whiff of spring. All is treacherous. Come along to the house before we both catch our death of cold.
After you, sir.
Not at all, my boy. None of that age before beauty nonsense. I'm not as decrepit as all that.
Oh, what's this? The front hall littered with trunks and suitcases?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my annual wanderlust has broken out rather early this spring. I'm off on a little jaunt first thing tomorrow morning, but come along into the study.
Does that mean that this is the last of our storytelling evening?
For this winter, yes, I'm afraid it does. Well, I trust I'm not too forward if I hope to be invited back again in the fall.
Oh, of course not. You know we'll be waiting for your return.
Oh, thanks very much. It's very, very decent of you to put up with the meanderings of an old fellow like myself. I appreciate it, you know. But sit down, Mr. Manning, down there, over there in the usual chair. Let's get on with our story before I get all glittery and sentimental.
You're going to tell us about Professor Moriarty tonight, aren't you?
Well, I had intended to, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell you the adventure of the retired colorman instead.
Retired colorman? Isn't that a military term?
No, it isn't. Mr. Josiah P. Amberley has been the junior member of Brickfall and Amberley, manufacturers of artistic paint boxes. He made quite a tidy little fortune. Retired from business at the age of 61, bought a house at Lewisham and then settled down. The next year, 1897, I think it was, the old fool married.
Married?
Yes, married. The woman 30 years his junior.
Yes, that's always a bit risky.
Risky? Risky. Within 2 years, he was as miserable a creature as crawls beneath the sun. Oh, dear me, I'm jumping ahead of the story again. As I was saying, it was the 23rd of April, 1899, and a rainy and disagreeable April it had been. Holmes was in a melancholy and philosophic mood that morning as he stood by the window, watching the raindrops chasing one another down the pane. Rain had always depressed him when he was not working on a case. When he was working on a case, I don't believe he realized that there was such a thing as weather.
Look at that beastly rain. Hasn't stopped for 3 days. Might as well be another flood. Though heaven only knows what transgressions could have brought it on. That's been a really first-class crime for months.
Oh, cheer up, Holmes, cheer up. It's probably good for the crops or something.
The shortage in crime?
No. The rain, of course. Probably makes the little buds sprout and the little shoots shoot.
Oh, don't be so blasted optimistic. More likely rotting all the seed that's already been planted. Rain, where the deuce does it all come from? This confounded English climate? Why any man with half a brain stays on this rain-soaked, mist-bound island is beyond me.
Oh, I doubt if the men have anything to do with it. It's the ladies, God bless them. This climate gives them perfect complexions, and with so many lovely creatures about, what Englishman would think of quitting the country? So much beauty, such exquisite...
Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. The spring has given you a temporary softening of the brain. I regret to say it seems to have that effect on most impressionable males.
Impressionable nonsense. When a woman's concerned in many cases, you never even notice whether she's 16 or 60, and then you don't care whether she's got a well-turned ankle or whether she's flat-footed.
Oh, why should I?
Holmes, there are times when I think you're a cold-blooded fish.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. Why do you suppose the fool doesn't show up?
What fool?
Josiah P. Amberley.
Oh, is he one of your clients?
Oh, I suppose I may call him so. He's been sent to me by Scotland Yard.
Oh, by Scotland Yard?
Quite. By Lestrade, to be exact. You must consider the case fairly hopeless if Lestrade hands the matter over to me of his own accord.
Look, Holmes, there's a cab drawing up in front of our front door. He must be your client, Mr. Amberley.
Yeah. Strange-looking individual, eh, Watson?
He's quite an old fellow. Looks literally bowed down with care.
Ah, but no weakling. Look at those shoulders and that chest. The framework of a giant. He's arguing with the cab driver about the fare. Huh. Watches the pennies, eh?
I must say I don't like his face. So fierce and eager, and the way those snaky locks of grizzled hair stick out from under his hat.
I wonder what he's worrying. What's worrying, Mr. Amberley? Willing to bet it has something to do with money. I imagine nothing else could upset him to any great extent.
Nonsense, Holmes. You always look on the base side of human nature.
Here he is now. Come in, come in.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Who are you?
I'm a broken man. He's robbed me, the swine. Taken everything I had in the world. I thought he was my friend, and he took everything. Right from under my nose, in my own house. Robbed me, he did.
Yes, I felt sure it was a question of money.
Money? Who said money? He stole my wife. The light of my life. The apple of my eye. It's true she was very expensive. But after all, she was my wife, and he stole her.
Now, Mr. Amberley,
my beautiful blonde wife. Hair like gold. And my securities. The money I saved up with years of hard work. Gone. All gone.
Yes, thank you. First, tell us about your wife. How long have you been married?
2 years. 2 years, and she's tired of me already. 2 little years.
Easy now, good man, easy. More facts and fewer recriminations if we're to get to the bottom of this case.
Well, 3 years ago I retired. Bought a house. Big house at Lewisham. Cost me plenty of money, that house did. Well, sir, I'd never lived alone in a big house before, and got sort of lonely. House began to need looking after, so I thought I'd start looking around for a wife. Nice, healthy, young wife to look after me. Then I met Ella. Handsome girl she was, too. A good cook. Hair like gold. Could bake a beef and kidney pie that would melt in your mouth. So I thought I might as well get married.
Yeah, very practical, I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I figured at that time. But, Lord, Mr. Holmes, the money a woman runs into. They made my heart bleed the way the money went.
I should have thought you'd have been glad when the other fellow took it off your hands. But who was this...
This wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yes.
His name was Dr. Ray Ernest, a young fellow. He used to come over nights and play chess with me.
I see. He stole your wife?
Yes, and my securities.
Yes, but surely the securities are registered. You can hardly hope to convert them.
Maybe not, but I must have them back. And you've got to find those securities for me, Mr. Holmes. You've got to find them.
And your wife, of course?
Well, of course, wherever she is, they are.
Ah, quite. On the other hand, Mr. Amberley, I confess I don't see that I can be of much service. It's a routine matter, and I'm sure that Scotland Yard would be only too glad...
They haven't found not a single security.
Oh, very well. And we'll do our best. Dr. Watson will take a run down to your house at Lewisham to look over the grounds.
Oh, really?
Yes. I hardly expected you'd come yourself. After my heavy financial loss, nobody cares if an old man's heart is broken.
Stop that, Brains. I'm not coming myself because I'm preoccupied with the case of the 2 Coptic patriarchs. This particular case doesn't seem to be very complicated. I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, that Dr. Watson can handle it as well as I could myself.
Well, if that's the best that you can offer, I suppose I must be satisfied. Pampered, that's what she was. And that young man, that dirty pickpocket, I treated him like my own son. He had the run of the house. And now look how they treated me. Me, you never harmed a soul.
Quite. And now, good day, Mr. Amberley.
Yes. Well, good day, Mr. Holmes. And I shall expect Dr. Watson this afternoon. You have my address, I believe. Oh, the ingratitude, the rank ingratitude of it all.
I must say, Holmes, I like the way you shoved all this off onto my shoulders. Coptic patriarchs, indeed. You just don't want to go.
Right, Watson, right, the very first time. You've been begging for a case all to yourself for months. Well, here it is.
Yes, and a nice case you've given me, I must say. That old skinflint.
Oh, my daughter, oh, my ducats, eh? With the emphasis on the ducat, if I'm not mistaken. confound that passage. There. Ah, that's better. That's dash good. Hello. Steps on the stairs. Watson, if I'm not mistaken, and in a triumphant mood.
Hello, Holmes. Well, I'm back.
Hail the conquering hero. A successful afternoon, I take it, with the light of victory in your eye.
Well, I did manage to dig up a clue or so.
Good. How about Mr. Amberley's place of residence? What's it like?
Well, he calls it the Haven.
Oh, charming.
Yes, isn't it? I think the place would interest you, Holmes. You know that particular quarter, the monotonous brick streets, the weary suburban highways. Well, right in the middle of them lies this beautiful old home, surrounded by a high sun-baked wall, mottled with lichens and topped with moss, the sort of wall...
You may omit the purdy, Watson. I note that it was a high brick wall.
What? I should have guessed it was the Haven, even if I hadn't asked a lounger who was smoking outside in the street.
A lounger?
Yes, a tall, dark, heavily moustached man with a curious look in his eye.
With great tinted glasses and a Masonic type-in?
Good heavens. How'd you know?
Oh, fool. A child of 10 could have seen through that.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I don't see.
Never mind. Continue with your story, Watson.
Well, I'd hardly entered the gateway before I saw Mr. Amberley coming down the drive to meet me. He began at once, pouring out his grievances. We walked back to the house together.
And,
Well, once inside the wall, I must say, I've never seen a place worse kept. Garden lined with weeds and in a dreadful neglect. The house, too, was slatternly to the last degree. It just goes to show what happens to a place when there's no womanly hand about to keep it in order.
Yes, but Mrs. Amberley's only been missing a few days. Hardly time for so much disintegration to take place. Must have set in before she left.
Oh, possibly. At any rate, Mr. Amberley seemed to be ashamed of it. He was doing his best to remedy it, though I must admit that his efforts looked a trifle ineffectual.
What's to become of me? What's to become of me? My wife gone, most of my fortune stolen. Oh, come in, Dr. Watson, come in. Here you see what remains of what used to be called my home. An Englishman's home is his castle, so they say. But home is where the heart is. And my heart... Look out, Dr. Watson, look out. That wood waste just been...
Oh, look at that. My best pair of trousers.
Too bad. Careful. You almost stepped in that pot of paint.
Oh, dash it all, This is absolutely the limit.
Sorry, I shouldn't have left that pot of paint in the middle of the passage, I suppose. But when one's alone in the house, one forgets.
Well, alone? So you've been doing this painting yourself?
It must strike you a strange occupation under the circumstances. One must do something to ease an aching heart. And step in here, Dr. Watson. This is my study, my sanctum sanctorum.
Oh, sanctum sanctorum. I see you've just finished painting woodwork in this room, too. The smell of paint.
Yes, it's not dry yet. That's why I have a fire in here.
Now, let me see. Where did you keep your securities?
In the safe in that wall. This room is really a strong room, like a bank, with an iron shutter on the window and an iron door, burglar-proof. Ah, that's the irony of it. No thief from without could have taken my money, but my wife, my own wife. There's a picture, Dr. Watson, on the mantel, taken in a wedding dress.
Nice-looking girl, Emily. It doesn't look the sort...
the viper, the ingrate.
Oh, really?
Why, that very night, I bought 2 upper circle seats at the Haymarket Theatre. Wanted to give her a treat, I did.
Oh, didn't she go?
No. Last moment she said she felt sick. Said she had a headache, she did. I believed her, went alone. When I came back, she was gone. The safe was right there.
Just a minute. What night was that, Mr. Emily?
Last Thursday.
Oh, Thursday, was it?
Yes, an unused it. Money wasted. She was always wasting money.
May I have that ticket, Mr. Emily? Hold on. You've thrown it in the fire. Oh, why?
I want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything to remind me of her. Here, give me that picture.
Well, I say...
There, in the fire she goes, closer. May her soul burn in torment. That picture's burning now.
Unpleasant fellow, eh, Watson? This case begins to look more somber than I suspected. If you could only have brought me that ticket, Watson.
Oh, I did my best, Holmes. I may not have the ticket itself, but I did notice the number of the seat.
Oh, bravo, Watson. How did you happen to remember it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my place in form at school, 31. See from the bottom. And so it stuck in my head.
Splendid, old fellow. Then Amberley's seat must have been 30 or 32. Dear me now, who can that be?
Well, whoever it is, he's dashed impatient.
Oh, yes. Here he comes up the stairs, fairly running. Come in. Well, bless my soul if it isn't our old friend, our good friend, Mr. Amberley. What's up?
A telegram, Mr. Holmes. I can't make anything of it. Here, see for yourself.
Uh-huh. Come at once without fail. Yes. Can give you information as to your recent lost find, Elman,
Yes,
at the
Elman.
vicarage. Dispatched at 2:10 from Little Purlington. Little Purlington in Essex, I believe, not far from Frinton. You will start at once, of course. Watson, look up the train.
It's probably a hoax. What could anyone in Little Purlington
But it's
know
from a
about
very
me?
responsible person. Where's my Crockford? Yes, here it is. We'll look up this minister of the gospel. E. Elman. Here it is. Yes, J.C. Elman, M.A., living of Mossmore, Little Purlington.
Yes, but I still don't...
Surely, Mr. Amberley, you want to find your wife and your lost securities, don't you?
Of course, but it's a waste of time and money.
Here we are. Here's the train from Liverpool Street at 5:20.
Yes, just have time. Mr. Amberley, you go downstairs and hail a cab. I'll help Dr. Watson throw a few things in the bag.
You think I need Dr. Watson? Perhaps I'd better go alone.
Oh, no. It may be a trap for all we know.
I don't think I shall go.
Mr. Amberley, it would make the worst possible impression on both police and on myself if you refused to follow up so obvious a clue. We should feel that you were not in earnest about this investigation.
Very well, I'll go.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Holmes.
What? Take your case, Watson. After the brilliant way in which you've handled it? No. Go along, Mr. Amberley, or you'll miss your train.
Very well, but the expense is...
Here you wobble, Watson. Here's your bag.
It's packed.
Yes, you never know when you may be called off on a case like this. I packed it for you.
Holmes, I do think
Quite. Now, whatever you do, see that he really does go to Little Purlington.
Yes, I don't think that he's
Again, quite. Should he break away and try to return, get to the nearest telegraph station and send me the single word bolted. I will arrange to have it reach me wherever I am.
What? You have something to look into at this end, then?
I have, Watson. This case is beginning to take on a rather curious, sinister aspect. Above all, old man, take good care of yourself. And Mr. Amberley.
Before we find the outcome of Watson's curious mission, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few words to say. Here's what you want to do when you feel a cold coming on. Here's what you want to do with the very first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine cold tablets. Bromoquinine tablets don't fool. No, sir, they get right after a cold symptom. They get right after a cold's misery. They relieve the headache and other pains that go with a cold. They relieve that stuffiness and feeling of depression that accompanies a cold. They help reduce the fever that goes with a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are fast and decisive in their action. First, because they're made especially for the relief of the common cold. And secondly, because they act internally. You can take lots of things for the relief of a cold, but nothing more reputable and reliable than famous bromoquinine tablets. Get them at any drugstore at the first symptom of a cold. Ask for bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E, bromoquinine cold tablets.
Ah, confound this rain. Everything's as dark as a black hole of Calcutta. Here, the haven. Shitty little haven this is. I can find a window unlatched. Not much chance on the first floor. The old boy's 2 quarters. Ooh. Second-story window, perhaps. Now, if I can manage to scale this porch pillar. Ah, this confounded rain. Just slippery as a greased pole. Come on. Hey, there we are. Yeah. Here's the window that's unlatched. Easy. Now. 1 foot over the sill. Now
Up with your hands. Up with them, I tell you. Thought I wouldn't see you prowling around down below, eh? Well, I've caught you red-handed.
Nice wild goose chase that turned out to be. That friend of Sherlock Holmes is a fool.
I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, if you'll call and see him, he can explain.
Explain nothing. That vicar had never seen that telegram before. The way he treated us. You might have thought we were suspicious characters. Then missing the last train and having to sit up all night at a confounded station with the rain dripping through the roof.
Well, we could have gone to an hotel.
Gone to an hotel? That costs money. Gone to an hotel, indeed.
Well, here's your house, Mr. Amberley. I think I'll go along home now and get some breakfast.
You will not. I'm going to come into the house and see if everything's all... What? I look up there. The window over the porch. It's open.
Perhaps you left it like that yourself.
Rubbish. I tell you, I don't like the looks of this. Where's my key? Where's my key? Here it is. We'll soon find out.
I say, it is gloomy, isn't it?
Look. Someone's been here right enough. Footprints on the fresh paint. I'll find them if I have to tear the place apart.
No need for that, Mr. Amberley. We're here waiting for you in the study.
Holmes! Good heavens, what a start you gave.
How did you get in here?
I've been through through an upstairs window.
That's burglary, young man.
Yes. Burglary has always been an alternate profession, and I cared to adopt it. I'll admit I was glad I hadn't when I walked into Inspector Lestrade's gun last night. He thought I was a burglar, too. But come, we're keeping him waiting. He's in the library. Here they are, Lestrade. I told you we could expect them back before 10.
No, but look here, that's not Lestrade. That's the man I saw loitering in front of the gate yesterday afternoon. The fellow with the black moustache and glasses.
Yes, that's right, Dr. Watson. Yes. Lestrade fondly imagines that's a disguise.
Oh, now look here, no.
It's as obvious to anyone who takes the
Now
trouble.
look here, I've had enough of this. I won't have two busybodies prowling around my house in the middle of the night. And what's more, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I suspect you sent that telegram yourself.
Very clever of you, Mr. Amberley, very clever. You look a trifle pale. I thought a night in the country might do you
no,
good.
enough of that. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I'll have you put behind the bars, all of you.
Oh, surely not Inspector Lestrade. Why, he's from Scotland Yard.
I don't care if it's from the House of Lords.
Yeah, none of that.
You're all disgraced, publicly disgraced. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. Oh, I'll get you for that. What were you doing in here last night? Answer me that.
Looking for the bodies.
What?
Looking for the bodies of your wife and Dr. Ernest. What have you done with them?
How dare you?
You murdered them in this room. We have ample proof.
Why, you...
Stop him, Watson. Stop him. He's got a capsule in his hand. It's poison. He's to swallow it.
No.
Come on, get that out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out, or I'll choke
No,
you.
short cut, Mr. Amberley, if you please. Everything decently and in its proper place. Take him away, Lestrade.
Right, come along now. No more monkey business. I won't put up with that. All right, come.
Phew, what a scene. So that old brute Amberley's a murderer, eh? How did you find it out?
Well, the first clue was the theater ticket, which you didn't use. We found that out.
Oh, that destroyed his alibi.
Yes, the theater people assured us that there had been 2 empty seats, not just one. The second clue was the smell of fresh paint. What was he trying to hide by that?
Yes, what?
Gas. He asphyxiated his wife and Dr. Ernst in this room.
Good heavens.
His strong room, which was as near airtight as anything could humanly possibly
Yes,
be.
but how?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. That's what I was looking for when I broke into the house last night.
And what did you find?
Look here. Notice the gas pipe along the skirting here? It rises in the wall, in the angle there, and ends in that plaster rose in the center of the ceiling where it's concealed by that ornamentation. The end's wide open.
How horrible.
Yes, and look here. Look, near the floor. What do you make out?
2 words written on the wall. We were. Then a scroll. We were. What does that mean?
The poor devil was trying to write, "We were murdered." I can see the whole ghastly scene. It was last Thursday night. Amberley had lured his wife and Dr. Ernest into this room.
Oh, listen to that wind. I wish it would stop.
It's not so bad in this room. Have a little game in here, eh, Dr. Ernest? Just you sit here, there. Entertain the doctor while I go and look for the chessmen. Excuse me a minute, Dr. Ernest.
Certainly.
And if you don't mind, I'll close the door. There's such a draft. It'll be much cozier in here with the door closed. Much cozier.
If that wind only wouldn't howl. I feel so depressed. Is there something terrible we're going to happen?
Oh, nonsense, my dear Mrs. Amberley. This house is getting on your nerves. Is it any wonder?
He gets worse and worse. Oh, Dr. Ernest, I'm so frightened.
You must go away.
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Amberley. I've had your husband under observation for some time. I'm afraid he isn't quite normal. It isn't safe for you to stay here any longer.
But, Doctor, don't you understand? I can't leave my husband. Heaven knows what would happen if I left him alone.
We could get a nurse to take care of him. You can't stay here with him. What was that?
Josiah, he heard us. He was outside the door listening. Oh, Dr. Ernest, this is terrible. What can we do?
Listen. You hear that?
It's the gas. Someone's turned on the gas. I can smell it.
Hurry, we've got to get out of here.
What? Oh, the door's locked. He's locked the door. Amberley! I say, Amberley, open the door!
Quick, the window. No, that's locked, too. The iron shutters.
Amberley! Amberley, let us out!
You realize what this means? He's going to kill us. He must have gone mad, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's what I was afraid of. He's a maniac. Homicidally here. Oh, this is horrible. We're trapped. What a fool I was.
What can we do? I feel so faint. I can hardly breathe.
Here. Lie down on the floor. The air's better down here.
It's no use. I can't stay awake. I don't mind anymore. I'm quite all right. Really.
Mrs. Amberley. Mrs. Amberley. Don't give up. I feel faint, too. I must warn people. It's dangerous. I can't think. God, I can't breathe. I can't think.
What a tragic story, Dr. Watson. Was Mr. Amberley insane?
They decided he was. He ended his days in an asylum.
Did they ever find the bodies?
Yes, at the bottom of an old well, the opening of which had been cleverly concealed by a dog kennel.
I see.
And now I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye.
Well, not goodbye, Dr. Watson. Au revoir.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Manning. Anyway, in conclusion, I want to thank you and our radio audiences who so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a sentimental old fellow. And I want to wish you all, old and young, an extremely happy summer.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Basil Rathbone would like to say a few words to you. But first, may I give you a word of advice? Remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively, at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets have a reputation. Their fame extends to all quarters of the globe. Their merit is an assured fact. Reliability is the one thing you want in any medicine, especially medicine for the relief of cold. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate when you feel a cold coming on. Go right to your druggist and get a box of bromoquinine tablets. The small cost may save you a lot in grief and expense. Ask clearly for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, here's Basil Rathbone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Sherlock Holmes has always been one of the greatest characters ever created. Tonight, as our present series ends, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the makers of bromoquinine, for giving me the opportunity of playing Holmes on the air, especially with such an inspired Dr. Watson as Nigel Bruce.
Oh, Basil, that's very...
Please.
Oh, sorry, what?
Speaking of myself and Mr. Bruce, may I express our gratitude to our radio audience for the many letters of interest and encouragement that we received. And finally, a word of appreciation to all the performers and others concerned with this program who have helped so immeasurably in making the Baker Street days live again. And now, until fall, it's time for me, too, to say au revoir and good luck.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted by Edith Miser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Retired Colorman, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce and Dr. Watson. The Sherlock Holmes series was produced by Tom McKnight. This program was presented from Hollywood by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. 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 This is the National Broadcast.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber McGee and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. Isn't the vacation you're going to take next year always the fabulous one, the very special one? But what usually happens? Next year comes and goes, and still no fabulous vacation. The excuse? Not enough money saved. Well, then, let's solve that problem right now. Let's call in the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. Why? Because this plan saves money for you regularly and automatically, so you're assured of extra money when you need it. Besides, your employer handles everything for you. Saves money from your paycheck, so you never miss it at all. Then he buys your savings bonds, even hands them to you. And when your savings bonds mature in less than 10 years, you get back $4 for every $3 you put in. Don't give up your dream vacation. Invest regularly in United States savings bonds, and before you know it, you're on your way. Make the payroll savings plan your plan for a carefree future. Across the countryside, 100 miles from Wistful Vista, rolls the crack streamliner this afternoon. The train carries its usual cargo of miscellaneous human freight. And down the line here in compartment C, car 112, is as miscellaneous a couple of humans as you'll find anywhere. They're on their way to visit their wealthy Aunt Sarah. And their names are Fibber McGee and Molly.
Ah, this is the way to travel, all right.
You said
Isn't this the nice little room they gave us?
it. Compartment, they call it. And gave us isn't quite the right word either, Tootsie. I could rent the governor's suite at the Ritz Vista Hotel for what they gave us this for.
We'd never get to Aunt Sarah's house in it, though, would we?
No.
Say, would you hand me down the small bag off the rack there? I think I'll put on my bedroom slippers.
I still can't get over old Fatso Len and that's this snazzy luggage of his.
He's a mighty good friend, McGee. Where'd I put those slippers?
Yeah, old Doc's as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar. About the same size, too.
Oh, here they are. Oh, these new high heels of mine feel just wonderful. Off. Sit down and relax a while. This is fun.
I'm too restless. Hey, I think I'll walk down to the club car and get some cigars. You want to come along to the club car? I'll buy you root beer.
Thanks. I'll just look out the window for the time being. I'm loving every minute of this.
Me, too. There ain't a better train in the country than this one, kiddo. When you travel with me, you go first class.
You be careful now. This train is rocking pretty badly. Don't take a tumble.
Don't worry. You're talking to an old seasoned traveler, kiddo. I and Fred Nittany rode plenty of trains when we were in vaudeville together. You've heard me mention old Fred.
Yes, I have. He creeps through your conversation like a cat through a creamery. Bring me some chewing gum, will you?
Okay, Tootsie, I'll bring you some.
Do you know which way the club car is? Don't get lost now, McGee. Don't forget our room number.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be right back. Ah, she's a cute kid, all right. Frets about me like I was about 6 years old. Do I know which way the club car is, she says. Doesn't realize that an old traveler like me can always find his way around by simply saying, "Oh, Porter!"
Yes, sir?
Which way is the club car?
Right straight ahead. 3 cars ahead, Doctor. You having a nice trip, Doctor?
And doctor? What makes you think I'm a doctor?
Well, in my business, a man learns to be observant. Notice little things.
Oh.
You got very steady hands, sir, and a good clear eye.
Steady hands?
Yeah, and I know that MD on your baggage don't stand for mighty dumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess my hands are unusually steady. That's pretty smart of you, Porter.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Let me open that door for you.
Just a minute. You're pretty observant. Here, see if you can tell me what I got in my steady hand. My hand here.
Well, now, from the look on your fist there, I'd say that's a $1 bill, Doctor.
Wrong. It's a half a dollar. Take it anyhow. Buy yourself a yacht.
Thank you, Doctor. Watch your step now. Kind of a rough road bed along here.
Yeah, rough road bed. Boy, this is the life. Costs money to travel like this, but what the heck? It's only money. I think I'll just buy myself a 30-cent cigar when I get to that club car. 2 of them, maybe. Heck. Whoops. Pardon me, bud. Yeah, rough road bed. Nice fella. See, the club car must be on down this way someplace.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. If you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Unless we start preparing now, in a few years, our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. Because of the huge increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956, there'll be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. We must start preparing at once. More equipment will be needed, textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York, 19, New York. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York, 19, New York.
Boy, this is kind of a noisy spot you got here, Bud.
Club car's always a popular place, sir. Can I fix you something?
No, thanks. I just want a couple of good cigars. Left my wife in our compartment back there. Compartment C. We're taking a trip. Little trip.
What cigar would you like, sir?
You got an alfalfa Corona there? 30 center?
Don't believe I know the alfalfa, sir. How about these Glamarella Pantellas? 3 for $1. Most of the movie people smoke these.
Oh, they do, huh? Well, give me 3. It's only money, I always say. Here you are.
Eddie, sir. You going all the way through with it, sir?
Oh, no, my wife and I are getting off in the morning, Eddie. Wife's back in the compartment. Compartment C. Going to visit her rich aunt. Very wealthy. She's loaded. Old lady sort of leans on me for financial advice, of course.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. She don't make a move without insulting me financially. I mean, consulting me financially.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me, the train lurched.
That's okay, Bud.
Better kind of steady yourself, sir. Pretty rough road bed along here. You in the investment business, sir? Here you are, George.
Oh, well, you might say that. Yeah. Financial advisor, you might say. To a few people. I'm more or less retired, actually.
You must do well, sir.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 1 or 2 deals here is all I need, of course. I probably should have been a doctor. My friends think so. Steady hand, you know. Very steady hand.
Yes, I can see that. Watch your cigar, sir. You almost put that in your eye.
Rough roadbed. Say, that fella sitting down at the end there reading the paper. You know, the one with the glasses on?
Uh-huh.
He looks kind of familiar. Who is he? You know him?
He's an author, sir. Books.
Oh, book writer, huh?
I understand he has a new book just out. It's called, Mr. Citizen. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Citizen? Don't think I've seen it. Fiction, is it?
Really don't know, sir. I haven't read it.
Oh. Well, I better get back to my wife. She's back in the compartment. Compartment C. I don't want her to get lonesome back there. Say, I got kind of turned around here, Eddie. Which way is compartment C?
Which car, sir?
Huh?
There's a compartment C in several cars, sir. What's your car number?
Well, I'll find it okay, Eddie. It's down this way, I think.
See you later, sir.
Sure a lot of nice people on this train. I think I came from down this way, so I'll just backtrack and... It surely ought to be the next car. Seems to me I've already walked far enough to... Whoop! Oh, boy. Here's a compartment, see? Well, maybe this is... Molly? Better knock, I guess.
Is that you, Georgie, baby? Come on in, honey.
Holy smoke. It's a good thing I knocked. Well, maybe the next car is ours. I kind of lost track of how many cars there was when I fell down back there, but... Oh, my gosh, here again. I must have got up backwards when I fell down a while ago. This ain't the silliest.
Hello there. Back again, sir?
I'm just passing through, Eddie. I like to walk on trains. That's a dead red luck. This next car ain't ours. I'm on the wrong train. And I couldn't have got on the wrong train because I didn't get off of this train yet. This is... Whoops. Oh, excuse me, Bob.
You blobby figures flying near Bustan. This ship for these stupid.
Yeah, rough road bed. Boy, I must be getting warm. Must have walked halfway to Aunt Sarah's house. My legs are wore down to a nub.
Well, there you are, sir. Welcome home, Doctor.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Porter. Phew. Tired.
Your wife was sort of popping her head out the door looking for you, sir. And she thought maybe you got lost.
She did, huh? Silly woman. Oh, I'm beat.
Oh, well, there you are. I was beginning to worry, dearie.
Worry? About me?
You know you've been gone 2 hours. What happened? Get lost?
Lost? Me? Guy that's rode as many trains as I have, get lost? It's good to sit down.
Well, I'm all dressed, and they've already sounded the first call for dinner. Let's get to the diner now.
The diner?
Porter says it's straight ahead, 9 cars, just beyond the club car.
Ooh.
Be sure you got your wallet now, lover. Mama's starved to death.
Ooh, no.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. There's wonderful radio entertainment in store for you 7 days a week when you set your dial where you hear the familiar 3 NBC chimes. Tuesdays, for example, you'll hear dramatic entertainment on Dragnet, the true stories of your police force in action. Dragnet takes you step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. From crime to punishment, Dragnet is true, exciting radio entertainment. Also on Tuesday evenings over most NBC stations, hear Frank Sinatra in the role of Rocky Fortune, a footloose adventurer whose odd jobs last only long enough to provide superb radio entertainment. You'll truly enjoy Frank Sinatra in his new dramatic role of Rocky Fortune. Hear him every week on the NBC Radio Network. And there's more mystery and adventure when you tune to the 3 chimes for Barry Craig, starring William Gargan as a two-fisted investigator who more often than not finds himself embroiled in a pulse-paced police case. There's stellar entertainment for every adventure fan, Tuesday evenings on the NBC Radio Network.
Well, dearie, we'll be at Aunt Sarah's in the morning.
Yeah, bless her rich old bones. Hey, as soon as you get a chance, mention what this trip cost us, will you?
Oh, McGee, you certainly don't expect Aunt Sarah to pay for our tickets.
I certainly don't, but it's worth a try. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, McGee, and Molly program, transcribed, with Chester Hairston as the porter, Gilbert Fry as the club car attendant, and Jewel Rose as the girl. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Enter the world of Detective Noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn. This time it was going to be a vacation in the wide open spaces. But a black stallion, a tiny emerald, and a battered horseshoe meant a 24-hour delay. It could have been worse, because to the dude from Manhattan, they meant death.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dude from Manhattan.
Every so often, life in the city seems to boil down to nothing but noise and concrete, where all a deep breath does for you is to pack more exhaust fumes into your lungs.
And the nearest thing to nature is a mangy sparrow pecking survival out of a dirty alley. So when I got a long-distance call from an old friend inviting me to spend a week in the great outdoors at a ranch he just bought near Rattlesnake Mountain, I snapped at the chance. Inside an hour, I was rolling down the highway toward San Bernardino. And 120 miles later, at 5 o'clock, I turned in under a big arch of gnarled cedar that spelled out Rainbow Ranch. But the layout beyond was about as primitive as a dry martini. A ranch house the size of Union Station was backed up by blue-tile swimming pool, paved tennis court, and a semicircle of bungalows with all the rustic charm of a Hollywood motel. I drove on in slowly as a broad-brimmed hat, red gabardine shirt, hickok belt, and hand-tooled boots bounced out the door and ran toward me. It was my host, the ex-hotel man, Harold R. Lawson.
Oh, rascal. How are you, boy? I am sure glad you could make it. File out, and I'll show you around.
Hey, what is all this, Harold? From your phone call, I expected a shack with oil lamps, a wood stove, and at least a few head of cattle.
What, you mean I didn't tell you? Why, this is a guest ranch, Phil. Guest ranch. The best in the West.
Oh, brother.
Oh, and incidentally, don't call me Harold.
No, huh?
Bad atmosphere for the dudes. The name's Buck now. Buck Lawson.
Buck? oh, no.
Oh, I got a real spread here, Phil. Real spread. 14 big cabins, string of 30 horses, stables down there.
Yeah.
Hello, Buck. Beautiful day, isn't it? Howdy, folks. Sure is. Mr. and Mrs. Doberman. He's a big van and storage man in L.A.
No.
As I was saying,
Who's coming? Red Ryder?
Not funny, sir. Not funny. Look, it's Thunder. Oh, that black devil. He's loose again. That horse will kick the fence down if those fools don't hold him.
Hey, that's some animal. He's a beauty.
Yes, and a renegade. A skittish, temperamental bronco with anybody but Virgil Sawyer.
Yeah? Oh, they got a rope on him now. That'll hold him, huh?
Not for long. Sawyer's the only hand I've got who can get close to that stallion. He's leaving tomorrow. Blast it.
How come?
Well, frankly, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, wait a minute. I came up here for a rest, not a job.
I know. You'll get it, Phil. You'll get it. But since you're here, I figure you could sort of keep your eyes open for me.
Lawson, it's a dirty trick.
No, Phil, please. I'm expecting trouble, and bluntly, I can't afford it. Every cent I've got is tied up in this ranch. A serious scandal could ruin me. And you're just the one who can keep that sort of thing from happening.
Okay. So it's the old hotel business on horseback. How does this Sawyer mean trouble?
Well, there's a couple here from the East, the Mortons. He's a top silk wholesaler from New York, and rich.
Oh?
And that kind means everything to me, Phil. But his wife, Judy, an ex-dance instructor with Arthur Murray back east, she's bored stiff out here. And the upshot of it all is that somehow...
Somehow she and your cowboy Sawyer started making eyes at each other, and the husband got nasty about it, huh?
How did you know that?
Yeah, well, it's standard, like a B-picture plot.
Well, anyway, they came to blows this morning. Maybe Virgil's innocent, maybe not, but I can't take a chance, so I fired him. Ordered him to pack and get off the place by tomorrow.
Well, that's that. What are you worried about?
Plenty. Sawyer's a proud man, Marlowe. He was furious. He threatened to get even. I'm not sure he means it, but if he does, well, that's what we have to look out for.
We, huh? Now, look, Buck, you built me into coming up here, and I got a good notion to turn around...
Wait. Hold it, Phil.
What's the matter?
You see that couple going into cabin number 8?
Yeah?
That's the couple I'm talking about. The Mortons, Paul and Judy.
Cabin 8, huh? But don't tell me. Just let me guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, Phil. You've got number 7. Okay?
Yeah, sure. Number 7 it is. I'll be seeing you, Buck. I walked up to number 7 and waited for the boy to show up with my bag. Then I started to unpack, but stopped when I heard a riot next door. At that point, sprawling Rainbow Ranch was just a horizontal tenement, nothing more.
Well, let me point out a few. Now what are you doing? Shutting the window. Isn't it bad enough to make a fool of yourself in private? You have to make a public scene as well?
The voices rattled on for a few minutes, then dwindled off into a long and golden silence that said maybe a peace treaty had been signed. But then a door slammed to number 8, so I peeked out. It was Morton. And from the look on his face, I knew the peace treaty was nothing but an armed truce. I followed him to the big lodge and into the bar, and when he sat down, I took the stool next to him.
Well, what'll it be, gentlemen?
Scotch and water, no ice.
The same, with ice. Well, Mr. Morton, I guess that brands us as Judes, huh? Bourbon's the only drink out west.
I wouldn't know, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a fact. Hey, that's a handsome ring you got there. And the initials are the same as mine. Those stones are emeralds, aren't they?
That's right.
Yeah. There's supposed to be 4 of them. One's missing, I see. Is that an emerald, too?
It was. Happens to be my birthday.
Oh.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Oh, fine. Allow me, Mr. Morton. There you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
How'd you lose it? Stone, I mean.
I don't know. It happened several months ago, and in any case, it's no concern of yours. Now, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon be left alone.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Here I was hoping I'd find out all about the silk business.
The silk? What do you mean by that?
Oh, just conversation. You are in that business, aren't you?
Of course, but... Hey, who are you anyway?
Name's Marlowe.
And just why are you prying into my personal affairs, Mr. Marlowe?
Because I got a little free advice for you. Cool off before you start the kind of fire you can't put out, huh?
So that's it. That cowboy Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Marlowe, now you're getting too personal. I suggest that you mind your own business. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to lose my temper that way. Good night.
Yeah, it's bound to be.
Charming, isn't he?
Well, Mrs. Morton, where'd you come from?
I was standing over there watching. My husband has all the social grace of a tarantula.
Now, maybe you should have looked closer before you made the leap.
Oh, that's the wonderful thing about him.
Yeah?
You're not apt to like Paul much when you first meet him. But once you get to know him, you hate him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's funny.
It's not supposed to be. I've been living with him for 6 months now. So jealous, it's unbelievable. He wouldn't leave me in New York, oh no. Insisted on dragging me out to this dust bowl with running water. Why a ranch, I'll never understand. He doesn't know one end of a horse from another.
Well, with his aptitude, he'll learn. You know, it might be he figured you two might get back together if you had a chance to relax in the open, Mrs. Morton.
Mm-hmm. So he said. However, we weren't here 10 minutes before he accused me of getting romantic with that leather-faced cowboy. Does that make sense?
I don't know. Both gentlemen are justified. You're lovely to look at.
Somebody ought to remind my husband. His idea of welding a marriage is to spend all his time playing gin with that Doberman.
Who?
Doberman, the van and storage character from Los Angeles.
Oh.
Which, of course, leaves me saddled with his wife, Carrie. Now, there's a cute personality for you if you happen to like neurotic parrots.
So, what with the desert, the dame, and gin rummy, Virgil began to look pretty good, is that it?
Excuse me, folks. Care to order another drink before
Yes, I would. And I'd like it over there, alone. Make it Manhattan, bartender. Strictly Manhattan. And make it double. Mr. Marlowe, good night.
No, I'm not so sure. It was almost dark when I left the bar and headed down to the bunkhouse where the working personnel of Rainbow Ranch called home. The casual clutter of rumpled cots, scattered pulp fiction, and dusty booths gave it the only sign of authenticity I'd seen in the entire place. But aside from that, it was empty. Then a noise from outside brought me around the building to the back, where I ran up against 6.5 lean feet of solitary cowboy, with his hat shoved back on his head, pitching horseshoes. He was out of uniform for a flashy dude Wrangler, which left him in a faded blue shirt and Levi's that fitted his lanky legs like a pair of bent stovepipes. He spotted me and stood there swinging a battered horseshoe in each hand while I walked up to him.
Hello?
Hiya, Sawyer. A little dark for horseshoes, isn't it?
Little.
Hey, you're good. Good at horses, too, huh? I understand you're the only man who can handle that black stallion, Thunder.
Yeah?
What's the secret?
No secret. Just have to treat him right. What's on your mind, mister?
The fact that you're leaving tomorrow.
I reckon you better keep out of my business.
Now, look, Sawyer, it takes at least 2 to make a fight. And fights are poison to Buck Lawson.
So?
I don't like to see my friends poisoned. Now, why don't you take it easy, huh? Lay off. Keep your nose clean.
I don't know who you are, mister, but I'll tell you this anyway, seeing as you're so interested. I'm leaving here tomorrow, all right? But I'm going to square up with a couple of folks first before I go. I got a raw deal here, and I'm just not the kind to take it laying down.
What do you mean, raw deal? You're a big boy now. You ought to know better than to get yourself all involved.
I'm not much for conversation, fella, but I'm going to say something real plain so you'll be sure to sally. Oh!
By the time I got myself untangled and back on my feet, the strong, silent fugitive from the old Chisholm Trail was gone. However, my original theory that it takes 2 to make a fight was still valid. So I decided to find Paul Morton and spend the rest of the evening close to him. His cabin was dark, but I remembered the running gin game he had with the big van and storage man. So I went down the line to the Doberman cabin and knocked. It was Carrie, the perennial dude, who galloped up to open the door.
Howdy, stranger. Come on in and set a spell. Our lasses always string it out.
Well, I sure do thank you, ma'am. My name's Marlowe.
Orville, this is Mr. Marlowe.
Howdy, Marlowe.
Howdy.
Hope you'll excuse the looks of the place. Our box of extra clothes just arrived from town.
Carrie's been unpacking it.
Sit down there, Mr. Marlowe. They're mostly old things. Just throw them on the floor.
Oh, thanks. But really, I can't stay. I'm looking for Paul Morton. I thought I might find him here.
Morton, say, there's a nice chap. Met him day before yesterday for the first time and won $90 off him in gin already. Haven't seen him tonight, though.
Orville was out looking for him himself just a few minutes ago. Weren't you, dear?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, I was.
You didn't locate him, huh?
No, I didn't. You know, he seemed to be all upset this afternoon. Couldn't keep his mind on the game. I thought I'd have a little chat with him to calm him down some.
Orville's a whiz at that, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, it's not me, Carrie. It's this country. I don't see how a man can keep trouble in his mind on a place like this ranch, Marlowe.
Yeah, it can happen, believe me.
Poppycock, why, son, there's something about this open land round here that cleans out a man's head and his heart, too.
You sound like a travelogue.
I mean it. A few more days of this and Morton will forget there ever was such a thing as a cash register. Yes, sir. Give this untamed countryside a chance and it'll cure anything.
Yes, well...
Morton, come here, quick.
What was that?
Wasn't the call of the wild, Mr. Doberman.
Lawson, what's the matter? Bill, come on, down to the stable, hurry. Something terrible's happened.
Let's find out about it, Lawson.
One of the boys told me. Heard thunder raising a terrible fuss. Come over to check, but by then it was all over.
Give me the lantern, Harold, will you?
Here you are.
Holy smoke. Paul Morton, all right. He's been trampled to death.
Oh, it's a ghastly accident. And it's all my fault, Phil. I knew thunder was dangerous, and I didn't get rid of it.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy. There's a lot of questions to be answered before anybody takes the... Hey, wait a minute. Look at this. Here by the gate.
Oh, it's just a horseshoe. Stables are full of them, Phil.
Yeah, not like this one. Look at it. It's all battered up.
Well, all right, it's battered. What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing yet. But it gives me an idea. Because the last time I saw one of these, it was being pitched at an iron stake behind the bunkhouse.
What are you getting at?
Well, the chances are at least 50-50 that Paul Morton's death was no accident. It was murder.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, perfect musical settings for a Sunday before the 4th will be yours tomorrow afternoon. The Symphonette, a half hour of fine orchestral music, and the Choral Airs, a half hour of brilliant vocal music, are regular Sunday afternoon features on most of these same CBS network stations. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Dude from Manhattan.
Paul Morton's death, something worse than an accident. Lawson's mouth fell open and the muscles in his face jerked as his eyes moved slowly from me out to the now quiet black stallion in the corral, who somehow or other seemed to sense the death at our feet. Then, as the trembling man's lips silently formed the word murder, he gestured for me to help him carry Morton's body out of the stable. After that, he looked at the dead man's broken face once more, said he was going to call the sheriff's office, and hurried away. A minute later, Judy Morton stepped into the small circle of light that surrounded what only a short time ago had been her husband. Except for a thin line of perspiration above her lips, she was no different than when I'd seen her last.
I just passed Buck on my way down here. Told me my husband was dead.
Did he tell you anything else, Judy? About how Paul died, I mean?
No. It was a stallion, wasn't it? An accident?
I doubt it.
Why, Marlowe?
For one thing, this horseshoe, too close to the body.
But this is a stable.
And this a horseshoe that's been used exclusively for pitching at a stake in the ground. Here, look at it. And remember, Cowboy Virgil's favorite sport is horseshoes. Besides, what reason would your husband have for coming down here at this hour in the first place? He wasn't too crazy about horses, you know.
No, but he was about me. Let's move a little away from here, Marlowe.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I'm not coming apart at the seams because it isn't in me. I hated Paul. Hated him with all my heart, Marlowe. I'm down here only because he pleaded with me, begged me to talk to him once more, to listen to reason.
About what?
About the decision I came to less than an hour ago, which was divorce, unconditionally.
I thought you said you came out here to try to patch things up.
I did. But I also said that we weren't doing a very good job of it. Then, tonight, a little after we left you at the bar, Marlowe, I got my hands on the lever I needed to pry myself loose from that jealous maniac. It was the knowledge, Marlowe, that my late husband was crooked.
Silk business?
Yes. While he was drinking his dinner, I went to one of his suitcases for an aspirin.
Found what instead?
At least 3 dozen samples of the best silks made without any imported the manufacturer's name. And underneath that, $200,000 in cash. I know enough about the silk business to fill in the blanks, Marlowe.
All of which comes under the heading black market, huh?
Yes. I added what I had found to the fact that this Dude ranch he had insisted on was close to Los Angeles. Close enough for him to run off and conduct his purchasing while I thought he was communing with nature or playing gin with that Mr. Doberman. Then I had him.
Mm-hmm. You also had a divorce, no strings attached, right?
Exactly. Blackmail to get rid of your own husband. Pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, at least with this accident or whatever it is, it's no longer necessary.
No, Judy, only two things are necessary. One, the location of Virgil Sawyer, and the other, you in your own cabin where I can ask you some questions later.
Why do you want to ask me questions?
Well, I might be making a big mistake, baby. But it might be that Virgil and you are out for the $200,000. You know, honey, that man in the saddle might like money, too. I'll see you. When I started back to the bunkhouse, the only place I knew of that might give me a lead on the strong, silent horseshoe pitcher, I realized that tagging Paul Morton's death or murder was one thing, proving it was going to be quite another. And when I was there and the place was empty without even signs of a hasty departure, I was sure of it. But not by intuition, as was the gentleman standing in the open doorway watching my every move. Orville Doberman, champion of the wide-open spaces, didn't believe that a clean-cut cowboy could be guilty of anything more unrefined than spitting on a pot-bellied stove.
Well, I think you're crazy. Buck told me about your finding that horseshoe next to Morton's body and the conclusion you jumped to from there. You're being very hasty, boy, and that's dangerous, and that's the reason I'm here. I don't believe in necktie parties. A man's got a right to fair trial.
Hey, hold it. Nobody said anything about lynching your hero.
Huh?
I want to find Sawyer, so that if I'm right, we can save the state the time and trouble of a manhunt. But since you brought it up, Vigilante, don't scramble for conclusions too quickly yourself. I happen to have a little more to go on than the relative position of a horseshoe.
Not that idle gossip that's going around.
The same. At the moment, it figures two ways. Virgil's unhappy enough with the status quo to liquidate the city slicker. Or Virgil and the squaw light out after a clean start the hard way. Choose one.
Nonsense, Marlowe. In either case, and especially the stupid suggestion that the girl and Virgil Sawyer are in cahoots. That I can't believe.
Well, sentimental reasons I can't either. Besides, Judy Morton found out enough about her husband within the last hour to make murder for freedom's sake very unnecessary. She learned he was a crook, Mr. D, if you can stand the disillusionment.
Oh, no, Marlowe.
Yes, and shady dealings in silk. Judy didn't go into details about it, but I gather she found out enough to make him sit up and take notice. And that brings us right back to Virgil, boots, saddles, and all.
Yeah, it does, sort of.
And we'll argue the fine points later. But right now, Mr. Doberman, if you want to make sure that everybody gets a square deal, get close to Judy's cabin and stay there. Sentry duty, your object.
All right.
And if I'm wrong about the cowboy, you've done nothing worse than waste your time. Goodbye. I spent the next 20 minutes talking to cowhands, guests, miscellaneous hired men, any and everybody who might have been able to say he went that way of Virgil Sawyer. With no success. And to make matters worse, when I'd given that up and was on my way back to the lodge to help Lawson wait for the sheriff, I found myself being paged, Western style, of course, by no one else but Mrs. Carrie Doberman, the capital D in Dude Ranch.
Howdy.
Howdy, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Miss Marlowe, look at this. Look at what I found. I've struck it rich, you might say, much like the old rustlers.
The old rustlers, Mrs. Doberman, stole cattle.
Oh?
Yes.
Oh. Yes, so they did. I guess I meant those panhandle men. You know, gold is where you find it. Anyhow, look, it's a precious stone. Small, but nevertheless precious.
Mined while digging for worms, no doubt.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you're teasing me.
Yes.
You know very well that this is a polished stone. Funny thing, though, is where I found it. Shall I tell you?
Oh, please. Please do, Mrs. Doberman.
Well, I was just unpacking those clothes that Orville had sent up from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Some slacks and things like that. And, well, when I started to hang a pair up, this fell out of one of the cuffs. And then... Now, I wonder how a little old emerald like this ever got there.
Well, it was probably mice, Mrs. Emerald. Let me see that, quick.
But, yes, of course. But believe me, Mr. Marlowe, it can't be very valuable, I'm sure.
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
Murder, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, and a girl named Judy Morton if I don't hurry. Goodbye, and bless you, Mrs. Doberman. You talk too much, but now is the right time. For Judy's cabin, I didn't know any more about the whys and wherefores of Paul Morton's death than I had before I made small talk with Mrs. Doberman. But I did know that unless Lady named Luck and I were on the same team, the Rainbow Ranch was due for a second course. And when I was close enough to the Rough Oak door, numbered 8, and Orville Doberman, whom I'd asked to stand guard, was nowhere in sight. The full impact of that responsibility sank into where the wingtips on the butterflies in my stomach were scratching at my hip pocket, until I moved in still closer and... There, in the light of a single lamp that was halo enough for me, I saw the girl from Manhattan, nervously lighting one cigarette from the end of another. But more important, very much alive. I didn't bother knocking.
Marlowe, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Honey, I'm uncrossing fingers and toes alike. You know, they've been that way since I realized that I opened my mouth too wide, too soon, which put you right smack on what used to be known as a spot.
Oh, so that's the way it happened.
Yeah, that's the way it... Now, look, Judy, baby, you can't know what I mean yet. It's Doverman, honey, the gin player with all the moving vans. He's the one your husband was buying that black market silk from. I didn't know that until a few minutes ago, which was after I told him where you could be found and that you knew an awful lot.
Oh, which, Mr. Marlowe, he thanks you and warns you not to move.
Yo.
See what I mean, Phil?
Yo, sure, I see. You know, it's funny, Doverman, when I was outside and didn't see you around, did see that Judy here was still in good health, I figured that either you had decided to sit tight until you knew exactly how much she did know, or that you already started to run. Yeah, this I didn't count on.
And this, Marlowe, should point up what I said earlier about your jumping to conclusions. It's dangerous.
Handling hot silk is child's play.
It has been for me for 20 years, Marlowe. For your husband, Mrs. Morton, it was much more. That's why I had to come to you like this. That's why I had to know if his stupidity went so far that even you knew of me.
You shouldn't have bothered Mr. Doberman. I didn't.
No, but you see, Marlowe did. That leaves me even.
Correction, Doverman. Paul Morton's dead. You're out in front.
I didn't kill Morton, Marlowe, and neither did Virgil Sawyer. I saw it all, my friend. So I can tell you that the man who killed Paul Morton was Paul Morton himself.
Suicide? Are you out of your mind?
No, not suicide, Mrs. Morton. Merely a plan for murder that backfired. The intended victim was you, his wife.
Oh, no.
Keep talking, Doverman.
Why, Marlowe? I'd rather keep you guessing.
I wouldn't.
Duck, baby! Oh!
My shoulder. Now the man said keep talking.
I can't. I'm hit.
You'll be again if you don't.
Sawyer, no.
Stay out of this, Marlowe. Come on, Doberman. I'm not going to ask you again. Look, I'm not even going to let you fall until you tell the rest.
Okay. I'll tell you. I overheard Morton ask him, Tom, go to your place first, Sawyer. Pick up one of your horseshoes, and then he went to the stables near the Black Stallion store. The horseshoe in his hat. Oh, not Sawyer, my shoulder.
Come on, Doberman. You're not finished yet.
I figured that he was going to...
To knock his wife out, leave Sawyer's horseshoe where it'll be found, then half make it look like an accident that would fool nobody, huh? What went wrong, Doberman? Why didn't it work?
Oh, he approached Thunder from the right side instead of the left. The horse got excited, kicked out, and caught him. That dude. Now, let go, Sawyer.
Sure, Doberman. With pleasure.
It was a slow but steady 2 hours of first aid and questions and answers mixed with a San Bernardino deputy sheriff who couldn't quite get over it before Orville Doberman was on his way to a hospital that featured barred windows. Mrs. Doberman, a complete innocent, was on her way back to Los Angeles. And Buck Lawson, Judy, and I were in the bunkhouse, watching Virgil Sawyer watch a pot full of water boil for coffee, ranch style.
Well, you know, you can't ever tell, Marlowe. This whole thing might have just the right effect.
How?
Put the ranch on the map, I mean. After all, it was a genuine 100% cowboy who saved the day for us.
Oh, no, that's not right, Buck.
Huh?
It was Marlowe here. I only followed him. Coffee's ready, folks.
Oh, that's
good,
for me.
good.
Let's go.
What did make you go up there, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, a little precious stone, Virgil. An emerald that once fell out of Paul Morton's initialed ring.
But, Marlowe, that happened a long time ago, 3-4 months. Well, just after Paul had returned to New York from Los Angeles.
Yeah, and negotiations with Doverman. You see, honey, it was Mrs. Doverman, really, who found the missing emerald tonight and a pair of slacks that Orville had sent up here.
Then that was proof that Paul must have been with Doberman in Los Angeles before. Yet they claim to have met for the first time here at the ranch.
Yeah, that's what they claimed. That plus what you told me, Judy, made the man with the moving vans it. And, hey, Virgil, that coffee's hot. But it's good. Well, anyway, since I told Doverman where you were and that you knew your husband had been dealing in black market silks, he took his cue accordingly.
Yes, and fortunately, yours. Well, that makes it 2 people who tried to kill me tonight. My husband and his partner.
Seldom is heard a discouraging word.
Oh, fine.
And the skies are not cloudy all day.
Good night, gentlemen.
Virgil Sawyer made good coffee and lots of it. So another hour went by before we finally broke up and I was outside smoking a cigarette and strolling toward my cabin in the start of a vacation that already had been postponed too long. But halfway there, I stopped at the sound of raised voices ahead of me. A man and a woman were arguing violently. And a little away from them, on the porch of my cabin, watching the battle of the sexes with consternation while he waited for me, was Buck Lawson, mine host. I turned quickly and hurried back to the bunkhouse where I knew Virgil Sawyer would put me up for the night. But I knew that early the next morning, I could sneak off, find a quiet, cool stream, and fish. A coyote high in the hills someplace said I had the right idea.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Bill Johnstone, Bill Lally, Herb Butterfield, D.J. Thompson, Lou Krugman, and Jack Carrington. The special music is written by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
I went from a mansion in Bel Air to a cheap flat in Southgate, looking for a girl with a secret, who a man in a pork pie hat, a wise-cracking secretary, and a fat corpse didn't want me to find, but who I found anyway, because of the quiet number.
Three highly individual, highly entertaining mystery adventure shows stand high among the top shows on CBS every Sunday. The Green Llama, Call the Police, Sam Spade. Go adventuring with them every Sunday when they come to you over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
He's right. It is a half-mile wide and a half-inch deep.
What is?
That cussed Arkansas River is. He was right about it, but I sure wasn't going to let on.
Who was right, Chester?
Oh, some fellow from San Antonio. He was in there in the Long Branch last night bragging about Texas. I told him they got rivers there that's every bit as bad as this one.
Or did you tell him to hang around till the spring rains hit?
I did. I sure did tell him just that, Mr. Dillon.
Whoa, hey, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
You fellas tired of walking?
Not if it means risking our lives in that broken-down buggy of yours, Doc.
Yep, well, this'll outlast the three of us. Good as the day it was made.
It's the biggest eyesore in Dodge City, Doc. Why don't you take it down to the river bottom and burn it? We'll start a collection to help you get a new one.
Oh, no, look, hear me.
Let's look yonder. There's a fight, Mr. Dillon, in front of the lady gate.
Yeah, come on. We'll see you later, Doc.
Later, nothing. I haven't seen a real good fight for a week or more.
Why, that's Chicken Smith, Mr. Dillon.
All right. One side. Will you let me through here, please? Will you let me through?
Well, forevermore, that Prag Loomer he's fighting with.
And he's beating the daylights out of him. Oh, golly.
All right, Prag. You had enough now? I'll show you who's had enough.
All right,
come
hold it,
on.
both of you. I'll make a move toward that gun, Prag.
Some folks would call it self-defense, Marshal.
Chicken Smith never carries a gun, and you know it. But get on your feet now and forget it. All right, everybody, move along now. Break it up. Come on, move along now.
Out of the way.
Now, what started this?
I reckon we just better say it was something personal, Marshal.
I see. Doc, suppose you could take this pair over to your office and patch him up a little?
Well, I will if they come separately, but I don't want another dog fight starting right underfoot.
Won't be no trouble as far as I'm concerned, Doc. I already had my say. Well, I ain't. But I will before I'm through. I'll pass your offer, Doc. I reckon I'll heal all right alone.
Well, suit yourself, Prag. Come on, Chicken.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can restore your normal ugliness.
You know, Chicken Smith's not ordinarily the kind of a man to start a fight, Prag.
Well, he started this one.
Now, maybe he figured he had a reason.
Well, I guess it rankled him some that I was talking to his wife. And she wasn't objecting none.
Well, Ellie's not one to use her head sometimes.
Is that her name? Ellie?
Forget her, Prag. And him, too. If he turned up with a bullet, then he might know where to come.
Now, there's more than one way of getting even, Marshal. I'll see you later.
Now, there's a man that can be mean without even trying, Mr. Dillon.
Prag Loomer? Yeah, I guess he can. Come on.
I swear I just wouldn't have figured Chicken Smith had it in him. A fellow that raises hens and gathers eggs ain't usually one to rear up like that.
Oh, Marshal.
What? Oh. Hello. How are you, Ellie?
Marshal, I just wanted to explain that what happened there was just a big misunderstanding. Well, I never saw that man before in my life.
No?
I took some eggs into the store, and he was standing in front. He just passed the time of day with me, was all. I didn't know him from Adam. I still don't.
His name's Prag Loomer. He bought the Lady Gay Saloon a while back.
Well, he's right handsome, you know, in a kind of a strange way.
He's a good man to stay clear of, Ellie.
Oh, Marshal, I hope you don't think that... Well, I certainly will stay clear of him. I sure wouldn't want another misunderstanding.
Neither would I, Ellie. The next one might be fatal.
What do you think, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I'll try one more. Here, let me steady this on the fence rail now. Yeah, it's hitting where it's aiming, all right. I guess Andy got the kink out of it.
He always does. Takes old Andy a month of Sundays to fix a gun, but Once it's done right.
Yeah. Well, there's no point in burning up any more ammunition.
Marshal, you out back there?
Yeah, I'll be right with you.
Sounds like Chicken Smith, Mr. Dillon. First time he's been to town for over a week.
Yeah, I know.
Out shooting one of your prisoners, Marshal?
No, just testing a gun I had fixed. Well, how's the chicken business?
Oh, tolerable. Few of the hens starting to set now. Need some more warm days, though, and a couple of rains.
Well, I guess I don't know very much about them.
Smarter than cattle any day.
How's that so?
Why, sure. Chickens can tell when the weather's going to change and the storm's coming and knowing there's a hawk overhead. Hens will run straight to the rooster for protection. They'll stay there as long as there's any danger. At least the older ones. Some of the pullets, they stray once in a while. Them's the ones that get killed off.
I see.
A man can learn a lot watching a flock of chickens, Marshal. Like the way a rooster will fight to the death to protect his hens. Appears some people never heard of that.
You mean people like Prague Loomer?
I reckon he's heard of it now, all right.
Okay, he's heard of it. Well, let me give you a piece of advice, Chicken. Last week you knocked Prague around some and you got away with it.
A man's got a right to fight for what's his.
Prague's not a man to take a beating easy, not while he carries a gun in his belt.
Yeah, maybe I ought to get one.
You never packed a gun in your life, and you wouldn't know what to do with one if you did. Now, why don't you forget it? That's all I'm saying. It's over and it's done with.
Ellie's too pretty for her own good. That's the trouble. And young. Kind of strays out of the yard once in a while.
She'll learn.
I hope so, Marshal. I sure do hope so.
My land of gracious, look yonder at that buckboard.
Yeah, that's pretty reckless driving.
That's Ellie. Doggone it. I told her once. I told her 1,000 times.
Good morning, Marshal.
Young lady, you keep handling a team that way, and you're going to roll that rig over a cut bank one of these days.
Well, life ain't worth much without a little danger in it, Marshal. You ready to get on back home now, Chicken?
We got to try to sell them pullets first, Ellie.
I already sold them, and all we can deliver from now on.
A new customer?
That's right. And a pretty good one, too, Chicken.
Sounds like we're finally getting that rainstorm, man.
I've been building up to it for a week now.
Well, I suppose the ranchers are happy, but sure hasn't helped business in the Long Branch this evening. Everybody left early so they wouldn't get cut off by floods in the washes.
Well, you can still count on us, Miss Kitty. There ain't no wash between this here saloon and the jail.
You know, Chester, if there was, you'd still manage to get trapped on this side of it.
Well, if a man's going to get stormed in someplace, he could do a lot worse than the Long Branch.
Well, they might do better, too. Over at the Lady Gay, you'd get free fried chicken twice a day.
I ain't been over there even once during the whole 2 weeks, and I ain't aiming to go. As long as Prague Gloomer's running the place. Giving away free fried chicken at the bar twice a day, I don't know.
Oh, to draw trade, so he says. Well, maybe that's his reason.
The boys have started calling it the Chicken Smith Hour.
Chicken Smith? So Prague Loomer's their new customer, huh? And I suppose Ellie has to deliver them every day or so.
That's not only that, Matt. She's been slipping into town at night. Real late at night.
Evermore close that door, Doc. What's the matter with you?
I'm good.
All right. Man can't come through the door without opening it, can he? Oh, hello, Matt, Kitty.
Gosh, you look like a drowned rat.
Well, we're getting ourselves a rainstorm out there, young lady. It's coming down in barrels. Front Street's already starting to float. Yeah, oh, say. Guess who I just saw on the way over here? Ellie Smith, out in front of the Lady Gay.
Well, I think it's time I had a talk with her and Prague.
No, Matt, there's no law. And besides, he won't like it much.
No, I'm sure he won't like it much.
right. What's on your mind, Marshal?
Frag, I want to talk to Ellie, too. Where is she?
Ellie? Oh, well, I guess you mean Ellie Smith.
Where is she?
Now, what makes you think she'd be here at the saloon this time of night?
She was seen here, Frag, tonight and other nights as well, so don't go to the bother of lying.
Man's personal business ain't no concern of the law.
I don't figure it's personal when it's heading toward a killing.
Now, Marshal, it's too late to stand around spinning yarn.
Now, I ask you a question, Frag. Where is she?
I don't know.
She was here, wasn't she?
She left 20 minutes ago.
All right. Left for where?
Home, I guess. She was driving the buckboard, and I saw her off.
You let her leave alone on a night like this with the flash floods running in every gully between here and her farm?
She ain't no lookout of mine, Marshal. She's Chicken Smith's property. Or at least she was. I told you there was more than one way of getting even, didn't I? You're going to be sorry for that, Marshal.
Am I? Find anything, Chester?
She didn't try to cross here, Mr. Dillon. Looks like she turned north along the bank there.
There's another ford up there about 100 yards.
Couldn't have been too long ago. Wheel tracks ain't rained out yet.
Now, let's ride up that way.
Yes, sir. Be a whole lot easier if we had some daylight.
A man can't always pick and choose.
She could have, though, doggone her. Crazy fool stunt tearing around in the middle of the night, storm like this.
Now, life's not worth much, according to her, unless it's got some danger in it.
Well, I wish she'd find some kind of danger that don't keep me up all night riding around in the storm.
Look out, Chester. That bank's all undercut along there.
Yeah, by golly, sure is. Breaking off and falling into the water all along the side of it. Mr. Dillon, look.
Huh? Yeah, I see it.
Horses must have broke clear. It's only the buckboard down there.
Uh-huh. Come on.
She might be hanging on the other side.
No, it's been rolled, Chester. Smashed up pretty bad by the current. Well, let's see if we can find her.
But where, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Downstream somewhere.
Yonder he is, Mr. Dillon, feeding his hands.
Uh-huh.
Well, morning, Marshal. Morning, Chester.
Hello, Chicken.
Morning.
Sure turned out nice after the storm.
Yeah, it did.
Come on, Chick. Come on. Come get it. Here, Chick. I come out pretty lucky with my poultry here. Only 3 pullets lost their heads and run out into the storm. Got drowned for their trouble.
Oh?
The rest of them stayed in their coops and come through safe and sound. Look at them eat. They're always real hungry after a rain.
Chicken. I'm afraid I got some bad news for you.
I reckon I already know what the news is. I went looking for her when the storm come up last night. I found the buckboard. Knowed there was no use looking any further. You found her, huh?
Yeah, about a half mile on downstream.
Kind of where I figured she'd be. She was a good wife, Marshal. Right sorry to lose her. She was too pretty. She was too young. Only trouble.
And I guess the farm will get lonesome without a woman, huh?
Yeah. That's how I look at it, Marshal. Ellie been slipping out at night lately. Going into town. I've been puzzling over it, not rightly knowing what to do. No, of course, there ain't nothing to do.
I'm sorry about it, Chicken.
Mighty kind of you to ride out and tell me. Now, you just wait till I finish feeding these hens. And I'll ride in with you, Marshal. Save you a trip back out.
Oh, what do you mean?
After I found that buckboard last night, I rode on into town. I wanted to see Bragg Loomer. You'll find him when you get back to town.
Find him?
I took your advice, Marshal, about not knowing how to handle a pistol. I took my shotgun, the same one I used for hawks. It worked just as good on Bragg, only took one shot. Of course, you understand, I was closer to him than I ordinarily get to a hawk. Here, come on, chickies. Come on, get your breakfast.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Listen. Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf.
Tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
James Monroe Ball, ace tobacco auctioneer, said that.
Quality tobacco. Fine tobacco with real flavor. Smooth and mild. For myself, I picked Lucky's. Smoked them for 15 years.
Herbert T. Highsmith, independent tobacco buyer, said that.
Yes, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Broadcasting from San Francisco, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Phil Harris's orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, on last Tuesday night in Los Angeles, with bands playing and trumpets blaring, the star of our show boarded a special car on the Lark. And on Wednesday morning, after a night of excitement and anticipation, finally arrived in San Francisco and was met at the station by a red cap. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you're absolutely right. Imagine after the mayor, the Chamber of Commerce, and the newspapermen of San Francisco begged me to come up here, there was no one to meet me at the station but a red cap. I was so mad I carried my own bag. And I'm going to stay mad till I get back on the train.
Well, anyway, Jack, even though you didn't get a reception at the station, at least you had the honor of coming to San Francisco in a private car.
Well, Don, it wasn't exactly a private car. It was more like a...
Drawing room?
Well, it wasn't exactly a drawing room. It was more like a...
Compartment?
What's a compartment?
Well, a compartment has an upper and lower berth in it and a chair.
A chair? No, this wasn't a compartment. Forget about it, Don. By the way, how did you come up here?
Oh, I came up on the TWA bus.
The TWA bus? Don, the TWA is an airliner. It flies.
Not when I'm on it.
Now I know what they mean by ceiling zero. Anyway, Don, we got here, so oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, I don't know what's come over me, but I've never seen you look so pretty before. Your complexion so clear, your cheeks so rosy. Have you got on your new makeup?
No, you've got on your new glasses.
Oh, yes. And Mary, I had these glasses made especially for San Francisco. Look at them.
Well, I don't see anything different.
Look closer.
Well, I'll be darned. Windshield wipers.
And yes, and not only that. Wait, Mary, press the little button on the bridge of my glasses.
What?
Go ahead, press the button.
Okay. Holy smoke, built-in fog lights.
Yes, sir, there's nothing like... Mary, what are you sticking your finger in my ear for?
I'm checking your gas and oil.
Mary, don't be silly. By the way, where are you living here in town?
At the Sir Francis Drake. Where are you?
I'm at the Fairmont Hotel on the top of Nob Hill.
How do you get there, Jack? By cable car?
No.
You ought to ride them sometime.
Mary, if I want to get to the top of Nob Hill, I'll get there.
Yeah, but what you won't do to save a dime.
What do you mean, Mary?
Well, yesterday I saw Jack going up Powell Street with spiked shoes, a rope, and a pick.
Well, I made it, didn't I?
Yes, but when you got to the top of the hill, you didn't have to yodel.
Look, I wasn't yodeling.
Then how come you got fan mail from 3 goats in Berkeley?
Because they got fountain pens that write under milk. I can go along with a gag, you know.
Honestly, Jack, every time you come to San Francisco, you have more trouble.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Well, yesterday we were taking a drive to Oakland.
You mean over the Bay Bridge?
Yes. When we got to the toll gate, I reached over to pay the man, and before I knew it, Jack flew out of the car, jumped into the bay, climbed up back on the bridge, handed the man the quarter, and said, "Butterfingers."
Yeah.
And, Jack, you want to know something?
What?
That man told me he dropped it on purpose. He knew you'd jump in after it.
Dropped it on purpose, eh? Well, it wasn't a wasted trip, sister. We're having barracuda for dinner.
Barracuda? How in the world did you catch a barracuda?
I didn't catch him. He followed me out. With my new glasses, I look like a mackerel. Now, let's get on with the... Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
I work in the San Francisco post office, and we have thousands and thousands of letters that say I can't stand Jack Benny.
Huh? Oh, well, those must have been sent in for the contest I had last year.
They were sent this year and have nothing to do with the contest.
Well, I'll pick them up before I leave San Francisco.
I wish you'd hurry. One of them is ticking.
Well, you can forward that one to Fred Allen.
That's who it came from.
Now, cut that out. I'll come to the post office in the morning and pick them up. And as for you, Mr.
Jones.
What?
Jones.
Jones? Jones?
Yeah.
Well, I want to shake your hand, Mr. Jones. I really do.
Jack, what are you so excited about? Who is he?
I don't know, but he's the first guy I've met in San Francisco whose name isn't DiMaggio.
That's my first name.
All right, get out. I had a fall for a thing like that.
Well, Jack, it's just as I told you. Every time you come to San Francisco, you have trouble.
Mary, I don't have any trouble. People love me here. You should have seen the crowd that turned out for the newspaper men's frolic last night.
And, Jack, didn't you and Bob Hope do an act together on the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund benefit last Thursday?
Yes, we did, Don. In fact, I was one of the masters of ceremonies, and I introduced Bob.
Gee, I like Hope. He's so glib and he talks so fast.
You're telling me. When I introduced him, I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob Hope." And between Bob and Hope, he told 12 jokes, sang 2 choruses of Thanks for the Memory, and made a new picture called The Road to Tanforan. What a man. You know, he'd be a great comedian if he could only play the violin. Mary, stop looking at me like that.
If I'd had a good lunch, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, Dennis, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since you got in town. Where are you living here?
Oh, I've got a wonderful suite with 16 bathrooms.
A suite with 16 bathrooms? Where?
In the basement of the Fairmont Hotel.
Oh, well, are you comfortable there?
Yes, but I can never get to sleep.
Why not?
All night long, a man with a whisk broom keeps brushing me off.
Oh. Too bad, Dennis. It was such a good line, too.
And you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
Going without sleep has made me lose an awful lot of weight.
What do you mean, kid?
Well, this morning I weighed myself 4 times, and the arrow always pointed to 0.
What?
I don't weigh anything.
No, there's something wrong, Dennis. Maybe after you put in your penny, you wiggle around too much when you stand on the scale.
Oh, stand on it.
Yes, you have to stand on it. Now, come on, Dennis. Everybody's here anxious to hear you sing, so let's have your song.
Okay. Well, Mr. Benny, you know, when I put my penny in the weighing machine, a card came out with my picture on it.
Your picture?
Yeah, and guess who I look like?
Who?
Betty Grable.
What?
I can't understand what Harry James sees in me.
I can't either. Go ahead and sing, will you, kid? Go ahead.
Oh, give me back my prairie with the cattle and wild game, where the hills are nice and curvy and the women are the same, where cowboys all yell whoopee while a lariat they twirl, and timber wolves yell timber when they see a pretty girl. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? why did I ever have to go? Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low and home on the range. Back home in old Wyoming, folks are acting mighty strange.
Since they started social climbing, how they've changed the good old range. Our farm is now a dude ranch, and there's carpet on the trails. The cowboys wear tuxedos, and the horses all wear tails.
My Uncle Max in Cheyenne claims he's honest as the sun. He worked 6 years in a bathhouse, and he never took A1. The sheriff finally got him, and no more will Uncle roam. They caught him working in a bank and taking samples home. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Why did I ever have to go? Why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low and high and low and high.
To Mandalay. Whoops, sorry. That baritone must have picked the key.
Oh, from old Wyoming I will never roam.
That was Wyoming, sung in San Francisco by Dennis Day, who lives in Los Angeles and was born in New York. And now...
Gee, what a trip just to sing a song.
Yes, a trip.
Say, Dennis. Dennis, we looked for you on the train. Why didn't you come up with us from Los Angeles?
Well, I had to wait a couple of days because my mother and father wanted to come. I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh, did you drive up in your car?
No, we took the night train. Mother slept in the lower berth, and my father and I shared the upper.
You and your father in an upper berth? That must have been awful.
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too?
Yeah, she sure picked a fine time to have pups.
Well, it's your own fault, Dennis. Why in the world did you bring your dog to San Francisco?
Oh, I hated to leave her at a time like that.
Oh. Well, it's nice of you to be so considerate, and congratulations, by the way. And now, kids, if you'll all sit down and be quiet, I got a surprise for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have as our guest star tonight a very fine actress who, because of her great performance on the screen, was recently nominated for the Academy Award. Here she is, Miss Jane Wyman.
Very nice of you to say that.
Well, I meant it, Janie. I thought you gave a sterling performance in The Yearling.
That's yearling.
Oh, yes. I thought you gave a sterling performance in The Yearling. I mean, sterling. Well, Janie, it must have been a great personal satisfaction for you being nominated for the Academy Award.
Oh, it was, Jack. I was never so excited in my life.
Well, Janie, how did you feel about Olivia de Havilland winning the Oscar?
Well, Jack, I thought she deserved it. I think Olivia gave the finest performance of the year.
Well, I know, but weren't you even a teensy-weensy bit jealous when somebody else got the Oscar?
No, not at all.
Gee, that's funny. When Frederick March won it, I could have spit right in his eye. I was furious.
But, Jack, you had no right to be jealous of Frederick March. You didn't even make a picture last year.
I know, but I made one 3 years ago, and people still remember it.
There's an answer to that, but I think my mother might be listening.
I see what you mean. At least, Janie, you were nominated, and there's always another chance. Who do you think will be nominated next year?
Tom Dewey.
Oh, go feed your pups. Janie, You may not know this, but next year I'm going to make a picture that will be so sensational.
Hello, Janie. How are
Why,
you?
Mary, it's good to see you again. You look wonderful.
Now, in this picture, I play the
Janie,
part...
isn't San Francisco an exciting town?
It certainly is, Mary. And the shops have so many new fashions.
In this picture,
Did
I
you
play
see
the
the new
part...
spring clothes they're showing here?
See them. I've already bought 2 of the darlingest suits at Mason Mendelssohn's.
In this picture...
You know, I got a dream of an evening gown at Magnus. It's chartreuse, and the bodice is covered with sequins.
In this picture, I play the part of a chartreuse, and there...
Mary.
I mean, there's a scene where
Mary, you know, they have the most gorgeous things in the lingerie shop at Roos Brothers. Real 2-way stretches and everything.
Now, look, girl.
And I picked up some of the cutest hats at Ransom.
Wait a minute.
Oh, and you should see the suede alligator shoes I got at O'Connor and Moffat.
Wait a minute.
And you know, they have silk 2-piece bathing suits that are strapless and backless. And you know,
Now, in this picture, What'd you say about strapless bathing suits?
Nothing. And you should be ashamed of yourself talking about your own pictures when you have a star like Jane Wyman.
Well, I congratulated her, Mary. I told her she was wonderful in The Yearling, didn't I, Janie?
Yes, you did.
And the technicolor and scenery in the picture were the most gorgeous I've ever seen. Where did they shoot the picture? In Hollywood?
No, it was filmed in, you should excuse the expression, Florida.
Well, you certainly gave a great performance. And I also think that Gregory Peck should have won something for running around on all fours and jumping over logs and leaping over fences.
Jack, that was the deer.
Oh. Well, I thought he was kind of cute, too, but...
No, Gregory Peck was the man with the straw hat.
Oh, well, I saw the picture before I got my new glasses, you see. I sat so far back, the third row, too.
Janie, I haven't had a chance to see the picture yet. What was the story about?
Well, Gregory Peck and I were running a little farm, and we were face to face with poverty. We'd worked 18 to 20 hours a day and year after year of back-breaking labor, and we didn't have a penny to show for our toil.
Gee, I wonder where they got an idea like that.
Oh, Rochester gave it to them.
Imagine him selling his diary, isn't it?
What were some of the things you and Gregory Peck raised on the farm?
Well, there were potatoes, yams, cotton, and our best crop was tobacco.
Well, it took a long time, but you finally got around to me.
Oh, you're Don Wilson, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Don Wilson, in the flab.
Look, Don, we were just discussing... Jane, what are you staring at Don like that for?
Now, I thought San Francisco had a bay. Wyman, you're only a guest, but you're just as corny as they are.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Wyman, I saw The Yearling, and I was very impressed, but there's one scene that I'd like to ask you about.
What is it, Mr. Wilson?
In that heartbreaking scene when your son ran away from home and with tears in your eyes you were running through the fields looking for him.
Yes.
Now, the tobacco you raised in that field, was it that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco?
Yes, sir, you bet. Why, sure.
And they dared give the award to another picture?
Don, they gave it to the best smokes of our lives, if that'll make you happier, you know?
And I've been smoking Lucky Strikes nigh on to 25 yearlings.
Good.
Every morning, Gregory would go out and peck that fine tobacco.
Say, that's wonderful.
Then again, if it's not Tom Dewey, it might be Governor Warren.
What?
And when Gregory pecked that fine tobacco, it was made into Lucky Strikes that are so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Don.
So free and easy on the draw.
Don. Mr. Wilson, Nob Hill. You got in your commercial. It's time for a band number. Come on, let's dance, everybody. song played by Phil Harris's orchestra and directed by Mr. Malin Merrick. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Merrick, it was nice of you to fill in for Mr. Harris since he couldn't be with us today. And I want to tell you that I've never heard Phil Harris's band sound so good. How long have you studied music?
1 week.
Oh, that's not... Well, what made you decide so recently that you wanted to lead an orchestra?
Well, I'm a conductor on a cable car, and I don't know how long they're going to last.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks again for helping us out, Mr. What was that name again?
Merrick. Malin D. Merrick.
Now, what's the D for?
DiMaggio.
I should have known, huh?
Jack,
Well,
why couldn't Phil come up here with us?
Phil, well, you see, Mary, Phil has his own program for Fit Shampoo, which follows my show. And when I go out of town and Phil has to choose between the two programs, naturally, he'd choose the one with the bottles, you see? But he'll be with us next week.
You know, Jack, I'm sorry Phil Harris isn't here today. I think he's awfully cute.
Do you, Janie?
Mhm.
There's one thing I can't understand. What do women see in Phil Harris?
Oh, I don't know. He's handsome and impetuous, and he has sex appeal.
Well, don't you think I have sex appeal?
Well, in a gay 90 sort of way.
Now, wait a minute, Janie. How can you say that? You've never even kissed me. Come on, give me a kiss.
Right here in front of everybody?
Why, certainly. Come on, Janie, kiss me.
Well, all right.
There.
Well, maybe he's not as old as I thought he was. Look at the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't get excited. Those are fog lights.
Mary.
If it's not Governor Warren, it might be Herbert Hoover.
What?
Don't you read the papers?
Oh, quiet.
Jack hasn't read anything since Monday except Newsweek because his picture's on the cover.
You said it. And if I do say so myself, I look pretty good.
Go on. I've sent out laundry that looked better than that.
Mary, you're just jealous because Newsweek magazine didn't put your... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Pardon the intrusion.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here in San Francisco?
I'm visiting my relatives.
Oh, you have relatives here?
Yes, my brother owns a hotel.
Here in town, eh?
Uh-huh.
What's the name of it?
The Sir Francis Kitzel.
Sir Francis Kitzel?
Yes, and I have an uncle who's got a restaurant in Chinatown.
A restaurant in Chinatown? What's
Yeah.
the name of it?
Ling Ting Fui.
Fui?
You should eat there sometime.
Well, maybe we'll go over after the show tonight. Does he serve yakka mein, chow mein, and chop suey?
With a noodle in the middle and a herring on top.
Oh.
He also serves corned beef and cabbage.
Your uncle serves corned beef and cabbage? That's an Irish dish.
He's very friendly.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, it's nice that you have so many relatives here.
Oh, yes, and I also got a cousin on Fisherman's Wharf.
What's his name?
DiMaggio.
Well, look, which one of the DiMaggios your cousin, Joe, Vincent, or Dominic?
Morris. Yes. You know, he plays baseball with the San Francisco Schlemiels.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, it was certainly nice to see you again.
Well, as they say at 10 for M, mutual.
Yes, sir.
I got to be running along now.
Oh, just a minute. Before you go, I want you to meet our guest star, Miss Jane Wyman.
Hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, you're a regular wolf.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Wyman.
Yes?
Greystone 8056. Goodbye, everybody.
Hey, isn't he a cute guy, Janie? Well, Janie, we certainly had an exciting week up here, didn't we?
We certainly did, Jack.
And I want to thank you very much for being on my program and also for appearing at the newspaper frolics last night.
Oh, it was lots of fun, and I always enjoy coming to San Francisco.
Me too.
Herbert Hoover lives in Palo Alto.
I know. Dennis, why don't you pay attention to what we're... Pardon me. Hello?
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 Who is this?
Your favorite brunette.
Rochester! Rochester, where are you?
I'm in Sausalito.
Sausalito? What are you doing there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's the main industry here.
What?
They've got so much of it, they export it.
Oh, you mean things are kind of quiet over there?
Quiet? Over here, they think no apprentice is a blabbermouth.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I didn't give you permission to go over there.
I know, boss, but I had a couple of spare hours on my hands.
Uh-huh.
And I was, kind of lonesome.
Yeah?
And then I remembered I knew a girl over here.
Yeah?
And it's spring now, boss. Spring!
All right, so what happened?
The main industry, nothing.
Well, look, Rochester, were there any calls or messages for me at the hotel?
A few, boss.
What were they?
Well, the hotel barber came up to the room about 10 minutes after you left.
The barber?
Yeah, I got a shave and you got a haircut.
Rochester, how could he give me a haircut when I wasn't even... Oh, well... I hope it was the blonde one. I want to wear it tonight. See you later, Rochester.
So long, boss.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
My girl and I have been listening to the program.
What'd you think of it?
Are you sure you've got a contract for the next 3 years?
Yes.
Lovely, lovely.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I guess you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Playboy. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1947 Easter Seal campaign is on. Crippled children can become useful citizens if we give them the help they need while they are young and growing, such as clinical care, schooling, camping, vocational guidance, and finally a job. We can help them best by buying our share of Easter Seals today. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT.
At 59 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Here are the words of a man who's had a lifetime of tobacco experience, Mr. Charles L. Saunders, an independent tobacco buyer of Reedsville, North Carolina, who said,
I've seen thousands and thousands of baskets of ripe, mild tobacco sold to the makers of Lucky Strike. Tobacco that's really fine. So for a grand smoke, I picked Lucky's. Smoked them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Saunders speak from their own experience, for they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. First, last, always.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody here in San Francisco for being so nice to us. Also, Janie Wyman, who appeared on the program through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who are the producers of that new picture, Cheyenne. Be sure to listen in next Sunday when we will have as our guests Mr. Samuel Goldwyn and Hoagie Carmichael.
What about Herbert Hoover?
Dennis. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Journey back to a long time ago and a galaxy far, far away with Star Wars up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Star Wars, based on characters and situations created by George Lucas. Episode 9, Rogues, Rebels, and Robots. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there came a time of revolution when rebels united to challenge a tyrannical empire. In the rebellion's most desperate crisis, plans for the Empire's mightiest weapon, the Death Star, were stolen by rebel agents and placed in the memory banks of the astro droid R2-D2. R2 and his interpreter counterpart C-3PO are now under the protection of a young farmer, Luke Skywalker, and the veteran Jedi Knight, Ben Kenobi. In hopes of delivering the droids into rebel hands on the planet Alderaan, Luke and Ben have hired two reckless smugglers, Han Solo and his co-pilot Chewbacca, along with their starship, the Millennium Falcon. Having fought her way past an Imperial blockade, the Falcon is now en route via hyperspace for Alderaan. Her passengers and crew unaware that the Empire is already moving against the Rebel Alliance with all the power at its command.
That brief shock was the jump to light speed. I think we can unfasten our safety belts now, Luke.
Fine with me. We talk about a wild ride between those Imperial cruisers blazing away at us and Han's crazy piloting. I never thought we'd make it.
Captain Solo's flying may be rather on the daredevil side, but I would say that we owe our lives to it. Not many pilots or starships can make their way through an Imperial Starfleet blockade. I can see where his renown as a smuggler had its source.
But it reminded me just why I hate space travel. Might I unbuckle too, please, Master Luke?
Sure, go ahead.
And Arthur would like to know if you can let go of the bulkhead.
Oh, yeah, 3PO. This trip's gonna take a little while. How is R2?
He says he's quite in order, Master Luke, thank you.
Good. He's sure been through enough in the last couple of days.
So have we all, if I might say so.
But what's he saying now?
He's just pointed out that there's a recharging unit over here. Might I suggest that he and I avail ourselves of it?
That's a good idea. We can't foresee how long it will be before another opportunity presents itself.
Oh, yeah, right. 3PO, you and R2 go to it.
Thank you, sir.
Boy, will you just look at the garbage in this compartment. Shipping containers, spare parts, empty crates, and just plain old junk all over the place. Some starship.
This is a working freighter, Luke, even if her activities are rather on the shady side. Independent captains like Solo run their ships to suit themselves, and they live as they see fit. But I'll tell you this, for all the clutter, the Millennium Falcon is in excellent shape and far faster than she was when she was built. Solo wasn't exaggerating about those modifications he's made on her.
You know what I was surprised to find back at the crew quarters? That holographic game board. I wouldn't have expected Han to be the kind to play.
Spaces fill the hours they spend in transit in a surprising variety of ways, Luke. But the fact that a rough and ready fellow like Solo chooses such a pastime does indicate another side to him.
Yeah, but who does he play against? The machine?
Oh, against his first mate Chewbacca, in all likelihood.
Oh, the Wookiee.
Oh, games of skill and thought aren't restricted to human beings and machines, Luke. Don't let Chewbacca's great size and fierce appearance fool you. Wookiees are a species with great adaptability, and they're quick to learn.
I guess you're right, but there's no other crew, just Han and Chewbacca?
Their arrangement seems to work well enough for them. Captain pilot and first mate co-pilot. They strike me as a very competent pair for all their brashness. As long as they get us to Alderaan, they suit our needs.
Yeah, for 17,000.
Their price is insignificant, Luke. Things are coming to a crucial juncture in the war of Rebel against Empire.
You know, it's still hard for me to believe that a princess of the royal house of Alderaan and her father could both be members of the Rebel Alliance.
I think it's best to leave that subject for now, Luke, for a more guarded place and time.
Really? You think Han is...
Captain Solo's loyalties obviously lie more with himself than with the Empire, but it's better not to test that by letting him know just what he's carrying in the form of R2.
The jump to light speed came off without a hitch, gents and droids. Hey! What are those two doing at the tech station?
The droids are merely recharging, Captain.
Well, make sure they don't mess with anything. Me and Chewie are going to repair a little minor damage we did blasting at Mos Eisley, and make sure we're not being followed. So make yourselves comfortable, and we'll have you in Alderaan before you're through dusting the Tatooine sand off you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll take a look around. I've never been aboard a starship before, but I sure thought about it enough.
Perhaps a little later, Luke. For now, there are other more important things for us to do. I don't know what our mission will bring or what we'll encounter on Alderaan, but it's best we begin your training.
Right now? I mean, Here?
Well, didn't you tell me you wanted to be instructed in the ways of the Force in order to become a Jedi Knight like your father was?
Yes, of course, but I...
Well, the way of the Jedi is a lifelong education, Luke. I began learning it when I was younger than you. I have achieved a certain mastery, and yet I am no less a pupil for all of that even now.
Darth Vader was a pupil of yours, wasn't he? The one who killed my father and betrayed the Jedi?
Darth Vader began as my pupil, yes.
Tell me about him, Ben. I want to know who he is and why he went over to the dark side of the Force. I want to face him and tell him whose son I am.
If you wish to be a Jedi, you will have to put aside your desire for revenge.
But
anger and hatred, yes, and fear too. Now, these can help you draw power from the Force, but only from its dark side. And the dark side of the Force exacts a terrible price from those whom it seduces.
But can't you tell me about him? I want to know who he is and why he gave in to the dark side.
Luke, you're reaching far ahead of yourself. The workings of the Force aren't always so direct.
Well, I don't mean to sound like I'm impatient, Ben. I'm grateful that you cared enough about me to watch over me and to teach me.
Yes. I haven't had a pupil since before the Dark Times, before the Empire all but exterminated the Jedi. There were many times since when I thought I would never teach another, and I feared the way of the Jedi would die out.
You mean there are no other Jedi?
We are not altogether alone in the galaxy, you and I, but I doubt that we can count on help from others of our kind.
Our kind? Well, where do we begin?
When the Jedi were guardians of peace and justice back in the days of the Old Republic, an initiate would begin by spending a great deal of time in contemplation, learning to open himself to the Force.
Yes.
But this is a different day with its own urgencies. Now, Luke, take your father's lightsaber in your hand.
Well, how do I hold the grip?
Watch. Emulate me.
Okay.
Hold the grip so that the blade, when it comes into existence, will be high and ready.
Yes. Ben, how did you do that quick draw in the cantina when you cut those two killers down? I mean, I never saw anybody move so fast.
Basics first, Luke. You must...
Crawl before I run?
Just so. Good. Now, take up this stance.
Like this?
That's it. Now watch me. I push this button in the grip of the lightsaber to activate it. Energy is liberated, and the blade comes into existence, you see? Now, from this basic position, you can launch into any movement of the blade. In attack or defense, advance or withdrawal. Now, you try it.
Okay, let's see.
No. Bring your feet together. Too wide a stance robs you of speed and agility. That's better. Can you feel your center of balance?
Feels pretty good.
I watch, and I shall demonstrate the basic drill. From the ready position into the first defensive posture. And the second, third, fourth. Continuing the circular motion with a sweep of the blade like so, and back again into the ready position. You see?
I think so. Can I try it?
Very well, but carefully. Never forget a lightsaber blade will cut through anything it contacts. Anything.
Right.
Now, your blade.
Boy, this lightsaber feels kind of like it's alive.
It is in a way, through you. Ready? First defensive posture. And the second. Now, it requires a deeper step forward, Luke.
Okay.
The third. No. Keep your blade higher. That's right. And into the fourth. Now bring it all the way round. A parry must be a full movement.
Look, it's a lot harder than you make it look.
Learning to use a lightsaber properly is a long, meticulous process. Still, you haven't begun all that badly. I can see you inherited your father's dexterity and coordination.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I can get the hang of it. I mean, at least not soon enough to make it useful. I know how to use a blaster pretty well from survival school back home. Maybe I'd better stick with that.
One can do things with a lightsaber that cannot be done with a mere firearm, Luke. But more than that, the lightsaber is a discipline for the mind and a schooling for the body and spirit. It's one of the ways in which a Jedi contacts the Force.
Well, it's just that it's not like anything I ever tried before. Let me go through that drill again.
In a moment, Luke. I have a feeling we may need our every resource when we reach Alderaan. I have it in mind to accelerate your training by opening you to the Force.
How?
By building your trust in it and in yourself. A great part of a Jedi's power is derived from the Force by a firm conviction, a trust.
Well, I'll try whatever you want me to, Ben. What do I do?
Simply believe.
Yes?
I'm going to help you. I'll be your guide and your intermediary. Now, I'm going to stand here behind you. I want you to listen to my voice and empty your mind of everything else.
Yes.
Focus on my voice and concentrate on the open area of the deck where you will try the drill once more.
Yes.
Envision yourself going through the drill. Don't move, but feel the shape of the sequence, how your arms and legs will move, how nerves and muscles will cooperate. Try to make the sensations as real as you can. The wide, rotary motions of the lightsaber, the placement of your feet, and where your center of balance will be. Now, activate your blade. Good. Now open yourself and create the flow of those movements in your mind. Let the pattern carry your mind along. How does it feel?
Like I can do it automatically, without thinking. Well, not that exactly. More like that I don't have to worry. Like something will move me through the drill.
That's fine, Luke. Hold that thought and focus on the drill. Don't worry about speed. Don't worry about indecision. Don't worry about anything. Feel the life of the lightsaber in your hands and anticipate the flow of it. And when you feel that you're ready, begin. First defensive posture. That's right. Second. Good, Luke. And the third. Very good. Into the fourth. Exactly. And back around to the ready position. Well done, Luke. How did it feel?
It felt so natural. I wasn't thinking about it, really. The drill just carried me along.
And so it should. You have a strong aptitude, Luke, a powerful affinity for the Force. What do you say to some more practice?
Yes, I'd like that very much.
Excellent. Now again, take up the ready position and feel the flow of the events to come. And the sixth. Now into the seventh attack position. Pivot and parry. Fine. I think you should take another short rest, Luke. We've been at this for quite some time now.
But I don't feel tired. I feel like I could do this forever.
Oh, then take pity on your elders, son. What? I could use a respite myself. Ah, here's Chewbacca. How are the repairs going?
What'd he say?
He and Captain Solo have repaired all the damage. He says there's time before we reach Alderaan for a quick match at the holographic game board back in the crew quarters. I'm sorry, Chewbacca, but Luke and I have other work to do.
Go be quiet, R2, and stop boasting.
What's he want, 3PO?
Well, Master Luke, he claims to have been programmed to play a competent hologame when he was assigned as a maintenance droid at a one-man refueling station in order to provide a diversion for the attendant.
Why don't you play R2, Chewie? Sounds like you're on, R2.
I do hope you know what you're doing, R2, for a change.
You'd better leave Chewbacca plenty of room back there, 3PO.
I quite agree, sir.
Now, how about a practice duel, Ben? If we took it real slowly, and I'll be careful.
I don't think you're quite ready for that yet, Luke. Though you could use more advanced practice at this point. I noticed that Captain Solo wears his blaster in a fast draw holster.
Right.
He must keep a remote around for target practice. I wonder where he's here we are. Have you ever used one of these little remote target globes before, Luke?
Once or twice.
I'm resetting it. It will maneuver in the air, darting back and forth, and fire harmless sting bursts at you. They're a bit painful, but not dangerous. I want you to try and block them with your lightsaber.
Okay.
When I release the remote into the air, it will commence an attack. Ready?
Ready. It hurt.
Not as much as a real enemy would, I assure you. I've set the remote to attack so long as your lightsaber blade is activated. Now continue, Luke. You must reach out and make contact with the Force to anticipate the attack so that...
Ben? Ben? Are you all right? Here, sit down. Now, what's wrong?
I felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if millions of voices cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced, as if an entire world had died in an instant. I fear that something terrible has happened.
Well, is there anything I can do?
No, I'll be all right.
Well, you can forget your troubles. We'll be at Alderaan pretty soon. I told you I could outrun those Imperial slugs. Hey, don't everybody thank me at once.
Huh?
I see Chewie found himself an opponent. Your little droid's not bad at that game. You'd better watch out. He might win. Well, what did I tell you, Chewie? It was a trap.
You made a fair move, Chewbacca. If you fell for it, that is your fault. Screaming about it won't help you.
You better let Chewie have his way. It's not wise to upset a Wookiee.
But, sir, nobody worries about upsetting a droid.
Well, that's because droids don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that.
I see your point, sir. Might I suggest a new strategy, R2? Let the Wookiee win.
Ben, are you feeling any better?
Yes. Let's continue with your drill, Luke. Saber ready?
Ready.
Remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him.
You mean it controls your actions?
Partially, but it also obeys your commands. Careful now.
My leg!
Hokey religions and ancient weapons are no match for a good blaster at your side, kid.
You don't believe in the Force, do you, Han?
Kid, I've been from one side of this galaxy to the other. I've seen a lot of strange stuff, but I've never seen anything to make me believe there's one all-powerful force controlling everything. There's no mystical energy field controlling my destiny.
Then what does?
Who knows? Look, this stuff you're telling him, it's all a lot of simple tricks and nonsense.
I suggest you try again, Luke. Here, we'll try it with you wearing this flight helmet. Now lower its blast shield into place. Now this time, let go of your conscious self and act on instinct.
But with this blast shield down like this, I can't even see. How am I supposed to fight the remote?
Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them.
Gonna try for two sore legs, huh, kid?
Now let's try again, Luke.
Seat of the pants, huh? You're doing great, kid.
Again, Luke. Listen to my voice and trust me. Reach out with your feelings.
Yeah, but going against remotes is one thing. Going against the living, that's something else.
You see, Luke, you can do it. You parried all 3 shots by trusting your feelings.
Oh, yeah? Well, I call it luck.
In my experience, Captain Solo, there is no such thing as mere luck.
It's as good a faith as any, old man. Luck and money.
Ah, yes, wealth. I'd forgotten how important that is to you.
Well, don't knock it. If me and Chewie weren't hard up for it, you two and the droids would still be playing tag with the stormtroopers back on Tatooine. As it is, you get where you want to go, and we clear our debts.
You're quite a paradox, Captain Solo. You prize above everything else the cardinal freedom of star travel, yet you're held back from it by something as trifling as money. Come to think of it, there are entire worlds in just that same predicament.
You said it, Chewie. So money's trifling, huh? Well, just you try getting along without any.
Oh, but I do.
Huh?
Have you ever seen a credit come into or leave my hand? I haven't had any, and haven't missed it in, quite some years now, and wanted for nothing.
No, well, all right. So the kid there paid your way, but you wouldn't have gotten any place if he hadn't come up with the cash.
Perhaps I'm lucky?
What am I doing arguing with an old coot like you? You haven't even got the price of a meal. Anyway, we're coming up on Alderaan. You measure your freedom in this life in cash, old man. If you got enough, you can go as far and as fast as you want. Come on, Chewie.
Captain Solo, even the universe itself is curved, my friend. If you run far enough and fast enough, you end up right where you began.
Now, just hold on there. All right, Chewie, I'm coming. Should have known better than to argue with a crazy old man.
Don't pay any attention to him, Ben. All the money in the Empire wouldn't stop me from helping you deliver the droids and doing whatever I can for Princess Leia.
I know that, Luke. I have great confidence in you.
You know, I really did feel something during that lightsaber drill. I could almost see what the remote was going to do.
That's good. You have taken your first step into a larger world.
Guy and the kid get on my nerves. If there's anything I hate, it's being saddled with a dewy-eyed idealist. They're trouble, Chewie. Oh, yes, they are that bad. They're hot, too. You saw how badly those Imperial cruisers wanted us. What are you, getting soft in your old age? Maybe we should quit the smuggling business and open a soup kitchen. Okay, all right, calm down. The Navi computer says we're about ready to revert to normal space. Stand by. Here we go. Cutting in sublight engines. Good. Now we can...
What the flaming flying? Oh, we've come out of hyperspace into some kind of meteor shower. The sky's full of them. Increase power to deflector shields.
Maybe there was an asteroid collision, only it's not on any of the charts.
What's going on?
We stopped to pick up a load of gravel. What else?
There shouldn't be any navigational hazards this near Alderaan.
Our position is correct, only no Alderaan.
What do you mean? Where is it?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, kid. It ain't there. What? I think it's been totally blown away.
How could that be?
Destroyed by the Empire. I should have realized it when I felt it earlier.
An entire Starfleet couldn't destroy a whole planet. It'd take 1,000 ships with more firepower than
What's that line on the console?
There's another ship closing on us.
Well, maybe they know what happened to Alderaan.
It's an Imperial fighter.
What makes you so sure? Sensors don't have a clear idea.
It's firing on us! Look, there it goes.
It's a TIE fighter, right enough. Good guess, old man.
It must have followed us from Tatooine.
No, it's a short-range fighter.
But there aren't any bases around here. Where'd it come from?
Well, maybe it wandered away from a convoy. Look, sure leaving in a big hurry. If that pilot identifies us, we're in big trouble.
Not if I can help it. Chewie, jam his transmissions.
It will be as well to let it go. It's too far out of range.
Not for long. You may think you know everything, old man, but you got a lot to learn about the Millennium Falcon. Hang on. Chewie, switch weapon systems over to sensor gun lock. Let me know when we've got him ranged. A couple of salvos and our worries will be over. His too.
He's headed for that small moon.
Yeah, but we're gaining. I think we can back him before he gets there. We're almost in range.
That's no moon. That's a space station.
What? You're even crazier than I thought. Look at the size of it. It's way too big to be a space station. Oh, boy.
Ben, you're right. I have a very bad feeling about this.
So you get those too.
Turn the ship around.
Yeah, I think you're right. Full reverse. Chewie, lock in auxiliary power. Chewie, I said lock in auxiliary power.
It's too late.
Why are we still moving towards it?
The Falcon's not answering your helm. Whatever that thing is out there, it's got us caught in a tractor beam and it's hauling us in.
Well, do something!
Kid, there's nothing I can do against a beam with that much juice. I'm on full power now. Gonna have to shut down or I'll melt the engines. Chewie, full deflector shields, angle them forward. Gotta get me without a fight.
But you can't win.
No, but I can shorten a few Imperial careers.
There are alternatives to fighting, though. Huh? Alternatives that might mean survival.
All right, you got yourself an audience. What's the scheme?
You're a smuggler, are you not? Along with speed, your speciality is concealment. Let us take advantage of that.
Yeah, but
Jettison some escape pods before we come into sensor range of that station. And prepare to make an entry in the ship's log. Luke?
Yes, ma'am.
Get the droids. Hurry, there's little time left.
Right. If you're planning what I think you are and we pull it off, I'll give you half fare on your next ride.
I only hope this works.
Well, if it doesn't, they'll let us know at the firing squad.
Caught in the grip of the Empire's awesome Death Star, the Millennium Falcon and her passengers and crew are drawn into the center of the web of galactic events. There, the Princess Leia Organa is held captive, awaiting her execution. And there, too, waits Darth Vader. Luke Skywalker is soon to meet the woman whose image has summoned him across light years of space, and the enemy whose destiny was tied to his own before his birth. Star Wars, Episode 9 by Brian Daley, based on characters and situations created by George Lucas. Featured in the cast were Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker, Anthony Daniels as C-3PO, Bernard Behrens as Ben Kenobi, and Perry King as Han Solo. The series was directed by John Madden, with sound mixing and post-production by Tom Vagley. Music by John Williams. Sound design for Lucasfilm by Ben Burt. Story editor for the series was Lindsay Smith. Casting and production coordination by Mel Sarr. Executive producer was Richard Toscan. Executive producer for Lucasfilm was Carol Teitelman. Star Wars was presented by National Public Radio in association with KUSC-FM Los Angeles with the cooperation of Lucasfilm Limited.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the stories of the night have their beginnings on the day side. This one did. It was less than a dozen hastily written words on a piece of paper when I first saw it. My city editor Farley's words, all black and white in the light of day. It took the night to add the color and the shadings to give them perspective and make them come alive. It wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. And I was going to work with Farley's words folded in an inside pocket. Specifically, I was on my way to meet a man named Riley Johnson. More specifically, Mr. Johnson owned a small plastics manufacturing plant on the south side. Most specifically, Mr. Johnson was giving the plant to his employees. I haven't met a real live humanitarian in weeks. This I had to see.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star. I'd like to see Mr. Johnson.
Well, he's busy at the moment, Mr. Stone.
Can I wait?
Yes, if you like. Have a chair.
Thank you.
News travels fast, doesn't it?
That's what everybody says. How does it feel to be an owner?
Oh, I wouldn't want to be quoted, Mr. Stone. I really have no opinion at all.
A guy hands over a business to you and you have no opinion? That's almost a story in itself.
I think it's up to Mr. Johnson to make statements to the press.
Ah, you see, you do have an opinion.
Hey, Edie, can I see Johnson?
I'm afraid it'll be a while. This gentleman's waiting. This is Mr. Stone, Mr. Guthrie.
All right.
How do you do?
Mr. Guthrie's our plant foreman. Mr. Stone's a newspaper reporter, Jim.
Oh, you Randy Stone?
That's right.
I'll see if Mr. Johnson can see you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I read your column every once in a while, Stone. I like it.
Well, so do I, every once in a while.
What are you going to write about Johnson?
I don't know yet. Got any suggestions?
Plenty, but you couldn't print any of them. You know?
No. Man gives plant to employees like man bites dog. That's news.
Stick around. He may bite a dog, too. I don't trust him. I don't figure his angle yet, but I'll bet he's got one. I'll bet it's a Lulu. Well, good luck, Stone.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson will see you now, Mr. Stone.
Fine. I'm Randy Stone, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I know. Sit down. Close the door, too. Not that she'll miss anything.
He didn't look up when I came in. Riley Johnson was drunk from years of drinking. His florid face was all puff. The pink flesh stretched tightly across it. The gaze he finally directed at me was fluid and colorless.
Now, let's get each other pegged right from the start, Stone. If you expected a wide-eyed visionary, you could save yourself a trip.
Well, it's too late to save the trip. I understand you're giving your plant to your employees.
I already have. Everything's signed over. And get this. I'm no philanthropist, so don't be writing any fine motives into it.
Well, I haven't written anything into it yet.
Just cut out all the humanitarian stuff out of it and get the facts straight. I'm just giving them one big headache back for the many little ones they've given me. Let them try to run it. All the little people working together for their common good. They'll murder each other.
You could have sold the plant and saved all those lives.
I'd have sold it if I could have kept enough money to matter. Let them kill themselves. One of their inalienable rights. Empty. There goes a nice kid. Well, that's it. That's your story. Take it or leave it.
I bet you've got some cozy plans for your retirement.
Yeah. I'm gonna get drunk. You going back uptown?
Yeah.
I'll hook a ride. I can't drive a car. I'm a menace. Ask anybody.
I'll take your word for it. He hooked the ride as far as a walk down a flight and saved saloon. Before the night was over, I tried to write the story about Riley Johnson. No humanitarian stuff, just facts. And leaving out the undertones, the things Guthrie said, the things Edie didn't say, it became a simple one-line story. Riley Johnson, Southside Plastics manufacturer, gave his plant to his employees yesterday. I went to bed at dawn still wondering who was giving who the business. Oh, dear. Yeah.
I'm afraid I've awakened you, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, I'm afraid you have. Who is this?
I'm Edie. At the plastics plant, remember?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I hate to bother you with this, but have you seen Mr. Johnson recently?
Well, recently, I've been asleep. Last time I saw him, he was doing a half-gainer into a basement bar and grill, but that was 12 hours or so ago.
You must mean the foxhole.
Might have been a foxhole, I don't know. On South Shore Drive?
Now, that's the one. I'd called there. That is, I kept calling until it closed around 3. Tincher, he's the bartender, said he left there the middle of last evening.
Maybe Tincher knows. I don't.
Mr. Johnson's a sick man, Mr. Stone. His drinking, it's an illness with him. I'm very worried about him.
Yeah, well, maybe he's worth worrying about, but
I'd be apt to think he was, Mr. Stone. He's my husband.
Oh, I didn't know.
I don't think Riley knows anymore either.
He didn't come home last night, then?
He hasn't been home in years. But that's not important right now. I have to locate him, that's all. Guthrie says the employees, that is, the people here at the plant, are planning some sort of farewell party or something here today, and, well, he ought to be here.
Yeah, well, the chances aren't good that I'll run into him anywhere, but if I do, I'll give you a call.
Would you? I'd be very grateful. I'll be at the plant all day. And I'm really sorry about waking you, but it is morning.
That's all right. I'll get back to sleep, okay. I dreamt a lot, and it was a big dream about getting back to sleep in the daytime. Edie's call at 7:30 a.m. was some sort of psychic cue for the kid across the hall to get a toothache and yowl his head off. And this touched off a chain reaction. By noon, I threw in the towel and took my curled lip and jaundiced eyes out in search of food. Curiosity took me all the way to the foxhole, dark and musty and open for business.
Well, Riley will be back. Yeah, he's never very far away from here. This place says home sweet home to him. How's the egg, huh?
You're a better bartender.
That's good. I wouldn't want this trap to get a reputation for fine food, you know? It classes up the clientele.
Well, you can't have that.
No.
You seem pretty sure Riley will be back.
Oh, sure. He had a hatful of dough last night. I relieved him of most of it. When he knows what he's doing, I'll give it back.
Hey, you know him pretty well. What's he trying to prove?
Boozing? I don't know. He sure don't like it sober. He'll talk okay, but not about himself, you know.
How about Edie, his wife? You talk about her?
Never heard him mention her. Oh, I know her all right. I know who she is, anyway. Never seen her. But she calls pretty often. You're funny, too, what gets into dames, huh?
Or name anything.
All she ever wants to know is he okay? She even gave me his doc's phone number. I call him when Riley pulls his fold act. You want another egg, huh?
Not till Easter. Riley folds a lot?
All the time. Every time the doc says, this is it, he can't take anymore, but Riley keeps blasting away at the bottle. He don't care, but, oh, she does. She's one of those, there's good in everyone dames, you know? Real kind. For this, he don't come home ever.
You're wrong, Tincher. He's home now.
Well, a boy Oracle.
Hiya, Johnson.
Well, make a move, didn't you?
Oh, sure, why not?
I got a message for you, Johnson. They're planning something for you at the plant today. Maybe you ought to show up, take a few bows.
You ever read the kind of bills the boy Oracle here writes, Tincher?
Now, take it easy, Riley.
Full of big talk about the little people. The little people with their big hearts. And the big people with little hearts. The old cockeyed world is full of do-gooders, cheek-turners. Let's all get together and smile through our tears. Love will find a way.
What do I owe you, Tincher?
85. Thanks.
Well, it's been fun. Can I use the phone?
Well, help yourself. Over there.
Riley slipped and fallen from the glory road. Let's all help him back on his feet. All the Edies and the boy Oracles and the rest of the class.
Johnson's Plastics Company.
Oh, Edie, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, Mr. Stone. I haven't found Riley yet. I'm just beside myself.
Well, he's at his natural habitat, the foxhole.
Oh, thank God. Is he all right?
Well, I wouldn't plan on him showing up at the plant.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I didn't really expect him. Thanks, Mr. Stone. Thanks for calling, anyway.
Sure. Bye, Edie.
Goodbye.
This was the second time I'd left Riley at the foxhole. It got easier every time. Outside, the sun shone and life went on. I knew the real story was all the things I didn't know about Riley and Edie. Maybe I'd never know them. Right then, they didn't seem important. I say right then because a couple of hours later, when I checked in at the paper, all the things I didn't know became very important. Riley Johnson's employee-owned plastics plant blew up right in their faces. It was still smoldering and still burning, but under control when I got there. I found the fire captain over by a pile of rubble.
Happened right around 1 o'clock. About half the employees were out to lunch.
The rest of them?
Took them to the Mercy Hospital. We're pretty sure we got them all out.
Was anyone killed?
Oh, not outright. One woman's supposed to be in the worst shape. Wife of the owner, according to a couple of workers.
Edie Johnson?
Johnson, yeah, I think that's the name.
I don't suppose you know yet if it was an accident or not.
The arson boys are checking. We ought to know before too long.
Well, if someone blew it, they did a real thorough job.
Yeah, kind of complete.
Missed the fireworks, Stone.
Guthrie. Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Lucky, too. The doc says these are just superficial. I'm walking along, and all of a sudden I'm not walking. Feels like a truck hit me in the back. Then I wake up, the darn thing blew me clean out of the plant. Ever hear of such a lucky thing?
Well, that much is good, Guthrie. I understand that Edie's pretty bad off.
Bad off? Yeah. I guess you could call it bad off. Told you Riley had an angle. Edie's blind.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Loyal Americans have always stood behind our fighting forces through all the years of our country's history. Whatever the need, the folks in the home front have always responded generously. Today, the need is for blood donations for members of our armed forces in Korea. The prompt use of blood plasma on the battlefield and whole blood in military hospitals saves the lives of many casualties. General Matthew B. Ridgway, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command, has said, "Every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy." Today, with the reserve of blood plasma virtually exhausted by GI requirements, an emergency exists. The Department of Defense is calling for an immediate stepping up of blood collections. This is an opportunity for you to have a part in this program, a program vital to our fighting men in Korea. Call your Red Cross chapter or local blood donor center for an appointment to make your donation of blood for the armed forces. All types of blood are needed. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Guthrie swallowed hard and looked away. After a while, he began pushing at the bandage on his arm, a little too hard because it hurt him.
Isn't that a rotten break? Edie, of all the people in the world.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
She used her eyes. Really used them to see good when nobody else could see it. You don't know her, Stone. She's the greatest.
Everyone seems to think so.
If she'd only set up a beef about it, build a case for herself, I'd almost feel better about it. But she won't. She'll take it. Just like she's taken every raw deal she's had. And all her raw deals begin and end with the same loss.
I talked to the fire captain. They'll know in a while if it was an accident.
I don't think it was. This whole deal smells like Riley. He'd hand you something that was loaded.
Well, he might. But even if they find out the blast was planned, it doesn't mean that it was Riley.
What's the matter? You building a case for Riley?
No, why should I? I don't know him well enough to build him a drink, even.
Nobody knows him, except Edie.
And she loves him.
Yeah, she does. How could she?
Edie's the only one who can answer that.
Oh, I've asked her lots of times. She knows I love her.
Did you expect Riley at the plant this morning?
Yeah, he was supposed to be there. We planned a little thing in his honor.
A little thing like an explosion?
Look, there are simpler ways to get rid of him, Stone. I wouldn't blow up a plant full of people to get to him.
No, I don't think you would. Any more than I think Riley would blow it up to get to Edie.
Unless he was after more than Edie. Huh, Stone?
It wasn't far from the Mercy Hospital to the Foxhole. I figured somebody ought to tell Riley, just in case he didn't know about Edie, and just in case he'd care. Tincher was half-seated on a bar stool, and at first I thought he was all alone, until he nodded across the room. Riley was lying flat, fit to the curve of a booth, and a man was bending over it.
He pulled a real fold this time.
His doc?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been working over him quite a while. I don't know how you keep a guy from taking on such a load. If I didn't let him have it, he'd get it somewhere else. A guy don't know what to do.
When did it happen?
Well, not long after you left. He just ups and keels over. Had a devil of a time locating the doc, too.
I think you better locate an ambulance, didn't you? Might as well get him to a hospital.
Yeah, okay. Doc, this is Randy Stone. He knows Riley.
I don't think you'll know him much longer, Stone.
This is the last one, huh?
Yeah, looks like it.
You think he'll come around at all?
He might. He's fooled me before.
Yeah, I know. Might have a good reason to fool you this time. Look, I don't know what it'll mean to him, or if you can tell him even, but there was an explosion at his plant, and his wife is the worst off. She's blind.
Where is she?
Mercy Hospital.
That's where I'm taking him. I'm on staff there. Yeah, sure, I'll tell him if I get the chance.
I get nothing but busy signals, Doc. Maybe there's a run on ambulances right now, huh?
Well, that's that. We can't wait for one.
I give you a hand, Doc?
Yeah, in the back seat if your car's got one. I'm in a coupe.
The doc took over when we got to Mercy Hospital. I took one more look at Riley as they wheeled him into the room. His face wasn't puffed and pink anymore. It was gray and very old. Edie and Riley were just a few doors apart now. It was hard to imagine they'd ever been closer. I wondered about them as man and wife, what kind of life they'd shared. Riley, a guy so bent on his own destruction he wanted to destroy everything around him. Guthrie, a third part to a triangle, or was there more to it than that? And Tincher, could he have an angle? How did these people relate to each other, really? Who was the heavy? I didn't know. I called the fire captain I'd talked to earlier. No report from the arson investigators. He said he'd call me at the hospital when he got word. I waited outside Riley's room for the doc.
Oh, Stone, I hoped you were still here. Riley's come around. He wants to talk to you.
Did you tell him about Edie?
Yes, I did. Go on. Go in there for a minute or two.
Will he make it, Doc?
When I have a chance, and he knows it. I'll be back. I have to check something.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Riley.
Boy, Oracle. I'm in a fine fix. If you're the best I can come up with.
The doc said you wanted to see me.
I never wanted to see you. Right now, I don't have much choice. Maybe I should have made a friend along the way. Believe me, if I had a friend, I wouldn't be asking for you.
Okay, so we're real pals. Now, what do you want, a friendship ring?
Find that lousy Tincher. Tell him he didn't put a thing over on me. He never could, and he never did.
I got it. I suppose you'll understand.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Understand? He should. He's not satisfied that I practically kept him in business with my regrettable taste for whiskey. He's got to steal me blind.
I'll tell him.
Thought I wouldn't remember. I remember plenty. Plenty. I had a fistful of dough last night. Thinks I don't know. He took it. Just tell him I know, that's all.
He's told me about your dough, Riley.
What does that prove? He's one of your little people, I suppose, with a big fat heart. Brother, you don't know anything about people, not anything.
You said you had a couple messages, Riley.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Well, the other one's for you. Get out.
Yeah, sure. Oh. Hi, Doc.
How is he?
Oh, he's normal, I guess. He doesn't change much in my book.
Stick around, will you? I want to see him, and then I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll be around. I'll go down to the drugstore and get some coffee. The first cup of coffee did nothing for the tight knot I was using for a stomach. I wanted a phone call from the fire captain to point the blame for the explosion. I couldn't figure Riley. Did he fold because he couldn't handle any more alcohol? Or because he couldn't blow up a place without having a reaction to it? I stayed with the coffee, but it didn't produce any answers.
I tried to see him, but they wouldn't let me in.
Sit down, Tincher. The doc will be down in a little while.
Yeah. I just locked up and came over.
Have some coffee.
No, thanks. I didn't know what else to do. I got these flowers. Then I forgot to give them to the nurse. Silly, I guess, huh? Flowers. Huh?
Why beat yourself? The flowers are fine.
You know something? Hospitals sort of make me crawl. I get nervous just walking in the door. I don't know. Everything's so clean, smells clean. Funny, I got nothing against being clean, but it gets me, you know?
Yeah, it seems a little impersonal, but I guess it isn't.
Yeah, well, golly, I almost forgot. Riley's dough. I wanna get it back to him, see? Remember I told you I took it off him last night?
Yeah, yes, I remember.
Well, you give it to him, will you? You're gonna see the doc, huh? Oh, give him the dough and the flowers, too, huh?
Sure, that's the way you want it.
Yeah. Tell Riley I'll be back when he's feeling better.
I'll tell him.
See you.
Okay. It was beginning to get me, too. I paid for the coffee, scooped up the fat wad of money and the thin bunch of flowers, and went back up to Riley's floor. The nurse at the desk took the flowers and told me that Edie was about the same, whatever that meant. That's when the doc came out of Riley's room and motioned me down to the waiting room.
Got a cigarette, Stone?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Well, he's dead.
Well, Tincher will feel bad, I guess.
I think Riley thought as much of Tincher as he did anyone.
Oh, yes, he thought Tincher was great. That's why he wanted to see me, to tell me the barkeep had stolen his money from him. Here's the roll. Tincher brought it. He just took it to keep Riley from throwing it around.
Yeah, I know. Tincher's all right. I'll give the money to Edie.
Yeah. What kind of a guy was that, Doc? I've seen a lot of guys go out. A lot of bums, too. I never saw one who didn't go a little soft at the end. This guy goes still spouting his hate and yakking about a friend who conned him, he says.
There isn't much doubt about Riley's character. He was a long way from the Good Samaritan. You knew him a day. I've known him for 10 years.
I'd like to know what made Riley run.
The answer isn't very simple, but I'll simplify it. 5 years ago, Riley Johnson was a regulation sort of a guy. No stronger, no weaker than most. You can't measure what the brain men call moral fiber. But it's safe to assume Riley had his share until he got kicked over.
And who did the kicking?
Edie.
Edie?
Yeah, she's all sweetness and light, unless you happen to know her, which I do. I could tell you a lot of things about Edie, none of them very savory. But mostly, she doesn't like a man. She likes men. Parades of them.
Like, maybe Guthrie?
Well, he's one of them for now. It goes on. Riley couldn't take it, so he left. Made friends with a bottle. And that's it.
Oh, that's great.
Telephone call for Mr. Randy Stone. Come to the second floor desk, please.
Wait here, will you, Doc?
Oh, sure.
Hello, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah. Stone, you wanted the report from the arson boys. Just came in.
Well, what's the verdict?
Clogged gas line to one of the burners. It's been backing up gas for who knows how long. Long enough to blow up anyway.
You're calling it an accident, then?
That's right. That's all it was, just an accident.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Cap. Thanks for calling.
You bet. Bye.
Bye. Now, that was the fire captain, Doc. The explosion at the plant was an accident.
I'm glad it wasn't Riley.
Yeah, I guess I am, too. Lovely little vignette, isn't it? The Johnson story. Riley's dead. Edie's blind.
No, not long she isn't. They do some big things now, you know. They can transfer the cornea from healthy eyes to bad ones.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know, but...
Edie will see again. With Riley's eyes.
He did that?
Last thing he did. Told me to tell her to take a good look at herself.
wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. The traffic was taking on that rush hour look, and most of Chicago was getting ready to call it a day. Another day was giving way to another darker night. This was where I came in just 24 hours before. I still had the slip of paper Farley had given me, and it read, Riley Johnson, Linton Avenue, South Side, giving plant to employees. Might be a story. Yes, Farley, it was a story. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Haidt, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Ed Higley, Gene Bates, Paul Frees, Sidney Miller, and Shep Menken. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, enjoy sparkling comedy and musical variety with Inside Bob and Ray. And for pictures of Bob and Ray, the winners of radio's coveted Peabody Award, be sure to get this week's issue of Life magazine. Tomorrow evening, enjoy Western Song and Adventure on The Roy Rogers Show. You'll hear another story from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Also tomorrow evening, the Mario Lanza Show stars Mario Lanza and Lisa Kirk in 30 minutes of your favorite songs. Dragnet, Authentic Adventure is next on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written and directed by Al Lewis. Many teachers returning from their vacations, well tanned and rested, are looking forward to resuming their duties tomorrow morning. But our Miss Brooks, who spent most of her vacation time teaching English at Madison High Summer School, doesn't share their enthusiasm for getting back into harness.
No, I've been wearing the thing so long, I'm saddle sore. Of course, when summer school ended in August, I did make up my mind to get a complete change of scenery. So I took the money I received, added it to my savings from the regular school term, and by careful budgeting, was able to spend 3 glorious weeks in the furnished room I rent all year round. But last Thursday morning at breakfast, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and I were discussing my plans for a Friday picnic.
But why must the picnic be tomorrow, Connie? Why not Saturday or Sunday?
Because, Mrs. Davis, tomorrow is the last weekday I'll have off until Thanksgiving. And if our beloved principal could get away with it, he'd change that to a Sunday.
Oh, Mr. Conklin isn't that bad, Connie. He likes a good time as well as the next fellow.
He likes a good time better than the next fellow. But if the next fellow happens to be a teacher, Mr. Conklin will stop having a good time to give the teacher who's having a good time a bad time. A song by Rudy Valley.
Oh. Is Mr. Boynton taking you to the picnic, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis. I accepted my invitation on the phone last night. It'll be good to see Madison's bashful biologist again. He just got back from a 3-week vacation, you know.
Who all is going on this picnic, Connie?
Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton all. It was really Walter's idea. The poor kid can't spend any time with Harriet without Mr. Conklin constantly barking at him.
Mr. Conklin isn't very fond of Walter, is he?
Oh, it's not that Mr. Conklin isn't fond of Walter. He hates him. But it ought to be a nice outing for all of us. Oh, that's the door, isn't it?
No, that's the bell. The door makes more of a creaking sound.
Well, I'll answer it. I need the exercise.
If you want me, I'll be in the backyard, Connie. I've got to prune the big tree.
Why, it's Mr. Boynton. Come in.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. I brought this basket over for the picnic tomorrow. Do you think it's big enough for us?
I don't know, but it might be fun trying it on. Oh, you mean for sandwiches? Well, it seems sort of small, but the basket can wait. I want to know all about your vacation. Where you went, what you did.
Well, I just went up to Eagle Springs, had a beautiful cabin, did a little fishing, played some golf and tennis. I did a little rowing, too, and at night they had a campfire and we broiled or barbecued steaks. And after that, there was usually a movie or some entertainment at the casino. Well, that's all there was to it.
You should have asked for your money back. Did you do any dancing at the casino, Mr. Boynton?
Dancing? Yes, I did dance a little.
With whom?
Oh. I didn't dance with anyone, just by myself. You know, I'd get off in a... I'd get off in a dark corner of the casino and sort of waltz around in time to the music.
It's nice that way. If you get bored, you can always cut in on yourself. Tell me, how was your trip back to town?
Oh, very pleasant, although the train was quite crowded. Guess who came into town on the same train with me?
Who?
I'll take a guess.
Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
No.
Charlie McCarthy alone.
No, Miss Brooks. No, it was Wallace T. Hewitt.
It was?
Yes, ma'am.
Wallace T. Hewitt himself?
That's right.
Gosh! Who's Wallace T. Hewitt?
I'm surprised at you, Miss Brooks. I thought every teacher knew the chairman of the State Board of Education.
Oh, it was that Wallace T. Hewitt. Did you ask him for a raise, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, I know you're joking, Miss Brooks. I didn't speak to Mr. Hewitt at all. As soon as we landed in the depot, he was surrounded by reporters. Well, he's a power in educational circles in this state. It was all I could do to get a glimpse of him.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's quite short, almost completely bald, with a little wispy mustache and small beady eyes behind thick glasses.
Good-looking boy.
And although he's very stout, he moves along rather briskly, like a penguin. I wonder what he's doing in town.
Maybe shopping around for a new tuxedo. But let's not talk about the Board of Education, Mr. Boynton. Time enough for that when school opens next Monday.
You're right, Miss Brooks. You haven't had a real vacation this summer. This picnic tomorrow ought to be...
Oh, it's the phone. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. Hello?
Hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Conklin.
Oh, how are you, Mr.
You'll have
Conklin?
to dispense with the amenities, Miss Brooks. I'm calling to inform you that Madison High School will open tomorrow morning at the usual time.
Tomorrow? But school doesn't start till Monday.
I said, Miss Brooks, that our school opens tomorrow.
But, Mr. Conklin, Monday is September 12th. All schools open on the 12th.
I'm beginning to feel as if I were talking into a thermos bottle. Miss Brooks, just a short time ago, I received a telephone call from Mr. Wallace T. Hewitt, chairman of the State Board of Education. Although I've never met Mr. Hewitt, he notified me of his intention to visit my office in the morning. Naturally, I expect a 100% turnout from faculty and student body alike to help me welcome this most distinguished visitor.
But, Mr. Conklin, we've got a picnic planned for tomorrow. In a few minutes, Walter Denton's going to take me shopping.
Walter Denton? Please, Miss Brooks. I've asked you before, and I beseech you again. Don't mention that name so soon after breakfast. What my daughter sees in that lame-brained dunce is more than I can... Oh, but there's no time for that now. Until tomorrow morning, Miss Brooks, it's au revoir.
Au revoir to you, Mr. Conklin. Well, there goes our picnic, Mr. Boynton.
Where?
Down the drain, I'm afraid. Your precious Mr. Hewitt has decided to honor our fair school with a visit tomorrow morning. So Mr. Conklin's ordered us all back to greet him.
Tomorrow? But school doesn't open officially until Monday.
Believe me, Mr. Boynton, I delivered that message with all the feeling my parched little throat could muster. But the answer's the same. It's the Bastille at dawn. Coming. Well, it can't be Walter Denton.
Why not? Hiya, Miss Brooks. I just saw Mr. Boynton on the corner.
I know, he just left. Walter, I've got some sterling news for you.
Your news will have to wait, Miss Brooks. I've got the bulletin of all time.
Oh, you have?
Sure. Listen to this. You know how Mr. Conklin hates me.
Well, I wouldn't call him a fan, Walter.
Yeah, I know. But even so, when he hears about anybody having a good time, even me, he sometimes tries to muscle in. So, I thought up a way to keep him from ruining our picnic tomorrow if he decides to horn in at the last minute.
But, Walter, about tomorrow...
Yes, please, Miss Brooks, let me finish. About an hour ago, I called old Marblehead on the phone. Mr. Conklin. And I put a handkerchief over the mouthpiece and disguised my voice. Oh, you should have been there, Miss Brooks. It was a riot.
What did you say, Walter?
I said, get a load of this, Miss Brooks. I said, hello, Conklin. And he said, yes, this is Osgood Conklin. Who is this? And then I said, this will kill you, Miss Brooks.
Well, let's not make it such a slow death. Who did you say it was?
I said,
Conklin, this is Wallace T. Hewitt.
Wallace T. Oh, no.
Yeah. And then I said, I'm inspecting some of the schools in this area, and I'll expect to see you in your office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then while he was falling all over himself to be nice to me, I hung up. Is that a rib or is that a rib?
That, Walter, is the greatest rib that's been pulled since Adam was a bachelor.
Starring Eve Arden will continue in just a moment, but first here is Vern Smith. Now, dental science reveals a startling discovery in the fight against tooth decay. Proof that always using Colgate dental cream right after eating helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most important news in dental history. Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over a year. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care. And here are the amazing results. The group using Colgate dental cream as directed showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results. And Colgate contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. No risk of irritation to tissues and gums. And no change in flavor, foam, or cleansing action. As always, Colgate's cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. The Colgate's now at your dealers is the same formula used in the test. Always use Colgate dental cream right after eating to help prevent new cavities, help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Well, I spent most of Thursday night trying to figure how to keep Walter Denton from being expelled and still go on our picnic Friday, instead of waiting around school for a Mr. Hewitt who would never arrive. About 4 a.m, an idea was born, and a thoroughbred infant it was, out of desperation by panic. A half hour before school was due to convene, found me heading for Marty's Malt Shop, a student hangout across the street from Madison. As I entered, I noticed Stretch Snodgrass, known to his chums as Athlete's Foot of the Brain, seated at a table by himself. Good morning, Stretch. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. You don't look no different to me than you always do.
Thank you, I think. Mind if I sit down and have a cup of coffee?
Not at all. Here, I'll take this off the seat for you. It's my football.
Yes, I know. That's the only thing you've passed all year. But, Stretch, there's something you've just got to understand.
Yeah, There must be something.
Now I'm not so sure. But it seems that a very dear mutual friend of ours engineered a rather foolish prank yesterday. And if the facts ever leak out, he'll be expelled from Madison. You and I, Stretch, hold his scholastic future in our hands. Now, how good are you at keeping a secret?
Oh, I'm very good, Miss Brooks. Like yesterday when my pal Walter Dent imitated Mr. Hewitt's voice on the phone and told old Marblehead that... Oh, Mr. Conklin, he better hightail it over to school today. After Walter done it, he made me promise to keep it a secret. So that's why I won't tell nobody. Not a word of it.
Not a word of what, Stretch?
Of how Walter told... Oh, no, you don't. You can't trick me into spilling anything. You couldn't beat it out of me with a rubber hose.
Stout fella. But, Stretch, the entire faculty and student body have to be in school this morning only because Walter imitated Mr. Hewitt's voice on the phone and told old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin, to hightail it over to school today.
Gosh, how did you know that, Miss Brooks?
There must have been a leak. But I've got an idea that can get us all out of here. Now, will you help me, Stretch?
Sure, Miss Brooks. What can I do?
Well, you can see to it that Mr. Hewitt arrives nice and early so we can all leave the same way.
But I don't know Mr. Hewitt.
And Mr. Conklin doesn't either. Now, listen closely, Stretch. You know the little park right across from the school library?
Library?
Where all the books are kept.
Books?
It's on the way to the football field.
Oh, that little park. Sure, I know where that is. There's always a bunch of old Delaricks sitting around there.
Old what?
Delaricks. You know, bums, sort of.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Stretch, I want you to get one of those men and bring him to me. But be sure you get a fat one with glasses who has a little mustache. Mr. Conklin might have seen a picture of Mr. Hewitt somewhere.
Well, that shouldn't be too tough. A lot of them look like that. But, Miss Brooks, supposing he don't want to come?
He's got to come. Tell him he'll be helping a human being in distress. Tell him anything, but bring him directly to me.
Well, I don't get him, Miss Brooks. Why should
Quiet, Stretch. Harriet Conklin's coming over. Now, whatever you do, don't mention a word of this.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Well, shut Stretch's mouth if it isn't Harriet Conklin. How are you, Harriet?
Oh, I feel wonderful, Miss Brooks. Hiya, Stretch. What do you know?
You couldn't beat it out of me with a rubber hose.
What's wrong with Stretch, Miss Brooks?
He ain't talking. Now, Stretch, you'd better go over to the park and do what I told you. I'll explain to Harriet and get her oath of allegiance on our way over to school.
All right, Miss Brooks.
Remember now, get a small, chubby one with glasses.
I'll remember. See you later, Harriet.
Well, what's this all about, Miss Brooks? What did you send Stretch after?
A penguin, Harriet.
With glasses?
Why not? A penguin's entitled to see where he's going, isn't he?
I don't understand this. Boy, of all the people in the park, why did you have to pick on me?
Because you were so nice and round.
Yeah.
I mean, like I told you, mister, it's a matter of helping out a human being. Besides, you wasn't doing nothing in the park.
I wasn't doing nothing? Who teaches you English, boy?
Miss Brooks. Well, there she is waiting on the steps. I'll introduce her to you in a minute. Well, what's your name?
My name is Hewitt. Wallace T. Hewitt, chairman of the State Board of Education.
Excuse me a minute.
Where are you going?
I better go back to the park and get another one.
Nonsense. You've aroused my curiosity now, and I'm going to see this thing through.
Hello, Stretch.
Miss Brooks, this is Mr. Hewitt.
Oh, it certainly is. Oh, he's perfect, Stretch.
Yeah. Perfect.
But, Miss Brooks, this really is Mr. Hewitt.
I'll say, from the top of his shiny skull to the tips of his waddly little toes.
Now, see here, young woman, I demand to know what this is all about. First, I'm sitting in the park reading,
The want ads can wait, Chubby. I've got a job for you.
job for me?
It'll only take a few minutes, and I'll see that you get $1 for your trouble.
$1?
Kid is really anxious. We could probably have swung it for a quarter. Now, listen carefully, Hewitt. I'll be calling you by that name from here in, so we might as well get used to it. All you've got to do is convince Mr. Conklin, our principal, that you're Mr. Hewitt, chairman of the State Board of Education.
I see. Do you think my card might help to convince him? I've got some in my wallet here. There we are. The cards are right in this little compartment. See where my name is printed in gold letters?
Wallace T. Hewitt. Quick, Stretch, call the cop. This bum has just murdered Mr. Hewitt.
Murder! Now, look here, young woman. This has gone far enough. Fortunately, I'm just proud enough of my position to carry with me a newspaper photo which appeared last month. Here, look at it.
Wallace T. Hewitt, chairman of the State Board of Education. Stretch, it's him.
Sure, it's him.
Of course it's him. And me.
Why, Mr. Hewitt, we knew it was you all the time.
Well, you did, huh? But you said I waddled and that I murdered myself.
Well, that was all part of the joke, Mr. Hewitt. You see, one of our teachers came back on the same train with you from Eagle Springs. You didn't see him, of course, but he couldn't help observing what a jovial, good-natured, jolly sort of person you are.
Well, I do have quite a good sense of humor about some things. But another explanation seems in order, Miss Brooks. Why are so many students roaming about the campus? School doesn't start until next Monday.
Well, that's because our principal, Mr. Conklin, wanted us to get a head start.
Really? Well, that is unusual. I'd like to meet Mr. Conklin while I'm here.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. He's not in on the rib.
Huh?
I mean, that is, with such a distinguished visitor, I'd like to tell him you're here first. You know, give him a chance to run a comb through his tie and fix the knot in his hair.
But, my dear Miss Brooks...
Oh, please, Mr. Hewitt, take a little stroll around the grounds, and I'll meet you at Mr. Conklin's office in a few minutes.
Well, if it'll make you feel more comfortable to announce me. But how will I find Mr. Conklin's office?
You can't miss it. When you come back to the main building, you'll see a door with a gray-haired English teacher in a straitjacket in front of it. Just push me aside and walk right in.
Daddy told me he'd be right over here giving the athletic field a last-minute check. Have you seen him, Walter?
No, Harriet, but he might be in the gym. Gosh, I'm nervous as a kitten. If your dad finds out we're hiring a hobo to impersonate Mr. Hewitt, we'll be boiled in oil.
Oh, he won't find out. We'll just have to be real cagey about it. I wonder where Daddy could be.
I'm right here behind the handball court, my dear.
Mr. Conklin!
So I'm to be duped, am I? By an impersonator, eh? A hobo, eh?
But, Miss Brooks, I don't understand. Why am I sitting behind Mr. Conklin's desk?
Because, Mr. Boynton, with the real Mr. Hewitt on our hands, we've got to have a fake Mr. Conklin. And outside of Mr. Conklin, you're the best fake I could find.
But he might come back to his office.
Well, we've just got to take that chance. If Mr. Hewitt talks to Mr. Conklin and the truth about that phone call comes out, Walter Denton will be expelled.
Oh, gee, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Well, then we've got to see this thing through. Mr. Hewitt should be finishing his tour of the... Come in.
Well, Miss Brooks, I'm back.
Good. Mr. Conklin here has just been perishing to meet you. Mr. Conklin, may I present Mr. Hewitt?
How do you do, sir?
So you're Mr. Conklin. Tell me, how long have you been the principal of Madison High School?
Not long at all.
I imagined as much. You're a very young man to be holding this high office, Miss Conklin. And I might add, a very handsome young man.
Isn't he a doll? and he's so industrious, Mr. Hewitt. You won't catch many principals jumping the gun like this. Coming to school ahead of time.
That's very true, Miss Brooks. I'll certainly mention this in my report to the board. I'm returning to the state capitol in a couple of hours, you know.
Oh, really? Then we wouldn't want you to miss your train, sir. Now that we've met you, maybe we ought to let you get out.
But fast. I'll show you the shortcut to the bus line if you'll just follow me out this door. And we'll go...
Going somewhere, Miss Brooks?
Not me. I'm rooted to the spot.
Good. And this, I presume, is Mr. Hewitt?
That's right.
Mr. Wallace T. Hewitt?
Yes.
Chairman of the State Board of Education?
That is correct.
Get out of this office, you hobo!
Hobo!
Pack up your spindle and hit the road!
This has gone far enough. Mr. Conklin, did you hear what I just heard?
Of course I heard.
Miss Brooks, what's the meaning of this?
Something wrong, Mr. Hewitt?
Wrong? This hobo just called me a hobo. Do I have to show everyone in town my picture in the paper to prove I'm not a vagrant? Here, Take a look at this, you oaf.
Wallace T. Hewitt, chairman of the state.
Gad. It's you. Yes, it's me. And I'm going to see that the board hears of this outrageous affair. Now, what's your name?
My name?
Yes, your name.
My name is Denton, Walter Denton.
I presume you're a member of the Madison High faculty?
Faculty? No, sir. I'm a student here.
Student? You?
GI Bill of Rights. He's making up some credits so he can get into grade school.
Hi, Miss Brooks. The door was open, so I just... Oh, Mr. Conklin.
Yes?
This is Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Wallace T. Hewitt.
It's no use. The jig's up, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin knows he's just a hobo.
Again, hobo. What is your name, young man?
Me?
That's my pal, Mr. Hewitt, one of my dearest buddies here at school. Stretch Snodgrass. Shake hands with Mr. Hewitt, Stretch.
Stretch?
Somebody mentioned my name?
Not yet, but we will in a minute. Mr. Hewitt, this is the boy who asked you to join us while you were sitting in the park. Meet Philip Boynton.
Yeah, I don't think I'm quite following the goings-on here today, but I've just got to make that train. Let me tell you one thing, though, Mr. Conklin.
Yes?
Will you please stop butting in, Denton?
Sorry, Mr. Hewitt.
They've been with the Glee Club too long.
I just want you to know that in spite of my sense of humor, I consider this incident a grievous insult to a man in my position, and I'm going to take action immediately.
But, Mr. Hewitt, what action are you going to take?
I'm going to see to it that a certain Walter Denton is expelled from this school.
Expelled?
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 Boy, I'm glad I'm not in their shoes.
Young woman, as the instigator of this degrading practical joke, you shall be as severely penalized as the state board permits, and I shall take great pleasure in recommending your immediate suspension without pay. Now, Miss Brooks, what do you say to that? Well, Miss Brooks?
Miss Brooks? Who's Miss Brooks?
What? Well, if you're not Miss Brooks, then who are you?
Mr. Hewitt, shake hands with Sam, the janitor.
Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, what started out as a pretty dangerous practical joke soon proved to be nothing more than a clean-cut, wholesome shambles. But by mass pleading and a pint of quickly generated tears, we finally prevailed upon Mr. Hewitt to suspend sentence, and at long last we were off on our picnic. In less than an hour, Mr. Boynton had driven us about 30 miles from town.
Well, it took us a little while, but we can still have some fun.
Sure we can. It's a beautiful day, and the ride's just swell. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
I certainly do, Walter. Your car drives beautifully, Mr. Boynton. So much smoother than mine.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks.
But you know something? I can't help wishing we had taken my car instead.
Why, Miss Brooks?
Because that's where I left the picnic basket.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luscious Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Doctors prove you too may have a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that a new method of cleansing with Palmolive soap, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. See what Palmolive soap can do for your complexion in just 14 days.
Here is an urgent message from the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. March of Dimes funds for the care of polio victims will be used up by September 30th, 19 days from now. It will take over $14 million to continue this care. So don't abandon America's children. Send your dimes and dollars to polio, care of your local post office now. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
Evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast a Pulitzer Prize play by a great American dramatist. Simple enough story, more point than plot, more truth than glamour. Tonight, dear listener, we won't try to take you out of yourself, but if we can, we'll take you back. Back to 1910, remember? If you were our hero's age at the time, maybe you won't want to. When Richard Miller is the protagonist tonight, I guess the easiest way to take him is to try to pretend he isn't us. Dredging bravely down into the carefully forgotten depths of his awkwardness, your obedience and will tonight attempt to perform Richard Miller. The lifelike coloring, as far as possible, will be maintained. But our wilderness is best remembered for another character. To play Richard's father, the only actor I could think of who could follow George M. Cohan, Will Rogers, and Lionel Barrymore is Ray Collins.
Just set it here. Okay. Now look out for the fuse. Keep it straight. Here's the match. All right, now the minute I light this, put the can on top of it. There it goes. Quick!
Run! Run! Yeah! Hasn't gone off yet. All right, well, the biggest cracker there ever was.
Sonny, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Just 4th of July. Yay!
Same thing every 4th of July. I got it.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. McCarthy.
How do you do?
Hey, look out, you kids. You want to blow your nose to bits? Go down to the park and do it. Okay, Pop. Oh, Dave. Hey, Dave McCumber.
Hello?
Well, how are you, Dave, on this glorious 4th? Hey, where's your girl, Muriel? Dick's been looking for her all over.
Yes? Well, he won't find
Oh, he won't, huh? Well, how come you're here, Dave? I haven't seen you at a picnic for years.
And you won't see me at this for long. I'm here to talk to you, Matt.
Well, go ahead.
I'll come to the point at once. It's something disagreeable. Disgraceful would be nearer the truth. And it concerns your son, Richard.
Oh, come now, Dave. I'm sure Richard hadn't done anything.
And I'm positive he has. I brought the proofs with me. I've got a lot more of them at home. These are good samples of the rest.
Let's see.
My wife discovered them in one of Muriel's bureau drawers hidden under the underwear. They're all in handwriting, and you can't deny it.
Uh-huh.
Now, go on. Read them.
All night against my heart I felt your warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep you lay. Well, thy breath was shed betwixt the kisses and the wine. Well, if a little good poetry... Anyway, what do you want me to do?
Do what it's your plain duty to do as a citizen to protect other people's children. Take and give him a hiding he'd remember to the rest of his life. You'd ought to do it for his sake if you had a sense. Unless you want him to end up in jail.
Dave, I've stood all I can stand from you. You get along quick. If you don't want to kick in the rear, help you.
Now, you need to lay hands on me, Nat Miller. I'm going. But there's one thing more. Here's a letter from Muriel, dear son. I hope he heeds what's inside for his own good and for yours. Because if I ever catch him hanging around my place again, I'll have him arrested.
You will, huh?
Yes, I will. And don't think I'm not going to make you regret the insult you've done me. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your newspaper.
All right, go on. Take it out. You may be the biggest advertiser in town, but you can take it out and go to the devil.
Do you mean that
Yes, I would.
That's all bluff. You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I would, too.
Well, good day.
Old fool.
Richard!
To remind you that the regular Independence Day baseball game between the Light Company Hornets and the Whipple Dairy Nines will take place promptly at 2 o'clock at the Bears Lounge.
Richard!
Yes, you want me, Pa?
Well, I thought I'd made that plain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't hear you. I was off in another world.
Listen, son. I'm going to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. I warn you beforehand that if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you and punish you hard. Because you will have done something no boy of mine ought to do. You've never lied to me before, I know, and I believe even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie to me now, would you?
Oh, I won't lie, Father.
Richard, is there anything between you and Muriel, anything you shouldn't, oh, you know what I mean.
What do you think I am? What? Father, I love Muriel. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
That's all I wanted to know. We won't talk about it anymore. Oh, here's a letter from her he said to give you. Her father. You better be prepared for a bit of a blow, son. Never mind. There's lots of other fish in the sea. Here you are. Here's her letter.
Well, thanks, Pa.
Say, what's happened to your ma and Aunt Lily? They're so darn busy keeping an eye on Sid today, the pair of them. I think I'll go down the beach a ways to see if they're there and maybe say hello to some of the folks. If they show up, tell them I'll be right back.
Yes, Pa. Dear Richard, please don't try and answer this. It's no use. After what you've done, I never want to see you again. Never. If that's all you think of me, goodbye forever. Muriel, the little coward. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her.
Oh, Richard!
I'll show her.
Richard!
What is this?
Here's Win looking for you. See, Win, here he is. You owe me a nickel. I told him you'd be here.
Hello, Win.
Oh, hello, Dick. Hey, Tommy, skid up. I want to talk to Dick.
What? Me? After I told you where he was and come all the way over out of the water to show you?
Go on, Tommy. Here's a dime. Now get up. There's a good kid.
Okay, I don't want to listen anyway. I'm going up in the water.
Say, Richard, I'm in trouble.
What is it, Win? Can I help?
Can you keep your face shut?
I can't.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I ran into a couple of swift babes from New Haven this noon. I did them up for tonight. You know, the 4th, you know. Now I can't find anyone to go with me. I guess I'll have to pass it up. I'm broke. I can't afford to blow them both to drink.
I got $11 saved up. I could loan you some.
Say, you're a good sport. Oh, nix, kid. I don't want to borrow your money. Say, have you got anything on for tonight?
No.
Want to come along with me?
You mean?
I'm not trying to lead you astray, understand? You don't have to do anything. Not even take a glass of beer, unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am, a rube?
You mean you're game for anything that's doing?
Sure I am.
Will ever drink anything besides sodas?
Sure, lots of times. Beer and slow gin fizz and Manhattans.
Hey, you know more than I thought. Can you fix it up so your folks won't get wise? Ought to be easy on the 4th.
Sure. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Then you be at the Pleasant Beach Hotel at 9 o'clock.
Sure.
In the back room.
That's easy.
Watch your step, kid. So long.
So long. I'll show her.
Lily, if that's what you got to hold the barbecue, I'm sorry for it. That's all I can say. Oh, hello, Richard.
Hello.
What did old man McCumber want? Saw him way down the beach talking to your pa.
Something foolish, I'll bet, the old blue nose.
I did. Well, Richard, what did he want?
Well, ask Pa.
Why, whatever's the matter with you, Richard?
Football.
Lily, don't you spoil
Oh, Ma.
moping around that way, and on the
Oh,
4th of
Ma.
July, too.
Oh, darn 4th of July anyway. I wish we still belonged to England.
Richard, you come back here.
Oh, Richard.
No, he's a queer boy. Sometimes I can't make head or tail of him. Hey, Sid, where do you think you're going?
I wondered where Nat was. I thought I'd go down the beach and look for him.
Are you sure that's all you're looking for, Sid?
Why, Essie, are you by any chance insinuating?
You know what I mean.
Now, you see how it is, Lily, when my own sister thinks the worst of
I'm
me?
not thinking a thing. I'm just remembering what happened last year at the picnic.
Last year? Why, what happened last year?
Oh, it won't happen again, Ed. The reformed character since he's been on the paper in Waterbury. At least that's what he swore to me last night, didn't you, Sid?
Pure as the driven snow. That's me.
Oh, Sid, you're a caution. Well, go on down the beach. And when you find that, you bring him back here. Do you hear me? Don't you two start talking around with everybody. It's getting late. We'll have to be starting home. Somebody got to get supper ready.
Yes, Essie.
And Sid, remember your promise.
I swear to you, Lily, that if any man offers me a drink, I'll kill him. That is, if he changes his mind. So long.
And you tell Nat if you aren't back in 15 minutes. We're starting home, do you hear? With Tolly and Richard, we're taking the car, and you two come home any way you please. Do you hear, Sid? Sid! Them.
Oh, dear.
Ma, they're coming. Pa and Uncle Sid. I heard him way down the street.
All right, dear, all right. We'll sit right down to supper. Tommy, you go wash your hands.
Oh, I did, Ma. Gee, I'm hungry,
I know,
Ma.
you always are. Richard?
Oh, gee, I love lobster, Ma.
Supper's ready, Richard. You put that book away and come right in and sit down.
Yes, Ma.
You too, Lily. We'll get them right in here and get some food in them. They'll be all right then.
Gee, Ma, it sounds like Uncle Sid's soused again.
Tommy, you be quiet. You're getting too smart.
Well, I
You
just-
sit right down and not another word out of you.
Oh, Ma.
Now then, everybody keep quiet now. Quiet.
Here we are, Eddie. Here we are.
You come right in here, Nat. Don't stop to wash up or anything. Supper's on the table. All right, Lily, you start passing the soup.
Well, let's see. Here we are. Right on the dot. Here we are.
So I see you're here, and if I didn't, you've told me 4 times already.
Oh, Essie, don't be critical. Don't be carpingly critical. Good news can stand repeat, can't it? Of course it can.
Nora, bring that soup here this minute.
Yes, Mom.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. It's good to be home again.
Now, start eating, everybody. Good thanks. Where's Sid?
Essie, I think Sid's sort of embarrassed about coming in. Down on the beach there, he met such a lot of friends, and, well, you know, 4th of July's like Christmas, comes but once a year. Don't pretend to notice, huh? And don't you kid, you hear? And don't you, Lily.
Very well, Nat.
Sid! Sid! Right, Sid, come on in.
Good evening. Beautiful evening. I never remember seeing a more beautiful sunset. What do you say, Lily?
It's all right.
Well, sure, it's all right. My friends, I give you a toast. Soup, the staff of life, the old man's comfort,
The young man's joy. The maid
do shut up for a minute and eat your soup. Everybody else is finished. Pass me your soup plates, everybody, or we'll be here all night.
Here, Ma.
There you are, Anthony. After this, there's lobster, and that's all. Tommy, you pass the lobster. Start with your father.
Oh, gee, I love lobster. Lobster, Pa?
Thanks. Have a good time at the beach, Tommy?
Oh, fine, Pa, thanks. The water was wonderful and warm.
Swim far?
Yes, for me, but that isn't so awful far. Lobster, Aunt Lily?
You know, speaking of swimming, I never go down to that beach with what it calls to mind the day I and Red Sisk went swimming there, and I saved his life.
Red Sisk? I thought we'd have him.
Have what?
Oh, nothing. You go on with your swing now. Don't you mind me. Uncle Sid, lobster? Oh, thanks.
Red Sisk, yes, sir. We kids called him Red because he had the darndest red crop of hair.
Dear.
What?
The curious imagination of little children.
Sid, eat your lobster and shut up. Go on, Nat.
Well, as I was saying, Red and I went swimming that day. Must have been,
aren't you eating your lobster?
Let me see. Red was 14. I was only 12. 41 years ago. There was a stake out where the Whistling Boy is now, about a mile out.
Oh, a steak, huh? See, I love lobster.
One more sound out of you, young man, you leave the table.
Do eat your lobster, Nat. It's all there is.
Well, if I'm going to be interrupted every second anyway,
How's Albert's mother's rheumatism, Tommy?
Much better, Ma. She was wading today. She says salt water is the only thing that really helps her bunion.
Tommy, where are your manners? The table's no place to
Well, as
speak
I
of.
was saying, there was I and Red, and he dared me to race him out to the stake and back. Well, I didn't let anyone dare me those days. A spunky kid I was.
Tommy.
So I said, all right. We started out. And all of a sudden, I heard a sort of a gasp from behind me, like this. Help! I turned, and there was Red, his face all pinched and white, and he said weakly, help now. I got a cramp in my leg. Well, I don't mind telling you, I got mighty scared. I didn't know what to do. Then suddenly I thought of the stake. And that stake was, well, I calculate it must have been 200 feet away.
250.
Is that?
250. I've taken down the distance every time you've saved Red's life for 30 years. And the mean average distance to that stake is 250 feet.
Sid.
I get it, Sid. Sorry, folks. I guess I've told that one too many times and bored everyone. I'm getting old, I guess, Mother. Getting to repeat myself.
No such thing. You're as young as you ever were. Sid, you eat your lobster. Maybe it'll keep your mouth shut.
Oh, sure. I'll eat my lobster. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you lobster. Lobster, the staff of life.
Mercy sakes. Can't you shut up?
Ma, look at Uncle Sid. He's eating that claw shells and all.
Sid, you want to kill yourself? Take it away from him, Lily.
Well, I prefer the shells. All famous lobster lovers prefer the shells.
Sid, he'd better go right up to bed for a while. That's what he'd better do.
Oh, bed? Yeah, maybe you're right. Immediately, if not sooner. Oh, but wait. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still one duty I must perform. No day is complete without Lily, answer once and for all. Will you marry me?
No, I won't. Never.
Right. Perhaps it's all for the best. Right. Good night, ladies. And that's with me. Bye-bye. Down by the old
Stop it, all of you. What is there to laugh at? That's been his downfall. Everyone always laughing. Everyone always saying what a card he is, what a case, what a caution. So funny. And he's gone on. We're all responsible, making it easy for him. And all we do is laugh.
Oh, now, Lily, you mustn't take on so. It isn't as serious as all that.
Maybe it is to me. Oh, well, once. I'm sorry, Ned. I'm sorry. See, I didn't mean to. I'm not feeling myself tonight. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll just go up to my room for a while. Well, of course.
I suppose she's right. Never knew Lily to come out with things that way before. Anything special happen, Essie?
Nothing I know.
Thought she'd got completely over her foolishness about Sid long ago.
Oh, she never will.
She better. He's got fired out of that new Waterbury job of his.
What?
Told me at the picnic.
Oh, dear. Isn't he the fool?
I knew something was wrong when he came home. Well, I'll find a place for him on my paper again, of course.
Oh, dear.
Do you know what I think? I think it's Aunt Lily's fault Uncle Sid's going to ruin. It's all because he loves her and she keeps him dangling after her and eggs him on and ruins his life like all women love to ruin men's lives. I don't blame him for drinking himself to death. What does he care if he dies after the way she treated him? I'll do the same thing myself. And I would if I were in his boots.
Richard, you stop that talk.
Drink, for you know not whence you came, nor why. Drink, for you know not why you go, nor where. Drink!
Richard, I'm ashamed of you. That's what I am.
Oh, Ma.
Come on, Nat. Let's go into the parlor and give Nora a chance to clear away. Really, where that boy talks.
From now on, Richard, you keep that darn fool talk to yourself, or you're going to regret it. You hear me?
Yes, Father.
That's about all I can stand of your nonsense for one day.
Oh, what do I care? I'll show her. The little coward. I'll show them all.
Haven't you ever been to a place like this before?
Oh, sure I have. Lots of times. Why do you think I am anyway?
I don't know, kid. Honest, you got me kidding. What did you say your name was?
Richard.
Well, drink your beer, Richard. Come on, it's getting flat.
Oh, I let it get that way on purpose. I like it better when it's flat.
Say honestly, kid, did your mother know you're out?
Oh, cut it out. Why don't you try to kid me?
All right, I didn't mean to, dearie. Please, don't get sore at me.
I'm not sore.
You see, it's this way with me, Richard. I think you're one of the sweetest kids I've ever met. I could like you a lot if you'd give me half a chance. Instead of acting so cold and indifferent.
I'm not cold and indifferent. It's only that I got a weight on my mind.
Here's your drink, kiddo. This'll warm him up. 40 cents with a cigar.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Don't mention it.
Hey, anybody here? How about a little slip?
I'm coming.
Bottoms up now.
All right. Bottoms up.
Ah, well, that's something like it. Feel better?
You bet.
You'll still feel better in a minute. And then maybe you won't be so distant and unfriendly, huh?
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. I think you just don't like me.
Oh, I do, too, like you.
How much? A lot?
Yes, a lot.
Show me how much. Want me to come sit on your lap?
Yes.
Well, now you're talking. There. How's that?
Swell.
Why don't you put your arm around me? Oh, no, not that dead way. Hold me tight. You needn't be afraid of hurting me. I like to be held tight, don't you?
Sure I do.
Then why don't you kiss me?
All right.
You call that kidding? Here. What's the matter, honey boy? Haven't you ever been kissed before?
Sure, lots of times.
Then why'd you jump as if I bit you? Gee, I'm getting crazy about you. Come on, kiss me again.
I can't. I just remembered. I sworn off.
Sworn off kissing? What do you mean you've sworn off?
I took an oath I'd be faithful.
Till death do us part. Who's the girl?
Never mind.
I'm not good enough to talk about her, I suppose.
I didn't mean that. You're all right, only you wanted to do this kind of thing. It's right for a nice girl.
What's the trouble, sister? Young hopeful here getting annoyed? Maybe you'd like a change of atmosphere.
No, he's all right, I guess. A little soused.
Mind if I join your party?
Or with me. I got no party on. So.
I forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind. Flung roses. Roses righteously with a throng. Yea, hungry for the lips of my desire.
Hey, what's he talking about?
Let's have another drink.
You've had enough.
What is it, a child poet or a child actor?
Don't know. Got me guessing.
Well, sister, if you could check that cradle robbing act, maybe you and I could have a little fun.
That's easy. I just pull my freight. Listen, kid.
Yeah?
Here's an old friend of mine, Mr. Smith of New Haven, just come in. I'm going to go over and sit at his tape for a while, see, and you better go on home.
I'm never going home. I'll show them. Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard.
Hey, this is rich. That's swell dope, young fella. Give us something more.
Some do it with a bitter look. Some with a flaring word.
The coward does it with a kiss. The brave man with a sword. I did it with a kiss. I'm a coward.
That's the old stuff, kid. All right, all right. Give us another right over the old pan.
And then at 10 o'clock, Eilert Loveberg will come with vine leaves in his hair.
And bats in his belfry if he's you.
Oh, don't mind her, kid. She's just ignorant. Come on now. Come on, kid.
Listen, you.
Who, me?
I don't believe you ever knew her in New Haven at all. You just picked her up now. See, you leave her alone, you hear? You won't do anything to her, not while I'm around to protect her.
Oh, listen to her.
Now, wait. Curse you, Jack Dalton? If I won't unhand her, what then?
I'll give you a punch in the snoot, that's what.
Hey, you cut out the noise. What's the matter here? It's not my business, brother, but if I were in your booth, I'd this young south the gate. He's underage.
He told me he was over 18.
I guess you're right. Come on now, young fella. On your way. You'll start no trouble. Beat it now.
I will not beat it.
Oh, won't you?
Let go of me.
Now, quiet now. Pin a Mary in your joint will quiet.
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, try and suck me, will you? We'll see about that. Oh, and now, out you go.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our Wilderness, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our Wilderness, starring Orson Welles.
Who's that?
It's Tommy. Can I come in?
Hello.
Are you allowed up?
Of course I'm allowed up.
How did Pa punish you?
He didn't. He went back to the office without seeing me.
Gee, after last night, I thought to hear that you died.
Oh, forget it, can't you? Go on, Tommy. Get out of here. I'm sick.
If I get out of here, can't give you something I've got for you.
Oh, don't try to kid me. You haven't got anything.
Two.
What?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I'll give you 3 guesses.
Oh, don't bother me, Tommy. I'm in no mood to play riddles with kids. What is it?
Well, what would you like best in the world?
I don't know. What?
It's from Muriel.
You mean
Yeah, just now when I went by, I saw her waving from their parlor window, and so I went up, and she gave this note to Dick. So I took it. Here it is. Now, aren't you glad I came?
Oh, thanks, Tommy. Thanks. Gee. Do you know what she says? She loves me and only me, always will, and she's going to try and sneak out and meet me tonight.
Hey, you can't do that, Dick. You're not allowed.
Can't I, though? You wait and see if I can. I'll go right through the window. I'll see her tonight if it's the last thing I ever do. I don't care what they do to me after that. I don't care if they kill me.
Hey, Dick, you sure got nerve.
The trouble with most folks is they don't understand what love means.
Oh, Dick. Dick.
Oh. Hello, Muriel. Is it not already? Gosh, time passes when you're thinking.
I thought you'd be waiting right here at the end of the path. I'll bet you'd forgotten I was even coming.
Oh, no, I hadn't forgotten, Muriel, honest, but I got to thinking about life.
You might think of me for a change after all the risk I've run to see.
Oh, gosh, you're pretty tonight, Muriel. Seems age since we've been together. If you knew what I've suffered.
I did, too.
Gosh, Muriel. Oh, gosh, it sure is wonderful to be with you again.
I'm glad it makes you happy, Dick. I'm happy, too.
Muriel, can't I... Won't you let me kiss you now? Please.
No, you mustn't. Don't.
Oh, why can't I?
Because I'm afraid.
Oh, that's what you always say. You're always so afraid. Aren't you ever going to let me?
I will sometime.
When?
Soon, maybe.
Tonight, will you?
I'll see.
Promise?
I promise maybe.
All right. Remember, you promised. Now, don't let's stand here. Come on out. We can sit on the bench in the moonlight.
Oh, it's so bright out there.
No, don't see you. There's no run around park at night.
I know there isn't. That's why I thought it would be the best place. But there might be some.
There isn't a soul. What's the use of a moon if you can't see it?
It's only a new moon. That's not much to look at.
But I want to see you. I can't here in the shadow. I want to drink in all your beauty.
I bet I look a sight, don't I?
Oh, you do not. You look wonderful. Muriel, You don't realize what I've been through, what that letter of yours made me do.
What did my letter make you do?
Oh, it's too long a story. Let the dead past bury its dead.
No, tell me, Dick. I want to know. Begin at the beginning and tell me.
Well, after your father gave me a letter, Muriel, I figured your love for me was dead, and I thought you'd never love me. You'd only been cruelly mocking me, torturing me.
Oh, Dick, I'd never. You know I'd never.
I wanted to die, and I sat and brooded about death, and finally I made up my mind I'd kill myself.
Dick, you didn't.
I did, too, and I thought when I'm dead, she'll be sorry she ruined my life.
Oh, if you ever had, I'd have died, too. Honest, I would.
But suicide's the act of a coward, and that's what stopped me. And anyway, I thought to myself, she isn't worth it.
And that's a nice thing to say.
If you meant what was in that letter, you wouldn't have been worth it, would you?
But I've told you.
So I said to myself, I'm through with women. They're all alike.
I'm not.
And I thought, what difference does it make what I do now? I might as well forget her and drown all my sorrows and lead the pace that kills. So after it was dark, I sneaked out and went to a low dock I know about.
Oh, Dick Miller, I don't believe you ever.
You ask him down at the Pleasant Beach House if I didn't. They won't forget me in a hurry.
You went there? Oh, that's a terrible place. Pa says it ought to be closed by the police.
Well, I said it was a dive, didn't I? They let me into a secret room behind the bar room. Wasn't anyone there but a Princeton senior, and he had 2 chorus girls from New York with him, and they were all drinking champagne.
Oh, Dick Miller, I hope you didn't. Oh, you ought to have known Pa made me write that old letter.
One of them was called Belle. Yellow hair, Belle. Had a kind that burns and stings you,
I'll bet it was dive. And then what happened?
Oh, we just kept drinking champagne, all of us, and she said she'd fall in love with me at first. And, came and sat on my lap, kissed me.
Oh.
It's all in fun, and then we just kept on drinking champagne, and...
And did you kiss her?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you did, too. You're lying, and you know it. Oh, I hate you. I wish you were dead. I'm going home this minute. I never want to lay eyes on you again, and this time
Now, Muriel, wait, listen.
I don't want to listen. Let me go.
Muriel.
If you don't, I'll bite your hand.
I won't let you. You've got to let me explain. Ouch. You did bite me. Well, all right. Go if you want. If you haven't the decency to let me explain, I hate you, too. I'll go and see Belle.
Well, go and see her if that's the kind of girl you like. What do I care? You can't explain. What can you explain? You owned up. You kissed her.
I did not. I said she kissed me.
And I suppose you just sat and let yourself be kissed. Tell that to the Marines.
All right, if you're going to call me a liar every word I say.
I didn't call you a liar. I only meant it. It sounds fishy. Don't you know it does?
I don't know anything. I only know I wish I was dead.
You ought to say that. It's wicked. I suppose you'll tell me you didn't fall in love with her.
Oh, I should say not. Fall in love with that kind of a girl? What do you take me for?
How do you know what you did if you drank so much champagne?
Well, I kept my head. I'm not a sucker, no matter what you think.
Then you don't love her.
I hate her. She wasn't even pretty. And anyway, how could I love her? I love you.
Well, then, I still love you.
Then come back here, why don't you?
It's getting late.
It's not 1/2 past yet.
All right. Only I'll have to go soon. Gosh, I'm sorry I hurt your hand.
Well, that was nothing. It felt wonderful even to have you bite.
There, I'll kiss it. That'll cure it.
You shouldn't waste that on my hand. You said you'd let me.
I said maybe.
Please, Muriel. You know, I want it so.
Will it wash off her kisses and make you forget you for always?
Oh, I should say so. I never remember anything but it. Never want anything but it ever again.
Then, all right. The moon is beautiful, isn't it?
Not as beautiful as you. Nothing is. Won't it be wonderful when we're married?
Yes. But it's so long to wait.
Oh, perhaps I needn't go to college. Perhaps Pa give me a job. Then we're making enough.
You better do what your pa thinks best. And I'd like you to be at Yale. Oh, poor you. Do you think he'll punish you awful?
I don't know. I don't care either. Gosh, but I love you. Oh, gosh, I love you. Darling.
I love you, too. Sweetheart. Where are we going on our honeymoon, Dick? To Niagara Falls?
That dump where all the silly fools go? I should say not. Oh, no, we'll go some far-off, wonderful place. Somewhere out on the long trail. The trail that is always new. On the road to Mandalay.
But I'm glad Tommy told us where Richard went off to tonight. I'd have worried my heart out if he hadn't. But no, it's all right.
All right, is it?
As for his being in love with Muriel, I don't see but what it might work out real well. Richard could do worse.
I thought you had no use for Muriel. Thought she was stupid.
Well, so I did, but if she's good for Richard and he wants her, Ma used to say you weren't over bright.
Well, I've been bright enough to...
No, hush up. Where'd you say Sid and Lily had gone off to?
To the beach to listen to the band.
Oh, I'm glad. What's that?
What?
Did you hear something?
Yes, I did. That's Richard now coming round the house. Nobody else had come that way. I'll go out on the porch and meet him. You better leave him and me alone for a while, Essie.
Well, all right, I'll stay in here. Call me if you want me. But you'll remember all I've said now, won't you?
Sure, Essie. Hello, Richard.
Oh. Hello, Pa.
Sit down, Richard.
Yep.
No, right here, next to me. That's better. Well, how are the vine leaves in your hair this evening?
I don't know, Pa.
Turned out to be poison ivy, didn't they?
Huh.
You needn't look so alarmed. I'm not going to read you any Terence lecture. That'd bore me more than it would you. Still giving you credit for having brains. So I'm pretty sure anything I can say to you, you've already said to yourself.
Oh, I know I was a darn fool.
You sure were. Not only a fool, but a downright stupid, disgusting fool.
I know, Pa.
All right, then. That's settled. Now, one more thing. This girl at the Pleasant Beach House.
Oh, Pa, if they've told you about her down there, they must have told you there wasn't anything in it. Honest, Pa, there wasn't. I wouldn't do a thing like that to Muriel, no matter how bad I thought she treated me. Honest.
How'd you happen to meet this lady, anyway?
I can't tell that, Pa. I have to snitch on someone. You wouldn't want me to do that.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. Well, I believe you. And I guess that settles that. There's nothing more to say, and we'll forget it, huh?
How are you going to punish me, Pa?
Oh, I was sort of forgetting that, wasn't I? Well, I'd thought of telling you you couldn't go to college.
Don't I have to go, honest? Oh, gee, that's great. Muriel thought you'd want it. I was telling her I'd rather you give me a job on the paper because she and I get married sooner. Oh, gee, Pa, you picked a lemon. That isn't any punishment. You have to do something besides that.
And you'll go to college and stay there till you graduate. That's the answer to that. Muriel's got good sense, and you haven't. Now, we're finished. We'll call your Ma. Yes, Here she comes.
Hello, Ma.
Hello, Richard. My, it's a beautiful night. Moon's way down low, almost setting.
Yes, I don't believe I've hardly ever seen such a beautiful night. Such a wonderful moon. Have you, Richie?
No, it was wonderful down at the beach.
I can only remember a few nights that were as beautiful as this. They were long ago when your mother and I were young and planning to get married.
Yeah. I bet those must have been wonderful nights, too. Sort of forget the moon was the same back then and everything.
You're all right, Richard.
You're a good boy, Richard.
Better get to bed early tonight, son, hadn't you?
Oh, sleep. I couldn't sleep. Can't I stay out here on the porch and sit for a while until the moon sets, please?
All right. Then you'd better say good night now. I don't know about your mother, but I'm going to bed right away. I'm dead tired.
Oh, so am I.
Good night, Ma.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Pa.
Good night. First time he's done that in years. I don't believe kissing between fathers and sons after a certain age. It seems mushy and silly. But that meant something. I don't think we'll ever have to worry about his being safe from himself again. I guess no matter what life will do to him, he can take care of it now. Oh, my darn feet are giving me fits.
Why do you bother unlacing your shoes now, big goose, when we're going right up to bed?
Yeah, I guess you're right. You mind if I don't say my prayers tonight, Essie? I'm certain heaven knows I'm too darn tired.
Don't talk that way. It's real sinful. Oh, that isn't you all over. Always looking for an excuse to... Oh, you're worse than Tommy. Well, all right. I suppose you needn't. You've had a hard day. I'm going to turn out the lights. You all ready?
Yep, let her go, Gallagher. Look at Richard out there on that porch. Like a statue of love's young dream.
Mm.
What's it that Rubaiyat says? Yet that spring should vanish with the rose, that youth's sweet-scented manuscript should close. Well, spring isn't everything, is it, Essie? There's a lot to be said for autumn. That's got beauty, too. And winter, if you're together.
Yes, Matt.
Well, speaking as producer, the worst I can say for our guest tonight is that he doesn't always approve of my productions. Speaking as a citizen with the vote, the least I can say for George G. Nathan is that I always approve of what he writes. I didn't say agree, mind you. Heaven and the entire personnel of Actors' Equity forbid that I should recite for you a catalog of Mr. Nathan's unmentionably numerous virtues. I needn't remind you of the magazine which he founded with Mr. H.L. Mencken, a magazine from which my theater took its name, and both which should be nameless, nor of the list of his books, which don't need what I'd like to say about them. It's not for me to celebrate the celebrated Nathan prose, that blend richness and astringency against whose infinite variety time and custom seem to be getting nowhere. But let me say this much. Eugene O'Neill's dedication on the first page of Our Wilderness reads as follows. To George G. Nathan, who also, once upon a time, wore peg-top trousers and went the pace that kills along the road to ruin. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Campbell Playhouse rededicates Our Wilderness to George G. Nathan. And we have our own good reasons. They are, among other things, his love of theater, as much as the gift and intelligence with which he served it. Mr. Nathan.
O'Neill affectionately dedicated Our Wilderness to me, and it's only in the present tradition of close friendship that I should now return the compliment by saying uncomplimentary things about him. I've known the scoundrel intimately for more than 20 years, and I should like to take advantage of this occasion to tell you confidentially that the popular idea of himself, which he has so cleverly built up through his plays, books which he has had written about him, and the expensive photographs of himself which he has spread around the world, is a whopping fraud. What picture have you got, O'Neill? He is, you believe, a fellow persistently gloomy and morbid, that if a funeral passes his house, his wife joyfully mistakes it for a Mardi Gras carnival. But if O'Neill is gloomy and morbid, all I can say is that someone has got the Scandinavian weather report mixed up with the dictionary. He is so gloomy and morbid in point of fact. Once, while I was staying with him on Sea Island, I had to bribe him with one of my best new Hawes and Curtis neckties to quit singing Rosie, You Are My Posy at top of his lungs after midnight so I'd get a little decent sleep. He roars with delight over Damon Runyon's stories of mugs who go around shaking hands with pieces of Limburger cheese concealed in their palms. He thinks Jack Benny is a scream and worth all the Ibsen actors this side of Stockholm. He wrote, don't forget, this Our Wilderness, which is not only approximately as gloomy and morbid as Charlie's Aunt or the Beer Barrel Polka, but which, I may tell you, had to have 21 consecutive minutes of howling low comedy cut out of the dinner table scenes so following sentimental scenes might stand a chance of getting over. O'Neill, you further believe, given to a large, steady, and copious indignation. In other words, a combination of ingrowing toenail, boil, and second act of the Valkyria. Well, as I say, I've been pretty close to the fellow for almost a quarter of a century. And the one and only time I've ever seen him indignant about anything, it was 3 years ago, was when I argued with him that he was a jackass in not believing Joe Louis a top-notch fighter. Prize fighting, incidentally, interests him more than almost anything else, except for sauerkraut. He loves sauerkraut. I've seen him down 6 big dishes of it in half an hour. You've read as being a painfully slow and laborious worker. You've heard that it takes him 2 years even to get to the profound point of putting down the line, Act 1, the curtain rises. It's true he's a laborious worker, but so far as the painfully slow stuff goes, it's often a lot of bunkum. This Our Wilderness, for example, he wrote in exactly 26 days. So you also think that O'Neill, from what you've heard, must be a quick-tempered and nasty rooster in his dealings with the stage directors he plays. I'll give you an illustration out of many. During the rehearsals of Our Wilderness, Philip Muller, the director, came down to the footlights and suggested to O'Neill, sitting huddled in the third row,
that he thought it would be a grand idea if O'Neill permitted him to alter one line in the serious scene then being tried. Why, O'Neill wanted to know. It would, answered Muller, telling how he changed the line, be a beautiful, relieving laugh. Well, quietly mumbled O'Neill, it's funny, all right. In fact, it's pretty darn funny. In fact, it's fine, but, and here our friend gently squinted at Muller, it would be a whole heap funnier if you yourself played the role facing the audience, and then, very, very slowly, while speaking the line, turned around and showed him a large chromo of William Jennings Bryan fastened to the seat of your pants. Muller had no more to say. The scene proceeded as O'Neill had written it, and that's the scene and that's the play that you have heard tonight.
The makers of Campbell's Soups join Orson Welles, inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
My sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on this program remain, as always, obediently yours.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty, Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When gold was discovered in the western United States, thousands of miners and prospectors, farmers, criminals, and clerks poured into the new territory. Greed and violence ruled the mining camps, and it was there that the masked rider of the plains did some of his greatest work in the cause of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country. Santa's waiting for us. Come on, Silver, away! High in the hills, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stopped to purchase supplies from old Silas Fawcett. Silas, a prospector for years, had finally struck it rich. But he worked his claim alone and seemed to resent the masked man's intrusion.
There's your bacon. There's your beans. There's the flour you asked for. Is that enough? Or are you going to keep on pestering me?
How much do we owe you, Silas?
Nothing. Take it and get.
We can't accept gifts. We'll pay for what we receive.
Don't want your cash.
Perhaps my mask has misled you. We're not outlaws. This isn't stolen money.
Don't tell me who you are. Injun, your name's Tonto, ain't it? You're the Lone Ranger.
How did you recognize us?
I ain't no fool. Maybe you think I am, but I ain't.
Has anything gone wrong?
Huh? What made you ask a loco question like that?
You seem to be out of temper. I thought maybe something had happened to irritate you.
Look here, Mr. Lone Ranger.
Yes?
I'm always out of temper. It's a matter of principle with me. I wasn't knee-high to a grasshopper before I found out that it's only idiots and feeble-minded folks that are good-natured. Well, I ain't no idiot. I ain't feeble-minded. I'm doggone mad nearly every day of my life. And mornings I wake up feeling pleasant. I just think back on all the bad times I've had till I get mad again.
That's a strange way to feel.
Yeah? Why is it?
You're well off. Your wants are few and easy to provide for. You're healthy. I doubt that you've done anything to make your conscience bother you to any extent. I should think you'd be as happy as it's possible for most men to be.
Oh.
You don't agree?
I don't. But I ain't gonna argue. How long you two gonna keep me from getting at my work?
We're leaving now. Take the flour, Tonto. I'll pack the rest.
Me take it.
Silas.
Well?
I suggest you be more careful how you talk in the future.
Eh?
Someday you're going to tell all that to someone who believes you.
He funny fella.
He's one of those people who are so big-hearted, they don't dare let others know how generous they really are.
Not right.
Living alone for so many years makes him seem more gruff than he really is. One of these days, Tonto, we'll make it a point to look up Silas again. Several months passed. Then late one afternoon, a boy of 13 reined in his horse at the rear of a small cottage, about a mile from the town of Hilldale. He was hot and dusty, but filled with excitement he could scarcely contain. He dismounted, led his horse to a lean-to stable, looked eagerly around him, then called,
Dixie! Hi, Dixie, where are you?
Here I am.
Oh, there you are. Come here, quick.
I's coming.
Well, hurry.
I's coming.
Faster.
I's coming. I's coming as fast as I can. I'm here. Now, where for all the rush, Jimmy?
Where's Ma? She ain't by the back window, is she?
Your ma's in the parlor. Say, where you all been all day? Your ma was asking for you a dozen times.
Dixie, can you keep a secret?
Secret? Why, it's the closest mouth-colored gentleman in the whole county.
No, I mean it, Dixie. If you won't promise to tell nobody, anybody at all, even Ma, well, you can't know about it.
I won't say a word. Cross my heart I won't.
Well, I've been up in the hills.
Huh?
See?
You all took that there pickaxe with you again. Jimmy, was you prospecting?
Uh-huh.
You all went clean to the hills?
Oh, it weren't much of a trip for a horseman like me.
But why for you get so excited? Just tell me that. Lossie, if you all said you hadn't been in them hills after being gone all day, that'd be something.
But wait till I show you.
What's that in your pocket?
I'll show you. Wait. Here. Now just take a look at that.
Man.
Dixie, I found it. I found gold.
You sure enough did. Here, let me handle that. My, ain't it pretty, though? All gleaming and sparkling like candles. Lawsy massy.
And there's heaps more where that came from.
You don't say.
Think of it, Dixie. Gosh, it'll mean new things for Ma. Pretty dresses. All kinds of swell grub for her to eat. Why, golly, I'll bet there's enough there to fix it so she'll never have to work out again.
My, oh, my. Jimmy, I don't know as I ever did see gold before. Not real sparkling gold like this.
Now, remember, you promised you wouldn't tell.
Ain't you even going to tell your ma?
Well, we've got to keep it a secret, Dixie.
Why for?
Well, I ain't old enough to file on the claim. I wouldn't trust nobody but you to file on it for me. As far as Ma's concerned, what I want to do is wait till we've got all the gold that's there, then tell her for a surprise.
We?
Sure. We'll sneak away every chance we'll get.
Yeah.
We'll sack the ore and pack it back, and then hide it someplace. Yeah. Maybe up in the loft of the barn.
Yes.
When the claim's all worked out, well, then we'll take a sample to town to be assayed. And after that, we'll come back and tell Ma how rich she is. Of course, Dixie, you'll get your share, too.
Jimmy, I's practically speechless. I sure am.
Unsaddle for me and rub Blackie down, will you? I'm going inside.
You all go right ahead. Come on, Blackie. Go, eh? Oh, them golden slippers. Oh, them golden slippers.
Ma!
Was that you, son?
Gosh, Ma, you look tired.
Oh, I know.
One other day, son.
Where'd you work today?
Oh, I helped Miss Wilkins out most of forenoon, and there was a big wash over the Clements place. Ah, they do live fine, them folks.
Gee, I hate to see you come home looking so all done in.
Folks have got to work to live, Jimmy.
Well, you won't have to for long.
What nonsense is that?
It ain't nonsense. I can't tell you now 'cause it's a secret. But, Ma, just you wait. It ain't gonna be long till you can tell all them folks you don't need to work for 'em anymore.
Oh, Jimmy, you're the limit.
All right, laugh at me. But just you wait and see.
Nearly 3 weeks later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto, who were camped in the foothills, heard the sound of picks digging into rock. What's that, Tonto?
Someone dig rock?
That's what it sounds like. Certainly can't be gold hunters, though. There's no gold around here.
Maybe we look, huh?
It must be just beyond that outcropping. Come on. One of them is just a boy from the sound of his voice, Tonto. Don't alarm them. We'll see what they're up to.
There, Dixie. That's enough for today.
Ain't such an awful lot of this here gold left, Jimmy.
Nope. Couple more trips, and I reckon we'll have it all.
Want to sack up what we dug out?
Better not. We'll have to be getting back to beat Ma home. It'll be safe enough.
I reckon.
Gee, I wonder how much this is gonna bring.
I couldn't even make a guess. Would it be $1 million, do you think?
Don't be crazy. $1 million's a lot of cash.
1,000?
1,000's a lot more, too. Oh, but maybe there just might be.
I was going to buy me a gold watch with what I takes for my share. Just the biggest gold watch I can find.
What I get's going for Ma.
She'll be a mighty pleased woman.
Only trouble is, I can't make up my mind exactly what to get her. Do you think she'd like to spend it on dresses, or for fixing up the house, or for taking a trip somewheres, or what?
Maybe your ma'll have her own notions about that.
Likely she will. Only there's one thing sure. She ain't gonna do one more lick of work for the folks around town. I won't have it.
Your ma's getting to the age where she can't work much longer, Jimmy.
That's what I mean. Well, let's get going. Come on.
Eyes are coming, yes, sir.
We'll just about get home in time. Get up there.
Get on there. Get on, you coyotes. Get up there.
If there's gold here, Tonto, it's the first I've heard of it. Prospectors all claim you have to go further into the hills.
You look.
Fool's gold. Iron parites. Poor youngster. Afraid he's in for a bad disappointment. I like the boy from the little I heard.
Him sound like good boy.
I wonder...
What you think?
Tonto, I've got an idea. Let's get back to the horses. We'll do a little investigating. Perhaps we can take a hand in this. At the end of 2 more days, Jimmy and Dixie were satisfied that they had exhausted the possibilities of the vein Jimmy had located. It was in the evening. Jimmy and his mother had finished their supper and were stacking the dishes before washing them when...
Jimmy.
Gosh, I'm sorry, Ma.
Whatever in the world's got into you? Why, you're so fidgety and nervous I never saw the like. You been up to something?
Ma, I got to tell you.
You done something?
Oh, no, Ma. It's my secret I've been telling you about.
Oh, there.
Please, Ma, let the dishes go till I show you. Come on, please.
Oh, land sakes, I don't suppose I'll have any peace till I do. Now, where'd I have to go to see this big secret?
Just out to the barn.
Well, go
Come on, Ma, hurry up. Dixie.
Yes, sir?
Did you bring some down from the loft to show Ma?
I sure did. There it is, right there in that sack.
Whatever you two talking about?
You all's due for a big surprise, man.
Just put your hand in that sack, Ma. Take a look at what you find there.
Why, what is it?
Gee, can't you tell?
Well, it's getting dark.
Well, that's gold, Ma. Gold.
Jimmy, no.
Indeed it is, man.
And that's just part of it, Ma. We got all kinds of sacks full of it. We got 'em hid up in the loft.
Well, I never.
Now tell me I didn't have a real secret.
Oh, mercy sakes, I don't know what to say.
You ain't gonna work no more. You're gonna take it easy and rest and have things you want, like you always should have had.
You're a good boy, Jimmy.
First thing in the morning, I'm taking a sample into the assay office. Oh, I bet this will test out just as rich as any they ever seen.
Me, oh, my. I can just hear them dollars clinking in my pockets now.
Bless you, Jimmy. I wish your pa'd lived to see you. He'd have been mighty proud.
Hello, Silver,
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. Get him up. It'll be almost morning before we reach Silas's place, Tonto. I wonder if he'll pretend to be as bad-natured as the last time. Maybe. Hurry, Silver, old fellow. All through the night, the masked man and the Indian raced along the winding trail that climbed higher and higher into the hills. Then, just at dawn...
He's up already. There's smoke coming from the chimney.
Who's there?
Friends.
I ain't got no friends. Don't expect to have no friends. Don't want no friends. Oh, you fellas again, is it?
Mind if we step inside?
Plain enough, you don't care what I think, or you wouldn't even be here bothering me. You know better. Well, come in. Don't stand there like dummies.
Thanks.
Well, what are you laughing at, Injun?
Me laugh at you.
At me? Of all the nerve. Just goes to show what crush you got. Well, all right. What do you fellas want?
I have something to tell you, Silas.
That's what most folks think.
And I want you to listen to me.
Yeah, and they always expect me to listen, too. Well, spill it.
I will. When I've finished, you can make your own decision. I won't urge you either way.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger told the old prospector all about Jim and his mother.
I investigated them thoroughly, Silas. The mother's a widow who was left with a home but no money. She had the boy to raise, and she supported him and herself by what housework she could get. And what I had in mind was the boy's disappointment and his mother's. Obviously, neither one of them knows the first thing about gold. The mother can't help but realize how much extra money would ease her burden. And the boy's so proud to think that he's done something to make his mother happier that he's going to be heartbroken when he finds out the truth.
You and the redskin are a pesky nuisance. In all my born days, I never seen such nuisances as you are. Redskin, you quit laughing at me. Take good manners.
Then you refuse?
There you go, putting words into my mouth I never said.
What will you do?
Just like you asked me.
Good.
But mind you, don't go getting notions. It ain't 'cause I'm big-hearted or anything simple like that.
No?
I'm handing over that oar for just one reason.
And that?
So when I feel myself slipping into good nature, I can think back to today and remember what a soft-headed idiot I was. And if that don't get my dander up, nothing will.
That same morning, young Jimmy and Dixie headed for town. In a cardboard box wrapped in brown paper, the boy carried his precious burden, a sample of the ore. At last, the government office was reached, but just as they were about to enter, Dixie touched Jimmy's arm.
What is it, Dixie?
You all better go in there alone, Jimmy.
Huh?
I just can't stand the excitement. My heart won't hold up on this.
All right. Wait for me here.
Oh, them golden slippers. Oh, them golden
Well, doggone if it ain't young Jimmy.
It's the Withers boy.
Yeah, what do you got in that there box, Jimmy?
Fellas, I'll bet the kid's been prospecting.
Is Mr. Quillen here?
Want me, Jimmy?
Uh-huh. I got something I want to report on.
I'll bet the kid struck it rich, huh?
Yeah, let us in on it, will you, kid? Huh?
Say, maybe he'd be willing to teach us something about prospecting, huh?
Now, leave Jimmy be. I'm getting tired of you loafers hanging around here anyhow. Hey, let me have that box you got there, Jimmy.
Sure.
You got it wrapped up real well, eh?
It's mighty valuable ore, Mr. Quillen.
Well, you can leave it here with me, and I'll have a report for you pretty soon.
Why, I kind of thought you could give me an idea right away.
Hey, like it. Jimmy, did you bring this here just for a joke?
A joke? What do you mean, Mr. Quillen?
You mean you really thought this was gold ore?
Why, ain't it?
Why, Jimmy, this ain't nothing but fool's gold. Can't you tell the difference yet?
Fool's gold. Look what the young'un thought was pay dirt.
That's a good name.
Hi, fellas. Look what the kid brought in for to say. Hi, righties.
I thought it was...
Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy.
That's all right. Guess you think I'm an awful greenhorn.
You ain't the first one to make the same mistake. Some of these wiseacres here done the same thing in their time.
Yeah, I guess. Well, thank you. Bye.
What'd the man say, Jimmy?
It's fool's gold, Dixie. Fool's gold. Only I'm the fool. And after all me and Maud planned to do with the cash we was going to have, I don't know what to tell her.
No, Jimmy. Lord, it ain't so bad. Well, what'd folks like us do with gold if we was to have it anyhow? I never really wanted to have cash. I mean, not special.
Dixie, I can't go back to tell Ma about this. I just can't.
Now, don't you take on so. Your ma think just as much of gold or no gold. Now, you all come home with me.
Jimmy and Dixie rode slowly home. A disappointment made them silent. Suddenly, as they drew near the house, Jimmy shouted,
Dixie, look it!
What?
There's two fellas with a wagon. They've been loading it with sacks from our barn. Dixie, they're stealing our gold.
Sure, they're welcome to it, ain't they? It ain't nothing but fool's gold, you said.
I don't care what it is. They ain't gonna steal it. Get up, Blackie.
Why, it's peaceful. I ain't gonna meddle with no masked man.
Come on, Dixie. Hi there, leave that alone. You get away from that. Get up there.
Get going, Santa. Get him up.
You come back with that. Hold on.
Come on, Silver.
Oh, Blackie, oh. Ain't no use in us trying to catch them fellas, Blackie. You crooks, you thieves. I'll get even. Dixie, you was scared. You never even tried to help me.
Whoa. I wasn't scared, Jimmy. Indeed wasn't. I was just cautious, that's all.
You was scared and you needn't say you wasn't.
Well, why for should we fight over that there fool's gold, huh?
They didn't think it was fool's gold.
They likely just didn't know no better, that's all.
I'll bet they did. They wouldn't gone to all the trouble to bring a wagon if they didn't.
But Jimmy,
Dixie, I'll bet anything I know just what happened.
Huh?
I'll bet when I picked out samples to take to the assay office, I just got fool's gold mixed up by mistake.
What do you all mean?
It wouldn't surprise me none at all if the rest of that ore was real gold. Golly, them crooks sneaked away with it. I'm going back to the sheriff. Get up, Blackie. Get up there. Ho, Blackie, ho. Sheriff!
Howdy there, young fella. What can I do for you?
Sheriff, crooks just stole gold from me.
What's that?
There was two of them. One was a masked man and one was a redskin. They had a wagon.
Whoa, up there. Now stand still and get your breath and try to make it a mite easier.
But you gotta do something quick, Sheriff. Every second you're sitting there, they're getting farther away and harder to catch.
Now, in the first place, where would you get gold for them to steal, Jimmy?
Shucks, Sheriff, ain't you heard? Jimmy was in the assay office a while ago to have a sample of fool's gold valued. The gold he claims he stole is just that worthless stuff he brought to town with him.
All right, if that's so, then why did they steal it? Of course I'm just a kid. I could be fooled easy on something like that. But that don't explain how two grown men could fool ourselves.
Oh, Jimmy, you just got the gold fever, that's all. You better head for home and cool off a bit.
Well, hold on.
Say, you ain't taking this serious, are you?
Well, the kid has got something there. I've yet to meet the engine around these parts that couldn't tell real gold from the other kind. Jimmy, how much did they get off with?
A whole wagon load, Sheriff. Honest. What I think is that stuff I brought to the assay office I just grabbed accidental. Well, I bet all the rest of it was high-grade ore.
Well, what's that? I hear something said about high-grade ore?
Howdy, Sanders. The young'un here was just telling us he had a wagon load of ore stolen from him.
Well, then, what are you sitting there polishing the seat of your britches for? Why don't you get after it?
There's some more things I'd like to know about first. Jimmy, you said it was a masked man and a redskin stole that gold.
Uh-huh, I seen him plain.
You real sure?
I sure am. You know them crooks?
Well, I did hear something about a pair answering that description being seen in the neighborhood, but my understanding was that they was just as far from being crooks as two fellas could be.
Oh, masked men are outlaws, ain't they?
I don't know.
Please, Sheriff, please. You gotta do something.
Don't you know your duty, Sheriff? Even if it was fool's gold, they stole it, didn't they? And stealing is stealing. Don't matter what it was they took. Oh, gosh, I ain't been this mad in a real long time. Makes me feel just dandy.
Well, I'll look into it. Come along, Deputy.
Yeah.
I'm going too.
All right. We'll pick up Quillen on the way.
Doggone if I don't tag along. Maybe I'll be able to give you a hand at trailing the skunk.
In the meantime, with Tonto at the reins and the Lone Ranger riding alongside, the wagon had been driven to an isolated spot where a great pile of gravel had been dumped. The masked man and the Indian worked hard. Then, finally...
I think that does it, Tonto.
All ready now.
Well, Jimmy's going to think pretty hard of his Kemosabe, but I rather enjoyed what we've done.
Them come soon now.
If Silas plays his part. Well, keep watch, Tonto. There's nothing more to do now except wait.
An hour later, a group of riders, Jimmy, Silas, the government clerk, the sheriff, and his deputy, followed the broad trail left by the wagon. It led to a woods just where the hills began, and...
Sheriff!
Yeah, Jimmy?
In that woods there. Don't you see something?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, golly, that's the end of the trail, Sheriff. There's a wagon in there.
Hurry before they get away again.
Come on, men. Get up there.
Get up there. Come on. Hey, they've seen it. They're doing the they ain't firing at us.
Ride them down.
They ain't gonna stay to fight.
They're making a run for it. Come on, keep after them, won't you, Sheriff?
See the way they're traveling? I'll just try and catch them hombres.
That's the wagon, all right.
Yeah, there's ore in it, too.
Pull up. Whoa.
It's here. It's all here.
Doggone if it don't look like real gold ore, too.
Well, look at it, Mr. Quillen. This ain't fool's gold, too, is it?
Give me a few chunks of that, will you?
Just a second. Here you are.
Well, tell the young'un. Don't keep him waiting. Is it worth anything or ain't it?
Jimmy?
Yeah?
I don't know how come you brought me the samples you did, but I'm here to say this ore in the wagon is worth a plenty. I ain't seen any to compare with it from around here except for what Silas found. Is there more where this came from?
That was all of it, Mr. Quillen. Oh, golly, wait till I tell Ma about this. Dixie, he'll just about have a fit.
Well, I'd say you'll get enough gold from that load right there to net you a real sizable sum.
Gee.
Say, young'un.
Huh?
I've done a sight of prospecting in my day. If you're dead set on looking for more gold, why, maybe your ma'd let you come up to my place where I could give you a few pointers.
Oh, golly, would you? Would you really?
Well, that is, if you didn't insist on me acting sociable to get my principles.
That is.
Now, don't you be pestering me, Sheriff.
Just step over here for a second, will you?
What do you want?
Just a few words with you is all.
Better be mighty few.
Yeah, we can't be heard from here.
Well?
Silas, is there anything you'd like to tell me about this deal?
Tell you? What could I?
Oh, I thought maybe you could explain a few points.
Huh?
For instance, how every time we lost the trail on hard ground, you was able to pick it right up again.
'Cause I'm a better trailer than you, that's why.
And, how come that happens to be your wagon with your horses hitched to it?
Huh? Say, now don't that beat all? Why, I never even noticed it till you pointed it out. Why, them crooks.
And maybe you could explain why this ore looks uncommonly like what I've seen took from your place.
Anything else you want to ask me that ain't none of your business?
Just one thing. While you fellas was looking over the wagon, I moseyed over where them trees are real thick. A funny thing, but I seen where somebody gone and dumped a whole lot of fool's gold there. And recent, too.
Why, I don't know a thing about it. You're exceeding your duty bullying me like this.
Silas, you're an awful old crab.
You bet I am.
On top. But underneath, you got a heart as soft as mush.
Hey, them's fighting words.
Well, Silas, you can rant and sputter all you want. But I got a hunch that you and the masked man done something today that I'd have been mighty proud to have thought of doing myself.
Hail, Silver,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's baffling case,
The Witch of Dunderberg Mountain.
Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll find how a curious old moldy coin lured Nick Carter into a strange community, brooded over by Dunderberg Mountain and a collection of macabre superstitions. But now, millions of American families are happier these days because women who run their homes wisely have learned about Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, which makes every home more bright and inviting. Now those same wise homemakers are learning the modern way to new beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss to give lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish to renew the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish to lend rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Today's thrilling adventure starts in the usual place, the gloomy old brownstone mansion at the corner of 4th and 5th. Yes, looking at that comfortable old Victorian mansion with its gay flowered window boxes, its shiny brass door knocker, and the bright and glistening windows, no one would ever guess that those panes are bulletproof, the doors, windows, and chimneys burglar-proof, and that on the top floor is probably the world's best-equipped laboratory for the scientific study of crime. As a matter of fact, our master detective is at this moment closeted in his laboratory, while Patsy Bowen, his efficient and long-suffering secretary, holds the world at bay in his second-story office and consulting room. Finally, the hidden door that leads to a secret passageway creaks open, and enter Nick Carter.
Patsy, will you get that blamed thing fixed?
Not me. The way you gumshoe around without making a sound gives me the jumps. Every time I think I'm in a perfectly empty room and suddenly look up and see you at that old roll-top desk which you won't let me throw out, as if you just materialized out of thin air, it makes my heart do nip-ups.
Yes, Patsy, your grammar's a bit thumb-diddled, but I think I get your drift. You want me to stamp around and bump into furniture like the average male.
I do not. Tell me, did you finish whatever it was you were puttering around with up in the laboratory?
I did. I examined the shirt the man accused of the Pemberton murder was wearing the night Daley Pemberton was killed.
But that shirt had been washed and ironed, Nick.
Quite so. The murderer made the common mistake of believing that a thorough washing and boiling would eliminate traces of his crime. But not with the modern benzodine test, sweetheart.
Oh?
It took me less than 3 drops to reveal the presence of bloodstains. Mr. Pemberton's blood.
You needn't look so pleased.
I'm always pleased when I've managed to end a criminal career. Murder so often becomes a habit. Well, anything happen when I was upstairs?
Anything, everything. The mayor called, the head of Freedom for Moravia called, Lieutenant Riley called, the butcher called.
Trivia, all trivia. Anything worth bothering about down in the waiting room?
Mrs. DeLacy Trump's pearls.
What about them?
Stolen.
Tell her to report to insurance company.
She can't. Seems some gigolo swiped him. She doesn't want her husband to find out.
Not interested.
Old Mr. DeWitt Hemingway's second wife has run away.
She should have done it years ago. Not interested.
Mr. Roger Winthrop, author and lecturer, has taken a house in some forsaken spot up the river. He's writing a history of the folklore and superstitions of the Catskills. He wants you
I never collaborate. Besides, what I know about the River Valley superstitions, and they're plenty gory, he can dig out of the records for himself. Not interested.
Will you not jump to conclusions, Nick? He does not want you to collaborate. His servant has been hexed. The local witch has put a curse on him,
And he's had a succession of headaches or corns or something. Tell him to wear an asafoetida bag. I believe that's a usual
It's
remedy.
too late. The servant, whose name was Jacob, died about dawn this morning. A violent and horrible death. His last words were something about a descent into hell.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You wouldn't let me.
Send Mr. Winthrop up. Well, send him up. What are we waiting for?
Keep your shirt on, Nick. I can't have him shot out of a cannon. Wait till I click my enter off his gadget, can't you? Butch.
Hey, Angel Face.
Butch, Mr. Carter will see Mr. Roger Winthrop.
You mean the guy with the ribbons on his glasses?
Right the very first time.
Okay, Mr. Winthrop. Hey, he's halfway up the stairs already.
Athletic for an author, Patsy?
Come in.
Mr. Carter, Mr. Nick Carter, where is he?
Right behind you.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I am...
I know. Roger Winthrop.
Author. I am now engaged in collecting data for my latest novel. In fact, I have already...
Has this novel anything to do with your servant's death?
Why, no.
Then skip it.
Of course. But if it weren't for the novel, I never would have rented the old Brocken house. And we'd never have met the old witch.
You said witch?
He did.
You keep out of this, Patsy.
What old witch do you mean, Mr. Winthrop?
Who is this,
I'm Nick Carter's secretary, amanuensis, general factotum, and the lady who sews the buttons on his shirt.
Now, let's get back to the witch. She sounds more interesting.
Thanks.
Of course, I don't actually think she is one. Still, the natives who live around the Brocken farm are quite convinced of the fact. It seems she's placed a curse on people before this, mostly young boys who taunted her or stole her fruit. Young William Tappan was thrown from his father's farm horse and dragged twice round the barn. Hendrik Vandervoort fell out of an apple tree and broke his arm. And Johnny Upsendike had scarlet fever and jaundice both at the same time.
Seems to me I've heard of accidents like that happening to kids even without their being hexed.
Yes, Patsy, but that's not the significant part of the narrative.
What is?
The boys' last names. Tappan, Vandervoort, Upsendike. I take it, Mr. Winthrop, the old Brocken farm you've rented is in a Dutch community.
It is. Up the river at the foot of the Donderberg. Wild, hag-ridden country. Those families settled there before the Revolution and have married and intermarried ever since. All but the Brockens. They seem to have been disliked right from the beginning. Some say they aren't Dutch at all, but Hessians.
Yes. Let me see. Brocken. Isn't that the name of that mountain in Germany where all the witches are supposed to gather on Walpurgisnacht?
Yes, that's why the Brockens are said to have settled where they did. Because old Donderberg, the local mountain, bears a strange resemblance to the Brocken.
I see.
Local gossip has it that on the eve of May Day, which, as you know, is Walpurgisnacht, all the family and their cats, they've always had black cats, would swoop up the chimney on broomsticks and fly away to Donderberg Mountain for some sort of witch's Sabbath.
Then this witch who's supposed to have hexed your servant Jacob is, I gather, one of the famous Brockens.
She's the last of them. Miss Hermina Brocken is an old maid, and when she dies, the family will be extinct. And high time, too, if you ask me.
Now, you don't really think she's a witch.
No, but she's a vindictive, highly neurotic, I might even say dangerous female.
And you think she killed Jacob?
I do. She laid a hex on him last week. Made a rag doll out of an old scarf of his she managed to steal. She named the doll Jacob, of course, and then began sticking pins into it. And last night, or rather early this morning, he died.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I'd rented the Brocken house for the summer. It seemed to have the sort of weird, not to say sinister background I needed for my novel.
Did Miss Hermina go with the house, Mr. Winthrop?
Oh, no. She and her cat moved out to a sort of farmer's cottage.
Oh.
I insisted on that. I can't abide cats. Well, as I was saying, last night I was in my study scribbling away the better part of the night. It was a peculiarly black night, you may remember. This is what is called the dark of the moon.
Yes, I know.
Well, finally I became aware that everything was unusually quiet. And then I realized I'd worked through the entire night, and this was that queer, unearthly silence that comes just before the dawn. Suddenly, I was conscious of a dull, muffled thud, a thud that was almost a clang. What was that? Curious how strange sounds become at night. Sounded like the clang of a coffin lid. Better lay off work for tonight, Winthrop, old boy. First thing you know, you'll be imagining ghostly footsteps. Good Lord, what's that? Something's coming round the corner of the house. That's the tool house door. Someone's trying to get in. Oh, this is ridiculous. Better go see what it is before my imagination makes a fool of me. I'll take the lamp. It's probably nothing at all. Just the wind rattling the lock. But there isn't any wind tonight. Pull yourself together, Winthrop. Down the steps to the woodshed. Yes, something is moving the lock. Someone's out there. Wait till I unlock the door.
I'm done for.
Jacob, what are you doing out here this time of night? Jacob, what's wrong with you?
Don't go near it. Don't go. She's right. It goes straight down to hell. But
Good Lord, he's having convulsions. Jacob! Jacob!
And what happened then, Mr. Winthrop?
Jacob died right there in my arms. It was horrible. As the death rattle left his throat, his right hand relaxed, and something rolled to the floor with a metallic clink. I picked it up and brought it here, thinking it might serve as a clue to this whole horrible business.
Let me see.
Here.
Black with age. Looks like a metal slug of some kind. Betsy. How about giving this a going over with that metal polish you keep around for polishing them up doorknobs?
With pleasure. It's right here in this drawer. I keep it handy, Mr. Winthrop, because all the hardware in this old house is brass. And I always say, what's the good of having real brass furnishings unless
Not
you keep
interested,
them well...
Betsy. Postpone the housekeeping. Well, Mr. Winthrop, from your description of Jacob's death, the panting, the dragging footsteps, and the final convulsions, I'd say he was probably poisoned. No possibility of suicide, I suppose.
Of course not. It was the witch, Miss Hermina Brocken. I told you she'd put a curse on him.
Curses don't cause convulsions, Mr. Winthrop.
I never said they did. The point was she hated Jacob enough to want him dead.
Why?
Well, I suppose it was my fault in a way. I told Jacob to make up to the Gold Girl in order to get her to tell him all the local ghost stories. He unearthed plenty. Some of them, like the Headless Horseman and the crew of Hendrik Hudson who go bowling in the mountains whenever there's a storm, have already been recorded by Washington Irving.
Yes.
Then there's the two spectral riders who are supposed to be the ghosts of Major Andre and General Benedict Arnold. They met and rode through that territory, the night Arnold sold out to the enemy.
Yes.
Then there's the story of a lost treasure that's supposed to be cursed. Not to mention a Batwoman and a Black Vulture who appears whenever there's to be a death in the valley.
Interesting, but irrelevant. Why did Miss Brocken hate Jacob? Certainly not because he worried those stories out of her.
Well, no. As a matter of fact, I rather imagine Jacob overdid his attentions to the old girl. When she discovered he had a wife and 5 children in the Bronx, well, she turned on him like a vixen. It was all Peter and I could do to tear him away from her. She was trying to scratch out his eyes.
Hell hath no fury and so forth.
Quiet, Betsy. Just who is Peter, Mr. Winthrop?
A local character who does the gardening for me. He's, well, not exactly bright, but he can make anything grow.
How does he get on with Miss Brocken?
Scared to death of her. Carries a piece of cold iron in his pocket all the time he's around the place. If you touch cold iron, a witch can't harm you.
Speaking of cold metal, how's this for a handsome hunk of stuff? It shines better than our doorknobs now that I've got the tarnish off.
Oh, very interesting. That coin, Patsy, is gold.
What?
A British guinea, to be exact, minted in the reign of George III. In those days, coins like this were called trader's gold.
For Pete's sake, why?
Every British soldier who brought in a member of Washington's army received one of these. And every member of Washington's forces who gave himself up got one, too.
Where in the world do you suppose Jacob got hold of this?
To answer that, we'll have to make a visit to the Dunderberg. Yes, Mr. Winthrop. I think you brought us a problem that's even more interesting than you suspect.
Well, just what is the significance of the piece of Drater's gold found clutched in the dead man's hand? Is it connected in any way with the strange events which are happening in the shadow of old Dunderberg Mountain?
We'll see in just a moment. Linux self-polishing wax is practical proof that there is something new under the sun. New beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum. If you haven't used new Linux self-polishing wax, you haven't learned how different, how perfect the quick-drying wax can be. For Linux self-polishing wax, developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, lends a satiny appearance, a lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every floor surface in your home. The formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine Carnauba wax. And the underwriters' laboratories have proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. When you walk on a Linexed surface, you can actually feel the difference. Besides, it takes only a jiffy to wipe on, drying quickly to a handsome luster without tiresome rubbing. So it's just good sense to choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax. And, of course, if you want the modern type finish, which is brushed on, or even longer-lasting protection, use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that protects your floors and linoleum amazingly for months. Whichever you choose, Linex self-polishing wax or Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, ask for it by name, Linex, and get the best. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to today's exciting case. As we pick up Nick Carter and Patsy, they are following Roger Winthrop along a desolate country road to the Brocken farm, where Winthrop's servant, Jacob, has recently died a violent death. It is twilight, and the sinister hulk of the Dunderberg Mountain broods over the landscape.
I'm not surprised that people who live around here believe in witches and curses and hidden treasure, Mr. Winthrop.
If you'd spent a couple of months around here the way I have, Miss Bourne, you'd believe in superstitions, too. Things like that don't seem possible back in the midst of the city's traffic. But up here, time seems to stand still. Here, people are still living in the Dark Ages.
I noticed as we came along, most of the barns had hex signs painted on them.
Nick, have you noticed the clouds gathering behind that mountain?
Yes. I imagine the old Dutchman will start their game of 9-pins any time now. Hope we reach your house, Mr. Winthrop, before the storm breaks.
It's just over the next rise, Mr. Carter. Here's the gate behind the lilac bush.
Oh, not what you'd call in very good repair. After you, Patsy.
Thank you.
That's the house down there in the hollow. And that's Peter sitting outside the tool house door. I gave him strict instructions not to let anyone move the body until you arrive. I know you detectives prefer to find your clues undisturbed.
It's sometimes helpful.
Why doesn't Peter sit inside the tool house?
Because he's afraid of the dead. There's a superstition around here that the soul of anyone who's died a violent death is afraid of being alone and always tries to take along a companion.
Oh, what's that?
Something up there in that tree. What's there, silhouetted against the sky? A black cat.
It's Miss Brocken's Hecuba. They're inseparable. If that cat's around...
Then the Brocken female isn't far behind. I wondered who's been following us the last quarter mile.
Nick, I didn't see or hear a thing. You don't mean she's invisible or something?
Calm yourself, Patsy. I'll admit she's kept out of sight, but no disembodied spirit breaks twigs and rustles dead leaves. She's been perfectly audible to anyone that took the trouble to listen. Hear that? She just stepped on a loose pebble.
My teeth are chattering so I couldn't hear an avalanche. Oh, Nick, I don't like this place.
Easy, Patsy. Oh, here comes Peter. Poor guy, he looks relieved to see us.
I thought you was never coming. I told you I wouldn't stay if you didn't get back before nightfall.
But we did, Peter. This is Mr. Nick Carter, the famous detective. He'll find out what killed Jacob.
The light's fading fast. Better make our examination before it's completely dark. Oh, Patsy, it may not be nice. You want to stay out here?
With that woman and her cat crawling through the bushes and a storm coming up beside? Oh, thank you. I'm coming inside, no matter what's in there.
Hold the flashlight steady, Patsy.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Extreme rigor mortis and marked tetanic constriction of the muscles. Jaws too firmly clamped together to permit any investigation of the oral cavity. We can take a look at the inside of the lips. Well, the poison, whatever it was violent, but I don't think it was administered on mouth.
No.
Now, let's see. Rest on the instep of the shoes between the sole and heel. Heavy boots and corduroy trousers, no, nothing the lower limbs. Hands bare. Yes, look here. The 2 small punctures of his right thumb.
Yes.
Winthrop, help me roll back a sleeve.
Right, Mr. Carter.
Here we are. 2 more. And here again. And again. And all the punctures have already started to gangrene. That's how the poison entered the body.
Oh.
It's the evil eye. Those 2 dents. It's the mark of the evil eye. They burn straight through you until you're dead.
Interesting idea, Peter, but what killed Jacob was quite a bit more deadly than any evil eye.
You mean you know who killed him?
Definitely. The question now is to find where the killer's hiding.
But, Nick,
Let's see if we can get a line on how Jacob spent his last 12 hours. Get the small microscope out of my zipper case, will you, Patsy? Or when you might prepare a few slides.
Right you are, Nick.
Just exactly what are you doing that for, Mr. Carter? Cleaning the dead man's nails, I mean.
A good scientific detective, Mr. Winthrop, can pretty well deduce from what he finds under any person's nails where that person has been and what he's done for some time previous. Oh, a slide, please, Patsy.
Here you are.
This isn't my most powerful lens, of course. This flashlight isn't as strong as one could wish. Still,
You get anything, Nick?
yes, quite a few things. He ate a piece of chocolate cake for dinner, with his fingers, of course. Sawed quite a bit of wood, minute bits of sawdust.
That was yesterday afternoon.
He also plucked a chicken recently and polished the furniture. Tiny globules of very fine oil. But the most interesting ingredient in the whole collection is a certain tiny spored mold or fungus. A great deal of it, as a matter of fact.
Maybe he went out picking wildflowers in the woods.
No. This particular fungus only grows in places where there's a great deal of moisture and where sunlight never reaches. Any place like that around here, Mr. Winthrop? Basement? Spring house?
No, the basement's bone dry and there is no spring house.
How about a well?
There are few enough improvements on the place. No electricity, no telephone. But we do have a hand pump in the kitchen sink.
Which means if there's a well under it, Jacob couldn't very easily get down into it.
I'd say it would be absolutely impossible. Wait a minute. There's some sort of boarded-up stonework with a padlock out back of the barn. I remember someone told me it's a condemned cistern or well of some sort.
Yeah, that's the witch's well. You'll be wise to stay away from it. It's the way straight down to hell.
The way to hell?
Yeah.
Weren't those Jacob's last words before he died?
Why, yes, Mr. Carter.
Come on, show me the place. Unless I'm very much mistaken, that's where we'll find the answer to this problem. At the bottom of the well. Sounds as if Henry Hudson's crew had started a game of ninepins.
Oh, that means there's evil abroad tonight.
Nick, I just remembered something.
Now what?
Isn't tomorrow the 1st of May? That means this is Walpurgis night.
When witches ride and graves give up their dead. Yeah. That one sounded like a strike.
This is the cistern, Mr. Carter, or whatever it is.
I thought you said it was padlocked, Mr. Winthrop.
It always has been.
Not now. The lock's lying on the ground. And the staples all bent and twisted. Looks as if someone had broken it.
And the cover's been moved recently, too. Look here, Nick. These scratches on the stone.
Patsy, I do believe you're finally beginning to notice things.
You know where you can go, don't you?
Yeah, that's just where you will go if you get too interested in that well.
Now, look here, Peter. You're a big boy now. You don't really think Miss Brocken's a witch?
I know she is.
Ever see her ride a broomstick?
No, but I've seen her go down this well.
When was this?
Winter nights. Me and my brother Timmy would hide in the hay of that old barn and wait for her to come along. First we'd hear the scrape as she pulled off the lid, and then we'd see her climb down inside with the lantern in her teeth and that old black cat sitting on her shoulder.
Why do you think she did it? Climb down inside, I mean.
To get warm, of course. It's nice and cozy in hell on a winter's night.
She never went down in summer?
No, why should she? It's hot enough right here in the valley in summertime.
Very interesting observation, Peter. And it verifies my hunch just how Jacob was killed and why.
What do you mean, Mr. Carter?
Help me pull the lid off this well and I'll show you. Here, take that side now.
Right, I have it.
There. That does it. Now, Patsy, give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, let's see what we've got. Ah, yes. Notice those rusty spikes driven into the stonework to form a sort of ladder? And notice where the rust has been scraped recently. That's how Jacob got it in his boots. He followed Miss Brocken's example and climbed down into the well. You'll also notice that the stones are covered with that curious fungus we found under his
Nick, she's watching us. Over there under that apple tree. And the cat standing on her shoulder.
We've been waiting for you, Miss Brocken. I think you can tell us how Jacob died.
That I can. It was his own greed killed him. I warned him no man could go down there and live.
You knew he died if he went down into the well, and yet you let him go.
I did not. I refused him the key, I did. But he broke open the lock like a thief when no one was looking. He wouldn't listen, and so he had to die. And I'm not sorry.
You killed him, you old...
Easy, Winthrop. Miss Brocken isn't responsible for Jacob's death.
Then who is? You said yourself he was poisoned.
Quite right. And I think if I drop this rock down into the well, we may rouse the killers.
Aye, if you do, they'll play you their devil's tattoo.
Oh, Nick, be careful. I'm afraid.
Here goes the stone. Now listen.
Oh, Nick. Nick, I heard it.
Good Lord, what is it?
Rattlesnakes. Forget, this is rattlesnake country. And I rather imagine there's a rattlesnake nest down there.
Aye, that there is. Old ones and young ones, the darlings. I told Jacob not to go down in that well. I told him he'd go to hell, but all he cared for was gold. And so he's dead. Dead! Dead! And I'm glad!
Nick, there's one thing I still don't understand about that Dunderberg mystery. Why did Jacob go down into the well?
And why wasn't Miss Brocken bitten when she did the same thing?
I'll answer the last question first. Miss Brocken was careful to make all her descents into the well in winter.
So what?
You see, when snakes hibernate, they become cold and almost lifeless. Ask any snake charmer. It's an old trick of the trade to put snakes on ice just before a show. Makes them quite harmless.
Oh.
And as for the reason that drew both Miss Brocken and Jacob into the well, I deduced from the sample Jacob had in his hand that the Brocken well is the hiding place of Benedict Arnold's famous lost treasure.
What's that?
Well, Major Andre is supposed to have given Arnold a golden guinea for every man then garrisoned at West Point. Arnold undoubtedly hid the money and didn't have time to dig it up when he had to flee for his life after his treachery was uncovered.
But if the Brocken family knew where it was, why didn't they use it themselves?
Probably because they felt it was tainted money with a curse on it.
I see. Well, thanks, Nick. Now, in just a moment, I want you and Patsy to give us a preview of next week's exciting case. Everybody's heard the old saying that home is where the heart is. And because home does matter most, it deserves the most careful attention you can give it. Keep your home at its loveliest with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Cream Polish, for example, renews the original gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, the handsome appearance of the wood grain itself, in one quick, easy application. That's because Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in your cleaning day routine. The cloudy look of old polish and dust, the blurry appearance of finger marks are erased as if by magic. And Linex Cream Polish leaves no surface film of oil for dust to cling to. It helps conceal disfiguring scratches, too. So take the streamlined way to furniture care. Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture. Tell your dealer you want the product that cleans as it polishes. Ask for all 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss Varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what about next week's story?
Next week, Ken, I think I'll tell you the story of how an heir mysteriously disappeared before it was born.
And a curious and frantic case it was. When a woman who's going to have a baby any minute disappears into thin air right on the threshold of a famous maternity hospital, then she...
Now, Patsy, don't give the whole plot away. Wait until next week.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Vanishing Lady.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paint. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News, on the Radio Theater. That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Richard Widmark will host a tale of adventure in a faraway place. On Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today, with Lorne Greene as your host. Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for Things That Are Funny. Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. And on Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Hey, sit down, honey. Is this the first time you've interviewed an important celebrity like the old crooner?
Gosh, you sure are relaxed. Is it just an act?
No, honey, nothing bothers the old crooner. I just go out there and be my wonderful self.
No tensions or anything?
Not a thing, honey, except this young doctor told me the old crooner has high blood pressure.
Are you following your treatment every day?
Hey, no need to. Like I said, no tensions or nerves to hassle the old crooner.
That doesn't matter. High blood pressure usually has no symptoms.
No symptoms at all?
Well, that's why it's so important for you to follow your treatment every day, even if you feel relaxed. You have to control high blood pressure all the time. Well, actually, I don't think I ever heard you sing. Do you mind doing a few of your hits?
Me sing? No, never sing anymore now that I've been elected governor of the state.
Hit a few wrong notes there, too, huh?
To learn more, the National High Blood Pressure Education Program urges you to consult your doctor, health department, heart association, or local high blood pressure education program.
This is Richard Widmark. You're flying over a small tropical country in Africa. It could be any of half a dozen countries caught in the middle of civil war or political upheaval. Once occupied by the Belgians and the French and the British, it is now in the hands of its native people. Or perhaps I should say, in the hands of Mandu Ranana, the self-appointed president. The name of the country isn't important. What is important is the sound of those engines. A sound that has pilot Del Hall dripping in sweat, his knuckles bone white as he fights to keep his DC-3 cargo transport in the air for just a few more miles. A precious few seconds longer.
Simbali Tower, Douglas 1169er Tango, over.
Simbali Tower, Douglas 1169er Tango, over.
Position 060, altitude 1,200, speed 9 or 5 knots. I have engine malfunction. Request emergency landing instructions. Acknowledge, over.
Roger. Permission to land denied. Proceed to Marlborough Airport.
What? Say again, over.
Permission to land denied. Proceed.
Negative, negative. I've got 5 passengers on board here. I can't make it to another. Simbali Tower, I have engine failure. Ready or not, I'm coming in. Mayday, mayday.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Greene. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. story, The Choosing, by Steve Sharon. Our stars, Dane Clark and Hans Conried.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Sears has a bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk, twin, and full sizes in 10 bright, solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there too. At most Sears retail stores.
One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Give your Valentine fragrances from Sears and release the inner spirits of romance. Give her freewheeling, breezy Charlie by Revlon. Give him the rich, manly crispness of English leather. Or for them both, Chauvin Sport Scents. Refreshing, exhilarating, and all of them ideal for a Valentine surprise. Choose these or many other popular fragrances at most Sears retail stores.
The crippled plane struggled to stay aloft. With both engines gone, the pilot fought to hold the craft in a glide, which would bring him to the airstrip he could see through the thick jungle growth below. He was nearly clear, almost free of the treetops reaching for him, when one last limb caught his right wing. The plane spun to the right, and the minute the wheels touched the landing strip, the craft skidded to a stop against an ancient storage building, left there a generation ago by soldiers no longer living. The side and front of the plane were crushed. The passengers survived.
I'm losing her. I'm losing her. I can't control. I'm losing her.
Captain Hall. Captain Hall, wake up. Wake up. You're dreaming.
Huh?
Captain, you were dreaming. A nightmare. You're all right now.
We landed? I thought we were all going to end up like Chris Bacon. I must be a better pilot than I thought. Oh, my head.
Don't touch it. Don't. It wouldn't be hard to get an infection in a place like this.
I must have cracked it against the overhead.
Well, I've managed to stop the bleeding.
Now, if you could just stop the throbbing. How are the others?
Few cuts and bruises. Mr. Rosen got the worst of it, sprained a wrist. How are you feeling, Mr. Rosen?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little tired. If a tired tailor's not used to such excitement. But you should help the captain. He needs medical attention.
No, I'm just a little groggy. Say, where are we? This doesn't look much like a hospital.
It's a prison, that's what it is, and I'll tell you one thing. I am not going to let them get away with locking me up in this filthy stinkhole. Imagine a man in my position in prison. When the embassy people find out I'm here, I'll see to it.
I don't want to rain on your parade, Mr.
Franklin P. Butler, Trans-Allied Industries.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Butler, but the United States broke off diplomatic relations with this country 6 months ago.
What? Well, that's incredible. Do you mean there's no embassy here, no one to look after our rights?
I mean, we're in one hell of a fix.
Well, I am holding you responsible for this, Captain. And you'd better start thinking of a way to get us out of here.
Quiet. Can't you see he's hurt? Let the poor man rest.
Thanks. Here you are sticking up for me, and I don't even know your name.
Elizabeth Salming.
You know, he's right, though. You people shouldn't be here. I fly cargo, not people. If I hadn't been so greedy to pick up a few extra bucks,
Nonsense. We missed our connection, and we would have been stranded in Pretoria if it hadn't been for you.
Well, I just wish I knew why they threw us in prison.
Well, I'm afraid they didn't give us a clue.
None of us wanted to argue with the armed guards. We just did as they ordered.
I'm Jeff Tanner, Captain. The guard told me to collect all the passports.
They've already confiscated my camera equipment. What do they want with our passports?
I'd better do as he says. Here's mine, Tanner.
And here's mine. I'll see if I can get Mr. Rosen's without waking.
I couldn't help overhearing you, Captain.
Look, will you call me Dell?
Hey, I think our imprisonment might be political.
Well, it's not a very cheery thought.
Especially with Mandu Ranana running things.
I'd like to pump that guard when he comes. See if he can tell us anything.
Good idea. I'll let you know when he shows up. How's the view?
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh, I'm just a little edgy, I guess. The view isn't very good. Just a green jungle as far as you can see.
My name's Jeff Tanner.
Ann Fraser.
I'll need your passport for the guard, Ann.
Of course. There you are.
Thanks.
I've, never been in prison before.
This isn't much as prisons go. A couple of wooden benches, 4 cold walls, and some straw on the floor. Probably built by the British. It has a dungeony feel to it.
You sound like an expert.
No, just an ex-anthropology major. I was in jail a couple of times back in the States. Don't worry, I'm not a hardened criminal. It was for protesting the war.
At least it was for something you believed in then. You stood up for your convictions.
Well, actually, it was for something I didn't believe in. Killing people. That's why I joined the Peace Corps. Funny how it worked out.
How's that?
Well, I thought of it just as a draft dodge, but I found I liked it in Africa. I felt needed. I guess the Peace Corps was what I was looking for all along. Anyway, I've been here for about 8 years now. What about you?
Nothing as altruistic as the Peace Corps. I'm doing field work for my master's degree in political science.
Strange place to do research.
Not really. My thesis is on the future role of the third world nations in the modern political structure. As a matter of fact, this is one of the countries I wanted to visit. But they wouldn't let me across the border.
Well, you got your wish after all.
Unfortunately, I'm researching ideologies, not penal systems.
Dell, the guard's coming. See here, what's your name?
Jarima.
Do you have any idea who you've got locked in here, Jarima? I'm an important man, and I've done a great deal of business with your President Ranana. He's not going to be very happy when he finds out I'm in here. What kind of business did you say you were in, Butler? Well, I import certain products.
What kind of products?
Jarima, I demand that you release us immediately.
You have all the passports.
Yes, here they are.
I'm Captain Hall, the pilot. I'd like to know why my passengers and I are being held prisoner.
I am told you landed without permission.
But we broke no law. If anything, you people are guilty of denying me landing permission in an emergency.
That is not my decision. For now, you will all come with me.
Well, that's more like it.
What are we doing out here?
Looks like some kind of exercise yard.
Yes. Now you will have exercise. You may walk about for a little while.
Swell. Nothing like a brisk walk around a hot, dusty prison.
Well, at least we can take advantage of the fresh air.
Good idea. No telling when they might let us out again.
You're not going to walk, Dale?
No, I think I'll just sit here in the shade.
Mind if I join you? I don't feel much like walking myself.
Oh, not at all.
How's your head?
Oh, better, thanks. You know, I get the feeling I've met you somewhere, but I can't remember. Do you spend much time in Pretoria?
Well, this is my first visit to Africa. I'm on a photography assignment for a magazine.
Photography, that's it. You're a model, aren't you?
I was at one time.
Yeah, and you used to do those car layouts? The ones with
That was 10 years ago at least. I was just starting out.
10 years? Yeah, that'd be about right. My parents sent me all kinds of magazines when I was in Vietnam. You know, that ad you did was taped right over my bunk. I used to dream about going home and buying one of those sport jobs and driving off with a girl.
I'm flattered you remember me after all this time.
Well, how can I forget someone as beautiful as you? What I mean is, dreaming about you used to keep me from going crazy in Nam.
So, did you get the car?
No, I never did. Just couldn't stay put in the job long enough to make any money. Too restless.
Must have been a tough readjustment after Vietnam.
Well, they say war is like a narcotic for some guys. They can't get used to no longer making life and death decisions after they turn civilian. They miss the high, the living on the edge, you know.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah. I felt like a fool, so I came to Africa with some wild idea of finding adventure. So what do I end up doing? Hauling machine parts back and forth in an old crate that should have been on the junk heap years ago.
That sounds like...
It is.
Hall! Hey, Hall, did you hear that?
Don't panic, Butler. Those shots are about a half a mile away.
But they could get closer, couldn't they?
Oh, I think we are safe here, Miss Salming. At least I hope so.
Well, it doesn't seem to be disturbing that Jarima fellow. He and that other guard he's talking to hardly seem to have noticed.
Well, they're probably used to it by now.
I could never get used to that sound.
Well, my guess is Romana's boys are flushing out rebels.
Well, I regret to say I don't know much about this country. In Israel, we have enough our own problems to worry about. But this name, Ranana, I have heard.
Oh, everybody's heard about Mondo Ranana. He's practicing to become another Hitler.
What you don't seem to understand, Tanner, is that since Renana took power, the
You said it, Ann. He took power. That's what all the shooting is about out there. Renana wasn't elected by the people. He named himself president after he assassinated his own uncle.
Great leaders have to seize power.
So do the dangerous ones.
I never said I condoned his methods.
Now, what do you really know about it? You haven't seen the refugees fleeing out of this country like I have, beaten and maimed. You haven't heard the horror stories about the mass executions and the brutal torturings, so don't try to tell me.
Shh. Better keep quiet about Renana's cheerful personality. Here comes the guard.
All right. You have enough exercise. Back now.
Home sweet home.
I promise you there's going to be hell to pay when we get out of here.
If we get out of here.
I will come back later with food. For now, I leave you alone so you can prepare.
Prepare? Prepare for what?
To die. You will all be executed today. President's orders.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway on New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor, 221-6938 now, and light up someone's life.
Hey, did you happen to see...
Stan Martin letting you know this Sunday night we will relive 1974. After the 8 o'clock news, my special guest will be Marvin Hamlish on a WNEW $1 Million Weekend.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight. Put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget, too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
They stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the impassive guard. They looked toward one another, hoping they'd not heard. The guard must have been used to such a reaction. He repeated what he'd said.
By President Ra'anana's orders, an example is to be made. You will all be executed.
Executed?
God, that guard wasn't serious. It's his idea of a joke, right?
It must be, Captain. This can't be true, can it? Tell us this is a nightmare.
Yeah, just a nightmare. We're all going to be killed. We're all going to die.
Ra'anana can't just kill us. We haven't done anything. We're American citizens. Doesn't he realize what'll happen when our government finds out?
If they find out.
What do you mean?
Communications to the outside world is non-existent unless Ra'anana approves. No one even knows we're here.
But certainly someone will realize we're missing when we don't arrive at our destination. Help may be on the way already.
Is that true, Captain? Captain?
We're just an overdue cargo transport. As far as anyone knows, we may have crashed in the jungle. There'll be the usual searches,
This is all your fault. If you weren't such an incompetent pilot, we wouldn't be here.
I suppose you'd rather be dead in the jungle.
No, but I wish you were.
You...
Butler, what are you doing?
Dell, he's crazy.
Oh, Dell, are you all right?
Stupid fool.
He's out cold.
Just as well. Customers like him are the reason I retired from the clothing business. I'm sorry, Miss Fraser. I wish I could say something to cheer you up, but under the circumstances, I feel like crying with you.
Why is Ra'anana doing this? Why does he want to kill 6 innocent people?
The man's insane. It's as simple as that.
You heard what the guard said. Our execution is an example. But to whom? Not to the people of this country. We're obviously part of some political maneuvering with the U.S.
Wasn't this Ra'anana the one who gave refuge to those terrorists who hijacked an Israeli airline a few years back?
That's right. He held them all hostage until a settlement was negotiated for his benefit.
Oh, well, maybe he has no intention of killing us then.
Yeah, maybe he's bluffing.
No, Ra'anana can't back down. He has to kill us now.
Brought you food.
I don't think anyone has much of an appetite now.
But I also have good news. My president has decided not to execute all of you.
Did you hear that, Anne?
Thank God.
Indeed, this is his doing.
It's a miracle.
I can't believe it.
I knew Ra'anana would back down. He knows better than to tangle with American citizens.
Instead, my president has decided that his purpose will be served if only one of you is shot.
Which one of us is it going to be?
Oh, that is for you to decide.
What do you mean?
You yourselves will do the choosing of the person that is to be executed. Do you not want to eat now? I will leave the food. When I return, it will be time to take the one you choose.
Jerima, listen to me. I'm a very rich man. Here's my card. Tell your president my company wants to do business with him again. I have 10,000 units I can deliver to him by...
Hey, what are you doing?
I must go.
What's the big idea, Butler?
He's selling us out, that backstabbing Judas.
Stay away from
You know I ought to bust your face wide open.
No, please, let him go.
You're just mad because you didn't think of it.
Shut up! Both of you, be quiet. Your fighting isn't going to solve our problem. And we do have a difficult problem to solve.
Anne, why don't you try to eat something?
I don't think I can.
Come on, try some of this. You'll feel better.
No, I can't eat. Not until I know who it's going to be.
And I want to apologize for the things that I said to you out in the exercise yard. I was out of line.
No, it was my fault. I must have sounded pretty stupid trying to defend someone like Renana. I guess I just wanted to show off my intellectual prowess.
Think we can be friends?
I'd like that.
Good. Say, were you planning to go right back to the States after this?
I don't know. Why?
Well, I thought I could show you around a bit. I'd like to take you out to some of the villages so you could get to know the people like I do, see what they're up against.
Well, that sounds really nice, Jeff. If we ever get out of here.
You mean when?
I don't know why, but I'm even more scared now than I was when I thought we were all going to die.
Well, the difference is that now there's a faint glimmer of hope. You know, you reach out for it, desperately wanting it, and you know there's 5 other people that want to live just as badly as you do.
I just wish it was all over.
Well, the longer we wait, the harder it's going to be on all of us. Oh, come on, let's get it over with.
How do we decide?
We could draw straws.
Yes, that's the only fair way to decide.
Fair? You think there is a fair way to decide who's going to die?
All right, we draw straws, but I think we should leave the women out of it.
I agree.
Wait a minute. Eliminating the women lowers the odds for the rest of us. I'm not picking unless they...
Why, you gutless son of a...
Look, all I care about is staying alive. And if that means a woman has to die to let me off the hook, well, then that's just too damn bad.
He's right, Dell. There's no reason why Ann and I shouldn't have to take the same risk as the men. I'll pick.
I will, too. I guess.
Oh, come on. This is a hell of a time to be a woman's lip advocate.
We are all in this together. Here are 6 straws. I'll put my hand behind my back so I can't see which straw is which. Short straw is the loser. Who'll pick first?
I'll pick first. Well, here goes. Not too long, not too short. I hope.
Miss Fraser?
Somehow I don't feel very lucky.
Go on, Ann.
Wait. I am not going through with this.
We all agree.
This is the only fair
It is
way.
not fair. And I'm not risking my life on some stupid lottery. I won't pick.
All right, then I'll pick for you.
No! Don't you understand? This isn't a bingo game. This is for keeps.
Do you think the rest of us like this any more than you do, Butler? There's no other way.
There is a way.
Look, you're not going to buy your way out of this.
No, let's hear what he has to say, Captain. What do you propose?
I think I deserve to live more than anyone else in this cell.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I deserve to live, too.
So do I.
We all do.
My point exactly. But one of us has to die. And it should be the one least worthy of living.
That's all well and good, Butler, but since God is near to tell us who that person is, how do we decide?
We'll have a trial.
Where the hell do you think we are? In the chambers of the Supreme Court?
Each of us will stand trial before the other, stating his reasons for deserving to live.
With the rest of us acting as combination judge and jury, is that the idea?
And prosecutor.
It'll never work.
Would you rather take a chance on picking the short straw?
Sears, where America shops, invite you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed Easy Care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Understand you type fast.
Yes?
Accurate?
Well...
That's okay. You'll be typing on Sears' exclusive Corrector electric typewriter with easy correction and more. It's Sears' best. Try typing Sears Corrector typewriter. Whoops. Now first, Sears is S-E-A-R-S, not Z. So backspace to the incorrect letter. Tap the correction key. Now the mistake is blocked out. Next, type the correct letter. Then proceed.
Yes, Daddy.
Richard Widmark again, with the concluding act of The Choosing.
Any objections to my suggestion about having a trial?
Yeah. I don't trust you, Butler. I think you've got an angle. I just haven't figured out what it is yet.
What happens after we've all stated our cases?
Majority rules. We'll vote to choose the unlucky person.
So, who will be the first to stand trial?
I will. I mean, I'd like to get it over with. I don't know what to say. I just know I don't want to die.
You're not alone.
I know that, but I can't help feeling cheated, and to choose me would be cruel.
It'll seem that way to whomever we choose.
But it's different with me. My life is just beginning. I'm not even out of school yet, and there's so much for me to do, so much for me to see.
Oh, my child, we all have things we want to do.
Yes, but at least all of you had a chance. You're all older than I am. You've had time to stretch your wings, to feel, to experience. You just can't cheat me out of my future. I know you can't.
What about my future? Maybe it isn't as ambitious as yours, Anne, but I know it won't be wasted either. I intend to keep working here in Africa with the Peace Corps.
Don't try and make it sound so noble, kid. I overheard what you told the girl you joined to stay out of Vietnam.
I admit that. I didn't feel like killing people, all right?
No, it isn't all right. Because while you were out on safari, I was slugging it out in the rice paddies with the VCs.
I'm sorry, Del. You did what you had to, and I did what I had to. I'm proud I didn't go, and nothing's going to change my mind.
Any man who helps another man brings meaning to his life. No matter how the world changes, this remains the same.
Very touching, Rosen. But you're going to have to come up with something more than sentimental dribble to convince me that a tired old man like you isn't the answer to our problem.
Oh, so because I'm old, you think I'm ready to die? I'm Mr. Big Shot Executive?
The way I see it, you're the logical choice, Rosen. You could let us all off the hook.
Oh, I am old. My life is nearly over. I had no family besides my brother in Durban, who maybe would not miss me so much if I die. But I'll tell you something that I would miss, and that is living.
Oh, we all have that in common, Rosen. Age has nothing to do with wanting to live.
But it does. You people will never understand life until you're old and face death every day. You, Miss Fraser,
yes?
You speak of accomplishments. Well, I'm a tailor. I'm too busy working for these things. At my age, just to wake up every morning, that is an accomplishment. You are young, and life seems very long. But to me, life does not seem long enough. My thirst for it is never filled, never satisfied.
Look, old man, the fact is you've had a longer life than any of us. You're going to die soon anyway, so why not just volunteer?
Oh, what's wrong with you, Butler? You don't hear so well? I'm not ready to die. I'm not going to be one of these old people who just kicked aside and stepped on by the young. You are what's wrong with people today. You care for no one but yourself. You use everyone for your own purposes. And if I was a younger man, I would teach you...
Oh, Mr. Rosen.
What's wrong?
Oh.
Looks like his heart's giving out on him.
Tanner, call the guard, will you?
Guard!
My pills in my pocket.
Yes. How many, Mr. Rosen?
One.
Here's some water. Lay him down. Over here on the straw, Dale.
Where's that damn guard?
Jarima! Hey, Jarima! It's no use, Del. He won't answer.
How are you doing, Mr. Rosen?
Bad. Just let me rest.
Well, I guess that solves our problem. We might as well choose the old man now that we know he's going to...
Oh, shut up!
We'll be doing him a favor. It'll be quicker, less painful.
You don't know for sure if he's going to die?
Well, it should be fairly obvious.
Look, the trial isn't over yet, Butler. This was your idea, and we're going to see it through to the end.
I I look back on the frivolous life of pleasure I've led, and it hardly seems to have any reality now. It all seems a dream. Rather self-centered one, I suppose. I've done nothing that would benefit mankind, only myself.
Sounds pretty selfish.
Yet it never seemed so at the time. I was always interested in living every day to the fullest, had very little concern for how others lived. Been all over the world, done everything I wanted. Well, almost everything. I've experienced more than most people do that are twice my age.
Why shouldn't we pick you then? Why shouldn't I have a chance to live the way you have?
Because for all that I've done, I still find my life lacking. Empty of the one thing that would have made me happy. Love.
But you must have been in love at one time or another.
It's a terrible thing to realize, but I've been in love only with myself.
So what are we supposed to do? Feel sorry for you just because Prince Charming hasn't galloped into your life?
Oh, I'm not asking for sympathy, only understanding.
Well, you won't get it from me.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me
You know,
too much.
Butler understands nothing that isn't related to himself or his business or whatever that might be.
And what do you understand, Captain?
I understand death. I should, after all the killing I've seen.
And done?
Yes. I was a perfect soldier, a perfect killer. You know, it's amazing how easy it is. The guilt doesn't last very long, you know. You can't let it last or you go crazy. You can wipe out everything except the nightmares.
What kind of nightmares?
Nothing like what you'd expect. No dreams of battle, no dead VCs coming back to haunt you.
What then?
Well, dreams of solving your problems in the real world, the way you did in Vietnam, with the pull of a trigger. And pretty soon you get anxious, you get paranoid, and before you know it, you're back at Nam, only it's all in your mind for 24 hours a day.
That's sick.
Yes, it's sick. And there's a lot of sick guys walking around because people were too stupid to realize what a war like that did to a man. How it changes his life, how it ruins it like it did mine. You see, the terror of death for me is that I've done nothing to make my life worth living.
But you can change all that. You've got the rest of your life to make something of yourself.
Do I? Why does one guy in a foxhole get blown away by shrapnel and yet his buddy walks away clean? How do I know that fate or God or whatever hasn't put me in this cell because it's my time?
Well, what about the rest of us? Why are we here?
It's a coincidence. If we hadn't missed our connection, we wouldn't be here at all. Captain Hall would have flown this route no matter what.
And the plane would have developed engine trouble whether you were on board or not.
Well, I don't believe in coincidence.
Well, I do, because I know I deserve to live.
I doubt that, Butler. I doubt that anyone will even miss you when you die.
Well, that's where you're wrong, kid. I'm not like the rest of you. I'm an important man, an executive vice president with
Trans-Allied Industries. You've told us all about it. Far be it from me to suggest that you're just like any other employee of a large company. Expendable.
Hardly. 1/5 of the countries in Africa depend on products supplied by my company. All due to contracts that I put together. And I'm the only one who knows all the details, all the unwritten arrangements involved. If I die, some very tenuous political relationships are going to collapse. Relationships that could upset the balance of power on this continent.
Just what is this product that Trans-Allied supplies?
Well, I can't talk about that.
Wait a minute. Now I remember. Trans-Allied. Trans-Allied Industries is a munitions firm.
No wonder you were so secretive about what your company does.
And the products they supply. You know, you're a damn gun runner.
A gun runner is someone who sells weapons illegally. We are perfectly legitimate.
I'll bet you supplied weapons for every brush war in Africa for the last 10 years.
And probably to both sides.
When I think of all the innocent women and children that have been slaughtered just so you could make a buck...
Well, I have nothing to do with all that. All I do is supply a product. I don't pull the trigger.
You fool, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have a trigger to pull.
It's a competitive business. Even the United States government sells arms to these people.
That doesn't make it morally right.
There are no morals in this world. Haven't you found that out yet?
Because of unprincipled butchers like you. All right. We've all had our say. Let's vote now. I demand that Butler be the one to be executed.
No!
I agree. He deserves to die.
You can't do that. That's not the way I planned it.
Wait, and let your tempers cool. We are still talking about sending a man to die.
Do you hear that?
The rebels?
Maybe it's the firing squad practicing.
Dell, you think we'll get out of here?
You will, Lisbeth. I'm sure of it.
We both will, won't we? Dell, look at me. You can't be thinking they'll choose you.
No. They won't choose me.
Because I want us to be together when this is over, Dell.
Look, we barely know each other, Liz.
But there'll be time for that.
Let's not kid each other. We're just two people who met briefly, that's all.
No, there's something more.
Is there? How do I know you're not trying to buy my vote with the promise that something might happen between us?
Dell, you can't believe that.
I do.
You can't.
It'll be easier for you this way, Lisbeth. You'll forget. Believe me, you'll forget.
Rosen? Yeah? Oh, it's you, Butler. What do you want?
I have a proposition for you.
Nothing you have to say could interest me.
You're dying.
Yeah, perhaps. Whatever happens, I'm in God's hands now.
The others, they're going to choose me. I know it.
And you want me to volunteer for the execution?
Yes, I'll make it worth your while.
If you pay me to kill myself, how will I spend the money?
No, that's not what I mean. Your brother in Durban. I can see that he's taken care of.
He wouldn't take your blood money.
I'll pay him anything you ask. Anything, if you'll just do this for me.
Oh, leave me alone, Butler.
What's wrong with you? Talk about compassion and helping others. How can you let me die?
It is time. Who have you chosen?
No one. Yet.
Then do so now.
Jarima, did you take my message to Renana? Does he remember me? Is it a deal?
He remembers you. But you are not to be released.
But he has to let me go. He can't do this to me.
Forget it, Butler. Let's vote. Mr. Rosen, who do you choose?
The man who should die should be me.
You won't regret this, Rosen. Just give me your brother's name and address, and I'll...
You don't understand. I'm not doing this for you, but for the others.
Suit yourself, old man, as long as it isn't me.
We agreed to a vote.
That's right.
But we don't have to now. You all heard what he said.
I say we go through with it.
So do I.
All right. I choose the old man also. That's 2 votes.
And I say that I'm the one who should be executed. 2-1.
Dell, no.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I got us into this mess. I'm responsible for the lives of my passengers.
You can't do that, Dell. You...
It's done.
Now, look, the rest of you, listen to me. I'll pay any one of you $50,000 if you vote for Rosen.
You're wasting your breath, Butler. I choose you.
No!
So do I.
1 vote for the captain, 2 for Mr. Rosen, and 2 for Butler. It's up to you, Elizabeth.
I'll pay you $75,000. No, $100,000 if you choose the old man. He's dying anyway. For God's sake, don't be a fool.
Dell.
Choose, Elizabeth.
Butler.
No, you can't do this to me. It isn't fair.
Take him.
Look, I'm an important man. You can't let me die. It isn't fair. You're no different than I am. You're all murderers. You hear me? You're murderers and assassins.
Your plane is being made ready.
My God, what have we done?
I'm sorry for putting you through that, Lisbeth. I had to believe in myself. I had to give the others a way out.
Doesn't matter now. We'll be together.
Yes. Yes, Lisbeth, we will.
Captain? It's Mr. Rosen. He's dead.
Poor guy. You knew he wasn't going to make it.
Dell, did I make the wrong choice?
No, you couldn't have known.
Yours was only 1 of 3 votes, Elizabeth. Listen. I'm ashamed to say I don't feel very guilty.
If it was anyone other than Butler.
Renana's a killer, not us.
Yes, but he made us his accomplices. We have to live with that.
You know, I was just thinking,
What?
well, Butler said he'd done business with Renana. And I can't help think how ironic it would be if the firing squad was using the guns he sold them.
The waist on these jeans fit fine, but the hips are too tight.
My hips look sleek in these jeans, but I'm swimming in the waist.
We need jeans that fit at the waist and hips.
We need jeans that fit from Sears. For every size waist in jeans that fit, there are 3 hip sizes to choose from, and 2 lengths. Tapered, contoured, fitting as if they were tailor-made. Whether a little skinny, a bit hippie, or in between, it's jeans that fit from the Fashion Place at most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
My walls couldn't look worse. So I'm going to give them a new lease on life with Sears Fashion Flat and Semi-Gloss paint. Right now, I'll save $4 on every gallon and choose from 25 snappy colors as well as bright white ceiling paint. They all cover with one smooth coat when applied as directed. Plus, easy soap and water cleanup is a snap. Good looks for the walls, big savings for me at most Sears retail stores. Hey, walls, you'll look terrific. Sale ends February 24th.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Choosing was written by Steve Sharon, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Dane Clark and Hans Conry. Also heard were Shepard Menken, Mary Jane Croft, Parley Bear, Norman Alden, and Patricia Ann Joyce. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
When George had his heart attack, the doctor told me that we had to reduce the animal fat in his diet. His cholesterol count was too high.
What did you do?
George gets only lean meats, and I always cut off extra fat before cooking. He gets low-fat dairy products, grains and cereals, fish, poultry with no skin, fresh fruits and vegetables. And you know what?
What?
Our food bill is lower than before George had his heart attack.
But doesn't he miss all
What's to miss? He eats better than ever before and has more variety in his meals, too. And you know what?
What?
I do, too.
What?
Enjoy.
The American Heart Association wants you to eat foods that not only taste good, but are healthy for your heart. It's not as complicated as you might think. Ask your Heart Association for their free booklet on heart-healthy diets. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
And you know there are certain foods, plants, and animal products you can't bring back to the U.S. You can't because they're prohibited. They're prohibited because even one of these foods, plants, or animal products might carry a disease or pest that could spread to our crops and gardens and animals with devastating results. You haven't been everywhere on the globe yet, but there's always tomorrow. And before you go again, write for the free booklet that explains the law.
Even one can hurt. Write for Traveler's Tips.
Write to Traveler's Tips, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. 20250. It's free.
Be sure and tune in next Monday when Sears Radio Theater presents Leavin' Cheyenne, a night of Western drama with your host, Lorne Green. The mood turns to comedy Tuesday with Andy Griffith as your host for Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot? On Wednesday, Vincent Price is your host for The 13th Governess, a story of mystery and suspense. Love and hate is the subject of This Home is Dissolved, and Cicely Tyson will tell you about it next Thursday. And Richard Widmark will round out the week with a tale of adventure called Cataclysm at Carbon River. So be sure and tune in Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
I'm Stan Martin. This Sunday night, my feature year will be 1974. Relive it with me. Am I special with me? 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 Am I...
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Look, I know more about this desert than you do. Does the money you might get from our client mean more to you than your life?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, hey, boy.
You enjoy sit here, relax, smoke a cigar, read newspaper?
Oh, I certainly do, hey, boy. That's why I gave you specific orders that I was not to be disturbed today. I need a little rest and relaxation.
Oh, my.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, don't know.
You seem quite troubled, hey, boy. What is it?
Oh, don't know. Business condition, maybe?
Oh, I see, yes. Well, it's up and down, hey, boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Ye down today, all right.
I take it the guests in the hotel haven't been exactly lavish with their tips, huh?
Mr. Paladin, downright stingy.
Oh. Well, it'll pick up.
Yes, sir. Hey, boy, have good reason to feel encouraged, but, he don't know.
All right, hey, boy. What is it?
Mr. Paladin, see that man stand over there by desk?
Uh-huh.
That man, his name, Mr. Higby. He said, hey, boy, do you know where I can find Mr. Paladin?
And?
Hey, boy, remember Mr. Paladin say, do not wish to be disturbed. So, hey, boy, say, oh, no, sir.
You were quite right, hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Then a man reach in pocket, pull out big tip and say, be worth good deal to me if I could talk to Mr. Paladin.
Then what did you do?
Oh, I just walk away, come over here, ask you if you enjoy wasting time, smoke cigar, read a newspaper.
I see. All right, hey, boy. Bring him over.
Oh, yes, sir. Like you say, business all up and down.
That's a warning signal for all drivers.
And that can be a warning signal for drowsy drivers on long, monotonous trips. You see, driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get. And driving and dozing just don't mix. Why take chances? Take No-Doze Stay Awake tablets. Millions of times a year, safe No-Doze keeps drivers awake and alert. Helps you bounce back so that you feel sharp, ready for any emergency. How does No-Doze do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that No-Doze contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe No-Doze acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. And No-Doze is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get No-Doze Stay Awake tablets to help you stay awake and alert. It could save your life. And now, Mr. Higbee, what can I do for you?
Do you know the name Solomon Fisk Bibber?
Of course.
And when you hear that name, what do you think?
You really want to know?
Well, naturally, the first thing that comes to anyone's mind in connection with that name is wealth. Fabulous wealth.
Well, the way I put it, Mr. Higbee, is filthy rich, and I mean filthy.
Sir?
Well, I can never seem to forget that he got the start on that fortune of his by profiteering during the war.
Oh, come now, that's neither here nor there.
Well, it is to me. But anyway, what about Solomon Fisk Bibber?
Well, I've been on a rather interesting assignment for that gentleman. I've just arrived here from the Orient on the steamer Prospero.
Oh, the Prospero docked this morning, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah.
Carrying in her holds the treasure it took me the better part of a year to search out on an unlimited expense account, you understand.
Yes, of course.
Pavo Cristati.
Pavo Cristati.
Peafowls, to be exact. A pair, a peacock and a peahen. Oh, and what beauties. An extremely rare species from Ceylon.
Oh, you're an ornithologist, Mr. Higbee?
Not exactly. Let's say I'm an opportunist. The peafowls will cost my client, Mr. Bibber, a pretty penny, but he wants what he wants.
Well, what does he want with a couple of peafowls?
Oh, just another costly item to enhance the magnificence of his estate on the Hudson. The peacocks will add a decorative touch to his terrace.
Sounds nice. Now, what did you want to see me about?
Sir, I would like to hire you to ensure that this treasure gets safely across the country.
Well, why do you need help getting 2 birds to New York?
My dear man, obviously you're not aware of the great value of these particular birds. Now, there are many collectors of the rare, the precious, and the unusual who would be only too glad to intercept them en route. Why, they're worth a king's ransom. Will you accept the job?
No.
No?
No, thank you. I don't want to work for Solomon Fisk Bibber.
I assure you it'll be well worth your while.
I don't want his money.
Well, Mr. Paladin, I'm just a businessman like yourself, although obviously not so fastidious. But this is very important to me. Well, if you won't help me across the country, will you please give me protection when I move the birds from the docks to the train? For a satisfactory fee, of course.
Our waterfront is a bit terrifying, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Higbee, I'll lend a hand to another businessman. But remember, only from the docks to the train. Meg's Wharf. That's what we want, isn't it?
Yes. Good heavens, I've never seen such weather. Broad daylight, you can't see 3 feet ahead for the fog.
I think this is far enough. Sounds like they're unloading now.
All right.
Come on. We'll walk over where we can watch.
Right you are.
You'll recognize your crate, won't you?
Oh, by all means. Hey, I do believe that's the cage on the hook now. Hope they handle it carefully.
That big thing's a bird cage?
Oh, they're very large birds, you know.
I'm afraid I don't know much about them.
Well, possibly one of the most interesting of the Avis carinati. The ancient Greeks, the peacock was known as Juno's bird. You see, the markings on the train were considered the 100 eyes of the giant Argus, set there by Juno.
Uh-huh.
Now, this particular strain is held sacred in India. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Hey, what's that?
That's the cry of the Pavo Cristatus.
You mean tell me just 2 birds can make all that racket?
Oh, yes. Paladin, look at the way that cage is swinging in the air.
That's all right. Doc can. We'll study it when it comes down.
Bringing it down awfully fast.
Yeah, they sure are. The cable must have slipped.
It's going to crash. I can't look.
Hey. It's all right. It's all right, Higby. The fall was just a few feet. They're not hurt.
But the cage is broken open. They'll get away.
Leave it to the dock hand. He'll take care of it. Hey, Higby. That bird is attacking that man. He's vicious. I'm going to have to stop.
No, Paladin. No. Put that gun away. Don't you dare.
Higby, let me go. Look at that thing is doing.
Please let me handle him. Now you stay here. Please. Oh, thank heavens they're safe. How fortunate. And he only lost 2 train feathers.
Yeah. But that dock hand nearly lost 2 eyes. So that's a peacock, huh? Are they always like that? Mean and loud?
It's hard to say. They're very unpredictable.
Higby, I've changed my mind. I'm going with you.
Fine. I hoped you would.
Yeah. I'm going to make sure that Solomon Fisk Bibber gets his Pavo Cristati. He deserves them. This is certainly an elegant compartment. I must say, when you work for Solomon Fisk Bibber, you go first class.
Yes, nothing but the best.
Well, now that I've convinced myself this is a worthy project, I'm glad I came along.
Good.
I can use some easy money.
Why, we seem to be stopping. I wonder why.
We're coming to a town. But I don't believe it's a scheduled stop for this express train.
Oh, somebody's at the door.
Yeah, I'll get it. Yes?
You Higby?
No, that's Mr. Higby. Conductor, we were wondering why the train's stopping.
'Cause this train don't carry no doctor, that's why.
Doctor, is somebody ill?
Yeah, one of my freight crew. He come out second best in a set-to with one of them misbegotten birds riding up there.
This man I paid to feed them?
Yeah, they finished their breakfast and they started in on him.
Oh, dear. Well, now what arrangements can I make to see that they're cared for?
Now, Mr. Higby, if them birds is going to eat, you're going to feed them yourself. There ain't nobody in this whole train will go within breaking distance of the critters.
Well, how can I manage that?
Well, I guess you'll have to ride the freight car with them. This express ain't making mealtime stops for them fiendish things.
You mean we ride to New York in the freight car?
Yeah. And another thing, you keep them fool things quiet. Folks in the first 2 cars set up all last night with loaded rifles, thinking the Comanches were closing in. Now you keep them quiet or off they go.
Nothing but the best.
Well, these quarters are a bit cramped, aren't they? I'm not sure just how I'll manage.
Manage what?
The birds should be exercised. I know. I'll let them out of the cage one at a time so that they can walk around a bit.
Yeah, we seem to be slowing down. Probably going to make a stop so the engine can take on water. Yeah, I think I'll climb out of this black hole and get the kinks out of my leg.
All right, now, easy, one at a time. All right, Mr. Peafowl. You can be first. No, Mrs. You'll have to wait.
Here's where I get some fresh air. Ooh. Ooh, my back. Oh, you want to join me?
No, thank you.
I'll hold on to that bird. I'm going to slide this door open.
Well, don't open it too wide.
Don't worry. Hey, it's stuck. I can't.
Here. Oh, dear Paladin.
Hey, you come back. He's too fast for me.
I couldn't hold him. The noise of the door scared him.
Look at him go.
Well, we'll have to go after him.
Go after him? You crazy? I'd say it was good riddance.
We've got to get that bird.
Higby, be reasonable. We're in the middle of the desert. How do you figure we could ever find him? Anyway, you've still got the hen.
My agreement with Bibber was for the pair, payment on delivery, and I intend to get paid.
All right, what do you suggest?
Well, get some of the cord off that box in the corner.
What for?
We're going to make a collar and a leash for the hen and get off the train.
A collar and a... Oh, no, you can't be serious.
Of course I'm serious. We'll have to hurry.
I won't have any part of such nonsense.
You accepted the job, Paladin.
All right. So I did. I've done some fool things in my time, but this beats all. Walking through the desert with a peahen on a leash.
But the idea is sound, Paladin, really.
Oh, is it?
Yes. See, actually, we're approaching the mating season of the Pavo cristatus. Now, at the proper time, the lady will call to the gentleman, and he will answer her call post-haste.
I see.
In other words, we've only to stay somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Peafowl, and in due time, he'll come back to us.
But this is a big desert, Mr. Higby. You don't know how far he's gone.
Yeah, the mating cry of the peahen can be heard for many miles.
I can believe that. Well, as near as I can figure, we're about 10 miles south of the town of Whitewater. We better head that way and get a wagon. Did I say something about easy money? Oh, shut up.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergen, why did you stop the car here? I want to talk to that farmer. Oh, mister.
Oh, you call me?
Why, it's Mortimer Snerd.
Oh, where? Oh, that's me.
Are there any General Motors dealers around here?
No, but we got some Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Cadillac dealers, though, and some Chevy and GMC truck dealers, too.
Well, Mortimer, those are all General Motors dealers.
Oh, what do you want to see them all for?
Well, I only want to see one for Guardian maintenance.
Do they make that car, too?
No, that's a service that's available only at General Motors dealers' service departments.
Oh, I see.
Yes. And right now, they're featuring complete lubrications, quality appearance services, brake adjustments, and front-end inspections. It's quality work performed by GM-trained servicemen at a fair price.
Well, that makes good sense even to me.
Paladin, what did you find out?
We can get a wagon, all right, but the only way we can travel through that stretch of desert is in a wagon train with a cavalry escort.
Well, why is that?
Army order. Seems there's been an Indian uprising.
Oh. Well, what do we do?
Well, they're making up a train now. We can join it, all right, but I think our best bet is to take that fool peahen and try to make it back the other direction to the nearest railroad station.
No, Paladin. No, that peacock's somewhere out on that desert. We've got to find him.
Look, Higby, I know more about this than you do. Does the money you might get from Solomon Fisk Bibber mean more to you than your life?
It isn't that, Paladin. It's a matter of business ethics with me. I gave my word, and I intend to keep it.
Yep. I see what you mean. Well, come on. But that thing goes in a crate.
Hold it up there.
The lieutenant, he wants us to stop.
Who knows? Yes, Lieutenant?
All wagons into a circle when we reach that grove of cottonwoods ahead. Indians just over the ridge.
You expect attack?
Well, from our scouts' report, we're greatly outnumbered. But we must be prepared to defend ourselves as best we can if necessary.
What's behind this uprising, Lieutenant?
The chief of this particular tribe, Old Many Feathers, was friendly to the whites. He died a short time ago. Some of the young bucks who didn't agree with his policies are trying to take over, stir up a bit of trouble.
I see.
There's a bare possibility they haven't spotted us, so no fires. And move as silently as possible.
Right.
Get up.
You hear that, Higby? The lieutenant wants silence. Pass the word along to the peahen.
All right, Paladin. I'll keep the blanket over the crate. That'll keep her quiet.
Higby.
Paladin, where have you been?
I had a talk with the lieutenant.
Oh, Paladin.
Look, Higby, it's almost dawn. If they're going to attack, it'll be any time now. That rifle you were issued, you have it handy?
Yes.
Good.
Paladin.
Huh?
Look up there on the top of that tallest cottonwood tree.
Oh, no. How'd she get up there?
Oh, she flew out of the crate when I opened it to feed her. Went right for that spot, and she's been roosting there ever since.
What is that? What's that noise?
It's a bird, Lieutenant.
A what?
A bird in the top of that tree.
I never heard a bird that sounded like that.
Yeah, I don't suppose the Indians have either, and they'll probably be over to investigate. I guess our party better be alerted for an attack, Lieutenant.
I'm afraid so. And if they come, don't waste ammunition. Let them get in range before you fire. I'll pass the word along.
Right.
Paladin, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
No, that's the peacock.
You mean he's come back?
Yes, he's answering the mating call, just as I said he would.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all we need. You hear that?
Indians?
Indians.
Oh, no.
Paladin, I've been fighting Indians for 15 years, and I've never seen the like. Here they come tearing down that slope. They must have outnumbered us 20 to 1. They get down to that clearing, stop, and without firing a single shot, ride on back up the hill. I tell you, it's got me baffled.
Well, it had me baffled too, Lieutenant, but I believe I have it figured.
Yeah?
Yes, it was our advance force that turned them back.
What?
The peacock.
That silly bird who was strutting back and forth down there in the clearing?
A pretty spectacular bird, you'll have to admit.
Yeah, all those feathers.
Uh-huh. Many feathers. The peacock was strutting back and forth down there with an I dare you attitude. Actually, he was following his instincts to protect his mate who was up there in the tree, but I'm convinced that those superstitious Indians who had never seen a peacock before felt it was the spirit of their old chief, Many Feathers, daring them to fire on his friends, the white men.
Yeah, that guess is as good as the next.
Yeah, it'll do until we can think of a better one.
Well, Paladin, I have that precious pair secured at last.
Then we're ready to go, huh?
Well, at least we have them halfway to New York.
What are you fellas doing traveling with those fool birds anyway?
Oh, picking up a little easy money.
Don't you want to go downstairs in lobby to read newspaper?
No, Miss Wong. I just want to rest and relax, and I think I stand a better chance up here in my room.
Oh.
When you finish cleaning and leave, I'm going to lock the door.
Hey, boy, tell me you go all the way to New York. Take birds. P-birds.
That's right.
You know, Mr. Paladin, in China was great honor for emperor to give peacock feather.
Yes, so I understand. The peacock feather was considered some sort of an award, wasn't it?
Yeah. This was a successful trip, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, very.
Oh.
Of course, by the time we delivered the birds to Mr. Solomon Fisk Bibber, the peacock looked pretty bedraggled, but his disposition was worse than ever.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have gun. Will travel. created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Bartlett Robinson, Frank Cady, and Joseph Kearns. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hopalong Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Here's Hoppy now with another new story.
This one I call The Memory of Mace Malott. It began with a red-headed singer at the Silver Dollar, biggest dance hall and gaming palace in Abilene. California and I had ridden into town looking for Johnny Kenyon, who used to ride for the Bar 20. We had no idea where he was staying, but one of his letters had said something about working at the Silver Dollar. So we stopped there and went inside.
Man, oh, man. Say, this place is big enough for a roundup.
Yeah, and crowded enough to be a beef shoot.
It's going to be worth it, though. Hey, take a look at that red-headed gal sitting up at the bar.
Yeah.
Prettier than a newborn calf under a harvest moon. And, look at them spangles she's a-wearing.
California.
Well, yeah. Hey, which way you heading?
I thought I'd ask one of the bartenders about Johnny.
Well, Hoppy, pick that bald-headed one, then. He's right for the gal. I'll bet she sings or something. I'll bet she sings real purty.
Come on, California, through here.
Yeah, I'm right behind... excuse me. Yeah. It'd be a lot easier, though, if a fella had a shoehorn.
Well, gents, you made it. What'll you have?
I'll have a sarsaparilla and a little information.
Well, we got both right here. Yep, we got both. What do you want to know?
I'm looking for a man named Kenyon, Johnny Kenyon. Know where I can find him?
Well, there's your sarsaparilla. Johnny Kenyon, huh? You're a stranger in these parts, ain't you, mister?
That's right.
Well,
Let me handle this, will you, Jack?
Why, sure, Carrie, why, sure.
Just what do you want with Johnny Kenyon, mister?
I'm a friend of his, miss. An old friend.
That's funny. He never told me about knowing anyone like you.
Well, now, maybe that's because he was too busy telling you about yourself. With that red hair of yours.
Never mind my red hair. You're a gunman, aren't you?
A gunman? I'm afraid you're way off the track, miss.
You're carrying 2 guns. You're a stranger. And you come in here asking for Johnny Kenyon.
Hoppy, she's got a pistol. A Derringer.
I see it. Now, miss, why don't you take it easy? I'm not going to hurt Johnny Kenyon.
I'm going to make sure you don't hurt him. You or anyone else. First it's threats we get. Now it's a hired gunman.
You sound pretty excited to me. If we could just sit down and...
You're right. I am excited. Excited enough to kill anyone who'd hurt Johnny Kenyon. And I'm starting right now with you.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and The Memory of Mace Malott. Hoppy and California have come to Abilene to look for an old friend, Johnny Kenyon. But in the Silver Dollar dance hall, Hoppy is taken for a hired gunman by a beautiful red-headed entertainer. A girl who thinks he means harm to Johnny Kenyon. She has pulled a gun, leveled it at Hoppy, and fired point blank.
Hoppy, you hit?
No, California, I'm all right. But there are some bottles back there that are never going to be quite the same.
I got the gal's pistol.
Give it back to her.
Give it back to her. Are you crazy?
She won't make any more trouble. She pulled the gun offline just before she fired. I watched her do it. Is that right, miss?
Hey.
No, let her go. She must have had good reason for doing what she did. Seems to me Johnny Kenyon must be in some kind of trouble.
Well, if he's mixed up with her, he's got trouble. Plenty of it.
What's going on here, anyway?
Oh, nothing much, Mace. A little shooting, but nothing heard outside of a few bottles.
Were you in on it, Cassidy?
In a way I was, but... wait a minute. How do you happen to know my name?
I'm Mace Malott, town marshal. I never forget a face or a fact. I met you in Ponca City 7 years ago. Party at Judge Carver's house. You had your arm in a sling from a rifle slug.
Well, that is a memory. As I recall it, that was a big party.
I'll even name the two waddies you came with. A couple of lads named Red Connors and Idaho Norton.
You got me, Malott.
Now, let's get back to what happened here. Carrie Deneen tried to plug you. Why?
She thought I was a gunman out to get Johnny Kenyon. Wouldn't believe me when I told her I was a friend of his.
Johnny Kenyon, huh?
I had an idea he was working here.
He was, but not anymore.
Don't happen to know where he's staying, do you, Marshal?
At the Longhorn Hotel. No use going there till sundown, though. Kenyon works in the stockyards till sundown. Then he stops for dinner at Maggie Fergal's place. Want me to do anything about Carrie?
No, she was hysterical. She fired to miss anyway. Why don't we just forget it?
Glad you feel that way about it, Cassidy. You're all right.
Tell me something, Malott. Why would anyone want to hurt Johnny Kenyon? There's one of the easiest going men you'll find anywhere.
Carrie Deneen seems to like him, and that makes him a lot of ready-made enemies. Because a lot of men like Carrie Deneen. Jealousy. With some people, it's another word for kill.
You sure this is the room?
Well, the clerk downstairs said it was number 15, and that's what we got. Johnny Kenyon, you old outlaw, you. Didn't expect... Johnny, what's the matter? What happened to you?
Hoppy, you better come in. Catch him, Hoppy.
I've got him. Get the door open a little more.
His face. Looks like somebody hit it with a poker.
Let's ease him down on the bed. You better go out and get a doctor.
No. Don't get anyone. Just...
Take it easy, Johnny. You need a doctor.
No. By the window. You see? Window? What's she worrying about her? Hoppy.
Yeah, I see. The girl from the Silver Dollar. The redhead.
She's dead, Hoppy. She's been stabbed. Hoppy, you've got to get me out of here.
How did it happen, Johnny?
I don't know. I walked into the rooms. Something hit me. That's all I know. Please, get me out of here.
You can't run, Johnny. Run from this and you'll carry a label the rest of your life. Killer. And every man will be against you because it was a woman.
I didn't do it.
We'll tell them that. But you can't run. You got to stay and face it. California.
The doctor?
The doctor and the town marshal. And you might as well tell him to bring along the coroner.
Right. I'm on the way, Hoppy. I'm glad you came, Hoppy. I'm awful glad you came.
Did you know that girl was coming here tonight?
Yeah. Carrie and I were in love. We were going to get married next week. She came here so we could plan the wedding. I was a little late getting back from Maggie Fergal's place. I shouldn't have been late. If I hadn't been late...
Oh, but they'd have found some other way of doing it. Stop beating yourself, Johnny.
A lot of men were in love with her. But I was the lucky one. The lucky one. What are you doing, Hoppy?
That's her purse. Spilled open when she fell. There's a handkerchief, a sachet, a locket, 4, 8, 12, 13 silver dollars.
Yeah. She always carried $13. Thought it was good luck.
Well, it wasn't good luck tonight. Well, we'll turn this over to the law.
Not the sachet, Hoppy. I'd like to have the sachet. The fragrance of it. It'll always seem like her. Put it in your pocket for me. Nobody has to know.
Well, I don't...
Please, Hoppy. It may be all I'll ever have to remember about. If I ever get out of this.
You'll get out of it, Johnny, if you're innocent.
You believe I'm innocent, don't you?
Yes, I do. Because I know you. There'll be people in this town who won't believe it. And for a while, that's going to make things pretty tough.
Here's the marshal, Hoppy. Couldn't find the doc, though, but we left word for him.
Doesn't look as though a doctor's going to do this girl much good.
Kenyon needs him. California tell you about this, Malott?
Yes, he told me. I'm glad you didn't run, Kenyon. How did it happen?
I'll tell you the same thing I told Hoppy. I walked into this room and someone hit me. That's all I know.
Why was the girl here?
We were going to be married. Next week. She came here so we could talk things over.
Sure you didn't have a fight?
No. We never fought about anything. We were in love with one another.
Okay, kid. I'm just asking what other people are going to ask. Know anybody who'd want to kill her?
No. Why would anybody want to do that? Pretty as a picture. Why would anybody want to do that?
Well, I'm going to have to take you in, kid.
Johnny, you worked at the Silver Dollar, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I worked there.
Who runs the place?
Fellow by the name of Blue Telford. Why?
Oh, just a thought.
Okay. But don't let your thoughts make you careless. Not when it comes to Blue Telford. He's a winning man on the draw. And that goes for the game of poker or when he's using a gun.
I'm Telford. Bartender says you've been wanting to see me.
Yeah, I'm Hopalong Cassidy. This is my partner, California Carlson.
What's your trouble?
I'm a friend of Johnny Kenyon's. I thought if I could talk to you about Carrie Deneen...
Look, friend, I'm not talking about Carrie Deneen to anyone.
This could be important. It might save Johnny Kenyon's life.
Well, I'll just be frank with you. I don't care a nickel about saving Johnny Kenyon's life.
I can see we're just wasting each other's time.
Not at all. If you hadn't come looking for me, I'd have sent for you.
That's interesting. Why?
Well, I've been kind of anxious to give you a little advice. I think you ought to get out of town.
I've only been here a few hours. Haven't had a chance to do much looking around.
Well, it's a dusty, dirty town, friend. You wouldn't see much if you did look around. It'll be much healthier for you if you leave.
Just the same, Telford, I think I'll stay.
Well, that's your choice. But if you're still in Abilene by tomorrow night, you could end up staying a long time. A long, long time.
All right, Telford. Now that we understand each other...
Help! Everybody down the street! Mr. Telford, you can get them out!
Out where? You try to empty this place, Meek, and you better have good reason for it.
I have good reason, Mr. Telford. It's a fire, the jail, with a young fella in there, burning to death.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Memory of Mace Malott. In Abilene, a fire is destroying the city jail. Inside the building, a trapped, helpless prisoner is Johnny Kenyon, Hoppy's friend and old Bar 20 pal. Outside, a big crowd mills about, horrified by the spectacle of a man being burned to death before their eyes.
Everybody line up. Let's get those buckets going.
Malott, how about Kenyon?
We've done everything we can. Door's jammed shut, now it's too hot to get close.
We can't let him stay in there and die. Here, let me have that bucket of water. Get me 3 or 4 lariats and riders. I'll have to have 3 or 4 riders.
What you gonna do, Hoppy?
Get these ropes wet. I'll move in and tie them to the bars, then we'll pull that wall out.
You're crazy. You'll die as well as Kenyon.
I'm going to try to save him anyway. Here are the ropes, boys. I'll keep the open end.
How you gonna work it, Cassidy?
When I give the word, pull. Here I go.
Watch the horses. Tangle those ropes and he'll never make it. He'll never make it anyway. Hoppy! He's still on his feet. I can see him. He ain't gonna make it. That building's going down. He'll make it. Come on, Hoppy. Hold it. We can't hear him. Let it go. There he goes. I heard him. Wait. Give him a chance to get clear. He's clear now. Pull away.
How is he, Malott?
Doc says he's going to be all right. He was smart enough to lie flat on the floor, and that saved his life.
How do you think that jail caught fire?
I don't think. I know. Somebody set it off.
That fire should prove Kenyon's innocence. Somebody tried to kill him.
I won't argue that with you, but...
You in here, Malott?
Come in, Judge. Judge, this is Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, I've heard of you, Cassidy. Malott, there's people saying that you're going to take Kenyon out of Abilene because you're worried about his health.
He's my prisoner, and it's my duty to protect his welfare. I'm taking him over to Claiborne tomorrow.
Not until after the inquest, you won't.
Well, that's up to you, Pete, since you're both coroner and judge.
Then he stays in town and we decide how that girl met her death. And if anybody's real worried about Kenyon's health, they better go out and find him a good lawyer, because he's going to need it.
Out pretty late, aren't you, California?
Well, with that fire and all, it was a big night. Might be bigger ones in the next day or so, though.
Why do you say that?
There's a lot of talk going around. Talk against Blue Telford. There's them as thinks he'd a hand in the killing of that gal. There's talk about forming vigilantes and running Telford out of town.
With the gang Telford has behind him, that would be quite a job.
I heard something else this evening, too. Ran into that little clerk who works at the Longhorn Hotel.
Yeah?
He's been drinking quite a bit. Had a lot in his mind. Told me some of it.
About Johnny Kenyon?
Yeah. This little feller's name's Meek. Judd Meek. And he says he knows about somebody who went up to Johnny's room just afore Carrie Deneen was killed.
Yeah?
Meek says the party didn't know he saw him because he was in a closet stacking blankets at the time. He saw him come out, too, maybe 10 minutes later. That was just before we got there.
Then we've got it.
Yeah.
This should clear Johnny Kenyon.
Maybe, if Meek could name this party. But I couldn't get no more out of him. He's scared, yes, sir. It's on his conscience, but he's scared clear through to the marrow.
Where did you talk to him?
Over at the Golden Nugget Saloon.
He might still be there. Let's go.
This place ain't quite as fancy as the Silver Dollar. No music or nothing.
Can you spot your man?
Yeah, he's all alone at a table. Come on. Back again, Meek. Thought I'd like to buy you a little drink.
Yeah, what you?
Yeah, this is my pal Hoppy.
Hello, Hoppy.
Hi.
Listen, fellas, I can't stay. I gotta go home. I got a wife and kid, and we're leaving town tomorrow, so I gotta go home.
But you got a lot in your mind, Meek. We kind of thought you might like to talk about it.
Not so loud.
A lot on my mind. What do you know about what I got on my mind?
Well, you know who killed Carrie Deneen. You know who was up to Johnny Kenyon's room just before she got knifed.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to do? Get me in trouble?
Who was it you saw go up there, Meek?
Hey, go away. I'm going home. I got a wife and a kid.
What are you going to do, Meek? Keep it in your conscience? You helped me save Johnny Kenyon's life tonight. I saw you working down there at the fire. What are you going to do now? Let him hang anyway? When you know he's innocent. When you know who really committed that murder.
I'm going home. We're leaving.
You've got to tell us, Meek. It'll be on your conscience if you don't. You've got to tell us.
Yeah, I guess I do have to tell you, but I have to do it in my own way.
You don't need to wait.
No, wait. I'll tell you about it, but I'm scared. I've got a wife and kid. I got to think about them, so I'll tell about it my own way.
All right, Meek. What is your own way?
Tomorrow morning, we're pulling out of Abilene, me and the family. There's an old trail shack out west of town, maybe 10 miles.
Yeah.
If you want to meet me there tomorrow, I'll tell you everything I saw, and then I won't care. And I figure we can get away, and it'll be off my mind.
I can't make it in the morning, Meek. They're holding the inquest then.
But all right, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you until sundown.
Let's have order here. This is an inquest, not a carnival. All right, now. Now we'll get back to the business at hand. I have here a list of effects belonging to the deceased. Do we have the items here, Marshal?
No, Your Honor. Everything except the money was burned up when the jail caught fire. I wrote the list from memory.
Well, we certainly won't question your memory. It seems you had a handkerchief, a locket, and any more disturbance like this, and I'm going to clear the room. What's going on here, anyway? What's this all about?
If you really want to know, Pete, I'll be glad to tell you.
You sit down, Maggie Virgo. You're out of order.
That's where you're wrong, Judge. Everything about me is working just fine. And since when have vigilantes been out of order?
Vigilantes? What do you mean?
We're formed and ready to act, that's what I mean. We want you and the marshal to act with us. But if you ain't willing, we're going to act anyway.
And just what you expect to do that can't be done in court under due process of the law.
This happens to be a court, don't it? Well, I don't see Blue Telford in here anywhere.
Well, as far as we know, Blue Telford has nothing to do with this case.
Pete, as far as we all know, he's got everything to do with it. With everything else that's rotten in this town.
Maggie Virgo, you're a woman. You shouldn't have any interest in killing.
I don't, so long as you fool men confine it to one another. But when you start killing women, that's when I get plumb interested. We want Telford at this hearing, Judge. If he don't feel that he wants to come, we feel we ought to go over to the Silver Dollar and get him.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Why not, Mr. Cassidy? Everybody else has.
Maggie, if you're all willing to wait until this evening sometime, I think I'm going to be able to tell you who killed Carrie Deneen and provide proof.
Well, now that sounds all right. But how do we know you ain't just talking?
I have information that I can't give out to everybody, but I'm willing to tell you all about it. I'll tell you up here in front of the judge and the marshal, and then you can decide for yourself.
Sounds fair enough.
Well, come up here to the bench then, Maggie.
All right. If this is going to be a private conversation, everybody else back. Now make way for Maggie Virgo.
Don't worry about me. I'll make my own way.
Maggie, you certainly give me a lot of trouble here today. I ought to cite you for contempt.
You do, Judge, and you'll never eat another piece of my pie as long as you live. All right, now, what's this information?
That little clerk at the hotel, he saw a person go up to Johnny Kenyon's room just before the killing. He saw the person leave right after. He wouldn't tell me who it was. He was afraid. But he's leaving Abilene, and he's going to tell me the name of that person this afternoon when I meet him at the trail shack out west of town.
All right, Maggie. Does that satisfy you?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. It's okay, everybody. We'll wait and act later.
And now, if you don't mind, we'll continue this hearing. If I remember correctly, I was reading Marshal Malot's list of the dead girl's effects. Handkerchief, locket, silk sachet, and 13 silver dollars. Well, it appears that the handkerchief, the locket, and the sachet were destroyed in the jail fire. But, hey, hold on there, Cassidy. Where do you think you're going?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I have to leave. I just found out that I put Judd Meek and his family in danger of their lives.
Well, Jesse, only a few more hours now, and we can be on our way. And we won't have nothing to worry about. And then we're heading out to California. What do you say to that, Jesse? Jesse, I'm talking to you.
You always were a talker, weren't you, Meek?
Mace Malott.
Yeah. Talk so much you don't even think to look if anybody's listening. If you'd have been looking now for an instant, you'd have seen that your wife and kid are walking up at the corral.
My wife and kids.
Didn't expect to see me, did you?
No,
Waiting
no.
for somebody else, weren't you? Hopalong Cassidy. And you were going to tell them all about seeing me at the hotel last night.
Shotgun. You got a shotgun.
I'll bet you told your wife all about it, too, didn't you, Meek?
My wife? No, you couldn't do anything to her, Malott.
I'm afraid I'll have to, Meek. With you the talker that you are, I'd be taking too big a chance letting her stay alive.
No.
Should have kept your mouth shut, Meek.
You can't kill us. You...
Shut up.
Hopalong Cassidy. Thank heaven.
I said shut up. One wrong word and... You don't see my nag out back. Maybe we'll have a surprise party for Mr. Cassidy.
Meek, you in there, Meek?
Answer him. Tell him you're here.
I'm here, Mr. Cassidy.
And I'm here, too, Cassidy.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
You ain't going to be using this hand for a couple of days, Hoppy. Lucky you only caught the edge of that scattergun blast, or you wouldn't have no arm. You ought have waited for me to get here anyway.
Might have been too late, California.
It would have been too late. Malott was going to kill my wife as well as me. Maybe my kid.
I can believe that. After all, he killed Carrie Deneen just because he was jealous of her. How's the shoulder, Malott?
I'll be all right. If I had half your luck, I'd own the state of Texas.
You made your own luck, Malott. All the way.
Another 15 minutes. That was all I needed.
You're wrong. I knew you were the killer without me telling me.
Sure, you're a big man. You know everything. And just how did you know?
You told me. You and that report you wrote of what Carrie Deneen had in her purse. You wrote that list from memory, didn't you, Malott? You'd have been better off if you hadn't.
Listen, I've got the best memory in the Southwest. Why would I have been better off?
Because what you wrote showed you'd been in the room before I got there. And that would have proved you guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the silk sachet you had on the list.
She had a sachet.
I know she did. But you couldn't have known it, not unless you were there earlier than I was, because I picked up that sachet before you and California came in. I picked it up and kept it, without saying a word to anybody. Now, let's get back to town. I'm anxious to tell Johnny Kenyon he's a free man.
It's a funny thing, but justice always seems to triumph over crime, even when the only clue, as Hoppy found in this story, was merely a bag of powdered scent and a memory that was a trifle too keen. In our next adventure, Hoppy and California come face to face with death, but this time not at the point of a gun. It's a tale of greed and mystery, and the fall guy takes the form of a Spider Woman. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Memory of Mace Malott was written by Buckley Angel, with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Okay, Pinky, climb down off her back and throw a blanket over her. How'd she do?
Well, she went a little slow in her turn, Mr. Burke, but she sure opened up plenty good when I got her into the stretch. Plenty good. She's a winner, this horse is.
Miss Murdoch will be glad to hear that.
I sure wish she was my horse, Mr. Burke. Sure wish she was. I sure wish I was riding her in a race, too.
Oh, you'll ride someday, Pinky. All jockeys have to be exercise boys to start. Well, take the filly over to her stall and rub her down, will you?
I sure will, Mr. Burke. Sure like this here horse. Come on, Princess. Come on, atta girl. Gotta get you over to your stall and fix you up some nice, clean straw to sleep on. At least you can get some sleep.
What's so funny, Burke?
Oh, hello, Billy. Didn't hear you come into the stable.
Yeah, I don't make much noise. I'm so small you can hardly hear me. Fact is, when I was in school, I had to keep yelling or I'd be marked absent. Nobody could see me. Well, why aren't you laughing at that?
It's not terribly funny.
Burke, sometime you're going to learn that when a star jockey tells a gag, it's a good thing if a horse trainer laughs it up. Especially if the star jockey happens to be friendly with the trainer's boss, like I am with Miss Murdoch.
How long do you think you'd be friendly with Miss Murdoch if she knew as much about you as I do?
Oh, not long. Only there's a couple of ifs you want to remember. One of them is if she believed you, and the other one is if you had nerve enough to rat on me. I'll be the talking type, Burke. Open that mouth of yours out of turn sometime, pal, and I'm telling you now, I'll close it for you. Permanently.
Miss Murdoch will see you now, Mr. Burke. This way, please.
Thanks, Andrew.
She's in the library. Seemed a bit disturbed that you were calling, sir.
Most people are disturbed when you come over to tell them things for their own good.
I wouldn't know about that, sir. Please go in.
Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Miss Murdoch.
Well, what is it, Burke? What is it?
Oh, I thought perhaps you hadn't heard me come in.
The butler announced you, opened the door for you. I heard you say my name, and you thought I didn't know you were there.
You seem so occupied in that book,
If the book were interesting, I wouldn't have seen you at all. Well, what is it?
Miss Murdoch, it's about Billy Alberts, your jockey.
What about him?
He isn't honest, Miss Murdoch. I know that for a fact. I thought perhaps you wouldn't want him riding for you if you knew about him.
Oh, you thought that, did you? Mr. Burke, what is it that you're paid to do?
Train your horses, breed them, run your training farm.
Not to question my judgment of people?
Well, hardly, Miss Murdoch. I never intended to do that. All I wanted to do was tell you something you didn't know.
What makes you think I didn't know? I'm a little surprised that you knew, but that isn't too difficult a situation to remedy. After all, you do work for me.
Yes, Miss Murdoch.
So you won't talk. Not as long as you're in my employ, you won't. And if you ever leave my employ, well, perhaps it might be arranged that you won't talk anyhow.
Pinky? Pinky? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Phil. How are you tonight, sir?
All right. You seen Burke?
I sure have. He's in his office. Looks like the moon fell down on him. You gonna go see him?
Yep.
Well, don't get in any mood like he's in. Been in it all day, too. Hey, as long as you're his assistant out here, maybe you could do some assisting in the trouble he's having. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea, huh?
Might not be at that. Hey, you're pretty dolled up for an exercise boy. Where you going, Pinky?
Out. Got me new suit, new tie, and the same old girl. I'm stepping out tonight, Mr. Phil.
Go ahead, Pinky. Only watch that step a little.
I sure will, Mr. Phil. I sure will. Tonight's the night. Yes, sir. Tonight's the night.
Come in.
Evening, boss.
Oh, hello, Phil. Come in.
Say, you've got the lows, Mr. Burke. What's wrong?
Nothing very much. Nothing you can help me with, I suppose. Well, what's on your mind, Phil?
I need some money, Mr. Burke. $1,000.
Who doesn't?
I need it bad, Mr. Burke. A couple of bets I made went haywire.
You've been betting on horses, Phil?
Well, I thought they were horses when I made bets on them. I haven't got $1,000, Mr. Burke. You got to lend it to me.
You know, Miss Murdoch has a rule about her employees betting on horses.
Oh, now look, I don't want to lecture. I want the money. You can get it and take it out of my pay. The Murdoch girl will give it to you if you ask for it.
If I ask for it, maybe she will. But I'm not going to. In fact, I don't know why I shouldn't tell her that you've disregarded her orders about betting.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Burke. That way, I'd never get the money I need, would I?
No, but that's your problem. I can't worry about you and me, Phil.
No, I guess you can't. But that being the case, Mr. Burke, maybe you'd better do some extra worrying about you.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice to have you drop in on me this evening.
Thank you, Vance.
I got through at the office and thought I'd come in here after dinner. You know, this business of being a district attorney has many complications, Vance, and only a few compensations. One of them is you.
Well, very pretty compliment, Markham. Thank you very much. May I add to that speech that my profession of private investigating could very easily become a chore without the incentive of the cases you've called me in on?
Okay. We're even. And now to the purpose of my call.
Yes?
Could you take the evening off to go over to the club for a game of billiards?
I'd like to, Markham. I'd like to very much. Just give me a second to slip out of this robe and into a coat. Turn the radio on if you like.
I will. Oh, I've got a new three-cushion shot to show you that's terrific, Vance.
Not fair. You've been practicing.
Very good, very good. And now for your last question, sir. What is the capital of the state of Maine? Now tell me quickly before a gust of wind comes into the studio.
What have you got there, Markham?
A quiz show, apparently.
No coaching, please. No help from the audience. Come on now, sir. The capital of the state of Maine. A gust of wind will come into the studio.
Augusta!
That's right, that's right.
Lots of fun, these quiz shows, Markham.
Yes, I enjoy them. Let's listen for a moment, Vance.
All right, now, everybody, we're ready for our next contestant. Your name, sir?
Billy Alberts.
Well, welcome to our game, Mr. Alberts. And what do you do for a living, may I ask?
I'm a jockey for the Murdoch Stables.
Hell, you're a good man to know. I once knew a fella came to a betting window and he said, I want to bet $5 on this horse. And then the man said, on his nose, and the fella said, on his nose, on his back, on his tail, everywhere, so even if he comes in sideways, I win. Well, Mr. Alberts, you've selected a topic to talk about. Now let's have your slip. Popular songs, huh? Well, okay, here's your first question. Name 5 songs that Irving Berlin composed.
Always, Because I Love You.
That's 2.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, Remember, and Blue Skies.
That's 5. That's correct. In fact, that's wonderful.
Well, turn that off, will you please, Markham? I'll get the phone.
Sure, Vance.
Hello?
Mr. Vance, this is Sally Henderson, Mr. Markham's secretary. Is he there?
Why, yes, Miss Henderson, just a moment. For you, Markham, your secretary.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye billiards.
Here.
Thanks, Vance. Hello.
Mr. Markham, I'm glad you left word where you could be reached. Sergeant Heath of the homicide just called you. There's been a murder, and he thought you'd want to get there right away.
I most certainly do. Who was killed, Miss Henderson?
A man named Edward Burke. He was a horse trainer. Shot with a .45 automatic about 15 minutes ago at the Murdoch Stables.
Thank you very much. I'm on the way. Goodbye, Miss Henderson.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Vance, we're on the way to a murder. Horse trainer named Edward Burke was killed.
Burke? He trains for the Murdoch Stables, doesn't he?
That's right. Say, that jockey we just heard on the air was from the Murdoch Stables, too. Quite a coincidence.
Yes, it is. Well, you were talking a while ago about a very difficult billiard shot. Apparently a murderer has called his shot, Markham. Perhaps we can call his hand.
Vance, the Murdoch Stables where the body was found are miles from here. Why did you ask me to stop the car outside the Murdoch house?
Because Sergeant Heath is at the stables with the body, Markham. He'll find anything there that I might find. I thought someone at the Murdoch house might give us something to work on. After all, the Murdochs own the stables.
I've learned better than to argue with you, Vance.
Don't ever stop, please. I'm not always as certain as I sound. We might find out absolutely nothing here.
We certainly won't if we don't get inside. I'll handle that detail. Oh, I hope you have your calling card ready, Vance. Miss Carol Murdoch is very social.
You mean she's very rich? Markham, some of the richest people I know are antisocial.
Yes, sir.
District Attorney Markham and Mr. Philo Vance to see Miss Carol Murdoch.
Miss Murdoch is not at home. Would you care to come in and wait?
Vance?
We would.
Very good, gentlemen. Oh, you might wait in the library if you like. Right this way. Oh, there's someone else in the library, a Mr. Billy Alberts. He works for Miss Murdoch.
Billy Alberts, the radio star?
He's a jockey, sir.
I know, but he was on the air tonight. How does it happen he's here?
And he telephoned after the program, and I informed him of Mr. Burke's death. He came in only a few moments ago to wait for Miss Murdoch.
I see. And where is she?
I'm sorry, sir. That I do not know. She'll return presently, I imagine. She always has. Make yourselves at home right through that door there.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, young man. You're Billy Alberts?
Yes, I'm Alberts.
I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, the private dick.
I suppose you could call me that. I'm glad to have an opportunity of speaking to you, Mr. Alberts. You undoubtedly knew Mr. Burke.
Sure, he trained horses for Miss Murdoch.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Search me. He had an assistant who had ambitions. A guy named Phil Dexter.
Phil Dexter, eh?
Yeah.
Must remember to talk to him. Anybody else?
Well, nobody I know of. I could have a lot of guys saw at him that I wouldn't know, though.
That's entirely reasonable, I'd say.
Mr. Alberts, we understand that Edward Burke was killed at about 9:10 tonight. We know you were on the radio shortly after that time. In fact, we heard you.
Hey, was I good?
Very. Tell me, how long had you been in the radio studio?
Well, let's see now. The show went on the air at 9. They picked us contestants out of the studio audience at about 8:30. I must have got there about 8:15, I guess.
And Burke was killed an hour later while you were still in the studio, eh?
Sure, that's
Mr.
right.
Alberts, I'd like to...
Hands off me. I can walk. Take them off.
Hey, that's Carol's voice. Some guy's with her. Maybe the murderer.
Come on, Vance. I'm with you, Markham.
There's no use arguing, miss. I'm staying
That's a
right
cop
with
with
you.
Miss Murdoch. Listen, you...
Wait a
what
minute,
you
wait a
take-
minute. I'll handle this, Alberts. Good evening, officer. I'm Markham, district attorney.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. And how are you this evening?
Well, how are you this evening? You in a minute. Mr. Markham, this officer of yours has been pushing me around, and I won't stand for it. I'm Carol Murdoch.
Now, take it easy, Miss Murdoch. What's wrong, officer?
Well, I picked this young lady up about an hour and a half ago, Mr. Markham. She was speeding, going like a bat, headed for this place. For a half hour, she wouldn't tell me who she was. Then, when we finally get to headquarters, she tells me her name is Carol Murdoch.
Well, that's who she is. She is Carol Murdoch.
Shut up, Sonny. I'm talking to Mr. Markham.
Yep.
So, Mr. Markham, I asked to see her license, and she says she hasn't got any. Then, when I want to take her in again, she said she left it at home. So, here we are.
I see. What time did you pick her up, officer?
Oh, I should say about 9:20.
And the murder was committed at about 9:10, eh, Markham?
So we've been informed.
Look, I know all about the murder. I heard it firsthand over the police radio. I know one of my men was killed, but that doesn't give this cop any license to treat me like a criminal.
Driving without a license is against the law, Miss Murdoch. Officer, where did you pick her up?
Just a short distance from her own stable, sir.
And you heard about this murder from the police radio, Miss Murdoch?
Yes, of course I did. Ask this big lug here. He heard it with me.
That's right, sir.
Oh, I don't doubt that you heard about it over the police radio, Miss Murdoch. I was just wondering if it was news to you when you did hear it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Murdoch murder case began when Edward Burke, trainer for the Murdoch stables, owned by Carol Murdoch, was found dead. Vance has questioned Billy Alberts, a jockey who was on a quiz program at the time of the murder, and also questioned Carol Murdoch, who was caught by a motorcycle policeman coming from the murder scene at about the time of the murder. Still to be interviewed by him is Phil Dexter, assistant to the dead man. But I understand Vance is taking care of that detail right now in the Murdoch home. We have been at the house
I'd tell you more if I knew any more, Mr. Vance, but I don't. Honest, I don't. Let me go, Mr. Vance. Let me go.
I'm not stopping you from leaving, Mr. Dexter. The police might, but I won't.
But you've been asking me the questions, Mr. Vance. If you said to let me go, they'd let me go.
They might, but they'd only pick you up again. Why don't you tell me what you know of this case, and then you'll be clear of it once and for all.
All I know is what I told you. The last time I saw Mr. Burke, he was worried about something. He'd just been to the house here, he told me, and he was worrying. Don't ask me about what I don't know.
Tell me all about the last time you saw him alive in detail.
Okay. I was walking toward the stable when I saw Pinky.
Pinky?
Pinky's an exercise boy. It was about 6:30, and I asked Pinky if he knew where Mr. Burke was, and he said sure, in his office. And I said so long to Pinky, and I went in.
Where was Pinky going, do you know?
No. Yes, I do know. He was all dolled up in a new suit, and he said he had a big date in town. He was pretty happy about something.
I see. And then you spoke to Burke and found out that he was worried.
Well, that's what he told me, anyhow, but he didn't say about what.
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, come on in, Markham.
Thank you. There's a phone call for me, and I didn't want to take it out in the hall. More privacy in here.
I thought you'd released our jockey suspect, Mr. Billy Alberts.
I did. I sent him home about an hour ago, Vance. But Miss Carol Murdoch is still in the house, and I just don't want to be overheard in case this is important.
I see. Mr. Dexter, you may leave. Only be somewhere that I can reach you in case I have to, will you please?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Vance. I'll be at home.
Well, Markham, go right ahead. The coast is clear and the phone is yours.
Thank you, Vance. I can take that call now. Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Miss Henderson.
Yes, Miss Henderson.
The homicide department called with some information I thought you'd like to have. Hope I didn't disturb you.
Go right ahead, Sally. Oh, just a minute. Can you hear this, Vance?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Sally.
A body has just been found about 10 miles from where you are now.
Yes?
It was shot in the head by a .45 automatic and tossed out of a car, the police believe.
I see. Any identification?
Positive identification, Mr. Markham. It was an exercise jockey employed by the Murdoch stables. His name was Pinky Rice.
Uh-huh.
That's all the information that was given me.
Fine. Thank you, Miss Henderson.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
Well, a second murder, eh, Markham?
Yes, and connected with the Murdoch family and its stables. Well, this certainly complicates things, doesn't it?
On the contrary, Markham, I'd say it simplifies things quite a bit. In fact, I'd say it points pretty directly to the murderer.
Billy?
Is that you, Carol?
Yes, where are you?
Right here. I've been waiting for you over the side of the road where I wouldn't be seen.
Well, all right, I'm here. What's all the mystery? Why did you call and ask me to meet you here?
Take it easy. I thought you'd like to know what I think about the murder of your trainer, Burke. And of Pinky, the exercise boy.
Oh, so that's what it is, hmm?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to talk about that you couldn't say on the phone?
Oh, I had no reason for privacy. I thought maybe you might want it, though. You see, I know you had a battle with Burke. Your butler told me.
I pay him for services rendered. Apparently you did, too.
That's right. As I understand it, you threatened Burke.
You want to know why I did? To protect you, you fool. He knew something about you.
Did you kill him to protect me, too?
No. That's not saying I might not have if I thought it would stop him from talking, though. You see, that's the way I feel about you, Billy.
Yeah, you've been trying to convince me of that for quite some time now. You'd get tired of me, though.
Probably. I got tired of everything else in my life. But what has that to do with what you called me about?
Oh, everything. Now, take me. I'm a good jockey. I make good money. In a couple of years, I'm a little too old to ride. I don't make such good money. Carol, how much is it worth if the police don't know about your threats to Burke?
You're not that low.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You can't prove I killed Burke.
Oh, maybe not. But according to the cop who picked you up, you were near enough to the stables to have done it.
Billy. Where were you when Burke was killed?
Me? I was on the radio being a genius. I was practically talking on the air when Burke got his.
And when Pinky was killed? Where were you then?
Home. Kid, there's no heat on me. Now, let's get back to the important reason for this little meeting. How much is your life worth?
Quite a bit, Billy. In fact, I value it a whole lot higher than I do yours.
Is everybody in the next room, Markham?
Everybody you asked for, Vance. Billy Alberts, the jockey, Carol Murdoch, and the young man who found Burke's body, Phil Dexter.
Good. We'll go in a moment. I'm pretty sure one of those three is our murderer, Markham.
Well, if you are, I am too.
I think, of course, that Pinky, the exercise boy, was killed by the same person that murdered Burke. The connection may not be terribly apparent to you at the moment, but I imagine it will be shortly.
All I can say is I hope you're right, Vance.
All I can say is I hope your hope comes true. Well, come on, let's go in.
There you are.
I'm sorry to have kept the three of you here so long, but it couldn't be helped. And I promise that two of you will be able to leave this room very shortly.
Mr. Vance, I found somebody who saw me away from the Murdoch stables at the time Mr. Burke was shot. You see, that's why I wanted you to let me out, so I could find somebody.
That's very convenient, Mr. Dexter. Did you find someone to alibi for you, Miss Murdoch?
I don't need any alibi, Mr. Vance. I didn't do anything, and you can't prove that I did.
That's right, I can't, as yet. Mr. Alberts?
You don't want anything to do with me, Vance. I was on the radio when Burke was killed, and I was home when Pinky got knocked off.
That's quite according to what I've been led to understand. Well, I don't want to appear overly dramatic, but one of you three killed two men. I have some questions I want to ask each of you. Answer I don't know if you don't know. That will be all right. Mr. Dexter?
Yes?
2 questions for you. 1, how many shots in a .45 automatic?
I don't know.
Who wrote the song, Memory Lane?
What are you trying to do, Vance? Trick me into saying something? I don't know how that can mean anything. All I know is I don't know.
Singularly devoid of information, isn't he, Vance?
Perhaps he told us more than he realizes, Markham. Miss Murdoch, your questions. Where on an automatic pistol is the safety catch?
Near the thumb. It can be released by the thumb.
Thank you. Your other question. Victor Herbert was a great composer. Who wrote most of the lyrics of his operettas?
I haven't the slightest idea of who wrote the lyrics, of why you're asking these stupid questions, or who killed the 2 men that worked for me.
All I can do is assure you that I have.
You think because I know about automatics
Please,
that
Miss Murdoch, don't try to tell me what I think. Mr. Alberts.
Yeah, what?
It's question time for you. Who wrote the popular song of some time ago titled Remember?
I don't know. Jerome Kern, Cole Porter, one of those characters. How do I know?
Your second question. How is a clip fed into a .45 automatic?
I don't... why lie about it? It's fed through the bottom of the grip. Everybody who's ever seen a movie knows that. Any more questions?
No, I think not. Markham, did those questions mean anything to you?
No, Vance. As a matter of fact, they didn't. And I haven't the slightest idea of what the answers proved.
No? Well, then I'll tell you. They told me that Billy Alberts killed Burke and Pinky.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
Wait.
I don't know if you're bluffing or guessing or if you really know something. But I'm not taking any chances. You're not saddling me with any murder rap. Not when I got 2 legs and this gun to get me out.
Well, thank you, Miss Murdoch. I'm afraid the vase you hit him with is pretty well shattered, though.
What if it is? You just see to it that Billy Alberts gets put in jail, all in one piece.
I'm waiting, Vance.
I'm not playing games, Markham. I just wanted to finish these notes. That's all there. Now, what is it you're waiting for?
An explanation, of course, as to how you knew it was Billy Alberts who killed Burke and Pinky. All I knew was that Alberts was on the radio when Burke was killed.
Well, that wasn't Alberts at all. It was Pinky, establishing an alibi for Billy Alberts. That's the reason Alberts had to kill him, to avoid any possible future blackmail.
You knew that?
Of course. Remember when we heard that quiz program together? The master of ceremonies asked the contestant, who was supposed to be Billy Alberts, to name 5 songs by Irving Berlin.
Yes, and he named them.
One of the songs was titled Remember. Remember?
Yes, and the contestant included it.
Right. But when I asked Billy Alberts who wrote the song Remember, he didn't know. He couldn't very well know one night and not the next, could he? No. Therefore, it wasn't he we heard on the quiz show. It was Pinky.
Yes, I know that's right, but how did Billy Alberts know that Pinky would be sure to get on the radio and give him an alibi? After all, contestants at radio shows are selected at random.
All Pinky had to do was bribe somebody who was supposed to be on the program, or in other words, buy that person's ticket. No problem there.
No, I can't argue against that either. You know, Vance, Miss Murdoch was very helpful to us. She told us why Alberts killed Burke, and she really hit the lad with that vase when he tried to break away, didn't she?
That she did. That little smack on the head was the end of Billy Alberts' escape plan.
And also, Vance, the end of the Murdoch murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. In the U.S., we used to call them streetcars or trolleys, but in London, of course, they are trams. So, you were on a tram in London. It's a lovely day. You're daydreaming out the window. The tram stops at the corner. There's the usual exchange of parting passengers and boarding pedestrians. And the tram starts to move again. Your attention is not really focused on the conductor as he walks up the aisle taking fares. You've seen him do it so many times before. But then you notice he's taking more time than usual with one of the passengers, and you begin to listen to their conversation. Seems the passenger has no money for his fare. You wonder at this because he's not poorly dressed. He doesn't appear to be the sort of bloke who would try to cheat the tram line. It's like this, the passenger explains. He carries with him only the precise amount of money he needs each day. In this case, all he needed was the money for the tram, but it appears he's forgotten the required tuppence. Now you're studying the man's face. His eyes are penetrating, but kind. His nose is prominent, rather broad. His cheeks are round and merry. His hair is light and straight, combed to the side, and his beard and mustache are full and well-groomed. But now at once you're distracted by the sharp words of the conductor. If the passenger does not have tuppence for his fare, then he will be put off at the next corner. The man nods without protest. He doesn't complain that he'll be stranded far from his destination, which he will. He doesn't tell the conductor he'll repay him, which he would. He says nothing. When the tram stops, he allows himself to be ushered meek as a lamb to the street. And as he disappears in the distance, you think to yourself, you've seen that face. You know that man. Well, in any case, you were correct in assuming that he was not too poor to afford the fare. However, he had this thing, not a phobia exactly, simply an abhorrence for carrying or handling money. He had no logical explanation for the way he felt, and certainly there was nothing philosophical or moral about it. Money just felt dirty to him, and that was that. Might it have related to something in his childhood? Well, when he was a young boy, his father's business failed, and the family was unsettled by that. But whatever it was, we know his aversion to touching cash only intensified through the years. And the irony was, it seemed that everything he touched turned to money. You see, the streetcar passenger once ejected for lack of 2 pennies. The man who would rather have had a pocket full of worms than a wallet full of cash. He chose a life of philanthropy as a novel solution to his dilemma. To library research projects and for world peace, he gave the money he could not help but make and could not wait to get rid of, a sum of $330 million. All your life you've heard of Andrew Carnegie, and the Carnegie Trusts, and the Carnegie Institute, and the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Carnegie Hall. Only now, you know the rest of the story.
Well, here we are. It is that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. The nickname for the state of Louisiana, the Pelican State, comes from the many pelicans that used to inhabit the state's Gulf Coast. The Louisiana black bear was designated the official state mammal of Louisiana in 1992. Once threatened with extinction, Louisiana black bear has made a remarkable recovery and was removed from the endangered species lists in 2016. Louisiana has the highest alligator population in the U.S., approximately 2 million gators. The highest population of the alligators occur in coastal marshes. The state harvests less than 2% of the wild population annually. The state of Louisiana also has the highest number of alligator hunters in the United States. Over 2,000 daring individuals venture into the swamp each year to catch between 30,000 and 35,000 of these impressive creatures. Louisiana is among the country's leading oil and gas producing states. With an average annual temperature of 68.5 degrees Fahrenheit, Louisiana is the second largest, warmest state in the United States. Florida tops the list with an average temperature of 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And that was the Trivia Minute. I certainly hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless.